Warning warning warning, like, subscribe and share for more parts. Chapter 001. Friendly Tip 1, don't compete with funny characters in combat power, squinting smile JPG. Friendly Tip 2, travel in a relaxed and everyday style, less aggressive. East Blue, a certain sea area. Xia Yu was rowing the oars alone, humming a little tune of her own arrangement leisurely, feeling very happy. The reason was simple. Just a few hours ago, he had just crossed over to the pirates' world and was bound to a very reliable system, which rewarded him with the strongest swordsmanship and the strongest conqueror's haki at the beginning. For this reason alone, Xia Yu has to give his system a thumbs up. Before traveling through time, he had read many time travel system novels. Many systems required the protagonist to complete various tasks before giving rewards, which was simply using the protagonist as a tool. The system he is bound to is very powerful, and he starts with the strongest swordsmanship and conqueror's haki. According to the system prompt, his current strength is close to being invincible. Looking across the entire Grand Line, there are only a handful of people who can withstand his sword. If he combines it with conqueror's haki, he can definitely kick 3 admirals, punch 4 emperors, and cut 5 elders with his sword. Then, the system started chattering, telling him to go out to sea as soon as possible to become bigger and stronger and become the most handsome guy in the world. Are you kidding me? You're already invincible, yet you're still fighting and killing people. How degrading is that? Most importantly, who says time travel requires a lot of fighting? Wouldn't it be great to freely sail across the world and experience the customs and cultures of different countries? So he rejected the system's advice, used his strongest swordsmanship to chop out a small boat, and decisively embarked on his journey. The sea area he is currently in is East Blue, and the country closest to him is the Kingdom of Goa. As a Pirates fan, how could I miss Windmill Village, the birthplace of the legend, when I traveled to East Blue? You should also go to Shimotsuki village to see. Kuina should not have been forcibly cut down by the knife yet. There are also Ziluabia village and Kokozia village. Just as Xia Yu was thinking about the more places he wanted to visit, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Considering that the host may be lonely during the journey, this system has specially sent you 2 companions. Before Xia Yu could react, the void in front of him suddenly condensed. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of him. Looking at the 2 so-called little friends who suddenly appeared, Xia Yu was immediately filled with questions. Standing before him were 2 anthropomorphic rabbits. One was wearing prison uniform, and the other was also wearing prison uniform. Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He was so familiar with these 2 rabbits. Because these 2 rabbits are not ordinary rabbits, but the Red Rabbit Kirilenko and the Green Rabbit Pupup from the Prison Break Rabbit animation. In the animation Prison Break, Red Rabbit was once a big brother of the Mafia. Because he could knock down a floor with one punch, he was nicknamed the building demolition expert by the gang. He was betrayed by his subordinates and ended up in jail. In order to kill Red Rabbit, the prison tried countless methods, such as poisoning the cell where Red Rabbit was located or hiding grenades in Red Rabbit's food. In short, the prison tried everything it could, but ultimately failed to kill the Red Rabbit. Not only did he fail to kill the Red Rabbit, but he was also repeatedly taught a lesson by the Red Rabbit many times. Fortunately, the Red Rabbit is usually relatively gentle. As long as his beloved canvas shoes and shoe magazines are not touched, he will not enter the second form, let alone transform into an undead creature. Although Green Rabbit has always been very stable emotionally, his ability is outrageous. His mother opened the door outrageously. When the Red Rabbit was taking him to escape from prison, the car they were riding in was blown up by a shell. At the moment the car completely disintegrated, the Green Rabbit reassembled the car at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, which did not affect their escape journey at all. He was definitely the strongest assistance. Although Xia Yu didn't know what the system was doing with the arrival of the 2 rabbits, his intuition told him that it was definitely not a good thing. Especially the Red Rabbit Kirilenko, this guy is definitely a time bomb. The reason is simple. Red Rabbit has two weaknesses, shoe magazines and canvas shoes. He especially loves red canvas shoes. If someone damages Red Rabbit's magazine or soils his favorite canvas shoes, Red Rabbit will instantly enter the angry form, or even enter the rampage form and turn into an undead creature. In this case, it is obviously impossible for him to be a quiet traveler. Fortunately, Green Rabbit's emotions are relatively stable, and he has the ability to repair things at the speed of light, which is of great help to him in his travels. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again, Kirilenko Rabbit and Pop Rabbit will be absolutely loyal to the host. I wish the host a pleasant journey. Obviously, knowing that the host Xia Yu would not play by the rules, the system chose to compromise. Xia Yu ignored the system and looked at the two rabbits summoned by the system with interest. Red Rabbit Kirilenko didn't look at him, but found a place to sit down, took out his favorite canvas shoes, crossed his legs and polished them. The Green Rabbit seemed a little flustered, looking at Kirilenko for a while, then at Xia Yu, with a clear confusion in his eyes. Seeing Green Rabbit's reaction, Xia Yu's interest suddenly piqued. Green Rabbit, can you introduce yourself? Pu. The Green Rabbit said with some stuttering. Thinking that this guy's name was very harmonious, Xia Yu simply interrupted, Pu. Okay, I get it. What about you? Red Rabbit. Xia Yu tilted her head to look at Red Rabbit who was polishing her canvas shoes. Without looking up, the Red Rabbit said, Kirilenko. Hearing this, Xia Yu nodded with satisfaction. Of course he knew the names of the two rabbits. The reason he asked this was to see if they could communicate normally. It would be easy if we could communicate normally, at least it would relieve boredom while we are floating on the sea. Suddenly, Xia Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he turned his head to look at the sea. In front of his sight, a warship was heading towards the sea where he was. The warship was moving very fast. In a short while, the distance between it and Xia Yu's ship was reduced to only a dozen meters. Looking at the warship that was gradually becoming huge in his sight, Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Because he captured a beautiful scene among his figures on the deck, the female officer of Naval Headquarters, nicknamed Hina Hika. Chapter 002. At the same time, on the deck of the warship, Hina, wearing a Naval Headquarters major's coat, sat quietly at a wooden table, with her chin supported by one hand, looking at the endless sea with a bit of distraction. Although she did not make any body movements, just the posture of supporting her chin with one hand was already a beautiful sight, attracting the marine soldiers on the warship to take a peek from time to time. However, these soldiers only dared to peek at their major and did not dare to harbor any blasphemous thoughts. Because their major is a rose with thorns. Although he is only a major now, he has a close personal relationship with Vice Admiral Crane, the Chief of Staff of the headquarters, and behind him stands the legendary Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, who is known as a marine hero. Putting aside these relationships, the personal strength of their major is obvious to all. As soon as he became a major and led the team out on a mission, he brought back baskets of lawless pirates on the sea to the headquarters, making countless pirates shudder at the mention of him, especially the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. They would run away as soon as they heard the name of Black Barrier Hina. The reason was simple. Their major possessed the ability of cage fruit, and with a wave of his hand, he could conjure a cage made of iron bars. Hey! Suddenly, a marine standing on the deck let out a startled cry, then stared wide-eyed at the small boat floating on the sea, as well as the man and two rabbits on board. What's going on? Someone actually came to the sea area alone. After a moment of hesitation, the soldier quickly turned and ran to Hina. Major, there is a small boat on the sea. Hina didn't react much, just raised her eyes. Isn't it normal for a small boat to appear on the sea? Do I need to report such a thing to me? As long as it's not a pirate ship, don't bother me. Before the soldiers could react, a loud shout suddenly came from the sea, "Hey, righteous and brave Marine, I'm lost. Can I get a ride on a favorable ship?" Standing on the small boat, Xia Yu looked at the huge monster that was about to pass by him. Thinking that he didn't know when he would be able to reach the shore by rowing, he did not hesitate and decisively began to ask for help. However, just as he finished speaking, the red rabbit who had been sitting quietly beside him polishing his canvas shoes suddenly stood up. Then, he bent his body slightly and suddenly ejected, perfectly demonstrating to Xia Yu what it meant to be as fast as a rabbit, and jumped onto the deck of the warship with one ejection. FK. Xia Yu didn't expect Red Rabbit to do this suddenly, and couldn't help but curse. Similarly, the Green Rabbit was also a little panicked and immediately stood up and stood behind Xia Yu. Almost at the same time, the marine soldiers did not expect that the Red Rabbit would jump directly onto the deck. The moment the Red Rabbit landed on the deck, the surrounding marine soldiers instinctively raised their guns and moved forward to surround the Red Rabbit. One of the marines even shouted exaggeratedly, "The deck has been invaded, prepare for battle." As the marine soldiers shouted, more marine soldiers rushed to the deck and surrounded the Red Rabbit. Several of them seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and rushed to Hina as soon as possible, wanting to show their loyalty and bravery to Hina. Red Rabbit ignored the marine soldiers who surrounded him. After looking around, he sat down with his canvas shoes in his hand and continued to polish them. Hina also glanced at the Red Rabbit at this moment, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she whispered softly, "Fur tribe." After she finished speaking, she stood up slowly and took off the gloves on her hands. "Hello." Hina had just taken off her gloves when a sudden voice came from her left. "Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Marines. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm, we just want to give you a ride." Hearing the sudden sound, the marine soldiers who had just surrounded the Red Rabbit turned around. Hina also frowned slightly at this time and looked in the direction of the voice. The person who appeared in her sight was Xia Yu, who was worried that the Red Rabbit's behavior would trigger a fight, so she jumped onto the warship with the Green Rabbit at the first opportunity. In Xia Yu, feeling the wary gazes instantly focused on him, Xia Yu smiled gently, "I'm a traveler. These two rabbits are my friends. The red one is called Kirilenko, and the green one is called Pupu." After a slight pause, Xia Yu immediately looked at the Red Rabbit sitting on the deck polishing shoes. "Kirilenko, come here." Surprisingly, the Red Rabbit did not resist. It stood up very obediently, walked to Xia Yu and sat down, and continued to polish his shoes. "Traveler." Hina's eyes flashed with doubt. At the same time, she waved her hand to signal all the soldiers to retreat. She said with her red lips, "Traveling alone? Aren't you worried about encountering pirates?" Hina was very confused. Xia Yu smiled slightly, "Don't be afraid. My two friends are very strong." As he spoke, Xia Yu took a tentative step forward. "Stop!" As Xia Yu took a step forward, the marine soldier who had retreated behind Hina immediately stepped forward and aimed his gun at Xia Yu again. One of the soldiers, perhaps because he was eager to show off or because he was too nervous due to lack of combat experience, pulled the trigger the moment he raised his gun. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the whistling bullet passed through Red Rabbit's hands, making a hole in his canvas shoes. The sudden gunshots made the atmosphere on the deck tense in an instant. Xia Yu didn't expect the marine soldiers to open fire. After a brief moment of shock, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the Red Rabbit sitting next to him. When he saw a hole in the canvas shoes in Red Rabbit's hand, he said helplessly, "Okay, I knew it would be like this." As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, Red Rabbit suddenly looked up, picked up the canvas shoes in his hand, and looked at the soldier who fired the gun through the holes made by the gunshot. The next second, his aura suddenly rose. At this moment, Hina also turned her head to look at the soldier beside her and said coldly, "Who opened the door?" Whoosh! Before Hina could finish her words, a figure flashed before her eyes like a ghost. Then, there was a muffled bang sound, and the marine soldier who pulled the trigger out of nervousness suddenly flew out of the deck like a meteor, drew a beautiful arc in the sky, and then crashed into the sea. Red Rabbit's sudden move caught everyone present except Xia Yu off guard. It was not until the unlucky guy fell into the sea that the marine soldiers on the deck woke up and turned their guns to aim at the Red Rabbit. However, there was no way Red Rabbit would give them this opportunity. After knocking the marine soldier who shot and broke his canvas shoes away with one punch, he didn't pause at all, and swung his fist as big as a sandbag to smash several nearby marine soldiers. In an instant, the marine soldiers on the deck were thrown high into the sky, flew toward the sides of the warship, and fell into the sea like dumplings. Looking at the figure falling into the sea like dumplings, Xia Yu's mouth twitched wildly. Is this the rhythm of the journey ending before it even begins? Chapter 003. He has a grudge against Marine right from the start. Is this a sign of him trying to conquer the world and slash the red line? He really just wants to be a quiet traveler. After taking a deep breath, Xia Yu, with the idea of avoiding trouble as much as possible, gave an order to the green rabbit Pupu beside him without hesitation. Pupu, go and bring back all the marines that Kirilenko shot down. Oh, what's going on? Upon hearing this, Green Rabbit's eyes lit up instantly. The next second, his figure disappeared in a flash. As the Green Rabbit disappeared, the space and time where Xia Yu was seemed to stand still. Whether it was the speed of the Red Rabbit, the marine soldiers who were knocked away, or Hina who was about to take action to stop it, everyone's movements became extremely slow. In this sudden stillness of time and space, a green figure as fast as a laser grabbed the marine soldiers who had fallen into the sea or stopped flying in the air one after another and threw them onto the deck. In the blink of an eye, all the marines were piled up on the deck. As the last marine soldier who was knocked away by the Red Rabbit was thrown back by the Green Rabbit, the still time and space suddenly returned to normal. Hina, who had just taken off her gloves and was about to take action, was dumbfounded. Looking at the soldiers piled on the deck like drowned rats, big question marks kept popping up in her head. At this moment, on the deck, except for her, the lone major, all the marine soldiers were piled up like building blocks, their eyes wide open. No one screamed, no one wailed, as if they had been hammered to death. It wasn't that Hina reacted too slowly, nor was it that she was timid and stood there afraid to take action. It was just that everything happened too fast. It happened so quickly that she didn't even see what was happening before all the soldiers who had been knocked away by the Red Rabbit returned to the deck. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. For a moment, Hina thought that she was hallucinating because she had been working too hard recently and had not had enough rest. But Hina is Hina after all. After a brief moment of astonishment, endless anger suddenly ignited in her cold eyes, and her gaze turned to the Red Rabbit that had finished its work. Dressed feathers. With a cold shout, Hina's unique fruit ability burst out, and fence-like iron branches extended from her arms, surrounding the Red Rabbit, Xia Yu, and the Green Rabbit, and then instantly closed into a cage, trapping one person and two rabbits inside. Hina, who was very confident in her devil fruit ability, didn't even look at the man and two rabbits trapped in the cage, but turned and walked towards the soldiers piled on the deck. After checking several soldiers in succession and confirming that they were just knocked unconscious, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then put on purple gloves, lifted up the stacked soldiers, and threw them down on the deck to lie down. At the same time, Xia Yu, who was trapped in the cage, took a look at the iron bars that trapped him, and then lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! The iron rod snapped with a sound. Unexpectedly, this iron rod was so fragile. Xia Yu opened her eyes a little wide in surprise. Did you use too much force? Seeing this scene, the Red Rabbit, who was in a state of rage and was about to force open the cage, suddenly paused, then tilted his head and looked at Xia Yu with wide eyes in confusion, as if with an expression of "Are you kidding me?" Xia Yu winked at him and said, "Calm down. When we get to town, I'll buy you a brand new pair of canvas shoes. The latest model, red. Hearing this, the anger in Red Rabbit's eyes disappeared instantly, and he looked up at Xia Yu with anticipation. Then, without any hesitation, he raised his hand, grabbed the iron bars that made up the cage, and tore them apart with a slight pull. The moment the iron rod was torn off, Hina, who had just laid all the marine soldiers flat on the deck, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned around to look. When she saw Xia Yu, Red Rabbit and Green Rabbit breaking the iron bars and walking out of the cage, a flash of shock suddenly flashed in her eyes. You know, ever since she obtained the ability of the cage fruit, no one has ever been able to walk out of the cage she created using the power of the fruit. Because the fence she created through her fruit ability is harder than steel. Of course, she would not be so confident that her fruit ability could trap everyone in the sea. Anyone who could easily escape and tear apart the iron fence must be stronger than she could imagine. Before Hina could come to her senses, the two rabbits returned to the cage in front of her ever-widening pupils. The Red Rabbit even turned a blind eye and put the broken iron branch back in its original place. What are you doing? Seeing the Red Rabbit freely entering and leaving the cage, and even restoring the iron branches in front of her, Hina almost broke apart on the spot. The anger was real, but compared to anger, the Red Rabbit's behavior was more like humiliation to Hina. The other party didn't take the cage fruit ability that she relied on for survival seriously at all. It would have been fine if he just broke the iron branch and walked out, but he actually went back and restored the iron branch right in front of her. What does that mean? It means that her ability is just a decoration in the eyes of the other party. Don't get excited. Xia Yu tried her best to appear gentle, a warm smile plastered on her face. Don't get excited. This is all a misunderstanding. What we need to do now is prevent this misunderstanding from getting any worse. Hina took off her gloves and pointed at the marine lying on the deck. Her cold gaze swept over Xia Yu. Her beautiful face flushed slightly from feeling humiliated. She said coldly, "Is this a misunderstanding?" "Of course it's a misunderstanding." Xia Yu nodded. "Let's sort out the cause and effect. My friend, that Red Rabbit. He was wrong to suddenly board the warship, but your men opened fire after a disagreement. Shoot if you want to." He shot the canvas shoe in Red Rabbit's hand. "That's his beloved, even I can't touch it easily." Red Rabbit was a bit heavy-handed and even knocked all your men away. "But I was able to remedy the situation in time, right? I immediately had Green Rabbit retrieve all the soldiers who fell into the sea. Don't worry, they're not dead, they're just temporarily unconscious. They'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Of course, none of this matters." Xia Yu paused, then continued, "The important thing is that your fruit ability can't trap us. If we had bad intentions, there would be more people lying on this deck right now." After hearing Xia Yu's words, Hina gradually calmed down. As Xia Yu said, the core of all this was the shot fired by her subordinates. Furthermore, she had never sensed any hostility from Xia Yu from the beginning to the end. Perhaps the other party was just a traveler. Thinking of this, Hina frowned again. Even if it was a misunderstanding, she still felt offended. Things can't just end like this. After a brief silence, Hina looked up, meeting Xia Yu's gaze, and asked, "Why are you in this sea area? Only warships and pirate ships pass through this area. If you're a traveler, shouldn't you take the merchant ship route?" Hina doesn't understand. "I've lost my way." Xia Yu pointed to the small boat drifting on the sea. "I'm traveling on a budget, I can't afford a big boat." Hina looked in the direction of Xia Yu and saw a small boat floating alone on the sea, which could only accommodate 3 people at most. Her eyes moved slightly, and a picture of Xia Yu rowing aimlessly flashed before her eyes. She felt a sense of sympathy for some reason. Hina didn't expect that she would feel sympathy for Xia Yu, and she quickly shook off the idea. This is a strong person who can easily escape her devil fruit ability. A mysterious traveler who nearly destroyed the entire warship with just a rabbit by his side, such a person needs the sympathy of a small major in the headquarters like her? Chapter 004. At this moment, the marine soldiers lying on the deck woke up one after another. The marine who woke up first jumped up as soon as he opened his eyes, then rushed to Hina and shouted without thinking, "Major, I'm here to help you." Without waiting for Hina to react, the marine soldiers who woke up immediately stood up. Some of them immediately went to find their guns, while others rushed forward with bare hands to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hina. Seeing the marines waking up one after another, Xia Yu smiled and said, "Major Hina is very popular among her subordinates. Everyone, step back." Hina didn't look at the marine soldier who rushed over to her, and her tone was cold. However, although she looked a little unkind, Xia Yu could still see from her expression that her heart was finally at ease. Hina's vigilance against Xia Yu decreased until she saw the last marine soldier wake up. After sending her subordinates packing, Hina stepped forward, glancing sideways at the two rabbits that had returned to their cages. She finally stood less than a meter away from Xia Yu and said calmly, "I believe everything that just happened was a misunderstanding, but I still need to verify your identity." "How do I verify it?" Xia Yu was stunned for a moment, muttering to himself, "Does the pirates' world have identity verification similar to an ID card? Or perhaps a pass or something?" Hina was very straightforward and asked, "Where are you from?" Xia Yu answered without hesitation, "Paradise." Hina's pupils shrank slightly. Obviously, she hadn't expected Xia Yu to actually arrive at East Blue from the first half of the Grand Line journey. You know, whether it's traveling from East Blue to Grand Line, or from Grand Line to East Blue, it's not an easy journey. A little carelessness could lead to drowning at sea. However, when she thought about Xia Yu being followed by two rabbits that looked like they were from the fur tribe, she was not surprised. Because the fur tribe is extremely rare in the world. Thinking of this, Hina asked again, "Where do you want to go next?" "Travel has no destination." Xia Yu smiled slightly and continued, "As long as there are towns and islands where the warship passes by, that's where I want to go." Etc. Suddenly, Hina seemed to have discovered some secret, and stared at Xia Yu with burning eyes. "How do you know my name?" Hina was confused. "Hey!" Xia Yu blinked in surprise, not expecting Hina to react so quickly. Then, she continued calmly, "Didn't those marines always call you Major? Besides, you yourself said several times that Hina was angry, confused." Hina was furious. "Hina." Seeing Xia Yu's endless chatter, Hina inexplicably felt a tinge of shame and stopped him in time. "That's enough, I believe you're a traveler. Next we'll pass by an island with a village called Windmill Village. For travelers, Windmill Village is a great place." Hearing this, Xia Yu met Hina's gaze and asked, "So, our misunderstanding is resolved? Let your friends come out." Hina said this and walked to the chair next to her and sat down. Before Xia Yu could speak, the red rabbit broke the iron bars again and walked out of the cage. Facing Xia Yu, it said 3 words, "Canvas shoes." Xia Yu smiled and nodded, "I'll buy it for you when we get to Windmill Village." Red Rabbit was also very straightforward. He sat down on the spot, took out a shoe magazine from his pocket and started reading. Seeing this, Xia Yu quickly warned the surrounding marines, "Everyone, there are 2 things you can't touch about Red Rabbit, his canvas shoes and the magazine he's reading. As long as you don't touch these 2 things, he'll be a very good friend. Who wants to be friends with him?" The marine soldier who was first knocked away by the Red Rabbit rubbed his chest and said angrily, "I fired the gun because it went off accidentally." Hearing this, Xia Yu's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands and said, "See, I knew it was a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's get along happily." As she spoke, Xia Yu walked over to Hina and sat down opposite her in a familiar manner. Hina, who had just put her purple gloves back on, saw Xia Yu sitting across from her and asked coldly, "Don't you have anything to take with you on your boat?" Xia Yu waved her hand. "We can go on a trip at any time, without any baggage." After a slight pause, Xia Yu cast his gaze towards Hina's right hand, which was covered in a purple glove, and asked tentatively, "Major Hina, are you wearing gloves to prevent the devil fruit's power from leaking out?" Hina nodded. "It seems you've been to a lot of places, and you even know about the devil fruit." Xia Yu was about to speak when a burst of laughter suddenly came from the deck, attracting his and Hina's attention. In a corner of the deck, the marine soldier who kept saying that he didn't want to make friends with rabbits actually started playing with the green rabbit. Several other marine soldiers also touched the green rabbit out of curiosity. Two of the soldiers were so bold that they ran to pull the red rabbit's ears. Seeing that Red Rabbit didn't respond, the other marine soldiers gathered around and chatted. Hey, have you noticed that the clothes these two rabbits are wearing are weird? They look like prison uniforms." Ha 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 ha, didn't he just break out of prison? Don't touch his magazine. That traveler just now didn't lie to us. As long as we don't touch his magazines and canvas shoes, this Red Rabbit is easy to get along with. It's not as fun as the Green Rabbit. The Green Rabbit is silly, but it's fun, ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Hina, as the boss, not only did not stop the soldiers, but also looked at the two stupid rabbits with curiosity. The two rabbits at this moment looked ordinary, even stupid, making it difficult for her to associate them with the rabbits that had just knocked all the soldiers on the warship away in an instant. According to what Xia Yu just said, it was the Red Rabbit that knocked her subordinates away, and it was the Green Rabbit that rescued all the soldiers who fell into the sea in the blink of an eye. With such powerful strength, she was basically certain that these two rabbits were either from the fur tribe or were rabbits in human form that had eaten the Zoan human fruit. Considering that Xia Yu had just learned more about the devil fruit ability she possessed, her guess about the two rabbits was more inclined towards the latter. Thinking of this, Hina couldn't help but become curious about Xia Yu. But because of her usual image, she was too embarrassed to ask. Xia Yu didn't expect that the marine soldiers on this warship were so heartless. They had just been beaten unconscious by the Red Rabbit, but now they ran to play with the Red Rabbit and the Green Rabbit happily. This was far from the image of the marine he had imagined. The most important thing is that Hina did not stop it, which is obviously inconsistent with her personality. Xia Yu remembered Hina as one of the most outstanding young officers in the naval headquarters, a force to be reckoned with for the future of the Marines. She often presented herself with a cool, aloof demeanor. Such an outstanding young female officer must have been incredibly strict with her subordinates. But the fact is that Hina is not only not strict in managing her subordinates, but also a bit lax. Although surprised, Xia Yu didn't take it too seriously. Because his understanding of Hina was limited to the paper figure he had seen before he traveled through time. Now that he has traveled to this world, both Hina and the marine soldiers who always played the role of cannon fodder in the original work are living people with flesh and blood. According to the timeline previously suggested by the system, Hina should be around 25 years old now, which is the prime of her life. Compared to the paper-like Hina he had seen before traveling through time, the Hina in front of him was more three-dimensional and moving, with a cool temperament, delicate and flawless facial features, and was truly stunning. Chapter 005. Night falls quietly. The marine soldiers were all tired from playing. Some of them lay down beside the Red Rabbit, some returned to their respective posts, and more went back to the cabin to rest. Hina did not leave the deck. She had been reading a newspaper, but had to put it down as night fell. Then, ignoring Xia Yu's presence, she stood up and took a look around the deck. She came out with some resentment this time. She had already successfully completed many missions, yet she was sent to East Blue. As everyone knows, since the execution of Pirate King Roger in Logue Town, East Blue has not seen a strong pirate group. Even if one or two occasionally show up, they are beaten by Mr. Garp, who has returned to East Blue for vacation and become doubtful about their lives. Because the marine hero Garp would take vacations and return to East Blue every now and then, East Blue gradually became the weakest sea area among the 4 major sea areas of West Blue. This would be a very comfortable environment for the Marines of East Blue, but for Hina, who shoulders the future of the Marines, going to such a sea area for training is a pure waste of time. As a demon fruit power, does she still need experience? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Hina turned her head for no reason to look at Xia Yu, who was taking a nap on the chair, and the red rabbit who easily broke the iron bars of the cage. Well, it seems that I really need some more experience. Thinking of the scene where the red rabbit easily knocked all her subordinates away and she didn't even have time to react, Hina secretly let out a breath and immediately took out a lady's cigarette and lit it. Major Hina. Suddenly, a marine soldier holding a telescope broke the rare silence and shouted anxiously, "A pirate ship has been spotted in the sea ahead." Hearing the arrival of the pirate's ship, Hina quickly turned back to look at the sea. As soon as she looked at the sea, Hina's pupils shrank slightly. There is indeed a pirate's ship on the sea. However, instead of turning around due to the presence of their warship, the pirate ship accelerated towards the warship. At this moment, Xia Yu was also disturbed from her sweet dream by the voice of the marine soldiers. He stood up and walked over to Hina, glancing at the sea. He saw a pirate ship speeding towards the warship. He couldn't help but be stunned. It would be fine if they didn't run away when they saw such a large warship, but they actually rushed towards it head-on? When did the East Blue pirates become so brave? Hearing the complaints around her, Hina wanted to roll her eyes at Xia Yu, but thinking that this was inconsistent with her usual image, she held back and said very coldly, "If you don't want to be affected by the battle, go back to the cabin and hide." Throwing down these words, Hina quickly walked past Xia Yu and ordered the soldiers who had already returned to their positions and prepared for battle, "If the pirate ship comes into range, sink it immediately." Hina never shows any mercy to pirates. No matter what, the outcome of meeting her is always the same. Of course, unlike a certain admiral at naval headquarters who believed in absolute justice, she would not kill indiscriminately. Sinking the pirate ship was her first step, after which she would capture all the pirates and send them back to headquarters for trial. As Hina's order was issued, the soldiers on the warship were mobilized. Some ran towards the cannons, some carried the shells to the side of the cannons, and more soldiers stood on both sides of the deck with guns raised, staring at the pirates' ship that was gradually becoming clearer in their sight as if facing a great enemy. A 3-sailed pirate's ship was coming towards us. Its huge body looked like a small warship. A pirate's flag with a skull and crossbones pattern is flying on the mast of the pirate's ship. On the deck below the pirate's flag stood dozens of pirates. The leading pirate was wearing a coat, carrying a long sword on his shoulder and wearing a captain's hat. At first glance, he looked majestic. However, unlike other ferocious pirates, the pirates on this ship, including the captain standing at the bow, had lost their former dignity. Each one looked as if they had encountered some terrifying creature, with fear in their eyes. Many pirates even slumped to the ground, their faces lingering with the fear of surviving a disaster. "Captain, there's a warship ahead." One of the pirates quickly came up to the captain, who was carrying a large sword on his shoulder, and said in a trembling voice, "If we don't change our course, we're going to collide with the warship." "Pa!" The captain raised his hand and slapped the pirates in the face, saying in a deep voice, "Do you think the warship is more terrifying now, or the sea kings behind you?" Hearing the word sea kings, the pirates were suddenly filled with fear, and a hideous monster appeared before their eyes. It was a monster with scarlet eyes, much larger than their pirate ship. They were eating hot pot and singing songs, planning which town and village to plunder next. Just when they decided to go to the waters of the Kingdom of Goa, huge waves suddenly rose on the sea. Then a huge monster emerged from the bottom of the sea, blocking their way. Fortunately, the colleague on duty reacted in time and changed direction immediately to avoid the disaster. However, they never expected that the huge monster would keep chasing them. Sometimes it would even swim in front of them on the seabed and then surface again, as if it was playing a cat and mouse game with them. It was so hateful and terrible. Just when they were unable to get rid of the monster, a warship appeared on the sea ahead. The moment they saw the marine warship, they fell into complete despair. But what they didn't expect was that their captain actually ordered them to speed up and approach the warship. Are you thinking they aren't dying fast enough? What are you still standing there for? Seeing that the pirates around him hadn't come to their senses after being slapped, the captain shouted, "Go get the loudspeaker and surrender to the marine. Marine warships are very special, and the Sea Kings won't approach easily. Only by surrendering to the marine now can we survive." After hearing the captain's words, the pirate suddenly understood. But before he could find the loudspeaker, the other pirates had already screamed for help to the warship, and some even took off their white underwear and raised them high. "Marine, stop firing, we surrender." "Yes, we surrender." "Marine-sama, come and catch us, take us away now." "Help, Marine-sama!" Dozens of pirates shouted in unison. Although they didn't use a loudspeaker, the sound was louder than a loudspeaker. At the same time, on the deck of the warship, the marine soldiers, as if facing a great enemy, all put their fingers on the triggers, while the soldiers guarding the cannons had already loaded and were just waiting for the pirates' ship to enter the firing range. Chapter 006. Major, someone on the pirate ship is raising a white flag. The marine soldier who had been watching the pirate ship with a telescope turned his head to look at Hina and said, "They must have seen you and were scared into surrendering." "Haha, it seems like they're just like those pirates last time. They surrendered on their own accord upon seeing Major Hina. If I were a pirate, I would be willing to be captured by Major Hina. Yes, yes, Major Hina is the most beautiful." Hina ignored these flatterers, picked up the telescope and took a look, then gave a straightforward order, "Don't fire yet, let them stop 30 meters away from the warship." Rumble. Before Hina could finish her words, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, the sea surface 10 meters away from the right side of the warship exploded, and then a terrifying figure suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the sea, rolling up huge waves. In an instant, huge waves rising from the sky spread towards the warship, and the sea water falling from the sky covered the warship like a rainstorm, instantly soaking everyone on the deck. Damn it! The sudden scene made the marines on the deck unable to even wipe the sea water off their bodies. They stared at the huge monster that suddenly emerged from the sea in front of them with wide eyes and exclaimed in unison, "Sea Kings!" What appeared on the sea ahead was just a sea king with only a hideous head and half of its body exposed. But even with only half a body and a head, it was like a mobile fortress, giving people a terrifying feeling of oppression. Before the marine soldiers could recover from their shock, the sea kings emerged from the bottom of the sea and plunged into the deep sea. When it appeared again, it was already in front of the pirates' ship 100 feet away, blocking the pirates' ship's way with its huge body. Immediately afterwards, a roar resounded through the sky. Roar! Roaring, the Sea Kings opened their bloody mouths at the frightened pirates on the pirates' ship without any hesitation. Boom! As the huge and ferocious head of the Sea Kings pressed down quickly, the hull of the pirates' ship shattered. None of the pirates on the deck were spared, and they all fell into the sea with screams, bringing an indescribable visual impact to the marine soldiers on the deck of the warship. They all stood there in a daze as if they had been electrocuted. "What are you all standing there for?" At this moment, a somewhat weak voice sounded in the ears of the marine soldiers, "Quick, stop the warship." The one who made the sound was Hina. She was on the deck and was not spared either. She was drenched by the sea water that fell from the sky. Unlike the marines on the deck, she was soaked from head to toe by the sea water and had difficulty even standing. Even with her hands on the railing, she couldn't resist and sat down. It's not that she's not strong enough. Instead, every demon fruit power will be abandoned by the sea. Not only will it become a landlubber, but it will also temporarily lose its ability and enter a weak state due to being immersed in sea water. Because the incident happened suddenly, the marine soldiers forgot for a moment that their major was a demon fruit power. Just when Hina was about to collapse to the ground, a pair of strong arms suddenly appeared and picked her up by the waist. "You!" Hina, whose body was weakened, raised her head with difficulty and looked at Xia Yu, who was holding her in her arms. She said weakly, "You, put me down. Don't be so hard on yourself to recognize good people's hearts." Xia Yu put Hina on the chair and said seriously, "The deck is full of sea water." Before Xia Yu could finish her words, Hina, who had just sat on the chair, couldn't even sit steadily and slid down from the chair like a sponge. Seeing this, Xia Yu was too lazy to hug her anymore and let Hina slide down from the chair and lie on the deck, with half of her face pressed against the deck, like a boneless worm, which made Xia Yu want to laugh for some reason. "You!" Hina, who had fallen face down, didn't expect Xia Yu to watch her face down. She was immediately furious and said weakly, "Help me up. I can't help you." Xia Yu shook her head. "There are only two ways to deal with your current condition. One is to just lie on the deck, or I can carry you to the bed or sofa and wait for the condition to subside." Xia Yu bent down and squatted in front of Hina, asking, "How long will this state last?" "It should be pretty quick. After all, your body is only wet, not soaked. Hold me up." Hina, her face pressed against the deck, didn't bother to argue with Xia Yu. She summoned her remaining strength and said, "That Sea King is likely to attack the warship." Seeing that Hina could no longer hold on, Xia Yu stopped playing and bent down to pick her up again. Although Hina is about 1.8 meters tall, only slightly shorter than Xia Yu, who is 1.85 meters tall, Xia Yu did not feel any difficulty at all. After all, he now has invincible strength, so it is easy for him to hug Hina. Xia Yu did not carry Hina to the cabin, but turned around and looked at the sea while holding Hina. Sure enough, after smashing the pirate's ship, the behemoth did not dive into the seabed immediately, but turned back to look at the warship first, with an unlucky pirates in its mouth. Although only the head and half of the body of the Sea Kings were exposed, Xia Yu could still see clearly that this Sea Kings was most likely an extremely large conger eel, with a pair of scarlet eyes that were particularly eye-catching. Moray eel Sea Kings? Scarlet eyes. Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be the king of the offshore sea? At this moment, the Sea Kings roared again, then dived into the sea, stirring up waves and disappeared. After a few brief seconds, the sea surface in front of the warship suddenly rose at high speed, and then exploded. Fire! The Sea Kings had just emerged from the sea, and Hina, who had just regained some strength in Xia Yu's arms, suddenly gave an order. Bang bang bang! The sounds of artillery shells being fired suddenly became continuous, and the whistling shells fell straight towards the Sea Kings like meteorites. Boom boom boom! Accompanied by shocking explosions, the shock waves and thick smoke from the exploding shells immediately enveloped the Sea Kings. However, this Sea Kings did not stay where it was and wait for the shells to hit. As the shells exploded, it dived into the sea again. Will it attack warships? Seeing the Sea Kings evading the bombardment and disappearing into the sea, Xia Yu looked down at Hina in her arms and said, "If I remember correctly, each warship has a special device that can avoid the attacks of the Sea Kings." Hina nodded, her voice no longer as weak as before. Under normal circumstances, Sea Kings won't attack warships easily. This is because each warship is equipped with sea stone. Sea stone can emit the scent of the ocean, making Sea Kings and other marine creatures mistakenly think that it is not a warship, but part of the ocean. At this point, Hina suddenly remembered something. She didn't dare to look into Xia Yu's eyes again. She tilted her head slightly and lowered her voice, "Put me down first." Hearing this, Xia Yu was very decisive and let Hina go as soon as he loosened his grip. Hina didn't expect Xia Yu to be so decisive. In addition, her body was still weak, and she lost her balance as soon as Xia Yu put her down. Fortunately, she reacted in time and grabbed the guardrail to avoid falling to the ground. Hina grabbed the railing and glanced at Xia Yu. Her lips moved slightly, but she finally held back and said nothing. Her gaze shifted to the sea. Chapter 007. It's just a sea kings, no need to be so nervous. Seeing Hina warily looking around the sea, Xia Yu said calmly, it's rumored that there's a sea king in East Blue, known as the King of the Near Sea by fishermen. It's very ferocious. Based on what I just observed, it should be the Sea King. The King of the Near Sea. Hina was stunned. Xia Yu nodded and asked, do you know red hair pirates? I know. Hina remained alert, her eyes fixed on the surrounding sea. Captain Shanks of the Red Hair Pirates was once a trainee on the ship of the pirate king Roger. After Roger was executed, he formed his own pirate group. Now he's famous in the New World and very powerful. He's one of the pirates that the Marines are focusing on. Why are you asking this now? What does it have to do with the King of the Near Sea? Hina doesn't understand. Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, silently activating his observation Haki, capturing the presence of the Sea Kings lurking on the seabed and rapidly approaching the warship. He calmly said, since he's the pirates you're focusing on, you should know that he lost an arm in East Blue. It was this Sea King that bit off Shank's arm. What? After hearing this shocking news, even Hina, who was known for her calmness, turned around and looked at Xia Yu. How did you know that? Hina was confused. I heard it from a swordsman. Xia Yu said nonsense seriously, that guy likes to wander around in a coffin-shaped boat. I think his name is Dracul my hawk? It's a hard name to remember. Because he has a pair of sharp eagle-like eyes, I call him Hawkeye. Hina didn't expect that Xia Yu actually knew the world's #1 swordsman my hawk, and seemed very familiar with him, calling him my hawk Hawkeye. Hina couldn't help but her pupils shrink. Before Hina could come to her senses, Xia Yu suddenly said, it's coming. Boom! A familiar explosion suddenly sounded, and then a ferocious head quickly rose from the bottom of the sea, opened its bloody mouth and roared at the marine soldiers on the deck. Roar! The creepy roar contained extremely penetrating sound waves, which frightened the marine soldiers on the deck so much that they froze on the spot as if they had been electrocuted. Immediately afterwards, some of the timid marine soldiers collapsed to the ground. Hina, who had recovered some strength, did not hesitate at all and took a decisive step forward to stand in front of Xia Yu. However, she still overestimated herself. As soon as she stepped in front of Xia Yu, she felt a surge of weakness under her feet and immediately knelt down on one knee. What's going on? Seeing Hina actually stand in front of him immediately, Xia Yu blinked in confusion. Is it instinct or duty? You want to protect me, a traveler? Go to the cabin quickly. Sure enough, Hina, who was kneeling on one knee, didn't care that she hadn't fully recovered yet. She gritted her teeth and stood up, looking back at Xia Yu, take those 2 rabbits with you. Xia Yu couldn't believe what Hina said. It was obvious that Hina really wanted to protect him just now. However, this girl seems to have a very long reaction time. She looks cool and beautiful, but she is actually a silly and cute girl. He can travel alone in this sea where the strong can shake the sky and the sea at the slightest disagreement, and he still needs protection. Besides, didn't Hina see Red Rabbit's strength with her own eyes before? How long has it been and you still haven't reacted? Thinking of this, Xia Yu tilted his head to look at the Red Rabbit that hadn't moved in the corner of the deck since the situation changed. Kirilenko, stop looking at it. Quickly beat up this ferocious guy. When we get ashore, I'll buy you the latest shoe magazine. The Red Rabbit, who was sitting with his legs crossed, had his eyes lit up the moment he heard the words shoe magazine and stood up without hesitation. Next second, he jumped high on the spot and jumped directly onto the ferocious head of Sea Kings. Without giving the Sea Kings any chance to react, his sandbag-sized fist smashed down with terrifying energy. Bang! With a powerful explosion, the hideous head of Sea Kings was instantly smashed and exploded like a watermelon, and the flying blood mist was like a light rain, drifting onto the deck with the wind. So strong. The marine soldiers on the deck, whether they were slumped on the ground or standing still and unable to pull the trigger because their bodies were stiff, all stared with their eyes wide open at this moment, allowing the flying blood mist to fall on them. You know, they had all been beaten by the Red Rabbit before. If the Red Rabbit had used such power at that time, they would have turned into blood mist like the head of the Sea Kings. Hina didn't expect that things would turn around in an instant. Although she was not afraid of the Sea Kings, because although this Sea Kings was large enough, it was the smallest among the Sea Kings. As long as she fully recovered, it would not be difficult to force it back. But she can only force it back. If she wants to kill it, the difficulty will definitely increase dramatically. And the Red Rabbit just punched. With one punch, he can smash the heads of Sea Kings that can smash the pirate's ship. This terrifying power is completely comparable to that of her immediate superior, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp. Under the shocked gazes of the marine soldiers, the Red Rabbit jumped back onto the deck in a cool manner, without even looking at the body of the Sea Kings that crashed into the sea behind him. He returned to his original position, crossed his legs, and dangled his little feet as if nothing had happened. "Mr. Red Rabbit, thank you for not killing me." At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the marine soldiers, and then a marine soldier rushed to the Red Rabbit, hugged the Red Rabbit's feet tightly, his eyes full of admiration. This marine was none other than the unlucky fellow who had shot through Red Rabbit's canvas shoes earlier. After witnessing the power of Red Rabbit's punch, he couldn't help but picture himself being sent flying by Red Rabbit. If the Red Rabbit had used such power at that time, he would have exploded too. And the Red Rabbit just knocked him away. What does that mean? It means that the Red Rabbit showed mercy to all of them. The favor of not killing me should be repaid with gratitude. They are destined to be friends with Mr. Red Rabbit. Although Hina was also shocked by Red Rabbit's strength, she did not look at Red Rabbit, but turned her gaze to Xia Yu. She is becoming more and more curious about Xia Yu, the traveler. Although Xia Yu never showed her strength from beginning to end, she could infer from the strength of the Red Rabbit that Xia Yu's strength must be strong, and might even be much stronger than she imagined. However, as a major at the naval headquarters, she was very familiar with all the powerful people on this sea, but she had never heard of the name of traveler Xia Yu before. Chapter 008. The sea shrouded in darkness seemed exceptionally quiet, and the warship slowed down, approaching the windmill village slowly as if it was taking a walk on the sea. Hina did not have any specific mission this time, she just came out for some training. So she was not in a hurry. After fully recovering, she returned to her usual cool demeanor, holding a lady's cigarette between her fingers. She seemed to be indifferent, but in fact she was secretly paying attention to Xia Yu's every move. Xia Yu didn't move much, lying on the chair in a lazy posture, squinting his eyes and looking at the marine soldiers who were having fun playing with the Red Rabbit and the Green Rabbit. Before he traveled through time, he had been constantly on the go since graduating from university, all for a few ounces of silver. After 2 or 3 years of running around, the high spirits he had during his school days had been completely eroded, replaced by a constant stream of setbacks and a state of embarrassment. Now in the world of pirates, you will get invincible swordsmanship and the strongest conqueror's haki right from the start. After integrating and understanding swordsmanship and conqueror's haki, he found that both his mentality and physical fitness had undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially after fusing with the strongest conqueror's haki, he found that an unprecedented strong self-confidence arose from deep within his heart. The most important thing is that before he traveled through time, every year when he returned home, he didn't dare to watch when his family slaughtered the New Year pig because he was afraid of blood. However, after integrating the invincible swordsmanship and conqueror's haki, he found that not only was he not afraid of blood, but even when he saw the pirates' ship being smashed by the Sea Kings and the pirates' minions screaming in despair on the sea, there was not even the slightest fluctuation in his heart, as if those lives were not even as good as ants in his eyes. Just then, Hina's adjutant came to the table with a tray. There were 2 goblets and a bottle of red wine on the plate. Without waiting for Hina and Xia Yu to respond, the adjutant placed the wine glasses in front of them, then picked up the bottle and poured them both a glass. He then said, "Major, Mr. Traveler, please enjoy your meal." Hina looked up in surprise, not expecting the adjutant to bring her wine at this time. However, before she could think of the right words, Xia Yu politely said, "Thank you." The adjutant nodded slightly, then turned and left. Xia Yu didn't hesitate, and simply raised his glass to look at Hina. As the saying goes, destiny brings people together despite the distance. Although we had a few misunderstandings before, the ending is happy. Don't you agree, Major Hina? Although Hina didn't say anything, she still picked up the wine glass and tilted it slightly towards Xia Yu, then raised her head elegantly and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Xia Yu finish her drink, Hina stopped being silent and looked at Xia Yu seriously. "Can I ask you a question?" Hina has always been curious. Xia Yu smiled and nodded. Major Hina's catchphrase is very unique. Hina didn't pay attention to her catchphrase and got straight to the point. "Those 2 rabbits beside you, are they demon fruit power? Or are they from the fur tribe?" Hearing this, Xia Yu didn't hide and simply said, "They are also in human fruit human forms." After receiving a positive answer, Hina put on an expression that said, "As expected," and then asked, "What about you? Are you also a demon fruit power?" "Of course I'm not." Xia Yu looked at Hina like she was a fool. "When you were drenched by the sea water, I got soaked too. Did you notice how it affected me?" After hearing what Xia Yu said, Hina felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, everyone on the deck was drenched by the sea water, but only she became briefly weak and was picked up by Xia Yu. Hina felt inexplicably ashamed when she thought of the scene where Xia Yu threw her onto a chair and she fell face first onto the deck when she was in a weakened state. She is Hina, one of the youngest majors in the naval headquarters, and a cool goddess in the eyes of countless people. In order to maintain this image of herself, she has always been aloof over the years. Faced with many suitors in the department, she didn't even look at them. The reason is simple: men will only affect her efforts to fight for justice. However, this time she lost all her image because of a small sea king, and was even held in the arms of a man she met for the first time. But just when Hina didn't know how to respond, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile, "Although I'm not a demon fruit power, it doesn't affect my travels on Sahai and Grand Line." As he spoke, Xia Yu picked up the bottle and filled Hina's glass directly. Looking at the wine glass that Xia Yu had filled with red wine, Hina was immediately filled with questions. "This is red wine, why did you fill it so full?" Hina doesn't understand. "Don't worry about the details." Xia Yu waved his hand and filled his glass as well. "Meeting is fate, let's drink." Without waiting for Hina to react, Xia Yu picked up the wine glass and drank. Deep feelings, one gulp. Xia Yu drank the whole glass of wine, wiped the corner of his mouth, and then filled it up again boldly. Seeing this, Hina's lips twitched slightly. Looking at the full glass of red wine in front of her, she secretly roared in her heart, "Who drinks red wine by the glass?" Although she was complaining in her heart, Hina did not stop her hands. She picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp without giving up. Women are just as good as men. Xia Yu praised sincerely and immediately picked up the bottle to fill Hina's glass again. However, just as he grabbed the bottle, Hina subconsciously raised her hand to cover the rim of the glass, frowning slightly and saying, "I'll do it myself." As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Hina's heart couldn't help but tremble. Is this still her usual self? You know, let alone a traveler she met for the first time, she had never had a drink with smoker, the problem child with whom she had a good relationship at the naval headquarters. When they met at the headquarters, they would just talk about work at most. However, after the misunderstanding with Xia Yu, she found that she could not refuse what this man did. The softest side of her heart seemed to be triggered, and she unknowingly got so close to Xia Yu. At first she didn't notice the abnormal change in herself, until now she suddenly woke up and realized that she seemed to be unconsciously influenced by Xia Yu's words, deeds and every move. Xia Yu seemed to have some magical power that attracted her and made her let down her guard against him. Seeing Hina's reaction, Xia Yu's mouth flashed with an imperceptible cunning. Obviously, Hina has discovered something unusual. However, Xia Yu was not worried because he did not drug Hina, nor did he hypnosis Hina. At most, he used observation Haki once. When he obtained Conqueror's Haki through the novice gift pack, he integrated and comprehended the world's top and rarest observation Haki. Observation Haki has many uses. One of them is that one can feel the thoughts and emotions of the target object, convey one's own consciousness and influence others, make their minds and thoughts resonate with him, and even change the target object's ideology and values. Due to its rarity, this type of observation Haki cannot be cultivated and is an innate ability. However, as a system traverser, Xia Yu is naturally not bound by this rule. He can receive and practice with one click. Previously, because of the fight between the Red Rabbit and all the marine soldiers on the deck, Xia Yu had to use observation Haki to resolve the misunderstanding. Under the coverage of his observation Haki, everyone on the warship, including Hina, was influenced by him and quickly established a friendly relationship with him. Of course, not everyone can influence this type of observation Haki. Some aliens with strong mental awareness and top-level powerhouses can isolate it. However, Hina is obviously not among the top strong ones, and the marine soldiers are even less so. Chapter 009. Although Hina noticed the changes in herself, she did not resist it. Instead, she began to like this kind of free and unrestrained chatting with others. Before they knew it, they had finished a bottle of red wine. The adjutant did not join the marine in the soldiers' rare joy, but stood quietly in front of the hatch. After seeing Xia Yu and Major Hina finish a whole bottle of red wine, he did not hesitate to bring another bottle for them. As Major Hina's adjutant, he was happy at this moment. Because he saw a side of the Major that he had never seen before, and he actually laughed during the chat with Xia Yu. If the officers at naval headquarters saw Hina's smile, they would be furious. Since she entered the recruit training camp, no one had ever seen her smile in public. Whether at work or in her daily life, she always had a cold expression. That is why both marine soldiers and headquarters officers like to call her Iceberg Hina in private. After 2 bottles of red wine, Hina's beautiful face flushed with rosy red, and she no longer had the cold and aloof look that kept people at a distance. Her pair of peach blossom eyes became extremely affectionate when she looked at everyone because of the drunkenness. Xia Yu, can you tell me some interesting things about your travels? Intoxicated and influenced by Xia Yu observation Haki, Hina finally opened up. She rested her chin on one hand and looked straight at Xia Yu with her peach blossom eyes. You must have been to many places and met many people. Xia Yu didn't answer immediately. After picking up the bottle and filling up the glass, he said, I have indeed been to many places and met many interesting people. For example, Hawkeye is really funny. Of course, he's not the funniest one. Xia Yu paused for a moment and continued making up stories. The most interesting thing was a group of pirates I met while traveling in West Blue. To be precise, they weren't pirates, but adventurers. Adventurer. Hina's curiosity was piqued. After becoming a major, she had read many documents and archives about West Blue. She knew that many powerful pirates were born in West Blue, and she also knew many things that happened in West Blue. However, because she had just become a major, she had not been to West Blue in person. Xia Yu nodded. Their captain is called Tang Santang. He's a chatterbox. He can keep you chatting from day to night, and from night to day. The worst part is, he can repeat the same topic hundreds or even thousands of times. Hina's eyes widened slightly. It's really interesting. But, his name? Tang Santang? Hina doesn't understand. Xia Yu explained, burial of the heavens, burial of the earth, burial of all living beings, these are the 3 burials. Hey! Hina's pupils grew even bigger. Xia Yu almost burst out laughing at Hina's reaction. Clearly, under the influence of his observation Haki, Hina had completely let go. However, perhaps this was Hina's truest side. After forcing the smile off his face, Xia Yu continued, his 3 crew members are also very interesting. The first one is called Sun Xingj, a user of the Paramecia Shadow Clone Fruit. He wields the Golden Cudgel, one of the 12 great swords. Wherever he goes, he leaves the words I, Sun Lao, was here. His favorite catchphrase is I, Sun Lao, am here, and when fighting, he shouts take my stick. Isn't it interesting? Paramecia Shadow Clone Devil Fruit ability. Hina's eyes flashed with a clear confusion, 12 strength Golden Cudgel? Hina, how come I've never heard of it? Xia Yu said seriously, because they are adventurers, they always like to go to places that are difficult for ordinary people to reach. It's normal that Major Hina has never heard of it. A place that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. Hina was even more confused. She was not an ordinary person. As a Marine Major, whether it was the Sekai or the Grand Line, where could she not go? Xia Yu pointed to the night sky. For example, Sky Island. When I met them in West Blue, they were waiting for the sky-high current to appear. I see. Hina nodded in realization. She knew about Sky Island, but it only existed in some files of the naval headquarters. It was difficult for ordinary people, even Marines, to enter Sky Island. There are only 2 ways to enter Sky Island, one is through the ocean current, and the other is through the Sea of Clouds. Regardless of which one, most people don't dare to try it. Thinking of this, Hina took the initiative to ask, where are the other 2 crew members? The second crew member is called Drewwby, the user of the Zoan Black Pig Fruit. His weapon is the 9-toothed rake, one of the 21 skills. The third crew member was called Shawujin. When we were chatting and drinking with them, Shawujin said that he could fart and create wind. I guess he must be the user of the Logia Breeze Fruit. Puff. When Hina heard the words farting adds wind, she not only did not find it vulgar, but she could not help laughing out loud. Especially when she heard Xia Yu seriously speculate that Shawujin was actually the user of the Logia Breeze Fruit, she completely let go and laughed out loud in front of others for the first time in history. Interesting, isn't it? Looking at Hina's ecstatic laughter, Xia Yu also smiled. The 4 of them were chatting so enthusiastically that they actually started arguing just as the surging ocean current was about to appear. Hina realized she had lost her composure and quickly put away her smile. However, she couldn't help but smile. She forced herself to ask, did something interesting happen again? Hina is very curious. Xia Yu's smile remained unchanged, bringing Hina a warm feeling. Their captain is chosen by voting. Every time they go to a new place, they vote in advance to elect a new captain. At that time, Shawujin chose the previous captain, Tang Santang, because he thought that if he didn't choose, he would be buried on the spot by Tang Santang. The one chosen by the 8 realms to punish the 8 realms is Sun Xingj. The reason is that Sun Xingj has been imprisoned for the society for 500 years. Hey! Hina's eyes widened in surprise. Imprisoned for 500 years? Why? He was captured by Marine? No. How long has he lived? Who knows? Xia Yu shrugged slightly. I was also very curious at the time, so I asked Drewwby. The answer I got was that Sun Xingj was born in a place called Huaguo Island. He once fought alone on the Red Line because of them, but was ultimately defeated and captured, and imprisoned for a full 500 years. 500 years later, Tang Santang climbed to the top of the Red Line alone and rescued Sun Xingj. There is such a thing. Hina's beautiful eyes opened wide. As a major in the naval headquarters, she knew some of the things that happened on the Red Line through the archives, such as the Merman explorer Tiger who climbed up the Red Line alone to rescue slaves, and one of the three sisters who escaped during the Tiger incident and has now become the Empress of the Amazon Kingdom. But Xia Yu had never seen what she was talking about in any archival documents. However, considering that Sun Xingj had been in prison for 500 years, it was understandable that she didn't know about such a long period of time. Thinking of this, Hina couldn't wait to ask, Sun Xingj went to the Red Line to kill 2 other crew members? Why? Hina was very curious. Hina completely transformed into a curious baby, her beautiful eyes never moving away from Xia Yu. Chapter 010. Seeing Hina's curiosity piqued, Xia Yu tilted his head back slightly, took a deep breath, and suppressed his laughter before explaining, Shawujin used to be a bodyguard for a certain world noble in the Red Line. He was actually a member of CP0. Because he accidentally broke the world noble's wine glass, he was beaten up by the world noble's men and then thrown from the top of the Red Line. As for Zhu Beiji, he's a ruthless man. It's said he was a candidate for the leader of the Knights of God. He fell in love with the wife of the then leader of the Knights of God and secretly dated her. When the leader of the Knights of God found out, he was furious and immediately expelled him from the Knights of God and injured him. After escaping Red Line with injuries, Zhu Beiji encountered Shawujin. The two shared a common fate, so they traveled together. By chance, they entered Huaguo Island and became close friends with Sun Xingj. After learning of his 2 companions' fate, Sun Xingj was enraged and attacked Red Line alone that night. I see. Hina suddenly realized and analyzed seriously, Hina thinks Sun Xingj should be chosen. However, although Sun Xingj was captured for the other 2 crew members, it was Tang Santang who rescued him in the end. Therefore, it makes sense for Tang Santang to continue to be the captain. Before she finished speaking, Hina suddenly remembered something, her beautiful eyes widening as she asked, their identities? One is CP0? The other is the candidate for the leader of the Knights of God? What is going on? Hina has never seen these things in the archives. There are so many things you don't know. Xia Yu narrowed his eyes and said calmly, for example, Hina hasn't heard of the God Valley incident, right? Because these things have been covered up. If Hina is really curious, wait until you return to naval headquarters and ask your boss. He might tell you. Hina's immediate superior. Hina blinked and asked subconsciously, Mr. Garp. Xia Yu smiled and nodded, pretending to be profound and said, he was a direct participant in the God Valley incident. Hearing this, Hina's curiosity about Xia Yu became even more uncontrollable. She had heard Xia Yu mention Mihawk the Hawkeye and knew that Xia Yu had been to many places, but she didn't expect that Xia Yu even knew what happened to her boss. However, although she was curious about how Xia Yu knew all this, she did not ask any further questions. Because she would know whether what Xia Yu said was true as long as she returned to the headquarters. What she was curious about now was who Tang Santang was. Thinking of this, Hina asked decisively, Zhu Beiji and Shawujin are both from the Red Line. Is Tang Santang, who rescued Sun Xingj, also from the Red Line? Clever. Xia Yu generously gave Hina a thumbs up. Tang Santang is just his nickname. His real name is Nicholas Xianzang. The beloved lover of Queen Lily, one of the original 20 of the world government. As soon as these words came out, Hina felt her head buzzing. World government's first 20? Isn't that a person from 800 years ago? This Tang Santang is actually the one whom the queen loved but could not have? Before, she was still shocked that Sun Xingj had been imprisoned for 500 years, but then an 800-year-old antique suddenly appeared, which made her shift her attention to Xia Yu. Xia Yu looks about the same age as her, but the tone and demeanor of Xia Yu's speech seem somewhat inconsistent with her age. It is like a wise man who has experienced the baptism of time, telling stories about people and events in the past that have been submerged in the long river of history. She was certain that if what Xia Yu said was true, every single thing that was exposed would be enough to shock the whole world, and even the 5 supreme rulers in the power room at the top of Red Line might come to Xia Yu because of these things. After a brief moment of shock, Hina instinctively turned her head to look. Seeing that only she and Xia Yu were still chatting on the deck at this time, the soldiers were either on duty at their respective posts, or huddled together with the 2 red rabbits and snoring loudly. Even her adjutant disappeared from the deck at this time, probably returning to the rest area in the cabin. After confirming that the soldiers hadn't heard these secrets, Hina secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately turned her gaze to Xia Yu. Xia Yu, you're telling these things to Hina. Aren't you worried that I'll report them when I get back to headquarters? You should know that almost all of these things you've mentioned are related to the world's nobles living at the top of the Red Line. If too many people find out, you'll definitely be in a lot of trouble. Feeling Hina's sincerity and concern, Xia Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Is he afraid of this kind of thing being exposed? This is just a story he adapted from Journey to the West. I hope this girl doesn't take it seriously. Seems like I went a bit overboard. But he was not worried. Putting aside the authenticity of these stories, even if Nicholas Xianzang is really the person Queen Lily loves, even if Shawujin is really the bodyguard of the world's nobles, even if Zhu Beiji really stole the woman of the leader of the Knights of God and was expelled from the Red Line, he is not afraid to bring it up. After all, he now possessed not only unrivaled swordsmanship in this world and the Conqueror's Haki, which had been developed to its strongest form by the system and integrated and comprehended by him, but also the Red Rabbit, a near conceptual god. If the world government really came knocking on his door because of the stories he'd fabricated, he wouldn't mind stopping his travels to give the world a little shock. Although he thought so in his heart, Xia Yu did not show it because he could feel Hina's genuine worry at this moment. It seems that Hina was deeply affected by observation Haki. We've only been drinking and chatting for 2 or 3 hours, and I'm already worried about his safety. This is really great. Kindness should not be wasted. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Xia Yu looked up and met Hina's gaze, and said in a softer voice than ever before, Hina, you'll keep it a secret, right? After all, I'm just a traveler who likes to travel around. If trouble finds me, it will be very troublesome. Being stared at by Xia Yu, Hina, for the first time in her life, dared not meet her gaze. She stiffly turned away from Xia Yu's gaze, revealing a touch of a woman's unique shyness. Xia Yu can tell me these things, Hina is very happy. The next morning, Hina, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes and turned over and sat up reflexively. Finding that she was lying in bed with her clothes on, covered not only with a quilt but also with her own major's coat, she breathed a sigh of relief and then gently patted her forehead. Last night, I think I drank with that traveler, until very late. After muttering to herself, Hina suddenly opened her eyes wide, and some of the things that happened last night flashed before her eyes. Thinking back to last night when she and Xia Yu were chatting about all sorts of things under the night sky, she suddenly felt her face flush and her heart beating fast. She was actually drinking and chatting on the deck with a man she had just met for less than a day. Crazy. She was definitely not herself last night. Not to mention chatting with a strange man whom she met for the first time late into the night. Even if the man sat next to her, she would definitely give him the cold shoulder and tell him to get out immediately. But last night she actually didn't reject that man at all. The worst thing was that at the end of drinking, she vaguely remembered that she seemed to be carried into the cabin by that man. As for what happened afterwards, she couldn't remember at all. Well, nothing happened after that. She checked her clothes again and made sure that none of the buttons were touched. She breathed a sigh of relief and her heartbeat returned to normal. After rubbing her eyes slightly, the light in her eyes gradually returned to the one that kept people at a distance. Then, without even bothering to wash up, she put on her major's coat and opened the door and walked out. "Major, good morning." As soon as she walked out of the cabin door and onto the deck, several marine soldiers came towards her and stood in front of her in an orderly manner to salute her. Hina nodded indifferently, looked around, and frowned slightly. "Xia, where's that traveler? Hasn't he woken up yet?" "Mr. Xia Yu has left." The adjutant came over and continued, "He originally wanted to come and say goodbye to the major, but because the major was asleep." Without waiting for the adjutant to finish his words, Hina quickly took out her pocket watch and checked the time. Seeing that it was already noon, she calmly put the pocket watch away and looked forward. A beautiful village appeared before her. Herds of cows leisurely grazed on the grassy lawn behind the village, while windmills spun in the breeze. Near one of the windmills, several children played a game of eagle catches chicken. Everything formed a breathtakingly beautiful painting, making one want to linger a little longer. This is Mr. Garp's hometown, Windmill Village. Unexpectedly, when she woke up, the warship had docked at the port of Windmill Village. A hint of surprise flashed in Hina's eyes. Thinking of what Xia Yu had said to her yesterday when they had resolved the misunderstanding, "Any town or island that the warship passes by is a place I want to go," Hina unconsciously smiled and looked towards the Windmill Village and whispered, "Have a nice trip." Chapter 011. Hina did not stay in Windmill Village. Although she did not have a specific mission this time, there was a time limit. She had to patrol the relatively flooded waters of East Blue Pirates within the specified time and then return to Naval Headquarters Marineford to submit a report. But Xia Yu's sudden departure left her feeling inexplicably lost, though she couldn't quite put her finger on why. She simply felt that Xia Yu's phrase, "meeting is fate," made a lot of sense. Since they'd met by fate and had gotten along quite well, wasn't it only natural for them to say goodbye? But Xia Yu actually. Standing on the deck and looking at the gradually blurred Windmill Village, Hina had no expression on her face, but her heart was filled with mixed feelings. The appearance of the traveler Xia Yu caused ripples in her calm heart. This was something she had never dared to imagine before. In the past, she only saw justice and her responsibility as a marine. Apart from this, everything else can be thrown away. It was precisely because of this that she had only 2.5 friends in all her years at Naval Headquarters, Marine Vice Admiral Jun, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, the headquarters staff officer. The remaining half was Smoker, a problem child of her time. But even with Smoker, her communication was limited to work matters, and the people she interacted with the most privately were Jun Vice Admiral and Tsuru Vice Admiral. Speaking of which, the biggest reason why she closed her heart was Jun Vice Admiral. Jun Vice Admiral is very popular in Naval Headquarters and has many suitors. Some of the suitors were so crazy that they would run to Jun Vice Admiral every once in a while to give her flowers and express their love. The craziest suitor is called Cake, who is also a Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Because he is in love with Jun, he has confessed his love to her dozens of times. Although Jun was impatient and politely refused every time, he could see that she was becoming more and more repulsed by men. In her opinion, as a man, and more importantly, a man wearing the marine coat of justice, love between men and women should be put aside and one should fight for the cause of justice all his life. That's what she thought and did. Many men confessed their love to her, but unlike Jun Vice Admiral who rejected them politely, she always rejected them ruthlessly, not even bothering to look at them. If any suitor dared to pursue her relentlessly, she would lock him in a cage and throw him into Marineford Square to be exposed to the sun. Gradually, she had fewer suitors. There were only a handful of people left who could sit next to her. But after meeting Xia Yu, everything changed. She found that not only did she not reject Xia Yu, but she also felt inexplicably safe and comfortable when she was with Xia Yu. Even after hearing that Xia Yu left without saying goodbye, she felt a little bit reluctant deep in her heart. When she just woke up, she felt that she was not herself last night and that she had lost her composure because of drinking. But after calming down, she found that this was not the case. Time flies. After 2 hours of sailing at full speed, the warship arrived at an area where pirates often appeared. Hina on the deck had completely regained her former coolness. She was wearing a major's coat, a purple top, and purple gloves. She held a lady's cigarette between her fingers and stared at the sea ahead with an indifferent expression. Major. At this moment, the adjutant's voice suddenly sounded, pulling Hina back from her thoughts. Report to the major. The adjutant quickly came up to Hina and took out a den mushi and said excitedly, "It's Mr. Garp." Hearing this, Hina didn't dare to neglect it. She took the den mushi and spoke first, "Mr. Garp, you're looking for me." "Ah ha ha ha, little Hina, guess where I am now?" A loud voice came from the den mushi. It was Hina's immediate superior, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Hearing the loud laughter coming from the den mushi, Hina thought for a moment and said, "East Blue." "As expected of you, Hina." Garp's voice was tinged with excitement. "Sengoku gave me 10 days off this time, so of course I had to go back to my hometown. Oh, and I just caught a bunch of pirates. If you're free, come over and take them to Logue Town." Hina has long been accustomed to Garp catching pirates. Because every time Garp goes back to East Blue on vacation, he will capture a few pirates or a few pirate groups. It is no exaggeration to say that the reason why East Blue is relatively peaceful compared to other sea areas is largely due to Garp's casual actions. Hina simply asked, "Where is Mr. Garp now?" "Near the waters of the Bridge Kingdom." Bridge Kingdom. Hina glanced around, finally resting her gaze on the waters to the left of the warship, looking at the faintly visible bridge on the sea ahead. "We are now in the center of the waters connecting the various islands." As soon as Hina finished speaking, the den mushi fell silent. Seeing this, Hina was not surprised, but stood there and waited quietly. Garp ended the call abruptly for one reason only: he was nearby. Sure enough, more than 10 minutes later, a pirate's ship sailed quickly from the other side of the bridge and stopped next to the warship. On the deck of the pirate ship, all the pirates were tied up, and almost every pirate had 1 or 2 big bumps on their heads. Most of the pirates had bruised faces and noses, and some had their eyes completely blocked by swelling. It was a horrible sight. Ah ha 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 ha, this vacation was quite fruitful. Accompanied by a familiar laugh, a figure immediately walked out of the pirate's ship's cabin. It was Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp. Although on vacation, Garp still wore his Vice Admiral coat and his favorite dog head mask on his head. Garp, who had arrived on the deck of the pirate's ship, didn't rush to board the warship. Instead, he shouted to the Marines standing there in a daze, "What are you all standing there for? Come down quickly and bring these pirates aboard." Following Garp's order, the Marine soldiers immediately mobilized. Garp was not worried about the pirates escaping. He jumped in front of Hina and took off his dog head mask. He took out a box of senbei and did not share it with Hina. He tasted it alone, staring at Hina. "Mr. Garp." Hina frowned slightly when she saw Garp staring at her without looking away. "You've changed a bit." Garp didn't look away, staring into Hina's eyes as he continued, "Your eyes aren't as cold as before. What's going on? Did you have an adventure during this East Blue training? An unexpected encounter?" Hina's eyes flashed with Xia Yu's figure. Without hiding anything, she simply said, "I did meet someone." "Oh." Garp's interest was instantly piqued. After throwing a piece of rice cracker into his mouth, he said incoherently, "Tell me about it. I love hearing stories from you young people the most." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 012. Seeing Garp laughing again, Hina quickly took 2 steps back to avoid the senbei that flew out of Garp's mouth due to his laughter falling on her. Garp was very tactful. He quickly put away the senbei and clapped his hands, waiting for Hina's next words. As the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, he has no interest in promotion. There are only 3 things that interest him the most. One is to train his eldest grandson to become an outstanding Marine, the second is to capture a few pirates during his vacation, and the last one is to pay attention to the young officers of the headquarters and work hard to train them to be better. Hina is one of his chosen successors, so he naturally cares about her growth. Mr. Garp, have you ever heard of a traveler named Xia Yu? Hina didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. He looks very young, probably around the same age as Hina. He's accompanied by 2 rabbits, both users of the Zoan human fruit in human form. One of them is a red rabbit. Hina spoke slowly and without hiding anything except the story Xia Yu gave her. After listening to Hina's story, Garp tried hard to recall and find relevant information from his memories of 70 or 80 years. Traveler Xia Yu? There are 2 rabbits around who have eaten the Zoan human fruit? Very strong. The red rabbit punched the sea kings in the head? Like. Never heard of it. After searching his memory to no avail, Garp simply shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. Seeing this, Hina's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible disappointment, and then she asked tentatively, Mr. Garp, does he know about the God Valley incident? Garp's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Hina in disbelief. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Wait, did the traveler tell you this? Hina felt that this matter wouldn't cause any trouble for Xia Yu, so she nodded and said, he said that Mr. Garp was a direct participant in the God Valley incident. Hearing this, Garp's expression instantly became serious. Of course he knew about the Valley of God incident. Not only did he know about it, he was also one of the people who ended it. However, because the Valley of the Gods incident involved too many things, the relevant records were erased after the incident ended, and the Valley of the Gods completely disappeared from the map. This happened 30 years ago. If the traveler was really very young as Hina said, it would be impossible for him to know about this. Unless he had been to the New World and met someone who was involved in the God Valley incident, or learned this information through some other channel. After a brief silence, Garp didn't explain, but said earnestly, Hina, the 3 words God Valley are over now. Don't mention it again after you return to headquarters. Although it has been 30 years, you still shouldn't investigate out of curiosity. Some things are beyond your ability to bear right now. Seeing Garp's reaction, Hina asked in surprise, has it been 30 years since this happened? Then how did Xia Yu, how did he know about this? Hina was confused. It seems this traveler has had a great influence on you, Hina. Garp stared into Hina's eyes again. I don't know how he knew this, but I'm very curious why he told you this. Where is he now? Windmill Village. Hina had nothing to hide, nor did she need to. Because she believed that Garp would not do anything wrong, and she also believed that Xia Yu would get along well with Garp. As for why she trusted Xia Yu so much, she couldn't explain it. She simply felt that Xia Yu was easy to get along with. Hearing that Xia Yu was actually in his hometown, Garp didn't want to delay any longer and simply said, I'm going back now. Before he finished speaking, Garp jumped off the warship and landed on the deck of the pirate's ship whose pirate's flag had been removed. Etc. Unexpectedly, Garp left without a second thought. Hina suddenly remembered the red rabbit next to Xia Yu and anxiously reminded him, Mr. Garp, if you meet Xia Yu, don't damage the canvas shoes or magazines in the red rabbit's hands. What happens if it breaks? Can that rabbit really beat me up? Garp blinked and laughed disapprovingly, don't worry, little Hina, I know my limits. In Windmill Village, Xia Yu, who appeared at the market with the red rabbit and the green rabbit, quickly attracted the attention of the villagers, especially a group of little kids who followed their parents to the market. After seeing the 2 silly and cute rabbits, they ran up without any shyness and pointed at the 2 rabbits. Xia Yu didn't take it seriously, and the red rabbit turned a deaf ear to it. The green rabbit seemed a little nervous, with its eyes wide open, looking left and right, which made the children following behind laugh from time to time. Haha, these two rabbits are so weird, they actually walk upright, just like humans. Bunny man? Hee hee hee, funny. Mom, I want that green rabbit. Surrounded by a large group of children, the green rabbit's face was filled with fear. Not daring to look around, he instinctively hid behind the red rabbit and reached out to pull the corner of the red rabbit's clothes. Sensing the green rabbit's fear, the red rabbit suddenly turned around and glared at the children who gathered around it with a fierce expression. However, although he acted extremely fierce, he did not scare the children. Some of the children even laughed even more happily because of his extremely fierce expression. Just then, Xia Yu arrived in front of a shoe store. Seeing all kinds of canvas shoes in the store, Xia Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Kirilenko was very quiet during this period and did not ask him about the canvas shoes, he always kept it in mind. Don't you just like canvas shoes? Just buy it. As soon as this thought came to mind, the expression on Xia Yu's face suddenly froze. Because he had no money when he first came here. To be precise, there is no universal currency in this world, Bailey. I was careless. It really became a budget trip. What should I do? If Red Rabbit can't get the canvas shoes, he will definitely try to snatch them. If anyone dares to snatch it back, no matter who they are, including this store, will be beaten to death. Looking at the shoe store so close to him, Xia Yu felt a little upset. Why didn't you steal anything when you carried Hina back to the cabin last night? The red rabbit immediately perked up when he saw the canvas shoes. He no longer cared about the green rabbit who was frightened by the children's enthusiasm. He shook off the green rabbit's hand that was holding his clothes and walked in with a swagger. As soon as I entered the store, the salesperson greeted me warmly. Red Rabbit ignored the saleswoman and walked straight past her and stood in front of a pair of red canvas shoes. Without any hesitation, Hungta took the red canvas shoes from the shoe rack and put them on as if she was shopping in her own store. As soon as she put on the new shoes, Hungta felt happy instantly. But he didn't stop there. He picked up a pair of canvas shoes and completely ignored the waiter's surprised look. He sat down and started wiping them. Chapter 013. Seeing that Hungta had already put on the canvas shoes, Xia Yu had no choice but to walk in and scan the shoe rack in a serious manner. The salesperson was still enthusiastic and introduced various styles to Xia Yu, completely unaware that she was welcoming a customer whose wallet was cleaner than her face. Oh right. After listening to the salesperson's introduction, he suddenly stopped in front of a shoe cabinet and asked calmly, "Can I ask you something?" "Sir, please go ahead." The salesperson smiled and nodded. "Have you been robbed by pirates? Are there any bandits active in the mountains?" Xia Yu turned and looked at the salesperson, trying to appear gentle. "I'm a bounty hunter. If your village needs me, just ask." "I'm sorry, sir. Our windmill village has always been very safe. No pirates dare to come here to rob us." The salesperson's eyes flashed with pride, and he continued, "Because we have an old man in Windmill Village who works in the Marines and is the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. With this Vice Admiral here, even if pirates come, they have to behave themselves. As for the bandits, they did appear once before, but they were driven away by a very friendly Mr. Pirates." "Is that so?" Xia Yu blinked, then looked embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke awkwardly, "To be honest, I was shipwrecked at sea, and my bag and all my money fell into the sea. So, can I buy those 2 pairs of canvas shoes on credit? I'll pay you back double when I make some money." Upon hearing this, the salesperson's smile instantly disappeared, and his previous enthusiasm and pride turned into indifference in an instant. "We don't take credit." Without waiting for Xia Yu to react, the salesperson quickly walked up to Red Rabbit, pointed at the red canvas shoes on Red Rabbit's feet, and yelled, "Take your shoes off." The salesperson's sudden scolding caught Red Rabbit off guard. However, he remained calm and looked up at the salesperson. He wiped his canvas shoes with the same rhythmic grumbling sound. Seeing that Red Rabbit was silent and just looking at him, the salesperson instantly became angry and raised his hand to snatch the canvas shoes from Red Rabbit's hand. No! The salesperson just raised his hand to grab the canvas shoes, and Xia Yu, who reacted quickly said, "Don't grab his shoes." "What do you mean by his shoes?" The salesperson turned around and glared at Xia Yu. "If you don't pay, the canvas shoes don't belong to you. Let's discuss it." Xia Yu looked around and saw Green Rabbit standing cutely in front of the door. He quickly walked over and pulled it over. "Is there anything in your shop that needs repair? No matter what it is, as long as it's needed, Green Rabbit can fix it in an instant." "Hey!" The saleswoman, apparently unable to catch up with Xia Yu, blinked blankly. Then, her eyes lit up. "Can you fix anything?" "Anything is fine." Xia Yu nodded seriously, "And it will be repaired so that you can't see any traces." "That's what you said." The salesperson walked quickly to the shoe cabinet, pointed at the loose cabinet that was about to fall apart and said, "If he can fix this cabinet, I'll give you a pair of canvas shoes." After a slight pause, the salesperson quickly corrected himself, "No, all the shoe cabinets in my store need repairs. If he can fix them all, those 2 pairs of canvas shoes will be his." "That won't work." Xia Yu looked around the shoe cabinets in the store and said seriously, "You have to pay more." The saleswoman's eyes rolled. She had originally just said it casually and didn't believe that Green Rabbit could really repair all the shoe cabinets here, but after seeing Xia Yu's serious expression, she also became a little serious and asked tentatively, "Can you really fix them all?" Xia Yu didn't say anything, but looked at the Green Rabbit beside him. Hearing Xia Yu asking him to repair something, Green Rabbit's eyes were no longer silly, but became extremely bright. Seeing Xia Yu looking at him, he nodded excitedly. Seeing this, the salesperson started to think secretly. If she hired someone to repair all the shoe cabinets here, it would cost at least several thousand baileys. And those 2 pairs of canvas shoes only cost 99 baileys each, so 2 pairs cost less than 200 baileys. She could give a few hundred baileys extra. Thinking of this, the salesperson raised his right hand and said simply, "I'll give you an extra 500 baileys." Xia Yu didn't care how much 500 baileys could buy, and immediately said, "Deal." The moment Xia Yu agreed, the Green Rabbit, who had been ready to make a move, suddenly flashed to one of the containers. Before the salesperson and Xia Yu could react, he had left that container and stood in front of another one. After the salesperson and Xia Yu winked at each other, the Green Rabbit returned to Xia Yu with a lingering feeling. "Fixed." Xia Yu, who knew the Green Rabbit's abilities, didn't even glance at the container and said calmly, "Give me the money." "What?" The salesperson's eyes widened, and he said angrily, Are you trying to blackmail me? It clearly didn't even touch it, and you tell me it's fixed. You can go check it out." Xia Yu smiled slightly. As if to prove that Xia Yu was lying, the salesperson stormed over to a counter. As soon as the saleswoman arrived in front of the cabinet, her pupils suddenly contracted uncontrollably. The cabinet in front of her, which was almost falling apart, now looked brand new, and the cabinet surface even shone with a subtle luster that almost blinded her. This. Thinking he was seeing things, the salesperson rubbed his eyes vigorously and stammered, "Is this newer than when I just bought it?" Before she finished speaking, she immediately ran to another container. Seeing that this container was also brand new and sparkling, the salesperson's eyes almost popped out. The Green Rabbit didn't move at all just now. What's going on? After checking all the cases with shock and disbelief, the salesperson returned to Xia Yu, stared at the Green Rabbit, and said incoherently, "Rabbit, did you replace all of them with new ones? This is unbelievable." The salesperson didn't care about making a profit anymore. He immediately took out a few thousand Baileys and put them in Green Rabbit's hand, saying excitedly, "Mr. Green Rabbit, you are really awesome." Before he finished speaking, the salesperson still seemed to not believe that all this was true. He turned around and ran towards the counter, carefully touching the shiny counter surface as if he was touching a loved one. Seeing this scene, Xia Yu shook his head and smiled. To be fair, even he found Green Rabbit's abilities outrageous. The speed was outrageous, but the key point was that he didn't know where he got the tools from. In just the blink of an eye, he made the shoe cabinets in the store look brand new. It was really outrageous. Mom opened the door for him. Xia Yu didn't bother the salesperson and walked out of the shoe store with the Green Rabbit and the Red Rabbit. With money in hand, Xia Yu was at ease and prepared to find a restaurant to taste the food from otherworld. As the saying goes, of all things in the world, only food and love should not be wasted. After finally traveling to the world of pirates, in addition to the beautiful scenery, delicious food and wine are also indispensable. Chapter 014. Xia Yu had just walked out of the shoe store with the two rabbits when a beautiful figure pushed open the door and walked in. The woman was wearing a plaid shirt and a dark long skirt. She had short dark green hair and a headscarf on her head. Her beautiful big eyes were bright and seemed to be able to speak, and a gentle smile was on her delicate face. "Oh, did you get a new shoe cabinet at home?" As soon as the woman entered the store, she was attracted by the brand new shoe cabinet. She quickly ran to the salesperson, stroked the cabinet surface that looked like it had been polished, and said in surprise, "It seems that your shoe store business is good. This shoe cabinet is not cheap." Machina. The salesperson regained his composure and looked at the woman in the headscarf, saying excitedly, "You won't believe this, but these shoe cabinets were just repaired by the Green Rabbit next to a gentleman." The woman named Machina blinked her eyes. "Repaired? Repaired? How is that possible? As good as new? No, even newer than new. This shoe cabinet is like new. I knew you wouldn't believe it." The salesperson's face still showed disbelief. "Because I don't believe it either. But it's the truth." Machina was skeptical and asked, "It's better than new, it must be expensive." "Hey," the saleswoman smiled, then turned back to look at the store door. Seeing that Xia Yu had already left, she quickly lowered her voice and said, "You're definitely not going to believe me, because I only spent 5,000 Baileys and 2 pairs of canvas shoes." "What?" Machina's eyes widened again after hearing the salesperson's words. 5,000 Baileys? If I replace them all with new ones, it will cost tens of thousands of Baileys. You're not doing this right. Do you think everyone is as kind as you?" The salesperson raised his hand and pinched Machina's delicate face, then told her everything that happened in the store. When he heard that the other party had no money and was using the repaired shoe cabinet to buy shoes, Machina, who was always kind, had a glint of sympathy in his eyes. Noticing Machina's reaction, the salesperson quickly warned him, "Machina, don't be so kind as to help him again. He's a bounty hunter, and there's a reward for catching the wanted criminal. He's just short of money right now. I gave him 5,000 berries, enough for food and shelter in Windmill Village. No one in Windmill Village dislikes the girl Machina. Machina is not only kind-hearted but also helpful. She runs a pub and will lend a helping hand to anyone she meets who is in trouble, even if they are a complete stranger. She takes special care of the children in Windmill Village. She provides food and clothes to many children whose parents are not at home or have lost their parents. In the eyes of the children, she is more like an older sister and more like a mother. It is because of Machina's kindness that the whole village protects her very well. They don't want her to suffer any loss or be wronged." Because a strange duo had arrived in the village, word spread among the children, and more people began to pay attention to Xia Yu. Even more people focused their attention on the two rabbits. The reason is simple. Almost no villagers in Windmill Village have ever seen a rabbit that walks upright like humans, so they naturally want to come over to see the novelty. The villagers of Windmill Village are really enthusiastic. Walking on the street, Xia Yu looked at the growing crowd behind him and couldn't help but recall the time when he went to the mountainous area to teach while he was still in college before traveling through time. At that time, he was riding in a car into the village where the primary school where he taught was located. We met a lot of children on the way. These children from the mountains probably rarely see strangers. When the car passed by, whether they were playing on the roadside or following adults to carry firewood home, they would all stop and salute him. After learning that he was a teacher who came to teach in the rural areas, many villagers ran to the school playground. Some looked at him curiously, while others surrounded the car and pointed and talked, just like the villagers following him at this time. Feeling the villagers' enthusiasm, Xia Yu decisively stopped, then turned to face the villagers who had followed him, and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, my name is Xia Yu, and I'm a traveler. This is my first time in Windmill Village. Do you have any food recommendations?" "Yes, yes, yes." As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, a young man stood up from the crowd and said, "My barbecue is delicious." Hearing this, Xia Yu smiled brightly and said, "Then let's go to your barbecue restaurant and try it." The boy obviously didn't expect Xia Yu to be so straightforward. He accidentally brought a business to his family's barbecue restaurant and immediately ran to Xia Yu excitedly, "Come on, I'll take you there now." Seeing Xia Yu being taken away by the teenager, the other snack shop owners and restaurant owners who had not yet spoken looked at each other, then shook their heads and left. As the crowd dispersed, the news that a traveler had arrived in Windmill Village spread quickly. At the same time, after Makina bought the canvas shoes he liked, he walked out of the shoe store happily. "Makina!" A little boy ran up to Makina and said excitedly, "Did you know? There's a traveler coming to our village. He's bringing 2 rabbits with him. It's really interesting. Do you want to go and see them?" "A traveler?" Makina blinked, uncertain. "With 2 rabbits? Isn't that the bounty hunter who just left here a while ago?" The little boy affirmed, he said so himself. "His name is Xia Yu, and he's a traveler. I originally wanted to take Xia Yu to my rice cracker shop, but Drewwby from the barbecue restaurant got there first. Drewwby is so cunning." Hearing this, Makino raised his hand and touched the little boy's head, saying softly, "It's okay. If that gentleman is really a traveler, he should stay in Windmill Village for a few more days. Then you can take him to your rice cracker shop." "Really?" The little boy's eyes suddenly lit up. Makina smiled and nodded. "But you have to tell your mother that you can't charge him exorbitant fees just because he's a traveler from out of town." The little boy nodded vigorously. "Actually, I want to play with the 2 rabbits next to him. As long as he is willing to let the 2 rabbits play with me, I will ask Mom to give him a free meal." "What rabbit?" Suddenly, an excited voice came from behind Makina. Before Makina could react, a little boy in a straw hat jumped up from behind her, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he asked, "Can I eat it?" "Luffy." Looking at the little boy who suddenly ran in front of him, Makina opened his eyes wide in surprise. "You, why are you back? Aren't you at Dodden's house?" "I sneaked back." The little boy named Luffy raised his head and smiled brightly. "Luffy, you're back just in time." The little boy standing in front of Makina grabbed Luffy's arm. "A traveler has come to our village, and he's brought 2 walking rabbits with him. It's so fun. Can I eat it?" Luffy drooled, excitedly saying, "Meat, meat, meat. I want to eat meat. I want to eat rabbit meat." Chapter 015. Drewwby's barbecue restaurant is not big. It is a bit like the skewers restaurant Xia Yu visited before traveling through time. There are small benches and wooden tables in front of the door, but there are no customers inside the restaurant. Perhaps because he had successfully brought in a business deal for his family, Drewwby was particularly excited and was busy moving stools and serving tea and water for Xia Yu. On the way here, Xia Yu already knew Drewwby's name. He is 12 years old this year. Because he didn't go to school, he started helping with housework since he was 4 or 5 years old. Of course, the reason why Dory did not go to school was not because his family was too poor to pay tuition, but because there was no school in Windmill Village. Not only in Windmill Village, but also in the entire Goa Kingdom. Xia Yu was not curious about this, because the pirates' world was an uncivilized world, and only a very small number of people could access knowledge. To put it more elegantly, this is a world where strength is respected. To put it more simply, this is a world of barbarians. All principles, cognitions, and outlooks are basically based on strength. Not to mention the common people living at the bottom of society, even the world's nobles in Pangu City, who live at the top of the red line, are a group of imprisoned illiterates. The reason for all this is largely due to the rule of the world government. The world government's policy for ruling this world is to keep the people ignorant. Want to learn knowledge and study humanities and history? Then you could be the next O'Hara. After pouring tea for Xia Yu, Drewwby did not leave, but stood there and secretly glanced at the two rabbits sitting opposite Xia Yu. The red rabbit was obviously not interested in the barbecue. He leaned back in his chair and wiped his canvas shoes with a grumbling sound. The green rabbit, on the other hand, stared at the sizzling barbecue on the opposite side with eyes full of anticipation and kept swallowing his saliva. Mr. Xia Yu. After stealing a glance at the two rabbits for a moment, Drewwby mustered up his courage and timidly asked, "What are the names of your two rabbits?" "Just call them Green Rabbit and Red Rabbit." Xia Yu smiled slightly and continued, "Red Rabbit is a bit aloof, but Green Rabbit is very friendly. If you want to be friends with Green Rabbit, I'm sure he'll be very happy." Xia Yu likes Drewwby very much. Those who can help with housework at this age are all good children. Really? Dory's eyes lit up, and he mustered up the courage to walk up to Green Rabbit. "Mr. Green Rabbit, my name is Dory. Do you need a partner?" The Green Rabbit turned its head to look at Dory, blinked, and nodded. "Great." Seeing the Green Rabbit nod, Dory jumped up in excitement. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he quickly calmed down and tentatively asked the Green Rabbit, "I have a new toy, do you want to see it?" The Green Rabbit's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Drewwby said no more and ran into the store with Green Rabbit. Just as Dory ran into the shop with the Green Rabbit, a strange cry suddenly came from the other side of the street. Immediately afterwards, two boys rushed over. The lead one rushed to the front of the barbecue restaurant and shouted at the woman grilling meat, "Meat, meat, meat! Mom Dory, I want some meat!" "Wait a minute, Luffy." Mother Dory glanced at Luffy who ran towards her, shook her head and smiled, "You always clamor for meat every time you come back. Tell me the truth, didn't you eat enough at Dodden's place?" "No." Luffy blinked, then smiled his signature smile, "I just like eating the barbecue that Dory's mother grills." Hearing this, Drewwby's mother shook her head and smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the little boy who followed Luffy stood in front of the barbecue restaurant, panting, "Luffy, how can you run so fast?" Luffy smiled and tilted his head to look at the little boy standing next to him, "Plo, you're too slow." The little boy named Plo took a breath, then he grabbed Luffy's clothes and pointed at Xia Yu and the Red Rabbit not far away. He lowered his voice and said, "Luffy, that's the new traveler sitting opposite him." "Hey, why are there only the Red Rabbit and the Green Rabbit?" Before Pro could finish his words, Luffy had already run over and stood directly opposite Xia Yu. Unlike other children, Luffy was very bold and outgoing. He spoke to Xia Yu in a serious tone, "My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I heard from Plo that you're a traveler." Xia Yu raised his head slightly. As early as when Luffy ran over, he recognized this silly background king. Luffy was about 9 years old at this time, wearing a straw hat and with a childish face. After a brief 2-second silence, Xia Yu smiled and said, "My name is Xia Yu, and I'm indeed a traveler." After receiving Xia Yu's response, Luffy became even more familiar. He brought a small stool and sat between Xia Yu and Red Rabbit, and asked excitedly, "Travelers have been to many places, haven't they?" "Of course." Xia Yu nodded. "I want to go to sea in the future." Luffy's eyes flashed with longing, and he said with a firm look, "But I don't want to be a traveler, I want to be the man of the Pirate King." Xia Yu shook her head and smiled at this line, so familiar she could almost hear it through her ears. "It's a big dream. Go for it." Luffy didn't expect Xia Yu to cheer him up. He was stunned at first, but then he grinned. Then he turned his head to look at the Red Rabbit who was sitting next to him and polishing his canvas shoes. Seeing that the Red Rabbit didn't even look at him from beginning to end, Luffy's eyes suddenly rolled around, and he turned back to look at Puluo who was standing behind him and didn't dare to come forward to greet Xia Yu. "This rabbit is so ugly, it doesn't look delicious at all." The Red Rabbit, who had been diligently polishing shoes a second ago, suddenly looked up and glared at Luffy fiercely. "What did you say?" "Ah!" The Red Rabbit suddenly spoke, frightening Plo, who was following Luffy, so much so that he screamed and fell to the ground. He stared with wide eyes and stammered, Red Rabbit, spoke. "Wow, you can talk." Luffy was not scared, but intrigued. He stared at the canvas shoes in the Red Rabbit's hand and asked curiously, "Your shoes are new, why are you polishing them?" Before he finished speaking, Luffy suddenly raised his hand and snatched the canvas shoes from the Red Rabbit's hand, holding them in the air and looking up at them, "Very clean." Without waiting for Luffy to finish his words, the Red Rabbit whose canvas shoes were snatched away pounced on Luffy without hesitation. While snatching the canvas shoes back with one hand, the other hand struck out at the same time as fast as lightning. Bang! With a loud bang, Luffy shot out like a cannonball and disappeared in an instant. The sudden scene not only scared Pro so much that he wet his pants on the spot, but also made Door's mother next to him stare with her eyes wide open and her mouth wide open, trying to make a sound but no sound came out. Xia Yu held his forehead with one hand. He thought Luffy would get along well with the Red Rabbit, but he didn't expect that this guy would snatch the Red Rabbit's canvas shoes as soon as they met. That's the Red Rabbit's favorite thing. Not to mention Luffy, even Garp would have to get a beating. Chapter 016. The Red Rabbit who had sent Luffy flying with one punch did not chase after him. Instead, he returned to his seat with his beloved canvas shoes as if nothing had happened, and continued to polish his shoes while mumbling. As soon as the Red Rabbit sat down, Plo, who had fallen to the ground, finally made a sound. He got up in a panic and ran away, shouting Luffy was beaten away. Luffy was beaten away by the Red Rabbit. As Poro's voice gradually faded away in the market, the villagers of Windmill Village ran out of their homes and shops one after another. Some went to look for Luffy, while more went straight to the barbecue restaurant. Instead of looking for Luffy, Poro came to the door of a tavern near the Windmill Village pier, crying all the way. Plo. Before Poro could open the door and walk in, Makina, who had heard the crying, came out of the tavern. Seeing Poro crying loudly, Makina blinked in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Were you bullied by Luffy?" "Luffy?" Plo sniffed back the snot that was flowing out of his nose, pointed in the direction of the beach and choked out, "Luffy was beaten away by the Red Rabbit." "Hey!" Makina was stunned again, uncertain. "Luffy was beaten away by the Red Rabbit? What on earth is going on?" Pro did not hide anything and told what happened in the barbecue restaurant. Hearing that it was Luffy who had caused all this by trying to steal Red Rabbit's canvas shoes, Makina didn't know what to say. "Luffy, this naughty boy, never lets people down. Quick, let's go find Luffy." The kind-hearted Makina didn't stay and ran out with Pulo. At the same time, inside the barbecue restaurant, Dory and Green Rabbit also ran out because of the noise outside. As soon as the man and the rabbit ran out of the door, they were frightened by the scene in front of the store and both took a step back. At this time, the front of the barbecue restaurant was full of people. After learning that Luffy was knocked away by the Red Rabbit, the villagers were very angry and surrounded Xia Yu and the Red Rabbit. Looking at the villagers flocking in, Xia Yu suddenly felt overwhelmed. Although Luffy was wrong to snatch the canvas shoes, it was a bit too much for the Red Rabbit to knock him away with one move. However, this is only within their scope of cognition. In Red Rabbit's cognition, canvas shoes are his second life. Not to mention snatching them from his hands, even if they are soiled by others, he will throw them away without hesitation. The most important thing is that knocking someone away is just his basic operation. If he enters a violent state, it will not be knocking someone away, but blowing them up. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Without waiting for the gathered villagers to make a move, Xia Yu suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Luffy was playing with the Red Rabbit just now, but the Red Rabbit couldn't stop and punched him away. But don't worry, Luffy is very durable and won't die. After a slight pause, Xia Yu turned his head to look at the Green Rabbit. "Poo-poo, go and bring that silly goose back." The Green Rabbit nodded obediently, then disappeared from the spot with a feint. In the blink of an eye, the Green Rabbit had returned to Dory, holding Luffy who was knocked away by the Red Rabbit. The whole process takes no more than 2 seconds. Before the villagers could react to what was happening, they saw Luffy being held in the hands of the Green Rabbit. Luffy obviously didn't realize what was happening. He just blinked blankly and said in horror, "What's going on? Wasn't I sent flying? How did I suddenly come back here?" Before he finished speaking, Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, and he tilted his head to look straight at the Green Rabbit. "Wow, there's another rabbit." Hearing Luffy's voice, the Green Rabbit quickly dropped it and ran behind Dory, blinking its big eyes like a child who had done something wrong. "What the hell is going on?" At this moment, a young man among the villagers who had gathered around opened his eyes wide, his face full of confusion. "Didn't Luffy get knocked away? How? Damn it! That kid PLO actually lied to us. Go away." Another villager looked at the Green Rabbit suspiciously, then looked at Luffy, then shook his head and turned away. The other villagers were not much better off. When they heard Plow say that Luffy was knocked away, they immediately ran over to settle the score with the Red Rabbit. But before they could make a move, Luffy appeared out of nowhere. Most of the villagers, believing they were hallucinating, dispersed in confusion. Soon, the other villagers who went to look for Luffy also got the news and went back to their homes cursing. After learning the news, Makina turned his head to look at Poro. Luffy really got knocked away. PLO met Makina's gaze and continued, "I saw it with my own eyes. Maybe he's playing with the Red Rabbit." Makina smiled, "Come on, let's go back." Pulo obviously didn't believe that Luffy was at the barbecue restaurant right now, and said decisively, "No, I want to go back to the barbecue restaurant to check." With that, Pro ran out. Before Plow could run to the barbecue restaurant, Luffy's laughter came from afar, making Plow doubt his life. "Ah ha ha ha, Red Rabbit, you are so awesome." Luffy was not injured after being knocked away by the Red Rabbit's punch. The reason was very simple. First, the Red Rabbit did not kill him, and second, as a rubber man, he could withstand beatings. After climbing up from the ground, Luffy scurried over to the Red Rabbit. Playfully, he tilted his head as he watched the Red Rabbit diligently polishing its canvas shoes, and asked heartlessly, "Are you, like me, a demon fruit power?" The Red Rabbit ignored it and continued polishing shoes. "Hey! Rabbit!" Seeing that the Red Rabbit ignored him, Luffy immediately raised his voice and shouted to the Red Rabbit, "I'm talking to you." The Red Rabbit turned around, crossed his legs with his back to Luffy, and continued polishing his shoes. Seeing this, Luffy immediately turned back to look at Xia Yu and muttered, "Xia Yu, the Red Rabbit won't play with me." Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly. This guy is really heartless. He forgot the pain after being beaten. How big of a heart does he have? Just then, Door's mother came over with the grilled meat. Mr. Xia Yu, please enjoy your meal. Door's mother put down the plate and then turned her head to look at Luffy. Luffy, can you be quiet? Mr. Xia Yu has come a long way and is very tired. He doesn't have the energy to play with you. Okay. Luffy nodded decisively, but his eyes were immediately drawn to the barbecue on the plate. The next second, his arms suddenly stretched out and grabbed the barbecue with lightning speed. Xia Yu, who had been on guard against this foodie, would never give him a chance. The moment he reached for the plate, he grabbed all the barbecue in his hands at an even faster speed. Luffy, who caught nothing, immediately drooped his head in frustration, slamming his hands on the table. Meat, meat, meat. I want some meat. This is mine. Xia Yu picked up a skewer of barbecued meat, took a bite, and said slowly, if you want to eat meat, pay for it yourself. I don't have any money. Luffy continued to slam the table. Seeing Luffy pestering Xia Yu, Door's mother quickly came over with a skewer of freshly grilled meat and said anxiously, Luffy, you can't do this. Mr. Xia Yu doesn't know you well. Hurry up, take this skewer of meat and go back to Dodon's house. If you don't obey, I'll tell Mr. Garp. Luffy took the barbecue without saying a word and swallowed it in one gulp. His eyes then swept towards the barbecue in Xia Yu's hand again. Xia Yu didn't say anything. He squatted next to Hungtu with the barbecue skewers and handed one to Hungtu. Red Rabbit was very cool. He stretched his head forward, bit the barbecue, and shook his head casually, eating with a smacking sound. Luffy, who was standing next to him, was so greedy that he looked at the barbecue skewers in Xia Yu's hand pitifully and drooled. Seeing Luffy's reaction, Xia Yu suppressed a laugh and pulled out a string of nectar, handing it over. He said seriously, just one. I can't afford more. I'm very poor. Before Xia Yu could finish his words, Luffy had already grabbed the skewer and swallowed it in one gulp. At this moment, Hungtu suddenly turned around, put her beloved canvas shoes on the stool beside her, and snatched all the barbecue from Xia Yu's hand. Obviously, he had just tasted a skewer and was attracted by the deliciousness of the barbecue. Xia Yu didn't care because Duo Lei's mother brought over the barbecue again. Seeing Xia Yu and Hungtu each grabbing a handful of barbecue skewers and eating them, Luffy's eyes swept over Xia Yu and then looked at Hungtu. Finally, he made a decision and jumped directly onto the stool next to Red Rabbit, saying excitedly, Red Rabbit, give me some barbecue, and I will take you to play with Dodon's family later. The Red Rabbit tilted its head to glance at Luffy, then pulled out a skewer of barbecue and put it in its mouth. The moment he bit into the barbecue, his eyes suddenly widened, and his gaze shifted to the canvas shoes that were flattened under Luffy's butt. Feeling the change in the Red Rabbit's breath, Xia Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and then he looked in the direction the Red Rabbit was looking. The moment he saw the Red Rabbit's canvas shoes sitting under Luffy's butt, the Red Rabbit suddenly raised its head and punched Luffy with its sandbag-sized fist without hesitation. Bang! Accompanied by a dull explosion, Luffy screamed and flew out like a meteor. Looking at the figure rushing away, Xia Yu's mouth twitched wildly and black lines appeared on his forehead. Ah! On the street, PLO, who had seen this scene, shouted again. Luffy was knocked away again. Chapter 017. This time, Xia Yu did not let Green Rabbit bring Luffy back. His intuition told him that once the Green Rabbit brought Luffy back, even if he told Luffy not to touch the Red Rabbit's canvas shoes, Luffy would continue to commit suicide. The reason is simple. If he doesn't tell Luffy, Luffy at least won't be curious. But if he tells Luffy, Luffy will definitely be curious and kill the cat. So, instead of letting Luffy continue to get beaten, it would be better to let him fly for a while so that he can quietly enjoy Door's mother's barbecue. He had to admit that the barbecue grilled by Door's mother was really delicious. He could not stop eating barbecue skewers as he rarely ate them before traveling through time. On the street, PLO found that the villagers in the market ignored him, so he stopped shouting and ran towards the tavern, wiping his tears. He had wanted to play with these two rabbits before, but after seeing Luffy being knocked away twice, he no longer dared to get close to them. Soon, Pro arrived at the door of the tavern again. Inside the pub, Makina was cleaning the bar. Since it was still early, the hall was empty without a single customer. PLO. Just as Makina finished wiping the bar clean, he saw Poro walking over with his head drooping. He asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Is it because Luffy and the others don't want to play with you?" PLO shook his head. Luffy was just. Never mind. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, but he really was beaten back. I saw it with my own eyes. I believe in Pluo. Makina put down the handkerchief and walked out of the bar. He bent down slightly and looked at the little guy in front of him, and said softly, "But don't worry too much, Pluo. Don't you know what Luffy's physical condition is? Besides, Mr. Red Rabbit should be playing with him and won't hurt him. That Red Rabbit is so fierce." PLO raised his head, a glint of fear in his eyes. "I've seen Luffy fight a crocodile, and he easily beat the crocodile away, but he didn't even stand a chance against the Red Rabbit." Hearing this, Makina shook his head and smiled. She ran the tavern and had seen powerful marines, pirates, explorers, and revolutionaries, so she wasn't curious about the newly arrived traveler Xia Yu and the two rabbits. In her opinion, no matter whether Xia Yu is a bounty hunter or a traveler, he must have considerable strength. The two rabbits following him can walk upright, so they are naturally not simple people. Most importantly, she could feel that Xia Yu had no ill intentions in this trip. It was not her groundless guess, nor was it intuition. Instead, everything Xia Yu did when she came to Windmill Village, whether it was using the shoe cabinet repair shop to buy canvas shoes, or being taken to the barbecue restaurant by Duolei, all showed that Xia Yu came with good intentions. At the same time, in the sea area of Windmill Village, a small boat was heading straight for the dock at an astonishing speed. Standing on the boat was Garp, wearing a marine coat and a dog head mask. Looking at the Windmill Village looming in front of him, Garp's mood instantly brightened. No matter which world you live in, when you reach a certain age, the feeling of returning home is similar. Garp is no exception, which is why he only goes back to East Blue every time he takes a vacation. It's finally here. After visually estimating his current distance from the Windmill Village pier, Garp spoke with a hint of joy. Then, he suddenly clenched his fists, and terrifying energy burst out. The next second, his fist instantly turned shiny black. Arm. As soon as the words came out, Garp's shiny black fist suddenly slammed heavily into the sea behind him with terrifying energy. Boom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the terrifying force of the fist instantly detonated the sea surface. Immediately afterwards, the spreading shockwave swept up the small boat and sped towards the Windmill Village dock. Ah ha 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 ha, I really do like this method. Garp, standing at the bow, laughed heartily, his coat fluttering wildly because of the sudden acceleration of the boat. Suddenly, Garp's pupil shrank. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above his head, falling towards him at an astonishing speed. What's going on? Garp widened his eyes, looking at the figure that was infinitely magnified in his pupils. After seeing the face falling towards him, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Luffy. Amidst the exclamations, Luffy dropped from the sky and smashed straight down towards him. Luffy, who was falling rapidly from a high altitude, also saw Garp on the boat at this time and excitedly shouted, "Grandpa!" Garp reacted quickly, grabbing Luffy as he was about to hit him and throwing him onto the boat. "Luffy, what are you doing?" As soon as Luffy was thrown onto the boat, Garp's eyes widened and he roared, "You flew up into the sky on a balloon." "Ah ha ha ha, that was a close call." Luffy ignored Garp. After looking around, he said with lingering fear, I almost fell into the sea. I'm asking you a question. Garp continued to roar. Who wants to ride a balloon? Luffy finally came to his senses and started to scold Garp. If you hadn't hung me under a balloon and flew me into the sky when I was a kid, I wouldn't have done something like that. Then how did you fall from the sky? I was knocked away by a red rabbit. Luffy rubbed his chest where the red rabbit had hit him and said with a chuckle, luckily it didn't hurt as much as Grandpa's fist. A red rabbit. Garp was stunned for a moment, then he opened his mouth and roared at Luffy, you were actually beaten away by a red rabbit. How did Dodon train you? Tell me the truth, were you slacking off? No. Luffy said excitedly, it's because that rabbit is too strong. Every time he punches, I can't react in time. Every time you throw a punch. Garp continued to roar. Does this mean this isn't the first time you've been knocked down? Play. Luffy held up 2 fingers and said playfully, this is the second time. Hearing this, Garp fell silent. He knew the situation of his eldest grandson very well. He had put him through all kinds of devilish training since he was young. Coupled with the fact that he accidentally ate the devil fruit a few years ago, after these years of training and development, Luffy's strength had increased noticeably. Not only could he stand alone, but he could also easily protect himself when facing ordinary strong men. But Luffy was actually knocked away by a rabbit, and he was unable to react when the other party punched him. This is enough to show that this red rabbit is very powerful. But Garp soon felt relieved. Because this red rabbit is a powerful creature that can easily smash the heads of small sea kings with one punch. According to Hina, this rabbit also has demon fruit power. He can smash the heads of small sea kings with one punch, and he has demon fruit power. Moreover, he has been traveling with a traveler for many years, so his combat experience and strength must have been substantially improved. In this case, it is not surprising that Luffy was knocked away. After all, Luffy was only 9 years old at that time. Chapter 018. With Luffy leading the way, Garp easily found Xia Yu squatting in front of the barbecue restaurant, side by side with a red rabbit. You're really young. Garp did not immediately go over to defend his eldest grandson, but stood on the other side of the street and looked at Xia Yu. Unlike what he imagined, Xia Yu, holding a handful of barbecue skewers in his hand, did not sit at the dining table, but squatted on the side of the road. He did not look like a foreign traveler at all, and ate in an extremely leisurely and comfortable manner. The red rabbit sitting next to Xia Yu crossed his legs and wiped a pair of canvas shoes in his hands, as if they could never be cleaned. His feet kept the same rhythm as the movement of wiping the canvas shoes. Just looking at it, this strange pairing can only be described in 4 words, mediocre. But Garp didn't think so, because he captured a strong self-confidence from Xia Yu that was rare even in the Grand Line. It was precisely because of this strong self-confidence that this young traveler was fearless and free. The most important thing was the red rabbit sitting next to Xia Yu. Its eyes looked dull, but they actually held a murderous intent. Having sailed the seas for decades, Garp had seen the eyes of many vicious criminals. While those eyes looked fierce, they only disgusted him. However, the red rabbit's eyes inexplicably made him feel uneasy. Hey, old man! Just as Garp was secretly observing Xia Yu and Red Rabbit lost in thought, Xia Yu, who was squatting on the side of the road, suddenly looked up at him and said, "That's enough. You've been staring at me. It's hard for me to pretend I don't know." Discovered. Garp's pupils shrank slightly, a hint of panic flashed across his eyes, and then he laughed out loud, "Little ghost, your perception is very strong. You actually discovered me so quickly." As he spoke, Garp had already walked in front of Xia Yu, carrying Luffy. "Grandpa, put me down. Put me down now." Seeing that Garp was still holding him up in the air, Luffy struggled hard like a giant caterpillar. "Are you the grandfather of this goose?" Xia Yu looked up at Garp and smiled. Could they be like the villagers who showed up earlier, trying to stand up for this idiot? Stupid. Garp glanced sideways at Luffy, then laughed heartily. A bit stupid indeed, ha ha ha. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Monkey D. Garp, Luffy's grandfather. Grandpa's name is Monkey D. Garp. Xia Yu tilted her head slightly to look at Luffy. My grandson is called Monkey D. Luffy? You and your grandson are both of the D generation? The same generation? Wow, your family is such a mess. What generation? Garp and Luffy widened their eyes almost at the same time, completely unable to understand what Xia Yu was saying. It's okay. Xia Yu shook his head, then picked up a skewer of barbecue and asked while eating, same question, are you standing up for Luffy, Mr. Garp? If you're here to fight for justice, then you better be prepared, old man, because once you start fighting, this windmill village might be reduced to ruins. After saying that, Xia Yu continued squatting on the side of the road and looked up at Garp slightly. He hadn't expected Garp to show up in Windmill Village, especially after Luffy had been knocked away. It was clear that things weren't going to just go away. However, based on his understanding of the situation, Garp wouldn't start a fight over such a small matter, let alone in the Windmill Village market. Firstly, this was his hometown, and secondly, the old chief of Windmill Village seemed capable of scolding Garp. If Garp got into a fight at the market and destroyed the villagers' houses and shops, the old chief would definitely hit Garp on the head with his pipe. However, he still had to ask clearly first. Because his understanding of Garp was limited to the anime image and character card information he saw before the time travel, but the person standing in front of him now was a living person. Mr. Garp, please don't get excited. At this moment, Door's mother came over quickly and explained, Mr. Xia Yu is not unreasonable. It's Luffy who is ignorant and ran to grab Mr. Red Rabbit's canvas shoes. It would have been fine if Door's mother hadn't explained. But after her explanation, Garp, who had never thought of standing up for Luffy, suddenly remembered that his eldest grandson had been beaten to the ground. Before Door's mother could finish her words, Garp suddenly widened his eyes and said in a gruff voice, even if Luffy was wrong first, he shouldn't have hit him so hard and sent him flying twice. Luffy, who was standing next to him, touched his body and immediately raised his head. Grandpa, I'm not hurt. Rabbits don't hit me as hard as you do. Every time you hit me on the head, a mushroom grows on it. Hey! Garp didn't expect Luffy to jump out and stab him in the back at this time. He was immediately furious and raised his hand to hit Luffy on the head. With a crisp sound of crack, Luffy immediately hugged his head and screamed heartbreakingly, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, Grandpa, why did you hit me?" In the blink of an eye, a red and swollen bump appeared on Luffy's forehead. The pain made Luffy grimace and tears almost fell. Ahaha, it seems I should be a little harsher. Looking at the little mushroom growing on Luffy's forehead, Garp suddenly laughed heartily. Then, he waved his hand and said to Mother Dory in an extremely heroic manner, "Mother Dory, give me 10 servings of barbecue and 2 barrels of wine. I want to have a drink with this traveler who has come from afar." Without waiting for Door's mother to react, Garp directly moved the small wooden table over and placed it in front of Xia Yu. Then he lifted a wooden stool and sat down opposite Xia Yu, staring at Xia Yu straight in the eyes. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't come here to defend Luffy. I rushed back to Windmill Village because Hina told me something about you." "What did she tell you?" Xia Yu didn't care that Garp was staring at him. He said calmly, "The Valley of Gods incident? Or the story of the adventurer Nicholas Xianzang?" "Nicholas Xianzang?" Garp was confused by the question. "What's this story? Hina didn't tell me." Seeing Garp's reaction, Xia Yu roughly guessed what Hina had told Garp. Hina definitely didn't mention a word about his fabricated pirate's version of Journey to the West story. She probably only asked about things related to the Valley of the Gods. Thinking of this, Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Hina is really keeping a secret for him. Although he didn't care whether Hina would keep the secret for him, because it wasn't a secret at all, he was still a little touched. She looks aloof, but actually she is a silly, cute, and warm-hearted girl. Well, this friend is worth visiting more often to deepen the bond. Thinking of this, Xia Yu calmly said, "A story is a story. If Mr. Garp wants to hear it, I have even better stories. For example, I met several interesting kings during my travels. Their stories are much more exciting than Nicholas Suanzang's. A few interesting stories about kings." Garp was instantly distracted by Xia Yu and asked curiously, "Tell me about them. I might know some." Before he could finish his words, Garp suddenly paused, then changed the subject and said unhappily, "Who wants to hear your story? I want to know why you told Hina about something that has been buried for 30 years. Something that's been buried for 30 years. Xia Yu blinked. "Oh. You mean the God Valley incident? Do I need a reason?" It was a topic that came up during a long conversation between me and Major Hina. You know what, although Major Hina seems difficult to get along with, after chatting with her late into the night, I found that her cold exterior was just a disguise. She's actually quite nice. If she weren't a woman, we might have become sworn brothers in the excitement of our conversation." Puff. Garp, who had just taken a sip of tea from the cup, couldn't help but spray Luffy in the face. "You? Become brothers with Hina?" After staring blankly at Xia Yu for a few seconds, Garp suddenly burst into laughter. "You spent the night chatting with Hina, and all you wanted was to become brothers with her? Ha 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 ha, you're so funny, much better than those young officers in the headquarters who spend all day confessing their love to this female officer and proposing to that female ensign. No, why am I telling you this?" Garp's eyes widened when he realized he was being led astray by Xia Yu again. "Since you know about that incident, you should know exactly what it was like. If you tell Hina about this, you're harming her, don't you understand? Is it that serious?" Xia Yu pulled out a skewer of barbecue and handed it to Garp. Garp took it and drank it in one gulp, not forgetting to say thank you at the end. However, just as he said the word thank you, Garp found himself inadvertently diverted by Xia Yu again. If it was just once or twice, Garp would not take it to heart, but Xia Yu led him astray 3 times in a row without him noticing, which made him tense up. He chewed the barbecue in his mouth and stared at Xia Yu with burning eyes. After a brief 2-second silence, Garp suddenly spoke up, saying in a deep voice, "Kid, are you manipulating my emotions?" Chapter 019. Xia Yu placed the skewers back on the plate, then wiped his hands with 2 napkins. He smiled and said, as expected of the legendary vice admiral who repeatedly pushed the previous pirate's king, Roger, into dire straits. He noticed something unusual so quickly. Hearing this, Garp stood up suddenly and looked at Xia Yu with disbelief, who was smiling warmly. He hadn't noticed it before, but he intuitively felt that Xia Yu might be in control of his emotions, because long before he rushed to Windmill Village, when he met Hina, he noticed something was wrong through Hina's subtle changes. You know, he and Hina are both teachers and friends, and he knows Hina's temperament very well. If such a big misunderstanding really happened when Xia Yu and Hina first met, Hina would definitely not have resolved the misunderstanding with Xia Yu so quickly when all her subordinates were beaten away, and it would be even more impossible for her to drink and chat with Xia Yu under the moonlight. When Hina underwent such a change, he, who had rich experience, naturally pointed the finger at Xia Yu first. He didn't think Xia Yu was so outstanding that he could surpass so many outstanding officers in the headquarters, so outstanding that Hina, who only wanted to fight for justice all her life, would change after just one day of getting along with him. The only explanation is that Xia Yu used some kind of ability to control Hina's thoughts. According to his 60 to 70 years of experience in the Grand Line, there are only 2 known abilities that can influence Hina's thoughts. One is the devil fruit with such ability, and the other is the rare observation Haki. Hina said that Xia Yu is not a demon fruit power, so there is only one answer: Xia Yu is born with the rare observation Haki. He had only guessed on the way here, but after seeing the warm smile on Xia Yu's face, he was sure that Xia Yu possessed observation Haki, which was even rarer than Conqueror's Haki and could influence other people's thoughts and emotions and change their consciousness. Because he had seen a similar smile on the face of a princess who also possessed the rare observation Haki. This princess was powerless, but with the rare observation Haki, she influenced the entire country. Even though she had been dead for 2 years, her ideals were still remembered by the people of this country. "You're already this old, so don't be so startled." Seeing Garp suddenly stand up and look down at her, Xia Yu gently waved her hand to signal Garp to sit down, and said slowly, "I have no ill intentions, I just want to see if my observation Haki can affect a strong man like Mr. Garp. Obviously, the effect is very small, almost negligible." Hearing this, Garp's facial muscles twitched slightly. Before Garp could regain his composure, Xia Yu continued, "However, if this is used in conjunction with Jianwensha, there might be unexpected gains." The calm tone exploded in Garp's ears like thunder. Xia Yu not only possesses the innate rare observation Haki, but also masters the observation kill. The 3 words observation Haki are rarely heard by many people in this world, even the lawless pirates of the Grand Line. This is because it is a powerful ability that can conceal one's own aura and prevent opponents from using observation Haki to capture future images, thereby unilaterally suppressing them. Throughout the Grand Line, masters of observation Haki were as rare as those born with the rare observation Haki. Xia Yu, however, possessed both abilities simultaneously. If he also mastered armament Haki, he would undoubtedly be among the top masters of this era. If Xia Yu awakened Conqueror's Haki, he couldn't imagine how high Xia Yu would reach in the future. "You know, Xia Yu is only in her 20s now." After a brief moment of astonishment, Garp's eyes gradually became fanatical. Such a promising young talent with unlimited potential must be lured to become a marine. Thinking of this, Garp regained his composure and sat down, tentatively asking, "Kid, can you tell me how you knew about the God Valley incident?" "Of course I heard it from others. Do you think I was there?" As he said that, Xia Yu raised his hand to take the barbecue that Duolei's mother had just grilled and brought over. But just as he was about to reach out to take the barbecue, a pair of rubber hands suddenly got in front of him, snatched the plate away, and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing this, Xia Yu's eyes widened immediately, and as he looked at Luffy, whose cheeks were stretched and flattened by the plate, his lips twitched slightly. "Who told you that?" Garp, who had obviously gotten used to Luffy's way of eating, continued to ask, "As far as I know, not many people know about this now." "You know this guy?" Xia Yu said seriously, "He's the unlucky guy who nearly pushed Roger into a desperate situation, but was ultimately defeated by bad weather and had a rudder stuck in his head. He's the Golden Lion, Shiki." "What?" The sudden mention of the words Golden Lion Shiki nearly made Garp's eyes pop out of his head. Have you seen Shiki?" As a legend within the naval headquarters, Garp is incredibly familiar with the name Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki was once a formidable figure alongside Roger and the great pirate Whitebeard. He was executed by the Marines in Logue Town for turning himself in. Shiki, who had always hoped Roger would become his right-hand man and share in world domination, found this harsh reality difficult to accept and so ventured into the naval headquarters, Marine Ford, alone. Although he and the then Admiral Sengoku teamed up to defeat him and imprisoned him in the deep-sea prison, Shiki was unwilling to be a prisoner and chose to cut off his legs and successfully escaped. After escaping from the deep-sea prison, Shiki disappeared. More than 10 years passed in a flash, and Garp never expected to hear this name again from the traveler Xia Yu. Xia Yu wasn't worried about Garp running to find Golden Lion, so he nodded and said, "Of course I have, otherwise how would I know about the Valley of the Gods incident? I heard that he was a member of the Rocks Pirates at the time, and participated in the Valley of the Gods incident with fellow Rocks Pirates Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido." Hearing Xia Yu describe the people involved in the God Valley incident so clearly, Garp had to believe that Xia Yu had met Shiki. Because the people Xia Yu mentioned were indeed involved in the Valley of the Gods incident. Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, who were involved in the Valley of the Gods incident, have now become the Sea Kings of the New World. They probably wouldn't easily tell Xia Yu about this. And Shiki has disappeared for more than 10 years, so this is possible. Thinking of this, Garp asked tentatively, "Do you know where Shiki is now?" "In the sky." Xia Yu pointed to the sky and continued, "He used the power of the devil fruit to move many islands and towns into the sky. When I returned from a trip to Sky Island, I accidentally fell onto one of the floating islands. He wanted to invite me to join his revenge plan, but I refused, so we started fighting. Then, after being beaten up by the Red Rabbit, he and I became good friends and we could talk about anything." Garp was filled with question marks and tilted his head to look at the Red Rabbit. He knew the Red Rabbit was strong, but no matter how strong he was, there was no way he could beat Shiki to the point where he became good friends with Xia Yu. After all, Shiki was not only the user of the Logia Lion fruit, but also a formidable swordsman. Even the now legendary pirate King Roger had a hard time against Shiki. How could a rabbit with the power of the Zoan ninjutsu no Mi defeat him? However, despite his suspicions, what he wanted to know was not the process, but he knew that the Golden Lion Shiki did not want to quietly become a legend, and the reason he disappeared was that he was lurking on the floating island to prepare his revenge plan. This is very important information for Garp, the Marine Vice Admiral. He must bring this news back to Naval Headquarters as soon as possible and start preparing a response. Garp bypassed this confusion and asked the question he wanted to ask the most. "You refused to join Shiki because you didn't want to become a pirate?" Xia Yu asked in return, "Why should I be a pirate?" Hearing this, Garp's eyes lit up. "I knew you had justice in your heart. Since you don't want to be a pirate, are you interested in becoming a marine?" Xia Yu saw Garp's reaction and knew what he was thinking. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "You old guys are worse than the other. You want me to join the Marines? No way." Garp's eyes widened, looking a bit exasperated. "What's wrong with joining the Marines? Not only can you uphold justice, but you can also get paid vacations, and most importantly, you'll be welcomed wherever you go." "Stop it!" Xia Yu waved her hands. "Upholding justice? Upholding what kind of justice? Lazy justice? Absolute justice? Or ambiguous justice?" Garp's facial muscles twitched slightly. The justice Xia Yu talked about was exactly the justice that the three admirals of the naval headquarters believed in. Although Xia Yu did not mix in any other comments, he could still hear a hint of disdain in Xia Yu's words towards the justice that the marine admirals believed in. After a slight pause, Xia Yu grabbed a skewer of barbecue before Luffy could reach out. He then changed the subject, saying, "Actually, joining the Marines isn't impossible. Just let me become the 4th Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, and I'll go. Then I'll embrace arbitrary justice." Chapter 020. Hearing Xia Yu say that joining Marine was not impossible, hope rekindled in Garp's eyes. But he knew deep down that changing Xia Yu's mind would not be easy, so he had to understand her as much as possible and then prescribe the right medicine. Finding more talented talents for Marine has been his top priority over the years. He has reached retirement age, but the reason why he has not retired from the position of Vice Admiral is that the Naval Headquarters is short of young officers and there are more and more pirates. He must train future independent generals for the Marine while he can still participate in combat. Now that there is such a good seedling in front of him, how could he let it go? If he could persuade Xia Yu to join the Marine, even if he couldn't make Xia Yu the 4th Admiral of the headquarters, with Xia Yu's experience as a traveler, his mastery of the observation kill, and his innate rare observation haki, he could easily get Xia Yu the rank of major by training him in an officer training camp for 2 months. Thinking of this, Garp suddenly turned around and looked into the barbecue restaurant and shouted, "Mom Dory, where's our wine? Why hasn't it been served yet?" "Here it comes." Dory's mother, who had already gone into the house to move the wine barrel, quickened her pace and ran out. Seeing this, Garp quickly stood up and caught the barrel. But before he could catch it firmly, Dor's mother, who was anxious because the barbecue in the oven was burnt, thought Garp had caught it firmly, so she loosened her grip and ran towards the oven. Now, as soon as Dor's mother turned around, the wine barrel slipped from Garp's hand and fell to the ground. There was a loud bang, and a crack appeared in the wine barrel. The wine gushed out and splashed all over the Red Rabbit, who was sitting next to it with his legs crossed and polishing shoes. It didn't matter if the wine splashed on him, the key point was that the canvas shoes in his hands blocked most of the wine for him. The canvas shoes that were polished to a shine with great effort changed color instantly after being stained by alcohol. "It's over." Before Garp could come to his senses, Xia Yu suddenly spoke and stood up to grab the Red Rabbit. But he was still a step too late. As his voice rang out, the Red Rabbit's eyes widened, and it appeared in front of Garp in an instant, and its sandbag-sized fist hit Garp at the same time with lightning speed. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly occurred. Garp, who had no time to dodge, was shot out like a cannonball and landed heavily on the street 100 meters away. The powerful impact directly created a deep hole in the ground. The moment his body touched the ground, Garp's pupils suddenly constricted, and then he opened his mouth uncontrollably and spit out a mouthful of moxie wang. How is that possible? Feeling the blood surging in his body, Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. I didn't even dodge it. Garp wasn't defenseless. The moment he saw the wine splashing onto the canvas shoes in Red Rabbit's hand, Hina's warning rang in his ears, telling him not to touch Red Rabbit's canvas shoes. Although he didn't take it seriously at the time, he still took precautions with his strong combat awareness and prepared to apologize. But before he could say anything, the Red Rabbit's fist instantly enlarged in his pupils. Before Garp could recover from his shock, a dark red afterimage came close to him like a ghost. Etc. Unexpectedly, the Red Rabbit caught up with him. Garp quickly shouted, I didn't mean to. Before Garp could finish his words, he felt a strong claw grab his right foot. Then, he felt like he was floating up, and the sound of wind was heard in his ears. Before he could react, his body fell heavily to the ground. With a dull thud, Garp, who had just touched the ground, felt himself floating up again, as if someone had grabbed his feet and slammed him hard to the ground. Not like, but just. The Red Rabbit that grabbed Garp's ankle didn't hesitate at all. It swung him up and smashed him to the left, then to the right, repeating this more than 10 times. Even though Garp released armament Haki to cover his whole body at the first moment, he was still hit so hard that his eyes were full of stars. In front of the barbecue restaurant, a sudden scene made Dor's mother open her mouth wide again. Xia Yu once again held his forehead with one hand, and black lines appeared on his forehead. Underscore. Luffy's mouth was stuffed with grilled meat, and his face was filled with shock. Omega Omega. Just then. Because he was bored staying in the Makina Tavern, Pro ran back to the market without giving up. As a result, as soon as he entered the market, he saw a scene that horrified him. After recognizing that the person being swung and smashed to the ground by the Red Rabbit was actually Garp, Pro could no longer hold back and blurted out, "Oh no! Mr. Garp has also been beaten by the Red Rabbit." This time there was no need for Pro to shout, as the villagers in the market were immediately attracted by the continuous bang-bang sounds. "It's really Mr. Garp. What's going on? Why is Mr. Garp also playing with the Red Rabbit? You call this playing? Can't you see that Mr. Garp's bones are almost broken apart? Quick, go call village chief Wupu." Hearing the constant noises of the villagers around him, and after being repeatedly thrown around by the Red Rabbit more than 20 times, Garp finally seized a fleeting opportunity. At the moment when the Red Rabbit swung him up and threw him down, he suddenly flipped in midair to break free, standing awkwardly opposite the deep pit created by the rabbit's body, roaring at the Red Rabbit, "That's enough, Rabbit, I didn't mean to do it, it was an accident. Hey, Hey, don't come over here. At most, I'll compensate you with a pair. No, 2 pairs. The Red Rabbit was pressing forward, ready to give Garp another beating. But when he heard that the other party had to compensate him with 2 pairs of canvas shoes, his anger gradually died down. However, he did not move his eyes away, staring at Garp as if he was staring at prey. Ahem! Seeing the Red Rabbit stop, Garp breathed a sigh of relief. After coughing a few times, he rubbed his arm, which was about to fall apart. He turned his head to look at Xia Yu, who was watching the show 100 meters away, and said unhappily, "Did he really beat up Golden Lion?" "Ah," Xia Yu said with a stifled laugh, "it's just like the scene before, left hand and right hand in slow motion, so exciting." Slow motion. Garp couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of Moxia Wang. He was almost thrown to pieces, and you call this slow motion? Garp was too tired to complain and looked back at the Red Rabbit as if he were looking at a monster. Although he was indeed careless just now and was taken advantage of by the Red Rabbit's sudden attack, he could still feel that the Red Rabbit did not use its full strength. In other words, the Red Rabbit just now was not in its strongest state. Garp's guess was correct. The Red Rabbit just now was just in an angry state. If the Red Rabbit goes berserk, he will be facing a true undead creature. Seeing Garp looking towards him, Red Rabbit didn't waste any words and simply raised his 2 claws, canvas shoes, 2 pairs. Chapter 021. After receiving the 2 new pairs of canvas shoes bought from Garp, Red Rabbit's anger was finally completely extinguished. After returning to sit next to Xia Yu, he crossed his legs and rubbed them silently, with a serious and focused expression. "You really can't touch it." Garp also returned to his seat and looked at Red Rabbit sideways. Since he came to the market, Red Rabbit has been polishing canvas shoes. When he first saw Red Rabbit polishing canvas shoes, he thought the canvas shoes were dirty. But after seeing Red Rabbit wiping the brand new canvas shoes he had just bought, he realized that this was Red Rabbit's habit. Or perhaps, a hobby? Well, no matter if it's a habit or a hobby, I can't touch Red Rabbit's canvas shoes anymore. After secretly making this decision in his heart, Garp no longer thought about it and simply picked up his glass to clink glasses with Xia Yu. However, the moment he raised his glass, his expression froze. Xia Yu seemed to have not noticed that he and the Red Rabbit had resolved their misunderstanding and reconciled, and was fighting with Luffy for the barbecue on the plate. Luffy was very fast, his arms whizzing up and down, sometimes extending, sometimes shortening, like a pair of golden hoops, frantically snatching the barbecue from Xia Yu's Vice Admiral. Xia Yu was not to be outdone, and always put the barbecue into his mouth before Luffy. In a short while, Xia Yu finished eating all the barbecue on the plate. Just at this moment, Door's mother brought up another plate of barbecue. Before Door's mother put down the plate, all the kebabs on it had disappeared. Xia Yu. Seeing Xia Yu grab all the barbecue again, Luffy suddenly stood up, put one foot on the stool, and roared at Xia Yu in frustration, "You ate so much, couldn't you leave one skewer for me?" Before he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly stretched out, and he went around from behind Xia Yu to grab the barbecue that Xia Yu was holding. But just when he was about to grab the barbecue, Xia Yu seemed to be able to predict his direction and intention, and casually dodged, leaving Luffy with no chance to grab it. Seeing this, Luffy was completely fed up. He jumped onto the stool, put his hands on his hips and stared at Xia Yu, his anger level instantly reaching the maximum. "Xia Yu, you're a bit too much." Garp's face twitched slightly as he picked up his wine glass. "It's one thing to fight with a kid for meat, but you're actually using observation haki to predict Luffy's movements." Garp's eyes suddenly widened mid-sentence, his expression almost identical to Luffy's when he was furious. He angrily said, "How willful! Who told you that observation haki is for places like this?" Feeling the grandfather and grandson's identical exasperation, Xia Yu looked innocent and asked, "Where should observation haki be used?" Of course it should be used in combat. After saying that, Garp picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Who says it has to be used in battle? Xia Yu blinked. After handing the barbecue to Luffy, he looked at Garp seriously. I think observation haki should be used in daily life. For example, when you go fishing at the beach, you can capture the future and know when the fish will bite. For example, if you're arguing with your spouse and can't win, can you use your Kanbuntra key, observation haki, to influence her emotions and calm her down? If that's not enough, you could even change her mindset, making her reflect on why she's arguing with you, or even make her obey you. Also, using observation haki while traveling is great. It can predict which sea areas are likely to have tsunamis or heavy rains. You sound quite reasonable. Garp blinked. Why didn't I think of that before? Several times when I went back to East Blue for vacation, I was drenched by sudden downpours. It was such a mess, ha 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 ha. Xia Yu raised his glass and clinked it with Garp's, his expression slightly suggestive of a teachable child. So, whether it's swordsmanship, physical skills, or even devil fruit abilities, their uses aren't limited to combat. They can be used in so many ways. For example, if you've mastered swordsmanship to a certain level, and you encounter an island blocking your way while sailing, you don't want to take a detour. You could just draw your sword and slice through the island. Garp had a huge question mark on his face. You also know swordsmanship. I understand a little bit. Xia Yu nodded with a smile. Because I don't have a weapon that can support my swordsmanship, I rarely use it. Hearing this, Garp's heart moved and he asked, I heard from Hina that you know my hawk? Did you meet through sword fighting? Xia Yu shook his head. When he found out I was a swordsman, he wanted to spar with me. What a joke! I'm a traveler, and the thing I hate most is fighting and killing. There's more than one way to solve a problem. So I refused and chose to play rock paper scissors with him. When Garp heard that Xia Yu and Hawkeye were going to decide the winner by playing rock paper scissors, he felt terrible. I'm afraid only Xia Yu could come up with such a thing. Most importantly, he didn't expect my hawk to agree. You know, my hawk is recognized as the world's greatest swordsman, with a calm and composed personality and a preference for solitary activities. According to the intelligence they have, my hawk has roamed the world for many years, roaming alone on the Grand Line and fighting many swordsmen, but the name Xia Yu is not among the list of swordsmen who have fought my hawk. However, thinking that the two of them didn't compete, but decided the winner by rock paper scissors, Garp felt relieved. Knowing my hawk well, my hawk would definitely be ashamed to mention such a thing to others. For no apparent reason, Garp couldn't help but flash before his eyes a picture of my hawk and Xia Yu yelling rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner. He had a feeling that if word got out, my hawk's image would plummet. The world's greatest swordsman, playing rock paper scissors against a traveler? Garp couldn't bear to look at it just by imagining it. Seeing Garp's reaction, Xia Yu picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Of course, he had never played rock paper scissors with Hawkeye. Not only that, the story about Golden Lion was also made up by him. However, he was not worried about being socially disastrous when Hawkeye or Golden Lion appeared in the future, because neither Hina nor Garp would go to ask these two people. That's right. After putting down his glass, Xia Yu suddenly remembered something and continued, come to think of it, I was able to narrowly beat Hawkeye in rock paper scissors because I could predict his upcoming moves using observation haki. Ha 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 ha, observation haki is really useful. It's a must-have for every household, well worth having. Chapter 022. Time passes quietly. Before I knew it, the day had passed in a dull rhythm. Xia Yu, thirsty from talking too much with Garp at the barbecue restaurant, drank a few more drinks, and was taken to a hotel by Garp after leaving the restaurant. When Xia Yu opened her eyes again, it was already dusk. The green rabbit must have been dragged away by Dory to play, while the red rabbit was sitting by the bed by the window like a big boss, reading a shoe magazine that he had found from somewhere with great interest. Seeing this, Xia Yu didn't bother Hungtu and went into the bathroom to have S*X with her. Then I took a shower to make myself more awake. As soon as I walked out of the bathroom, a gentle voice came from outside the door, "Mr. Xia Yu." Hearing the strange voice coming from outside the door, Xia Yu didn't think much and walked over to open the door. When he saw the figure standing outside the door, he couldn't help but be stunned. The person standing in front of the door was none other than Makina, the proprietress of the Windmill Village Tavern. The familiar headscarf, short green hair, a well-fitting long skirt and a plaid shirt make Makina look particularly pure and beautiful. Makina is about the same age as Hina, but compared to Hina, who is 1.8 meters tall, Makina looks a little petite. Although Xia Yu didn't expect that it was Makina who woke her up, she was not too surprised. Although he is a time traveler and knows a lot about many people in this world, he cannot show it. Because to the people he knows in this world, such as Makina Garp Luffy, he is just a new traveler. "Hello, Mr. Xia Yu." Makina didn't avoid Xia Yu's gaze. He raised his head slightly to meet Xia Yu's gaze and said politely, "My name is Makina, and I'm the owner of this hotel. Mr. Garp asked me to wake you up at this time, so I didn't disturb Mr. Xia Yu, did I?" Xia Yu asked in surprise, "Did Garp ask you to wake me up for some reason?" Makina nodded, "Mr. Garp is going to host a banquet for Mr. Xia Yu at the tavern." "Wow!" Xia Yu's eyes lit up. "This old man is quite generous. He treated me to barbecue and drinks. Okay, let's go now." "Okay." Makina turned around, "Mr. Xia Yu, please follow me." Xia Yu didn't immediately follow Makina, but turned back to look at Hungtu. "Kirilenko, do you want to go to the tavern?" Hungtu didn't say anything. She stood up and walked out of the room happily, walking in front of Xia Yu. Seeing this, Xia Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. This guy is a time bomb. If someone in the tavern accidentally provokes him, Makina's tavern will probably be demolished by him. Suddenly, Xia Yu remembered what Makina had just said. Is this hotel also in Makina? As she runs a tavern and an inn, she is considered a wealthy woman in Windmill Village. Xia Yu had been impressed by Makina long before she traveled through time. Makina had such a good personality, she was gentle, virtuous, kind, and beautiful, a perfect wife for the whole family. Xia Yu is different from other One Piece fans who like Pirates King. In terms of pure love between men and women, he is not very fond of the little thief Nami, the Queen Hancock and the like. Instead, he has some preference for Makina from Windmill Village and little Kaya from Zilib Village. The difference between the two is basically that the former is a good partner for dating, while the latter is a girl you can marry and live with. Under Makina's guidance, Xia Yu walked out of the hotel door. The Windmill Village at this time was illuminated by the sunset, making Xia Yu feel like she was in an oil painting as she stepped out of the hotel. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on every corner, shrouding the tranquil Windmill Village in a golden glow. Although the tavern was near the port of Windmill Village and some distance from the market, Xia Yu was not in a hurry. He walked side by side with Makina on the cobblestone road. The afterglow stretched their figures long, and the air was filled with a light and pure scent of youth. She glanced sideways at Makina and saw that Makina still had a faint smile on his face. Xia Yu wanted to say something but stopped herself from speaking. It's not that he is shy, but he can't bear to speak out and break the tranquility and beauty at this moment. Xia Yu turned her gaze away and looked at the beach not far away, and the flocks of birds flying in and out of the sea and landing on the coastal rocks. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face. The seaside town under the sunset, the beach, the seabirds, and the silhouettes elongated by the afterglow. Facing the sea, spring flowers blooming is fully realized at this moment. Makina remained silent. Of course, she wasn't intoxicated by the beauty of the scene, but rather, the usually cheerful woman suddenly found herself at a loss for words. In all her years running the tavern and inn, this was the first time she felt so reserved in front of a guest. She knew she had to say something, even if it was just a brief introduction to Windmill Village to Xia Yu, but she just couldn't bring herself to say it. Finally, when she was about to reach the tavern, she mustered up the courage to turn her head slightly to look at Xia Yu, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Xia Yu, I heard from the shoe store owner that you are not only a traveler, but also a bounty hunter." "I guess so." Xia Yu nodded gently. "Because I'm often traveling and have no source of income, I occasionally accept bounties and capture a few criminals and hand them over to the Marine. Of course, it doesn't always have to be the Marine, many wealthy private businessmen also issue rewards." After a slight pause, Xia Yu turned his head to look at Makina and changed the subject. "When I was chatting with Garp this afternoon, I heard him mention Makina. He said you've been running the tavern since you were 14 or 15. "Yet." Makina smiled, narrowing her crescents. "I like it here. Have you ever thought about leaving Windmill Village and taking a walk?" Makina thought about it, then shook his head. "I thought about it when I was little, but not anymore as I grew up. Firstly, it's because the seas are not peaceful, and secondly, I have to run a tavern and an inn." At this point, Makina's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly walked to the front and turned to look at Xia Yu. "Although I've never left Windmill Village, I'm not unfamiliar with the world outside of Windmill Village. Because from time to time there are some merchants from far away who come to the tavern. Every time they come to the tavern, they tell the villagers of Windmill Village about their experiences. It's really fascinating. By the way, a few years ago, a group of pirates came to the tavern. I was a little scared at the time, but those pirates were different from what I imagined. Not only did they not rob Windmill Village, they were also very friendly to the villagers, especially Luffy. Before leaving, one of the pirates left his straw hat to Luffy, which is the one Luffy is wearing now. And there's Mr. Garp, because he works at Naval Headquarters. When he came back as a kid, I would go find him and listen to his stories. But Mr. Garp only told us about how many pirates he had captured and how many pirate groups he had defeated. I don't like stories about fighting and killing, so I stopped looking for him." After saying that, Makina couldn't help but smile, like a beautiful flower in full bloom, so beautiful. Looking at Makina's bright smile, Xia Yu was unconsciously infected and smiled too. He had to admit that Makina's smile was not only gentle, but also healing. The most important thing is that Makina only tells beautiful stories, and she never mentions a word about the darkness hidden behind the beauty. Because the pirates that Makina mentioned are none other than Shanks, the captain of the Red Hair Pirates who is now rising to prominence in the New World. And what Makina mentioned was the incident in which the bandit Sieg broke into her tavern and not only smashed the head of Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors, with a bottle, but also captured the little Luffy who had just accidentally eaten a devil fruit and took him to sea, where he almost became a meal for the Sea Kings. At that time, Shanks lost an arm in order to save Luffy who was captured by the bandit Sieg, and since then, a seed called pirates was planted deep in Luffy's heart. Chapter 023. It was very lively in front of the pub. Not only the little guys like Dory, Poro, and Luffy were there, but also some young, middle-aged, and elderly people in the village. Because Dory and the Green Rabbit get along very well, other children such as Plow now get along with the Green Rabbit. Luffy has also become obedient after being beaten away twice by the Red Rabbit. He no longer looks for the Red Rabbit and follows Plow. Dory and the Green Rabbit have a lot of fun playing together. Under the banana trees in front of the tavern, middle-aged and elderly people gathered together, surrounding Garp and Up, the old village chief of Windmill Village, and listened attentively to Garp telling them some interesting stories. Compared with other elderly people, Garp, who is not much different in age, seems like an outsider, with a loud voice and a hearty laugh. Just as Garp was chatting excitedly and the children and Green Rabbit were laughing, a figure came over with a swagger, and under the gazes of groups of young and middle-aged people, he walked straight to Garp. Before Garp could react, the red rabbit that was in front of him suddenly pushed him with its butt, pushing him to the side and almost causing him to fall. Then, the red rabbit sat down in his seat, crossed his legs, picked up the canvas shoes hanging on his shoulders and started wiping them. Ah ha ha ha, full of energy. Garp, who was nearly knocked to the ground by the red rabbit, didn't care. He laughed heartily and said, "Everyone, remember not to touch the canvas shoes in the red rabbit's hand, otherwise you will be like me, and he will do it to you in slow motion." Garp's eyes suddenly lit up when he was halfway through his words. He looked at Xia Yu, who was walking side by side with Machina, and asked with a smile, "Kid, was I right?" It was a slow motion of left hand and right hand. Xia Yu smiled without saying a word, standing on the side of the road watching the lively scene in front of him, feeling inexplicably warm. Seeing this, Machina hurried forward, "Mr. Garp, chief of Wupu village, everyone please come into the tavern and take a seat. Drinks are free tonight." "That won't do." The old village chief, Wu Pu, who was sitting to the right of the red rabbit, waved his hand. "Every time Garp comes back, you give him free drinks. Are you still doing business? Not only can you not give him free drinks tonight, you can't even give him a discount." After saying that, the old village chief in a floral shirt immediately looked at Garp with sharp eyes, waiting for Garp to say something. "Village chief Wupo has spoken, what else can I say?" Garp scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. "No discount tonight, put it on my account." Upon hearing this, village chief Wupo's eyes instantly widened like bells. Another credit. Seeing the two old men arguing, Machina, who was already accustomed to it, shook his head and smiled, then turned his head to look at Xia Yu. "Mr. Xia Yu, let's go in first. The old village chief and his friends haven't seen Mr. Garp in a while, they must have a lot to talk about." "Who wants to talk to him?" Village chief Whip stood up suddenly and said angrily, "I just heard him babble on and on about catching pirates. I'm almost getting calluses from hearing him all the time." As he spoke, village chief Wupo came to Xia Yu, his tone slightly softened. "Xia Yu, right? I'm Wupo. I'm the village chief of Windmill Village. Whether you're a traveler or a bounty hunter, as long as you don't cause trouble, we welcome you. Of course, if you come with other intentions, don't blame me for being rude." After a slight pause, Wupo suddenly changed the subject, revealing a kind smile, like a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. "Enough of the ugly talk. Now, on behalf of the people of Windmill Village, I welcome you. When we get to the tavern, I hope you can tell us more about your travels or interesting things, so that the children in the village can broaden their horizons." Xia Yu smiled slightly and said, "Sharing travel experiences with others is also a kind of pleasure." Wu Pu looked up at Xia Yu, then turned back to look at Garp and the other middle-aged and elderly people. "What are you all standing there for? Is sitting under the banana tree your way of entertaining guests? Hurry up, old village chief, I'm not going home until I'm drunk tonight." Hearing this, a group of middle-aged and elderly people stood up and surrounded Xia Yu as they walked into the tavern. As the middle-aged and elderly entered the tavern, groups of young and middle-aged people rose to follow. Though they were all adults, like Machina, they had never left Windmill Village. Now that a traveler had arrived, they took the opportunity to join in the fun and pick up some interesting stories from Xia Yu to brag about to their friends. Luffy, Dory, Poro, and the other little guys did not follow into the tavern, because they had already taken the green rabbit to the beach to play. After a while, all the villagers gathered here walked into the tavern and began to relax after a busy day. Soon, bursts of hearty laughter were heard in the tavern. Garp was very knowledgeable. After Red Rabbit followed him into the tavern, he immediately prepared a separate booth for him. Not only did he personally serve carrots to Red Rabbit, he also thoughtfully prepared some snacks. At the same time, Windmill Village Sea area. On the sea shrouded in darkness, a huge ship slowly emerged from the thick fog and approached a coast of Windmill Village. Perhaps because the ship was too large, it did not dock but stopped on the sea surface more than 100 meters away from the coast. As the ship stopped on the sea, two figures walked out of the cabin and stood at the bow. The leader was a middle-aged man in a dark green windbreaker. His face was serious, hidden in the cloak, and his eyes glowed faintly like cat's eyes in the night. Because he had no eyebrows and had a tattoo on his left cheek, he looked very fierce. Standing next to him is a man with a huge afro, wearing strange clothes and having a huge face. Drewwby, why did you suddenly want to come to Windmill Village? The man with the afro gazed at the tavern on the coast, where the faint sound of laughter emanated. He then spoke, I just received word that at the World Summit convened by the World Government, a king named Zyunda Lucas specifically mentioned your name and told the other kings in attendance how dangerous you were. Since then, the World Government has added you to its list of the most vicious criminals and is offering a bounty on your head. Hearing this, the middle-aged man named Drewwby, wearing a dark green windbreaker, curled up the corners of his mouth, as if this was not a bad thing for him. Of course he doesn't care about these so-called rewards. Because he is Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army. What he wants to do is to overthrow the world government and establish a dream new world of harmony, freedom, and equality. After a brief silence, Drewwby suddenly spoke up, Ivankov, if the Eastern Army were to attack the Kingdom of Goa, how long would it take them to liberate it? You want to attack the Kingdom of Goa now? Ivankov's pupils shrank slightly. The Kingdom of Goa has close ties with the Holy Land. If we start a war against it now, I'm afraid. I was just saying it casually. Drewwby waved his hand. The Kingdom of Goa is not on the attack list right now. I just came up with this idea because of that kid. Sabo. Ivankov's eyes lit up. The child that Drewwby mentioned was Sabo, a noble of the Goa Kingdom, whom they rescued from the Garbage Mountain fire in the Goa Kingdom 4 years ago. However, Sabo, who was rescued by them, may have been greatly stimulated, or perhaps was frightened by the fire, and lost his memory after waking up. Faced with this situation, they had originally planned to bring Sabo back and could only let him stay at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Drewwby fell silent, and with the powerful observation Haki, he quietly captured a familiar voice. This voice came from his son Luffy. Following the direction of his inner voice, he finally saw a small figure playing happily with a group of children on the beach. It was Luffy, who was made to laugh by the Green Rabbit. His son was right in front of him, but he resisted the urge to go and meet him. As the leader of the revolutionaries, he was considered the most vicious criminal by the world government and could not see his family whenever he wanted like other fathers. Ever since he reorganized the self-defense forces into the Revolutionary Army, he had been mentally prepared to abandon his wife and children. All he could do was watch from afar in the dark when passing by Windmill Village. When Luffy was hung under the balloon by his grandfather and flew into the sky, he quietly took action and helped Luffy land safely. Not good. Suddenly, Drewwby's eyelids twitched, and his previous calmness and composure were gone. He said anxiously, the old man is in Windmill Village. Let's go. Chapter 024. All the villagers from Windmill Village were let out in the tavern. From time to time, young and middle-aged men came to clink glasses with Xia Yu, and finally just sat around Xia Yu. Soon, Xia Yu was surrounded by young people from Windmill Village, both men and women, and it was very lively. Makina did not participate. She stood alone at the bar. When a villager needed a drink, she quickly sent the drink back. When no one needed it, she looked at Xia Yu, who was surrounded by young villagers, and listened carefully to Xia Yu explaining the interesting stories and fun things during the trip to the villagers. Compared to the liveliness of the young villagers, Garp seemed a little uncomfortable. You know, the reason why he invited Xia Yu to the pub was to take this opportunity to get closer to Xia Yu and gradually lure Xia Yu to the naval headquarters. Looking at Xia Yu surrounded by young people, Garp shook his head and sighed secretly. After this drink, his bill at Makinas was increased again. Garp, why are you sighing? At this moment, village chief Wupu picked up the bottle of wine. Although he was having difficulty speaking, he still said unyieldingly, pick up your bottle and drink it. Ah ha ha ha, old up really wants to get drunk before he goes home. Garp laughed and raised his glass. Come on. None of you old buddies will leave the tavern alive tonight. When the young people next door heard how enthusiastic the old guys were, they also raised their glasses. Mr. Xia Yu. One of the girls who had been hiding in the crowd suddenly stood up. Too shy to look at you, she lowered her head and said timidly, the people you met on your trip are so interesting. They're quite different from what we usually hear. Xia Yu blinked and asked, what's the difference? The girl mustered up her courage and looked up at Xia Yu. I heard from the village elders that there are vicious pirates on the sea. Oh, and Mr. Garp said the same thing. It's because the pirates are constantly burning, killing, and looting that we dare not leave Windmill Village. But after hearing these stories from Mr. Xia Yu, it seems that the sea is not so dangerous. After all, the people you met are not only not vicious, but also very interesting. Hearing this, Xia Yu put away his smile and said seriously, I've certainly encountered many atrocious pirates. I've even witnessed them burning, killing, looting, and treating human life like worthless. Those interesting things and people Mr. Xia Yu encountered. The girl said cautiously, are they all fake? Xia Yu's eyes flashed with surprise, and he couldn't help but look at the girl twice more. The girl is not very old, about 15 or 16 years old. She has a pair of big eyes as bright as gemstones. She looks very smart and it is not easy to fool her. However, the story he just told was the story of Zhongdong Jerry after a magical transformation, which was somewhat inconsistent with this world. Any listener who was slightly smarter would definitely be able to hear that. After a brief silence, Xia Yu calmly said, this world is vast. There are beautiful places, but also places like hell. If you want to hear stories from hell, I can tell you. But you must be mentally prepared, because such stories will only bring you despair. Before the girl could react, a young man standing next to her spoke up, why are we having such a good party listening to such despairing stories? Mr. Xia Yu, can you tell us more about the story of Zhongdong Jerry? Where did Xiao Qiao go after the fall of the Jerry kingdom? That's another story. Xia Yu picked up the wine glass, narrowed his eyes and said, what I am going to tell you next is a story about a kingdom called Cao Wei. The king of this kingdom has a very special hobby, he likes to collect other people's wives. Puff. As Xia Yu finished speaking, Garp, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but turn his head and sprayed the unfortunate guy's face with his drink. Then, without even bothering to apologize, he turned around and roared, change it, this story isn't suitable for children. Hey? And how come I haven't heard of this Jerry kingdom and the Cao Wei kingdom? Aren't they allies of the world government? As Garp finished speaking, the tavern hall, which was noisy a second ago, suddenly became quiet. Almost all the villagers focused their eyes on him at this moment, and everyone's eyes were filled with a little sympathy. Noticing this abnormal phenomenon, Garp suddenly remembered that he seemed to have sprayed some unlucky guy in the face just now. Thinking of this, Garp quickly looked back. The unlucky guy was none other than the Red Rabbit Kirilenko. The Red Rabbit, who had been quietly polishing his shoes, shaking his legs and eating his beloved carrots, now had wine all over his face and body. The canvas shoes he held tightly in his hands were also changed color by the splashed wine. Feeling the sudden rise of anger and the undisguised terror in the Red Rabbit, Garp couldn't help but widen his eyes and said hurriedly, I didn't mean to. Before Garp could finish his words, the Red Rabbit suddenly stood up, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire tavern. Hey, hey, hey! Feeling that the Red Rabbit's anger was even more intense than at noon, Garp quickly stood up and said repeatedly, I really didn't mean it. Wait, wait! Don't fight in the tavern! As Garp spoke, the Red Rabbit took a step forward. However, the Red Rabbit did not attack immediately because the terrifying aura emanating from him was still rising. Feeling the terrifying atmosphere that was rising continuously and filling every corner of the tavern unscrupulously, Xia Yu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Obviously, the Red Rabbit, whose canvas shoes were wet by Garp again, was not just angry this time, but went berserk. Really? Just as Xia Yu was about to stop it, the Red Rabbit suddenly raised its head and roared. The next second, his body instantly went into a runaway state. The Red Rabbit, after entering rampage mode, looked like it had undergone a failed plastic surgery. Its ears stood on end and its nose instantly disappeared, replaced by a bloody mouth full of jagged, irregular teeth. Its eyes shone with golden light, and it pounced on Garp like a demon from hell, with its fangs and claws bared. The Red Rabbit in rampage mode was extremely fast, and he was only a few steps away from Garp, so even if Xia Yu wanted to stop him, it was too late. However, Garp had obviously expected that the Red Rabbit would not give up. As the Red Rabbit pounced on him, he rushed out of the tavern and stood outside the door. But as soon as he appeared in front of the tavern, the Red Rabbit followed him like a shadow. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang was suddenly heard. Even though Garp had already increased his speed to maximum before his heels even touched the ground, he still underestimated the terrifying power of the Red Rabbit in its rampage form. With a loud bang, he was hit on the butt by the Red Rabbit, and then he was sent hurtling into the sky like a rocket. This visually impactful scene shocked everyone in the tavern for a whole year. Many villagers in the tavern had the opportunity to see the Red Rabbit beating Garp on the street, so when they saw Garp spraying wine on the Red Rabbit again, they had already anticipated what was going to happen. But they never expected that this time, the angry Red Rabbit would be different from the last time. It actually transformed into a demonic existence, making them all terrified. Several girls were so frightened that they screamed on the spot. Some immediately threw themselves into the arms of the men beside them, while others squatted in the crowd with their hands covering their faces. The girl sitting next to Xia Yu was even more exaggerated and jumped directly on him. Kirilenko. Xia Yu ignored the girl who jumped on him and let her hang herself on the southeast branch. He quickly left the tavern and stood in front of the Red Rabbit, saying in a deep voice, "Calm down." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yu immediately saw a picture of a Red Rabbit swinging its fist towards him. With the help of observation Haki, Xia Yu captured the scene that was about to happen. Without any hesitation, he used his left hand to protect the girl hanging on him, and his right hand hardened in an instant with armament Haki and attacked before the Red Rabbit could make a move. The Red Rabbit, who entered the berserk mode, reacted extremely quickly. Although Xia Yu took the initiative, he still punched out at the first moment. Boom! As the two collided, a deafening explosion was heard again. Immediately afterwards, terrifying air waves surged along both sides of the road in front of the tavern like raging waves. The ground exploded wherever it passed, and thick smoke rose up and covered all directions. Chapter 025. High in the sky, Garp, who was knocked away by a punch from the berserk form, did not suffer much impact, because he covered his whole body with armament color as soon as the Red Rabbit followed him like a shadow. However, although armament Haki blocked most of the impact for him, he still felt the blood surge in his heart, and finally he still couldn't help but spit out two tails of Moxia Wang. Garp, who let his body fly freely and fell toward the sea, relaxed after vomiting blood. He immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the tavern and laughed heartlessly, "You can beat me until I vomit blood." Luffy was beaten twice but was not injured. It seems that the Red Rabbit still knows how to beat the old and the young, ha ha ha. Hearing the loud laughter coming from the sky, Plo, who was playing with the Green Rabbit on the beach, looked up immediately. When he saw a figure drawing an arc from high above his head and falling freely towards the sea, he blinked blankly at first, then stood up excitedly and shouted, "Luffy, Luffy, your grandpa is flying in the sky. What? Luffy also looked up excitedly. Where is he? Why can't I see him? Ah, is it really grandpa? When did he learn to fly? Dory, the only one who saw what happened in front of the tavern, explained in time. What do you mean your grandfather can fly? He was obviously knocked away by the Red Rabbit. Ah ha ha ha. When Luffy heard that his grandfather was beaten away by the Red Rabbit, he did not get nervous. Instead, he laughed heartily. Grandpa is so miserable. At the same time, on the sea, Drewwby, who chose to escape as soon as he sensed Garp's scent, was still not at peace. With his strong intuition and blood connection, he always felt that something big was going to happen tonight. Fortunately, the ship had changed direction, and he would soon be able to leave the windmill village waters quietly. By then, even if his father Garp knew he had been there, he would just stare. Seeing the look in Drewwby's eyes, Ivankov, standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh and said, Drewwby, how many years have passed? Are you still so afraid of Mr. Garp? You don't understand. Drewwby looked up at Ivankov and said something serious that made people laugh. Even if 10 years pass, he will still hit me in the face with his clogs when he sees me. Do you know why I have this square tattoo on my face? It's to cover up the scar he gave me with his clogs. Ivankov's eyes widened. You two really are, a loving father and a filial son. Suddenly, Drewwby quickly looked around and signaled Ivankov to be silent. Just as Drago was scanning the surrounding sea for any unusual movements, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted from above his head. Ahaha, great! We don't have to fall into the sea. Hey, ships below, listen up. I'm the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. I'd like to borrow your deck. Hearing the sound coming from high above, Drago froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. Before he and Ivankov could react, a figure fell from the sky and landed on the deck with a thud. The terrifying force instantly shook the ship, causing one side to sink rapidly and the other side to rise high. Garp! Ivankov's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the figure falling onto the deck. Garp, who landed safely on the deck, frowned instantly and glanced at Ivankov and Drewwby. Almost at the same time, Drewwby quickly hid his face in his cloak, and without any hesitation, he turned around and prepared to disappear. However, no one knows a son better than his father. Even with his quick reaction, Garp still recognized him. Before Drewwby could escape, Garp's eyes widened and he roared like a dragon, Drewwby. Before he could finish his words, Garp took off the clogs on his feet and rushed towards Drewwby. Ivankov instinctively moved aside to make room for Garp. Seeing Garp smash his clogs on Drewwby's head, his eyes rolled back, but a look of sympathy filled his face. He really used clogs to smash Drewwby. This is too hard. Garp, who had captured Dragon, didn't back down just because there were outsiders around. He swung his clogs again and cursed, "How dare you go back to Windmill Village? Because of you, Luffy can only be taken care of by the Dodden family." As he spoke, the clogs hit Drewwby's head again. After enduring another clog kick, Drewwby simply gave up and stood there looking at Garp with despair. He understood his father's resentment, because if he had not resolutely chosen to stand against the world government and become its enemy, Luffy wouldn't have to be unaware of his father until now, and Garp wouldn't have to run back to East Blue every time he took a vacation to look after his grandson. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a slight buzzing sound came from the coast without any warning, and then a circle of terrifying air waves instantly covered the coast, startling Garp, Drewwby, and Ivankov, who was standing aside and looked sideways almost at the same time. "This is..." Garp, looking sideways toward the shore, raised his clogs and exclaimed in shock, "Conqueror's Haki! How is that possible?" Hearing Garp's exclamation, Ivankov also let out a sound of disbelief. It even caused ripples in the sky. "This is too powerful. Is this still the Conqueror's Haki I know? Not good." Drewwby suddenly exclaimed and turned around quickly. However, he was still a step too slow. The moment he turned around, the Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire ship. Almost at the same time, the revolutionary soldiers at their respective posts on the ship fainted one after another. Looking at the figure that collapsed to the ground in an instant, Drewwby secretly took a deep breath, then turned his head to look towards the coast and said in a lost voice, "What kind of monster has come to Windmill Village?" Towards the coast, in front of the pub. Because the Red Rabbit was slow to calm down, it pounced on him with its fangs and claws just after being knocked away by a punch. In order to prevent any accidents, Xia Yu had no choice but to release Conqueror's Haki to suppress it. Knowing that the Red Rabbit in its rampage form is very scary, Xia Yu did not dare to be careless and directly released the large displacement Conqueror's Haki to cover the entire Windmill Village. Even so, he was still not sure whether Conqueror's Haki could suppress the Red Rabbit. After all, the Red Rabbit was a terrifying existence from another dimension summoned by the system. He could only try it with a large displacement first. If even this level of Conqueror's Haki couldn't suppress it, then he would have no choice but to go all out. But he was obviously worrying too much. As Conqueror's Haki covered the entire Windmill Village, the berserk Red Rabbit suddenly stopped attacking him. Seeing this, Xia Yu quickly shouted, "Kirilenko, calm down. I'll take you to the shoe store tomorrow. You can get as many canvas shoes as you want." This time, the Red Rabbit's eyes did not light up when he heard the word canvas shoes. Instead, the golden light in his eyes gradually dimmed. As the golden light in its eyes completely extinguished, the Red Rabbit's body quickly returned to its original appearance. Damn system! Seeing that the Red Rabbit had finally recovered, Xia Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he couldn't help but curse the system in his heart for summoning the Red Rabbit, a time bomb. What Xia Yu didn't expect was that just as he finished cursing, the system, which had disappeared for a long time, actually responded, "Host, please be civilized. You are the most handsome guy in the world." Funny Mud P. Chapter 026. At this moment, Xia Yu's expression changed slightly and he looked sideways. He saw the Green Rabbit running happily towards where he and the Red Rabbit were under the banana tree not far away. Xia Yu didn't expect the Green Rabbit to appear at this time, and blinked in surprise. Under Xia Yu's gaze, the Green Rabbit first ran in front of him and paused for 2 seconds, then quickly stood beside the Red Rabbit, with its big eyes open, so ugly and cute. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, Xia Yu secretly complained in his heart. Obviously, the reason why the Red Rabbit recovered from its berserk form just now was not because it was suppressed by Conqueror's Haki, but because the Green Rabbit ran back from the beach. In the Prison Break Rabbit world, the Red Rabbit has entered the rampage mode many times, but it seems that every time the Green Rabbit is either unconscious beforehand or not present. Although Xia Yu noticed this small detail at the time, he couldn't help but take it to heart. After all, when he first watched Prison Break Rabbit, he was just having fun. But now, the Red and Green Rabbit was standing in front of him alive, and he had to pay attention to this small detail. Obviously, the Red Rabbit didn't want the Green Rabbit to see its berserk form, or it was worried that its berserk form would scare the Green Rabbit, because the Green Rabbit has always been very timid. No matter which case it is, it shows that the Red Rabbit really dotes on the Green Rabbit. Of course none of this matters. The important thing is that through the Red Rabbit's 2 attacks on Garp, Xia Yu can basically confirm that whether it is the Red Rabbit or the Green Rabbit, not only has the bond been deepened by the system, but their strength has also been strengthened. Mr. Xia Yu. At this moment, Makina mustered up the courage to stick her head out of the tavern door. After making sure it was safe outside, she pushed the door open and walked quickly to Xia Yu, asking worriedly, "Are you all okay?" "Fine." Xia Yu regained his composure and said with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry for scaring everyone." "It's okay, it's okay." Makina waved his hands repeatedly. Although Mr. Red Rabbit's appearance just now was indeed very, but everyone is fine now. It's just that Mr. Garp. Before Makina could finish his words, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the direction of the beach. Ahaha, I'm back. As soon as the laughter died down, Garp carried Poro and Dory on his shoulders, and held Luffy and another little boy in his hands, and walked quickly through the banana trees and stood in front of Xia Yu. Xia Yu tilted his head and looked Garp up and down. Seeing him smiling so carefree even after taking a punch from the rampaging Red Rabbit, Xia Yu praised him generously. Garp, is your family's ability to withstand beatings hereditary? Luffy was fine after taking 2 punches, and you're still so cool after taking 2 punches. That's because Red Rabbit showed mercy. Garp placed his pendant on the ground, squinting at the now normal Red Rabbit, and asked Xia Yu in a low voice, Kid, that form just now should be his ultimate form, right? If there's an even more powerful form, I'll definitely stay away from him next time. Xia Yu nodded, this should probably be the final form. It's not that he wants to be ambiguous, but he is not sure whether the system has done anything to Red Rabbit. Judging from the fact that the system wants to trick him into flattening the sea and slashing Red Line, it is possible that Red Rabbit really has a more brutal hidden form. Because the Red Rabbit ran away, the villagers dispersed one after another. Although Makina said the villagers were fine, Xia Yu could still see that many villagers, especially the young women, were frightened. The girl hanging on him even had difficulty standing. As the villagers left, only Makina, Garp and the 2 rabbits were left in the tavern. Makina was busy cleaning up, and the Red Rabbit was looking at the Green Rabbit bored because his canvas shoes were wet. The Green Rabbit seemed to have a telepathic connection with the Red Rabbit, and knowing that the Red Rabbit was bored, he actually started dancing. No wonder Red Rabbit dotes on Green Rabbit so much. Just based on this fact, they can be good friends for life. At the bar, Xia Yu and Garp sat side by side, each with a glass of whiskey in front of them. Xia Yu, join the marine. After a brief silence, Garp, having witnessed Xia Yu's terrifying conqueror's haki, seemed to have made up his mind. He turned around and looked at Xia Yu seriously. Even though I can't make you an admiral, I can promise you that you'll at least start as a rear admiral. Don't be ridiculous. Xia Yu raised his glass and clinked it with Garp's. He said calmly, you sensed the Conqueror's haki I released while floating on the sea earlier. With Conqueror's haki in my possession, do you think I would stoop to the Marines, obey the world government, and serve those captive celestial dragon pigs in the Holy Land? Of course. Xia Yu changed the subject before Garp could speak. If the Marine was a completely independent force from the world government, I might consider becoming a marshal. But that would be after I stop traveling. For now, whether it's an invitation from the 3 sea emperors who dominate the New World, your Marine, or the leader of the Revolutionary Army who's eavesdropping on our conversation from outside, I won't consider it. As soon as these words came out, Garp's pupils suddenly contracted uncontrollably. Similarly, Drewwby, who had landed with Garp and was hiding in a shadow outside the tavern, also raised his head in horror. You know, although he followed Garp to Windmill Village, he didn't think of showing up. He just wanted to come and see what released the terrifying Conqueror's haki. Most importantly, he learned from Garp that Xia Yu also possessed the rare observation haki. In order to avoid being captured by Xia Yu, he even hid his own breath. But even so, Xia Yu still discovered his existence. From Xia Yu's words, it was not difficult for him to guess that Xia Yu had actually discovered his existence a long time ago. The reason why he didn't say it before was probably because Luffy was still there. Of course, none of the above matters. What shocked Drewwby the most was that Xia Yu actually knew that he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. After a brief moment of shock, Drewwby stopped standing there. He slowly walked out of the darkness, bent down and stood in the tavern. Monkey D. Dragon. Xia Yu tilted his head slightly to look at the fierce-looking Drewwby, who hid his head under his cloak, and said with a smile, were you also attracted by Conqueror's haki? What a trouble! If I had known you were nearby, I shouldn't have released Conqueror's Haki to stop the Red Rabbit and let your entire third-generation family experience the Red Rabbit's fist. Chapter 027. Drewwby was not angry at Xia Yu's words. He walked slowly to the bar, sandwiched Xia Yu between him and Garp, trying to appear gentle. He said to the slightly flustered Machina, "A glass of whiskey, thank you." Machina didn't dare to make a sound, just nodded slightly. It wasn't that she was afraid of Drago, but she knew Drago's identity. Although many people in Windmill Village knew Drago, they only knew that his name was Drago and that he was Luffy's father. Only a few people, including the old village chief knew that he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. It's not that those who know Drewwby's identity deliberately want to conceal it, but Drewwby's identity is too sensitive and they dare not mention it easily. While Machina was preparing the whiskey, Drewwby tilted his head slightly, gazing intently at Xia Yu. "You look very young. Even if you're a traveler who's been to many places and met many people, you can't tell it's me just by your observation haki." Xia Yu met Dragon's gaze and said in a shocking tone, "Observation haki can foresee brief moments in the future, which means that as long as you develop your observation haki to ultimate, you may be able to see the future. I am not very talented, but I can use observation haki to see some people and major events in the next 10 years. If you can see the future, you can naturally know part of the past. For example, the boy you rescued from the Goa Kingdom's garbage mountain 4 years ago will grow up to be a staff officer of the Revolutionary Army. For example, the Naval Headquarters Marine Ford could be relocated to New World due to a major incident that caused unprecedented damage. For example, among the 3 current headquarters admirals, one will replace Sengoku as the new admiral within the next 10 years, and one will take off the righteous marine coat and become a pirate. As for you two..." Xia Yu glanced at Garp and Drewwby, who were sandwiched between them, and said with a warm smile, "You'll have some hardships in the next 10 years, but you won't die." Drewwby didn't react. He held the wine glass that Machina had just handed over and looked at it expressionlessly, but his heart was filled with rage. Because so far, only a few revolutionary cadres know that he saved Sabo 4 years ago. Xia Yu not only knew what happened 4 years ago, but also foresaw that Sabo would become a revolutionary advisor in the future. Of course, what shocked Drewwby was not that Xia Yu saw some things in the past and the next 10 years, because there were many strong people in the pirates' world, with all kinds of abilities. There was one person in the Dragon Palace Kingdom, located 10,000 meters deep in the sea, who could see things in the future. He was shocked that Xia Yu knew all this through observation haki. Through Garp's previous narration, he knew that Xia Yu possessed the rare observation haki that was born with him. Like Conqueror's haki, it could not be improved through training and could only become stronger as his own strength grew. Xia Yu's ability to see such a distant future, and even part of the past, was enough to prove that Xia Yu's own strength had become so powerful that they could hardly imagine. Of course, neither he nor Garp had any doubts about Xia Yu's strength. Putting aside other things, just based on the scene where Xia Yu released the magic that covered the entire Windmill Village and stunned all the revolutionary soldiers on the large ship far out at sea, there is no doubt that Xia Yu is very powerful. But they still underestimated. Because Xia Yu's own strength is far stronger than they imagined. What a pity! After a brief silence, Drago suddenly sighed and looked at Xia Yu seriously. "With such great strength, you should do something for this world. Of course, I won't be like that old man trying to lure you to the naval headquarters. If you ever stop traveling, you can try to learn more about the Revolutionary Army." "Hello?" Garp tilted his head and glared at Drewwby through Xia Yu. "What do you mean there's an old man?" "That's me." Drago ignored Garp, tilting his head back and downing the whiskey in his glass. He pulled out a stack of Baileys and placed them on the bar. He then looked at Xia Yu with what he thought was a very warm smile. "I'm looking forward to seeing the changes you'll see at Naval Headquarters over the next 10 years. If that day ever comes, the door to the Revolutionary Army will always be open to you." After saying that, Drewwby didn't waste any more time and turned around and walked out of the tavern. Accompanied by a burst of lightning and thunder, a strong wind suddenly blew in front of the originally quiet tavern, and then Drewwby, who had just walked out of the tavern door, disappeared out of thin air. Xia Yu didn't watch Drewwby leave. Instead, he tilted his head to look at Garp, who was taking a big gulp of whiskey, and smiled. "You two are such an interesting couple. The father is a hero of the naval headquarters directly under the world government, and the son is the leader of the rebels determined to overthrow the world government. If things continue like this, your eldest grandson will most likely become a pirate. Interesting, a third-generation family has become a three-way competition. This is really interesting." Looking at Xia Yu, Garp's expression suddenly turned serious. "What do you mean? Did you see Luffy's future? Will he really become a pirate? Just being a pirate is not enough to stand out." Xia Yu suppressed a smile. "I have to become the king of pirates to compete with the father of the Revolutionary Army leader and the grandfather of the marine hero." After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly kept the secret. "Of course, being just the king of pirates isn't enough. Luffy's future is much more than that." Xia Yu didn't give Garp a chance to react, and simply turned around and jumped off the stool. "Rest, Garp. When you reach a certain age, you should retire. Some things can't be changed just because you want them to." Watching Xia Yu and the two rabbits leave the tavern, Garp suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the bar, shouting three words through gritted teeth: "Shanks." Xia Yu said Luffy's future is far more than this? What does this mean? Suddenly, Garp's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Xia Yu, who had already walked out of the tavern, and shouted, "Kid, explain yourself clearly. What do you mean by Luffy's future is much more than this?" Xia Yu turned around and showed her signature warm smile. "Want to know? Equivalent exchange. What do you need?" Garp asked with hope in his eyes. Xia Yu thought for a moment and said, "In the future I've seen, there's a person whose gender I can never tell. This person always wears a mask and a long robe, and lives year-round in a garden filled with butterflies. If possible, could you help me take off this person's mask and take a look? Of course, you can also wait until I have traveled around the world and the Grand Line and experienced different customs and cultures before taking me there. I will personally take off that damn mask and see if it is a man or a woman." Garp was completely bewildered. A person in the future scene, wearing a mask? Living in a garden full of butterflies? How can I find him with just this information? No need to look for him. He's somewhere you can go anytime. Xia Yu smiled and pointed in a direction. He lives in Marie Joy's, in a garden with many butterflies called Between the Flowers. Are you kidding me? Garp, feeling like he'd been fooled, immediately widened his eyes. I'm very familiar with the Holy Land. There's no place for beggars there. Xia Yu shrugged slightly. That's because you're not qualified to know about this place. Currently, only I and the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, know about this place. Perhaps the leader of the Knights of God also knows about it. Chapter 028. As Xia Yu left with the 2 rabbits, only Makina and Garp were left in the tavern. Makina was still busy, while Garp sat blankly at the bar, staring straight at the door. Garp wasn't entirely convinced by Xia Yu's predictions that he could see some of the things that would happen in the next decade. Especially when Xia Yu mentioned that the naval headquarters would be destroyed due to a major incident, he treated it as a joke. But the person Xia Yu mentioned before leaving caused ripples in his heart. A being that lives in the Holy Land of Marie Joy's, known only to the 5 elders and the Knights of God? Although he was sure that he had never heard of such a place in the Holy Land, he did not go everywhere over the years, because many places in the Holy Land prohibited outsiders from approaching. For example, the palace where the Void Throne was built by 20 kings was located. Without the permission of the 5 elders, even he could not enter without permission. Just as Garp was distracted by Xia Yu's words before leaving, Makina, who had already cleaned up the pub, returned to the bar and tentatively called out, "Mr. Garp." Garp calmly regained his composure, looked around, and let out his signature laugh. "Ahaha, everyone's gone. It's time for me to go home. Put tonight's spending on my account, and we'll settle it next time we come back." With that, Garp turned around and strode out of the tavern without caring whether Makina heard him or not. Makina was clearly used to Garp's style. She didn't come out to see him off, nor did she take out a bill to put the evening's consumption on Garp's account. The amount of alcohol consumed tonight wasn't much, as the villagers were almost all captivated by Xia Yu's stories, including her own, who was somewhat mesmerized. After walking out of the tavern, Garp did not immediately return to his home, which he rarely went back to. Instead, he walked alone on the stone road that was cracked by the collision between Xia Yu and Red Rabbit, and continued to think about everything that had happened since he met Xia Yu. As he was thinking, he suddenly stopped. He, who never liked to use his brain, shook his head with a headache, then took out a den mushi from his pocket and dialed it. Soon, the den mushi was connected. "Garp." A slightly tired voice came from the den mushi. "Do you have to choose this time? I've already said that I'll be at home for a business meeting." Garp cut to the chase. "Sengoku, let me ask you something. Did you know there's a place called Hanama in the Holy Land?" "Holy Land? Hanano?" A puzzled voice came from the den mushi. "I've never heard of it." "No, you're asking me this question now. You haven't heard of it either." Garp scratched the back of his head and said simply, "It's okay, just rest. That's it." Without waiting for the other party to respond, Garp ended the call and turned to look towards the sea. Sengoku is his old partner who has fought side by side with him since their youth. Now he has been promoted to the commander-in-chief of the headquarters and can access many things that he cannot access. If Sengoku knew about Hanano no Ma's existence, his first reaction should be to not ask questions that shouldn't be asked, instead of giving the answer he just gave. This means that if Hanama really exists, it is a taboo. Not to mention Marshal Sengoku, even General Sorum may not know about it. Of course there is another possibility. Xia Yu was teasing him. This brat is getting more and more hateful. Garp didn't bother to think any further and started cursing. "You tell me Luffy's future is much bigger than this, and then you tell me there's a masked man living among the flowers in the Holy Land. I think you're just talking nonsense." At the same time, in the waters of Windmill Village, on the deck of a huge warship that was rapidly sailing towards the deep sea, Drewwby and Ivankov stood side by side, both looking up at the windmill village that was gradually being swallowed by darkness. After a brief silence, Ivankov turned his gaze towards the revolutionary leader beside him and spoke cautiously, "Dragon, do you believe what that young man said? Will the situation at naval headquarters change like that in the next 10 years? I think it's unlikely." "It doesn't matter." Dragon's expression remained as serious as ever. "The important thing is that he possesses 2 types of Haki that cannot be improved through training, yet are ridiculously powerful. You should know what this means. If we can get him to join, our team will become even stronger." "But didn't you just say he doesn't want to join any faction?" Ivankov blinked and asked, "Do you have a way to get him to join us?" Drewwby shook his head. "Not yet, but I'm not in a hurry. I know so little about him. Next, you arrange for some people to gather comprehensive intelligence on him. I want to know what kind of person he is. If he's truly just a simple traveler, then I'll be able to win him over." Ivankov nodded. "We cannot be on the same page. You want to know if he shares our ideals, right? Don't worry, as long as he's not a demon. Give me some time, and I'll find out everything about him." "Hurry." Drewwby turned and looked at Ivankov, his expression more serious than ever. Garp is also extending an olive branch to him. Although the old man is usually cynical, he never gives up halfway when it comes to finding and training a successor. Understood. Ivankov nodded again. Drewwby stopped talking and looked towards the windmill village again. The things Xia Yu mentioned echoed in his ears, and he felt inexplicably excited. Although the revolutionary army he led had basically no direct conflict with the Marine over the years, he believed that as the revolutionary army grew stronger, it would inevitably have to clash with the Marine when it came into direct battle with the world government in the future. If the naval headquarters really undergoes a major change as Xia Yu sees in the future, it will only benefit the revolutionary army and not harm it. Will it happen? Drewwby's eyes gradually narrowed. If everything Xia Yu said in the tavern came true in the future, he would win her over no matter what. If such a powerful being who can see the future cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with them, he may become an insurmountable obstacle in the revolutionary army's advance in the future. Xia Yu returned to the hotel room, and because he drank too much, he was too lazy to even take a shower. He just fell into a deep sleep on the bed. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. After washing up and walking out of the hotel, Xia Yu was just about to take the two rabbits to find a restaurant when she saw Makina walking out of a two-story building next door. Before Xia Yu could speak, Makina quickly walked over and was the first to say hello, Mr. Xia Yu, good afternoon. Seeing Makina carrying a basket, and having changed from her long skirt to casual pants and a pair of sneakers, Xia Yu blinked in surprise and asked, "Are you going on a long journey?" Makina nodded. Today the shoe store owner asked me to accompany him to Central Street to buy some goods. Center Street. Although Xia Yu knew that Central Street was the civilian residential area within the Kingdom of Goa, he still pretended to be very curious. Where is that place? Is it far away? It's not far, Makina shook his head. It's just a short walk across Mount Korpo. Can you take me with you? Xia Yu looked at Makina seriously. I don't have much Bailey left, so I'd like to take this opportunity to find something to do to prepare for the next leg of the trip. Makina was one of the few Windmill Village villagers who knew Xia Yu was short of money, but she didn't show it. She asked curiously, has Mr. Xia Yu always traveled this way? Xia Yu smiled and nodded. Occasionally I catch a few pirates. But I don't really like fighting and killing, so most of the time I find a job every time I arrive at a place. This is also a way of traveling, and I can experience different lives. Chapter 029. Garp did not leave Windmill Village. Because he had a full 10-day vacation this time, even though he had wasted some time catching pirates near the Bridge Kingdom, he still had plenty of time. However, he did not continue to look for Xia Yu. Instead, he took Luffy into the jungle of Mount Korpo early in the morning and came to the base of Dodon's family. After sending Luffy to Dodon, Garp couldn't help but think of the person Xia Yu mentioned. The more Garp thought about it, the more he felt that Xia Yu didn't seem to be teasing him. So he made up an excuse to say goodbye to Dodon, who was taking care of his eldest grandson, and prepared to return to Fengch village to ask Xia Yu. Garp had just emerged from the jungle of Mount Korpo when he suddenly froze in place. In front of his sight, Xia Yu was following Makina with Red Rabbit and Green Rabbit, and walking in front of them was the owner of the shoe store in Windmill Village. Makina, Xia Yu. Seeing the three people and two rabbits approaching quickly on the forest path, Garp quickly walked to the middle of the path and asked in surprise, "Why did you run into the mountains? Let's go to Central Street to stock up, idiot." The shoe store owner spoke first, angrily saying, "A Sea King has arrived in the waters near Windmill Village. We're afraid to take the boat and have to cross this mountain." Sea Kings? Garp was stunned. Yet, he almost swallowed Luffy a few years ago. The shoe store owner said angrily, "If it weren't for Shanks-sama, Luffy would be gone." Hearing this, Garp's facial muscles twitched slightly. For some reason, whenever he heard the name Shanks, he couldn't help but want to beat someone up. The reason was simple: this pirate named Shanks had planted the seeds of pirates in his grandson's heart, often clamoring to him to become the Pirate King. You know, he had always hoped that Luffy would be his successor in the future, and had been training Luffy in that direction. But what he didn't expect was that after he had raised Luffy with great difficulty, before he could train Luffy into an outstanding marine, Shanks appeared in Windmill Village and disrupted all his plans. Not only that, Luffy's dream also changed drastically because of this. Every time he saw Luffy standing in front of him and arguing that he wanted to become the king of pirates, the blood in his heart would surge violently and want to burst out. So you guys are on that mountain road that the Sea Kings should take. At this moment, Xia Yu's voice suddenly rang out, if it's because of that Sea Kings that you don't dare to go out to sea, then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Why? The shoe store owner turned around and looked at Xia Yu, and Makina also glanced sideways. Xia Yu didn't hide it and explained, we encountered that Sea King on the way down to Windmill Village, and then Red Rabbit rushed out and killed it. But I'm not sure if it was the same Sea King that Red Rabbit killed. The Sea King had scarlet eyes, a bit like a giant moray eel. Yes, that's it. The shoe store owner nodded excitedly. Mr. Xia Yu, you've quietly helped the villagers of Fengch village so much. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. Xia Yu smiled slightly. Thank Red Rabbit instead. Before Xia Yu finished speaking, the shoe store owner rushed to Hungtu and hugged him. Mr. Hungtu, you are awesome. Bang! Before the shoe store owner could finish her words, a slight slapping sound suddenly rang out. Then, she flew out like a kite with a broken string. The sudden scene frightened Makina, who was standing next to Xia Yu, so much that her mouth opened slightly and she was unable to react for a moment. Garp laughed heartily. Finally, someone can feel my pain, ha 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 ha. Xia Yu was a little surprised. Because Red Rabbit wasn't polishing shoes or reading a magazine at the moment, she was just following him with her head down. In this situation, he shouldn't have taken action. The most important thing is that the owner of the shoe store had no ill intentions and just gave him a hug. Could it be? Is the Red Rabbit the legendary aluminum alloy steel straight rabbit? Thinking of this, Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Hungtu, that's too much. She just wanted to thank you, how could you do that? Red Rabbit looked up and meowed at you, then said calmly, no need. Seeing this, Garp laughed heartily again and said, Ahaha, I like Red Rabbit's personality. Ah! Suddenly, Makina finally reacted and let out a cry of surprise for no reason, then quickly ran towards a big tree opposite. The shoe store owner who was slapped away by Hungtu was hanging upside down on a branch of the big tree, with Uzumaki in her eyes and a look of despair on her face. Fortunately, she was wearing jeans. If she had worn a skirt, her upside-down posture would definitely expose her. Makina, who had come up to the tree, called out anxiously, Boss lady. I'm fine. The shoe store owner's voice was steady and weak. Just a little dizzy. Hold on, I'll be up soon. Makina said as he was about to climb the tree. Just as Makina finished speaking, a stone suddenly flew through the air. With a loud bang, the branch was easily broken by the stone, and the shoe store owner fell straight down. Just when the shoe store owner was about to hit her head on the ground, Xia Yu suddenly appeared as if she had been waiting there for a long time. She grabbed the shoe store owner's ankle. At first glance, it looked like she was grabbing an old hen. Seeing this scene, Makina couldn't bear to watch it and instinctively raised his hands to cover his face. Fortunately, Xia Yu was over 1.8 meters tall, otherwise if he had grabbed the shoe store owner like that, her head would have hit the ground. After putting the proprietress on the ground, Xia Yu took a step back with a hint of apology. I'm sorry, Red Rabbit doesn't like to interact with people, especially women. It's okay, it's okay. The shoe store owner quickly turned over and got up, as if she was a little drunk. She waved her hands repeatedly and said, I was too reckless. Let's continue on our way. With that, the shoe store owner blushed and walked out with Makina on her arm, looking a little embarrassed. At the same time, while Xia Yu grabbed the shoe store owner and helped her land safely, he quickly walked to the big tree, took out the stone embedded in the tree, held it in his hand and looked at it. The surface of the stone was wrapped in a layer of energy. As a master of armament Haki, Garp naturally knew what this layer of energy was. What surprised him was that the energy on the surface of the stone was flowing slightly, as if it had life. Obviously, Xia Yu, who injected armament Haki into the surface of the stone, has reached a whole new level of mastery over armament Haki. A rare observation Haki that can influence the emotions and thoughts of others. Conqueror's Haki is so powerful that it covers the entire windmill village. And the armament Haki that can be freely retracted. He is accompanied by a red rabbit with two forms, angry and rampaging. Garp believes that as long as Xia Yu stops traveling, he will become the most dazzling existence of this era. Chapter 030. Garp didn't follow. Because he is now extremely clear-headed and can freely apply the abilities that others rely on for survival to his own life, it is enough to show that Xia Yu is a very free and easy person. If he continued to pester Xia Yu and instill in her ideas of justice, not only would he not get what he wanted, but he might also make Xia Yu disgusted. More than anything, his concern now wasn't whether Xia Yu could join the Marines, but when Xia Yu would stop traveling. For a moment, he hoped Xia Yu would remain as she was. If she didn't join the Marines, whether she became a pirate or was kidnapped by his son, who cursed her but was secretly proud of her, she would be a very troublesome existence for the world government. Watching Xia Yu and his group of 3 people and 2 rabbits disappear at the end of the forest path, Garp shook his head and smiled to himself. This was the first time he had put so much thought into a young man. You know, before he met Xia Yu, whenever he found a good talent, he would tell the other party his ideas in the simplest and most direct way, and then give the other party a choice. If the other party is willing, he will take it back to naval headquarters. If the other party is unwilling, he will not force it and will simply turn around and leave. Of course, these so-called good seedlings did not show amazing performance when he met them. Most of them were ordinary people, and it would be very easy for him to control them. Xia Yu, on the other hand, possesses Conqueror's Haki, profound swordsmanship, and a powerful red rabbit. He already has the powerful strength to form a group or an army on his own. It is obviously impossible for him to convince the other party with just a few words. Furthermore, Xia Yu's observation Haki is very scary. Even he has to be cautious when communicating with Xia Yu, fearing that he will be affected by Xia Yu's observation Haki if he is not careful. It's fine this way. Looking up again in the direction where Xia Yu and the other 2 had left, Garp's tense face gradually relaxed. Based on his current understanding of Xia Yu would not be easily influenced by other people's ideas and concepts. Therefore, he did not need to worry about Xia Yu being lured away by forces that stood in opposition to Marine and world government. Thinking of this, Garp no longer stayed where he was, but turned around and headed back towards Windmill Village. Mr. Xia Yu, we're almost there. In the jungle of Mount Corpo, the shoe store owner walking ahead suddenly quickened her pace, ran out of the woods, and stood on a high point. Pointing at a building not far below, she excitedly said, "That's the garbage mountain up ahead. There was a fire there 4 years ago, and I heard a lot of people died. But we don't need to go to the garbage mountain. We need to take a detour through the nearby Duan town. After Duan town, we'll reach our destination, Central Street." As the shoe store owner introduced them, Xia Yu and Makina had already walked up to her. Xia Yu stood on a high vantage point and looked down. He saw rows of ramshackle, dilapidated houses, most of them made of wood. In front of these dilapidated wooden houses, various waste and garbage piled up. Many ragged children and elderly people were picking through the garbage. A few hundred feet away from these messy and dilapidated houses stands a magnificent city gate. The city wall is painted white, and some soldiers can be vaguely seen walking back and forth on the wall. On the other side of the city wall was a small town that didn't cover a large area. This was probably the Duan town mentioned by the shoe store owner. If Xia Yu remembered correctly, this Duan town was probably a place where hooligans and gangsters gathered. Just as Xia Yu was looking down at the building opposite from his vantage point, Makina, who was standing next to him, suddenly called out, "Mr. Xia Yu, where are Kirilenko and Popo?" Hearing this, Xia Yu quickly turned around to look. Seeing that the Red Rabbit and the Green Rabbit were no longer behind him, Xia Yu felt a pang in his heart. Could it be that these two sneaked out to play? It would be fine if it was just for fun, but the thing to worry about is that some blind guy would touch the Red Rabbit's reverse scale. Of course, even if Red Rabbit runs out and causes trouble, it's no big deal. After all, with Red Rabbit's strength, it can easily walk sideways in East Blue. Xia Yu was worried because the tall, white wall in front of him was clearly the Goa Kingdom's wall. If Red Rabbit sneaked into Goa and demolished the palace, it would be a disaster. Because Goa was a member of the world government and was protected by the world government, if it was invaded, the nearby marine branch base would quickly rush to support it. By then, his trip to the Kingdom of Goa would definitely not be very smooth. At the same time, Duan Town. The Red Rabbit and the Green Rabbit walked confidently down the street, their eyes occasionally glancing at the shops on both sides of the street. He didn't mean to sneak out, but Xia Yu, Makina, and the shoe store owner were walking too slowly. They were clearly there to purchase goods, but they were walking so slowly, as if they were on a date, which made him anxious. So, he took Green Rabbit and the other two out of the jungle and came to the town. Unlike the arrogant Red Rabbit, the Green Rabbit following him was timid and didn't even dare to look more than 5 meters away. Because from the moment they entered the town, they were occasionally cast at by some very unfriendly eyes on the street. Unlike the way the villagers in Windmill Village looked at him, most of these eyes contained murderous intent. "Everyone, look! These two rabbits are amazing. They can actually walk upright." Suddenly, a little boy came running over and stood directly on the street ahead, blocking the way for the two rabbits. Before the two rabbits could react, a group of will-o'-the-wisp teenagers came quickly over. The man with green hair in the lead knocked the little boy who was blocking their way to the ground, and then stood in front of the Red Rabbit with a menacing look. With his height advantage, the green-haired man looked down at the two rabbits with a chilling coldness in his eyes. "Boss, what species is this?" A young man with a will-o'-the-wisp look quickly approached the man, grinning bloodthirstily and saying, "He's an eyesore. Kill him. It's really an eyesore." The green-haired man stroked his chin and looked at the Red Rabbit, then glanced at the Green Rabbit hiding behind the Red Rabbit. Then, he suddenly bent down in front of the Red Rabbit, grinned and said evilly, "Hey! Are you humans or rabbits? If you are human, I will let you go after leaving the toll. If it were a rabbit..." The green-haired man's mouth curved into a bloodthirsty arc. "I've never tasted this kind of rabbit head before. Oh haha!" Amidst loud laughter, the green-haired man suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the Red Rabbit's ears that were standing up high. Just when the green-haired man was about to grab the Red Rabbit's ears, the Red Rabbit suddenly looked up and grabbed the green-haired man's wrist with lightning speed. Before the green-haired man could react, the Red Rabbit that had grabbed the green-haired man's wrist suddenly exerted force and pulled hard. "Tear it!" Accompanied by a creepy tearing sound, one of the green-haired man's arms was torn off by the Red Rabbit. In an instant, the whole place was silent. After a brief silence, the green-haired man, who was standing there in a daze because he didn't react to the sudden incident, suddenly widened his eyes, and then a shrill scream went straight to the sky. Chapter 031. The shrill screams echoed over Duan Town, scaring the birds in the surrounding forests so much that they flapped their wings and fled. "Oh, it must be those thugs in Duanshan fighting." Hearing the screams coming from afar, the shoe store owner sighed and said helplessly, "It seems that we came out at the wrong time this time. If we pass through Duan Town to Central Street at this time, it will definitely be very dangerous." After a slight pause, the shoe store owner turned back to look at Xia Yu and said, "How about we rest here and go over later?" Xia Yu didn't say anything, but stared straight in the direction of Duanzhen. Seeing Xia Yu's reaction, Ma Qina suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide and said cautiously, "Mr. Xia Yu, could it be?" Xia Yu retracted his gaze and said helplessly, "It's Kirilenko." "What?" The shoe shop owner's eyes widened. "Mr. Red Rabbit ran off to Duan Town? It's all over. Duan Town is full of hooligans. Mr. Red Rabbit is in danger." Before she could finish her words, the shoe store owner suddenly became quiet. Shouldn't the thugs in Duanzhen be the ones in danger? Thinking of this, the shoe store owner felt relieved and changed her tone, "Then, do we need to rush over? Let's go." Xia Yu did not stop and walked down the path first. Ma Qina and the shoe store owner did not dare to delay and followed closely behind. Although Xia Yu sensed the breath of the red rabbit and the green rabbit through observation Haki, he was not in a hurry. Firstly, the mountain road was rugged, and he was worried that if he walked too fast, Ma Qina and the shoe store owner would not be able to keep up. Secondly, Duan Town was mostly populated by delinquents and social scum, which for Hungta was not a chaotic place but a paradise. Because in the prison break rabbit world, Red Rabbit Kirilenko is a gang leader, which allows Red Rabbit to experience the underworld of Otherworld. There were screams coming from the direction of Duanzhen, one after another. Occasionally, someone could be seen flying into the air from the streets of Duanzhen, drawing perfect arcs in the sky, which frightened Ma Qina and the shoe store owner who were following Xia Yu. "Mr. Xia Yu." Finally, Ma Qina couldn't help himself and said cautiously, "Kirilenko won't kill all those thugs, right? That depends on what those thugs did to him." Xia Yu looked up at another figure being knocked away and said calmly, "If they go too far, many people might die." "Ah!" Ma Qina's eyes flashed with panic. If too many people die, the city defense guards might attack Kirilenko. Seeing that Ma Qina hadn't finished speaking, Xia Yu shook his head and laughed, "Will the Goa Kingdom City Defense Guard care about the lives of the thugs in Duan Town? In the eyes of the nobles and royals of the Goa Kingdom, these thugs are no different from the garbage in the garbage mountain." Knowing that Ma Qina was worried that Hungta would be captured by the guards, Xia Yu changed the subject and said, "Don't worry, even if Kirilenko is captured by the guards, they won't be able to do anything to him." After a slight pause, Xia Yu narrowed her eyes and looked at Duanzhen again, "But this makes my trip a little bit unhappy." On the white walls of the Kingdom of Goa, because of the shrill screams coming from Duan Town not far away, the patrolling members of the city defense guards climbed up to look into the distance. With the advantage of the height of the city wall, they could see the streets of Duan Town in full view. "What's going on? Are those hooligans in Duanzhen fighting over the turf again? The fight is fierce. I guess a lot of people will die this time." "Die, die, it's better for them all to die. Their very existence is a sin. If it weren't for them and that mountain of garbage, our country would be a more beautiful place." Hey, didn't you see who was fighting those thugs? It was a rabbit, no, it should be a rabbit man. Bunny people? What kind of race is this? I've seen relevant records in some ancient books. I think they were called the Fur Tribe. However, according to that ancient book, the Fur Tribe has become extinct. How dare you read ancient books? If the captain finds out, you'll end up in jail. I'm only reading ancient books within the permitted range, so I'm not afraid. That rabbit is so strong. No thug can withstand a punch from him. If I had that much strength, I should have no problem being a vice-captain, right?" The guards on the city wall were chatting with each other, but no one wanted to go down to stop them. Of course, they are just guards, not sheriffs, and there is no need for them to care about the disputes and conflicts between gangsters. Even the sheriff would not care about the right and wrong outside the city wall, because to everyone living inside the city wall, those living outside the city wall are garbage, a stain on the Kingdom of Goa, which is known as the most beautiful country in East Blue. They hope that these gangsters will kill each other and die. At the same time, Xia Yu, Machina, and the shoe store owner finally arrived at the main street of Duanzhen. As soon as they stepped into the street, all kinds of wailing and screaming came towards them, causing the shoe store owner to subconsciously slow down her pace, hold Machina's arm and hide behind Xia Yu. Machina was also inexplicably nervous. Although she often encountered some customers who fought and made trouble when she ran the tavern, those were minor fights and could not be compared with the scene in front of her at this moment. Dozens of hooligans with hair dyed in various colors were lying densely on the street. Not only on the street, but also in the shops on both sides of the street, on the windows and on some clotheslines, there were hooligans lying or hanging upside down. Waves of painful wails came from all directions, which made people feel creepy. As they crossed the street, an even more shocking scene quietly came into their eyes. I saw a dozen thugs piled together in the middle of the street ahead. Some of them were covered in blood, and more had bruised faces and noses and were screaming uncontrollably. On this human mountain formed by a dozen thugs, Red Rabbit crossed his legs and rubbed a pair of canvas shoes that he had snatched from somewhere, as if everything that happened in Duan town had nothing to do with him. The Green Rabbit stepped on the human wall formed by 4 or 5 thugs, looking at the Red Rabbit with a confused expression, and didn't know where to put its little hands. Looking at the Red Rabbit sitting on a pile of people in the middle of the street ahead, Xia Yu smiled. It looks like Kirilenko is having a great time. As he spoke, Xia Yu walked over with Machina without stopping. All the shops on both sides of the street had their doors closed, and vague figures could be seen moving in the windows. Obviously, the civilians living in Duanzhen were frightened by the sudden melee in Duanzhen. In one of the shops, a Madara boy of about 12 or 13 years old was holding a steel pipe tightly, staring intently at the Red Rabbit on the hill in the middle of the street. When he saw Machina following Xia Yu appear on the street and approach the Red Rabbit, the pupils of the Madara boy suddenly contracted. Then, he mustered up the courage to rush out of the shop and shouted anxiously to Machina, "Machina, don't go near that rabbit." "Hey!" Hearing someone calling his name, Machina instinctively turned his head to look. The moment Machina saw the Madara boy, her beautiful eyes widened instantly and she asked in surprise, "Ace?" Chapter 032. Xia Yu, who was walking in front, was stunned when he heard the name Ace, and then turned around to look at the Madara boy who had already run to Machina's side. Ace was 12 or 13 years old at this time. Normally, children of this age are still in their childishness, but Ace's face did not have the childishness of his age, and there was a hint of sinisterness between his eyebrows. But this is understandable. Ace is in his rebellious period at this age. In addition, he now knows that he is the posthumous son of Roger, the pirate king who was executed in Logue Town. His heart is obviously not as pure as his peers who have grown up in a greenhouse. The most important thing is that Ace during this period was already very rebellious and would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. When Luffy was first sent to Corpo Sandadon, he suffered a lot from him. However, according to the time calculation, 2 years have passed since Luffy was sent to Corpo Sandadon. During these 2 years, Luffy became brothers with Ace and Sabo. Because of the appearance of Luffy and Sabo, Ace gradually grew from a rebellious teenager to a warm-hearted big brother, who treated Luffy as his own brother. "Ace, why are you here?" Looking at Ace who was standing in front of him, Machina suddenly frowned. "Did you sneak here? Now's not the time to talk about this, idiot." Ace seemed very anxious. "Get out of here. That Red Rabbit has gone crazy and is beating up everyone he sees. See those thugs lying there? He's the one who beat them all. You guys go quickly, I'll cover your retreat." Without waiting for Machina to speak, Ace immediately stood in front of her, holding the steel pipe tightly, turned around and faced the Red Rabbit sitting on the mountain of people, as if he was going to cover Machina's retreat. Seeing Ace's reaction, Machina felt warm in his heart. She watched Ace grow up. Ever since Luffy was sent to Dodon's family on Mount Corpo by Garp, she would go up the mountain alone every now and then to bring clothes and food for Luffy and Ace, and she would also take the time to teach Ace and Luffy various life skills. In fact, because the two of them had no parents around since childhood and no one taught them basic etiquette, she would call them to her side every once in a while and start teaching them basic etiquette such as how to greet others and how to get along with others. What she didn't expect was that Ace, who didn't even know how to say hello to people when he was a child, has now learned to protect others. At this moment, Xia Yu turned his gaze to Ace and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, the Red Rabbit will not hurt Machina." Hearing this, Ace finally noticed Xia Yu. Following the sound, he looked towards Xia Yu and saw Xia Yu looking at him with a smile. A hint of vigilance immediately flashed in his eyes. He gripped the steel pipe in his hand tighter and moved closer to Machina. Seeing this, Xia Yu shook his head and smiled, "Love comes back, and blessings come to those who give. Machina, you have not taught this child in vain all these years." After saying that, Xia Yu no longer paid attention to Ace and slowly walked towards the crowd on the opposite side. In front of a crowd of more than a dozen thugs, there lay a green-haired man with his entire arm torn off. He was at the end of his life due to excessive blood loss. Xia Yu just glanced at it and then looked up at the Red Rabbit. Without waiting for Xia Yu to speak, Green Rabbit quickly jumped off the gangster and ran to Xia Yu and stopped. "What's going on?" Xia Yu asked curiously. Green Rabbit didn't hesitate and pointed at the dead green hair lying on the ground. "He wants to eat Kirilenko's head." "I see." Xia Yu shrugged slightly, "That's okay." Before he finished speaking, he immediately looked up at Kirilenko and said, "Did you have fun? If you did, come down. We still need to go to the city to buy more goods." Surprisingly, Hungta didn't listen to Xia Yu's command. He slowly raised his head to look at Xia Yu, and slapped the face of the unlucky thug he was sitting on with his canvas shoes, with a look of regret. "You haven't had enough fun. Okay." Xia Yu didn't hesitate, "You stay here and continue playing, don't hurt any innocent people. But when we come back with the goods, you must come with me." Hungta nodded decisively, picked up the canvas shoes and continued to polish them. Ace, who was standing in front of Machina, saw this scene and his eyes almost popped out. He did sneak out from Mount Corpo today, but he didn't come here to fight with the gangsters. Instead, he came here out of habit because he lost a brother here 4 years ago. Over the past 4 years, he has come here alone for a walk every once in a while, and it has become a habit. Although he knew it was unlikely, he still hoped that one day when he passed by the garbage mountain and walked into Duan town, the familiar figure wearing a pair of glasses on his hat would stand opposite him, and then say to him with a smile, "Ace, I'm back." What he didn't expect was that the figure he wanted to see most did not appear, but instead a brutal Red Rabbit appeared. He had just walked into Duan town and had not yet reacted to what was happening when he saw the thugs flying into the sky one after another, with screams coming one after another. Thinking that the thugs in Duan town were fighting again, he rushed to the scene as soon as possible with the idea of joining in the fun. However, when he arrived at the scene, all the thugs on the street were lying on the ground, and a red rabbit with a terrifying aura was waving its claws and hitting everyone it saw. In just a few blinks of an eye, all the thugs who blocked the rabbit, whether they were running away or frightened in place, fell to the ground without exception and screamed miserably. Before he could react, the red rabbit suddenly turned around and pounced on him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and rolled into the nearest shop to escape the disaster. During this period, he didn't dare to leave the shop at all. Even though the fighting on the street had ended and the red rabbit no longer attacked anyone it saw but sat quietly in the crowd polishing its canvas shoes, he didn't dare to come out. It wasn't until he saw Machina appear that he mustered up the courage to rush out. But just when he was determined to protect Machina from leaving even at the cost of his life, things turned around. After a brief moment of shock, Ace looked at Machina in disbelief. "Who is that man? Is he and that red rabbit really partners?" Machina smiled and nodded. "His name is Xia Yu, and he's a traveler. He ran out of money after traveling to Windmill Village, so he wanted to come to Central Street to see if he could find a job. Looking for a job? Ace said excitedly, eyes wide open, as if he had heard something incredible. Are you crazy? Why would you look for a job when you have such powerful partners? As long as the Red Rabbit takes down Duin Town in one fell swoop, they will be the boss here. Chapter 033. Hearing Ace's bad words, Makina shook his head and smiled, then looked up at Xia Yu, who had returned with the green rabbit. Xia Yu came to Makina and looked Ace up and down, then met Makina's gaze. Let's go, we have to hurry back to Windmill Village after we get the goods. Makina didn't turn around immediately, but pulled Ace to her side, and said with her red lips, Mr. Xia Yu, let me introduce you, this kid is called Ace, and he is Luffy's older brother. So he's Luffy's brother. Xia Yu looked at Ace again and smiled, you two don't look much alike, so you're probably not brothers. Ace didn't say anything, obviously still wary of Xia Yu. Seeing that Ace didn't respond, Makina quickly reminded him, Ace, have you forgotten how I taught you to greet people? Hearing this, Ace remained wary, but his words were polite. Luffy and I are indeed not brothers, but never mind. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Xia Yu didn't take Ace's attitude to heart. Most of the civilians living at the bottom of this world are still at the stage of not yet awakening to intelligence, and Ace has been left alone since he was a child. If it weren't for Makina's guidance since he was a child, Ace's current way of greeting people would probably be to say hey, who are you, UBD in their faces. When Ace heard that Makina was going to accompany the shoe store owner to the Central Street to purchase goods, he suddenly seemed a little resistant and decisively chose to stay here and wait for them to come back. Makina didn't force it, and reminded Ace not to touch the canvas shoes in Kirilenko's hand before leaving. Soon, a group of 3 people and a rabbit arrived at the city gate. The guards on the city wall had already seen Xia Yu and others approaching. When they learned that Makina and the shoe store owner were from Windmill Village, they who originally didn't want to open the door suddenly put on smiles. 2 of the men even ran down from the city wall and opened the gate themselves. The reason is very simple. Although Windmill Village also belongs to the Kingdom of Goa, neither the city guards, the sheriffs in the city, nor the royal nobles dare to make comments about Windmill Village. Because Windmill Village has a legendary vice-admiral of the naval headquarters. Based on this alone, even the king of the Kingdom of Goa must treat them with courtesy. After all, as a member of the world government, if they encounter danger, the Marines affiliated with the world government will rush to ensure their safety as soon as possible. However, when they saw the green rabbit following Xia Yu, they both looked troubled. One of the men mustered his courage and said cautiously, Ladies, you and this gentleman can enter the city, but please keep that rabbit outside. If the guards find out we let this strange creature into the city, they'll definitely punish us severely. What kind of rules are these? Makina glanced sideways at the green rabbit, Pupu. Although she had no interaction with Pupu, she preferred the red rabbit, Kirilenko, to the green rabbit, Pupu. Because the green rabbit was so well behaved. From the moment she met Pupu until now, she had never seen Pupu blush. Moreover, when playing with Door's children, he took good care of them. Such a kind rabbit is not allowed to enter the city? This was a little hard for her to accept as she was kind-hearted. Xia Yu, who was standing nearby, saw this and sensed the 2 men's difficulty. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and said to Green Rabbit, Go find Kirilenko. If he loses control and hurts innocent civilians, you can just remedy the situation. The Green Rabbit nodded, turned around and ran out happily. After watching the Green Rabbit leave, the 2 men breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, Thank you for your understanding, sir. At the same time, on the streets of Duin Town, Ace stood still, his eyes scanning Red Rabbit. Red Rabbit was very quiet at this moment, a far cry from the unstoppable fighting style he had shown before. Although Xia Yu told Red Rabbit not to attack him before leaving, he still didn't dare to get close to him easily. Because the shock that the Red Rabbit had brought to him before was too great. You know, he is many times stronger now than when he fought with the gangsters here 4 years ago. Under normal circumstances, he can challenge the gangsters of Duan Town alone and remain invincible, but he can't do it like Red Rabbit, who can kill them one by one with a punch. This also means that the gap in strength between him and the Red Rabbit is not small. What are you looking at? Go play somewhere else. Suddenly, the Red Rabbit who had been stared at by Ace suddenly looked up, and locked his sharp eyes on Ace, which made Ace's heart tremble and feel a little chilly for some reason. Surprisingly, Ace didn't look away immediately. Instead, he straightened his chest despite the oppressive feeling brought by the Red Rabbit, and his momentum was no less than that of the Red Rabbit. I'm watching. Xia Yu said, you can't hurt me. Hearing this, Red Rabbit jumped down from the mountain of people, turned around and punched out, knocking all the dozen or so thugs who were overlapping each other away. Then, he turned his back to Ace, a red light flashed in his eyes, and a fierce look appeared on his face. Looking at the dozen or so thugs who were sent flying by Red Rabbit's punch and feeling the terrifying aura coming towards him, Ace suddenly felt suffocated, as if his heart was about to stop beating. However, he still did not look away, staring at the Red Rabbit, and the steel pipe in his hand made a faint sound. It was obvious that although Ace stubbornly didn't look away, he was extremely nervous inside. Just as Ace was so nervous that sweat beads appeared on his forehead, the ferocious Red Rabbit suddenly retracted its terrifying aura, turned around and faced Ace directly. You are very good, follow me from now on. Hey! Ace's eyes widened as if he had misheard. Just then, the green rabbit that had returned came running over happily. Looking at the green rabbit who suddenly came back and ran to his side, the Red Rabbit had several big question marks on his forehead. As if he knew what the Red Rabbit wanted to ask, the Green Rabbit pointed in the direction of the city gate and explained the rules of the city that prohibited him from entering. After listening to the Green Rabbit's story, the Red Rabbit's ears instantly stood up. He grabbed the Green Rabbit and turned to walk towards the city gate. Hey, you, what are you going to do? Seeing Red Rabbit walking towards the city gate without saying a word, Ace quickly spoke up to stop him. Don't cause trouble for Machina, BD. They're still in the city. You, follow. Red Rabbit turned around and waved to Ace, just like a big brother who had been in the underworld for more than 10 years. Ace didn't hesitate and quickly followed because he was worried that the Red Rabbit would cause trouble and implicate Machina. Soon, the man and 2 rabbits arrived at the city gate. Before the 2 rabbits could even get close to the city gate, the guards on the city wall immediately shouted, "Stop! You can't enter the city." The Red Rabbit ignored the shouts from the city wall and pulled the Green Rabbit straight towards the city gate. Chapter 034. When the guards on the city wall saw Red Rabbit walking straight towards the city gate without even raising their heads, they all raised their guns at the first moment. Stop! The leading man gripped the butt of his gun tightly, his finger on the trigger, and stared at the Red Rabbit as if facing a formidable enemy. You can't enter the city. If you take another step forward, we'll shoot. They had all seen the scene of Red Rabbit's fierce fight in Duan Town just now. Although they were happy to see Red Rabbit beat up those trash in Duan Town, it did not mean that they would have a good impression of Red Rabbit. Not only that, but your heart will also tense up when the Red Rabbit approaches. The reason is simple. If the Red Rabbits they released into the city cause trouble in Central Street or Gout Town, they will definitely be held responsible and may even lose their heads because the matter becomes too serious. Hearing that the people on the city wall were about to shoot, the Green Rabbit quickly hid behind the Red Rabbit and reached out to grab the corner of the Red Rabbit's clothes. Ace, who had followed, also shouted at this time, "Hey, Red Rabbit, stop messing around." The Red Rabbit turned around and glared at Ace, then stepped out decisively. Damn it! Seeing that the Red Rabbit was still moving forward, the man in the lead on the city wall couldn't help but curse loudly. then he made up his mind, aimed at the Red Rabbit and pulled the trigger decisively. Bang! Along with the crisp sound of gunfire, the whistling bullet instantly pierced the void and sank into the Red Rabbit's eyebrows with a puff. The other members of the escort team did not hesitate at all and pulled the triggers of their guns. In an instant, the whistling bullet instantly enveloped the Red Rabbit. Almost at the same time, the Green Rabbit reacted quickly and pulled Ace to his side and hid behind the Red Rabbit. Before Ace could react, a series of puff sounds rang in his ears, and all the bullets that were coming towards him hit the Red Rabbit's body. Red Rabbit! Seeing that the Red Rabbit did not dodge or evade, but stood straight in front to block all the shots for him and the Green Rabbit, Ace did not have time to think about it. He shouted and prepared to pounce on the Red Rabbit. However, just as he was about to pounce, he was pulled back by the Green Rabbit. At this moment, the Red Rabbit turned around and looked at Ace with a confused look. The moment he turned his head, the bullet embedded in his brow slipped quietly and fell to the ground. Seeing that the bullet didn't hurt the Red Rabbit, Ace's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a monster, and he stammered, "Are you okay?" Roar! As Ace finished speaking, the Red Rabbit suddenly opened its mouth and let out a roar. The next second, his figure flashed and he rushed straight towards the city gate, and his fist as big as a sandbag, carrying a terrifying energy wave, slammed towards the city gate. Boom! An extremely shocking explosion suddenly occurred. Before Ace could react, the heavy city gate collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Ha ha! Looking at the heavy city gate knocked down by the Red Rabbit's punch, Ace opened his mouth wide in shock. He wanted to make a sound, but it was as if a thorn was stuck in his throat, so he could only make strange sounds intermittently. Damn it! The city gate was blown open. Shoot! Shoot! Stop the Red Rabbit, don't let him enter the city! As loud shouts were heard, the guards on the city wall and the soldiers inside the city gate all raised their guns and frantically pulled the trigger at the Red Rabbit. In an instant, dense bullets came like raindrops, covering the Red Rabbit again. Facing the whistling bullet, the Red Rabbit remained calm and strode forward. The Green Rabbit didn't dare to keep too far away from the Red Rabbit, so it dragged the stunned Ace to catch up quickly. At the same time, inside the city gate, Xia Yu and Makina accompanied the shoe store owner to the door of a canvas shoe wholesale store. Looking at the dazzling array of canvas shoes in the wholesale store, Xia Yu couldn't help but think of the Red Rabbit and said, if Kirilenko were here, he'd be too busy to keep up. Yes. Makina smiled slightly and asked curiously, Mr. Xia Yu, why does Kirilenko have a special liking for canvas shoes? He just has a special liking for canvas shoes. Xia Yu shook her head. And shoe magazines, and carrots. Oh, and he also has a hobby, bullying the Green Rabbit Pupup. Hey! Makina was stunned. Before she could come to her senses, Xia Yu continued, but he also dotes on Green Rabbit. To put it simply, he can bully Pupu, but no one else can. What if someone bullies the Green Rabbit? The shoe store owner suddenly interrupted. That person will have a miserable end. Before Xia Yu could finish her words, a scream suddenly came from the street behind them. Immediately afterwards, the people on the street scattered like birds and beasts as if they had seen a monster. Everyone, run! A Red Rabbit has forced its way through the city gate and is heading towards Central Street. It's so scary, that Red Rabbit is so scary. Mom, where are you? I'm scared. Damn it, who brought that monster Red Rabbit here? Stop making noise and find a place to hide. Why are you hiding? He just punched a building that was blocking him and knocked it away. Where's the guard? Where's the sheriff? Xia Yu froze on the spot before she could finish her words when she heard the sounds coming from the fleeing crowd. Makina also looked at Xia Yu anxiously after hearing the Red Rabbit breaking into the city gate. Breaking into the city gate by force is a serious crime. The city defense guards and sheriffs of the Kingdom of Goa will regard them as invaders and mobilize them in full force. If the guards and sheriffs are unable to stop them, the king's army will arrive at the battlefield as soon as possible. Ahem. After a few seconds of daze, Xia Yu suddenly coughed twice and asked Machina, "What red rabbits? What are they talking about? I don't understand." Mr. Xia Yu. Xia Yu's unexpected words made Machina think he had misheard. What's wrong? Xia Yu blinked. The red rabbit they're talking about is Kirilenko. Machina was completely anxious because she saw a large number of guards and sheriffs rushing towards the city gate. What basic science? I don't know. Xia Yu shrugged slightly, then added, "You don't know him either, right?" Ha! Machina and the shoe store owner opened their eyes wide at the same time and looked at Xia Yu. But they soon understood. It is obvious that Xia Yu wants to distance himself from Kirilenko. What are you still standing there for? Get out of this troubled place right now. Without waiting for the two women to react, Xia Yu grabbed one of them and ran away. Mr. Xia Yu, we can't run. Machina was the first to react, pulling Xia Yu's hand firmly. It's still not too late for us to stop it now. If we leave now, things will definitely get worse. As he spoke, Machina moved closer to Xia Yu, slightly tilting his head to meet his gaze. Isn't Mr. Garp still in Windmill Village? As long as we stop the situation from getting worse now, Kirilenko's forced entry into the city gate will be easily resolved. Boom! Before Machina could finish his words, a deafening explosion was heard from afar. Immediately afterwards, a cloud of thick smoke rose from the direction of the city wall. As the three of them looked up, they saw a city wall in the direction of the city gate collapse in billowing smoke. This can't be solved now. Seeing the city wall collapse, Xia Yu didn't care about the difference between men and women, and changed from pulling to hugging. He picked up Machina and the shoe store owner in each hand and jumped into the air to the top of a building opposite. Before the two women could react, Xia Yu, whose toes had just touched the ground, disappeared in a flash. When Machina and the shoe store owner came to their senses, they had been taken out of the city by Xia Yu and were standing in a forest. Chapter 035. Here it is. Machina looked around, then opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Corposen. Mr. Xia Yu, you. Before Machina could finish her words, the shoe store owner standing next to her suddenly said, "Machina, help me up, my legs are weak." As she spoke, the shoe store owner leaned on her, her legs trembling. To an ordinary person like her, the experience she just had seemed like a dream. Because she didn't expect Xia Yu to pick her and Machina up and run, and she didn't expect Xia Yu to run so fast while holding them both. To be precise, Xia Yu was no longer running, but flying. During this time, she opened her eyes and found that Xia Yu was moving between the buildings like a shadow, and finally jumped directly onto the city wall and jumped up. When she saw this, she was so scared that she fainted, because she thought Xia Yu was going to commit suicide by jumping off the city wall with them in her arms. But when she woke up and opened her eyes again, she was already standing in the jungle of Mount Corpo. Her legs and feet felt weak, and she felt a little dizzy and nauseous. Although Machina was also a little dizzy, the moment Xia Yu hugged her, her mind went blank for a moment, and she felt an electric shock, making her feel as if time had stopped at that moment. After helping the shoe store owner to sit down under the tree nearby, Machina turned his gaze to Xia Yu again, looking at her as if she were a monster. She couldn't imagine how Xia Yu managed to get them out of the city in such a short time. But now she has no time to think about these things, because the situation in the city is still deteriorating. Mr. Xia Yu, I don't understand why you abandoned Kirilenko. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Machina mustered up the courage to continue, isn't he your partner? Pupu might also be with him. Pupu is so well behaved, how could you bear to abandon them? Xia Yu said nothing, but looked at the angry Machina with interest. You know what, Machina really looks like a good wife at this moment. Seeing Xia Yu looking at him without saying anything, Makino realized that he had lost his composure and had crossed the line. His face suddenly felt hot and he began to avoid looking at Xia Yu. She was just an ordinary girl in Windmill Village, and Xia Yu was just a traveler in Windmill Village. The two had only known each other for less than 3 days. She had no reason to care about Xia Yu's affairs, let alone blame Xia Yu. Thinking of this, Makino's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to apologize but couldn't say it, and was embarrassed for a moment. Noticing Makino's sudden evasive look, Xia Yu shook her head and laughed. "Don't worry, Makino. I'm not abandoning them. It's just that Kirilenko is hard to calm down right now. You saw him go berserk in the tavern earlier. It wasn't me who calmed him down, but Pupu's presence that calmed him down. And this time, he demolished the wall just for Pupu." After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject and said, "I was careless. At the time, I only wanted Pupu to go play with Kirilenko, but I ignored Kirilenko's reaction after he found out that the guards wouldn't let Pupu enter the city. Didn't I tell you before that Kirilenko dotes on Pupu very much? If Pupu is bullied, he will definitely stand up for her." At this point, Xia Yu suddenly raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the city wall. "Look, another wall has fallen. Kirilenko won't stop until he has raised the entire wall." Hearing that Kirilenko had forced his way through the city gate for Pop, Makino's tone softened. "But, this will make things impossible to handle. Don't be afraid." Xia Yu smiled faintly, "I never thought about cleaning up. The reason I brought you out of the city was because I didn't want you to be implicated. Because if the Kingdom of Goa insists on holding on to this matter, then I will temporarily stop traveling and let this country change its king." As soon as these words came out, Makino felt a chill, and her beautiful eyes opened wide and stared at Xia Yu. As a city wall collapsed, the rising shadow quickly spread to the central street. Looking at the figure in the thick smoke in front of him who knocked down the city wall with one punch, Ace, who was following the green rabbit, had a completely numb expression and his eyes were dull and empty. He never expected that the red rabbit would be so reckless when it went crazy. "You know, that's the city wall of the Kingdom of Goa. Bombing the city walls into ruins is tantamount to declaring war on this country. The reason for all this is simply that the guards don't let the green rabbit enter the city." "Crazy. The red rabbit has gone completely crazy. We found the red rabbit. Here he is, shoot, shoot." Bang, bang, bang. Ace suddenly woke up with a start as dense gunfire rang out. He immediately grabbed the green rabbit's paw and shouted in a state of near emotional collapse, "Stop it! Stop the red rabbit! If he keeps destroying things like this, we'll all become criminals, UBD." The green rabbit blinked its big eyes, unmoved. As Red Rabbit's roommates and good friends, they are criminals themselves. I still remember that in a prison in another time and space, Kirilenko saw a report about the newly released red canvas shoes in the newspaper, so he decisively took him out of the heavily guarded prison and broke out. But what he and Kirilenko didn't expect was that as soon as they successfully escaped from prison, they were pulled into an unfamiliar time and space by a huge force. When they opened their eyes again, they were sitting on a small boat. A voice in their subconscious was frantically telling them that they must be loyal to Xia Yu, who was also sitting on the boat. Of course none of this matters. The important thing is, they are already escaped prisoners, so why would they be afraid of becoming criminals? The guards and sheriffs came from all directions and surrounded the man and 2 rabbits. However, just as they formed an encirclement, the figure of the red rabbit rushed into the crowd like a ghost. Accompanied by a series of rhythmic bang 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 sounds one after another, the crowd suddenly exploded, and figures were thrown high into the air, like a grand human fireworks display. Looking at this visually impactful scene, Ace opened his mouth wide, trying to say something but found that he couldn't make any sound. Suddenly, the rhythmic bang 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 sounds stopped abruptly. As the guards and sheriffs thrown into the air all fell to the ground, the space suddenly fell into deathly silence. The red rabbit with scarlet eyes stepped out from the thick smoke, and a terrifying aura surged like a wave, instantly covering Ace and the green rabbit. But immediately, this terrifying aura suddenly disappeared. Then, the red rabbit returned to its normal form, walked up to the green rabbit and Ace as if nothing had happened, and snapped its fingers, "Let's go." Chapter 036. As the red rabbit, green rabbit, and Ace walked out of the ruined city wall, the thick smoke covering the central street gradually dissipated with the wind. When the last wisp of smoke and dust dissipated, the scene that shocked the civilians on the central street suddenly came into their eyes. What they saw was shocking. The walls that once blocked out all the waste, garbage, and ugly things have all become ruins. The guards and the sheriff were lying in a mess on the ruins, their eyes wide open, blood coming out of their mouths and noses. It was creepy to look at them, as if the gates of hell had been opened. "Get out of the way, get out of the way!" Suddenly, there were regular and heavy footsteps on the street. Immediately afterwards, the army of the king of the kingdom of Goa came in a mighty force, numbering hundreds. The leader was none other than Simon Vallon, the highest commander of the king's army. When he learned that the central street gate had been invaded, he initially ignored it because he thought the invader was a red rabbit. Just a red rabbit, does it require the royal army to dispatch? Just let the guards and the sheriff of Center Street handle it. But within a few minutes, new information was delivered quickly, and the guards and the sheriff were completely wiped out. He was drinking at the time and nearly choked to death. A red rabbit actually wiped out the guards and the sheriff? You know, there are a total of 200 guards stationed on the city wall on Central Street, and there are nearly 100 sheriffs in the city. A team of nearly 400 people was wiped out by a rabbit? Simon Vallon didn't dare to be careless anymore, because if he didn't take action, the rabbit would most likely break into Goa town. All the people living in Jajan are nobles of the kingdom of Goa. He cannot afford the death of any one of them. Most importantly, Jajan had no guards, only private bodyguards hired by the nobles. If the red rabbit broke into Jajan, it could march straight into the palace and threaten the more noble royal family or even His Majesty the King. Without any hesitation, Simon Vallon personally led 500 elite soldiers of the king's army and rushed over as quickly as possible. Soon, Simon Vallon led a large army through the central street and arrived at the ruined city wall. What on earth is going on? Looking at the guards and sheriffs lying densely on the ruins in front of him, Simon Vallon, who had already received the news, couldn't help but gasp. How long has it been? Only half an hour had passed since he received the first information. And he was delayed for more than 10 minutes on his way here. This means that the red rabbit only took a dozen minutes, or even less, to kill hundreds of guards and sheriffs. At this moment, a soldier from the king's army who had arrived first came running over and said, "Not all of the guards and sheriffs died. Most of them just fainted. Is this the time to care about the lives of these losers?" Simon Vallon grabbed the soldier and pulled him forward, saying in a deep voice, "The problem now is that the city wall has been razed to the ground, and that damn red rabbit is gone. Report to the Lord." Another soldier came running over and said hurriedly, "Civilians saw the red rabbit running to Duan town." Duan. Simon Vallon's eyes flashed with coldness. "Go to Duan immediately, we must not let that rabbit escape." Red Rabbit, who returned to Duan town with Green Rabbit and Ace, stopped and turned to look at the ruined city wall. Seeing that there was no wall blocking anyone from entering, he nodded with great satisfaction, then raised his hand and patted Green Rabbit's shoulder, his eyes full of pampering. "Hey, what's wrong with you two? Run!" Ace, who was running in front, saw that there was no movement behind him. He quickly turned around to look at the two rabbits standing shoulder to shoulder with their backs to him, and shouted urgently, "Run into Corpo Mountain now, otherwise we will be stuck when the king's army arrives." Hearing this, the red rabbit turned around and looked at Ace as if he was an idiot, with an expression that showed that the king's army was nothing. "Did you have fun?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Xia Yu then appeared in front of the two rabbits in a flash, smiling broadly, and said, "You guys are having fun, but my trip is going to be a bit rough." As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, a fully armed army came from the direction of Central Street, marching through the ruins and heading straight for Duan Town. Unlike the guards and sheriffs, this army not only carries guns, but each person wears heavy armor and carries a big sword on his back. Just looking at them is imposing. At the same time, in the jungles of Mount Corpo, Makina, taking advantage of his vantage point to gaze down upon the troops charging out of Central Street, no longer hesitated. He turned to the shoe shop owner, who had almost recovered, and said urgently, "We must hurry back to Windmill Village and tell Mr. Garp what happened here." The shoe store owner nodded bewilderedly. Yet, let's go find Garp." "No, is it too late for us to run back now? We have to go even if we don't have time, otherwise the Goa Kingdom will be in turmoil." Makina didn't have time to think about it and ran into the jungle as soon as he said this. What she was worried about was not Xia Yu, nor the king's army that was heading straight for Duan Town, but she was worried that Xia Yu would really kill the king of the Kingdom of Goa. Once Xia Yu kills the king of the Kingdom of Goa, it will be impossible for Xia Yu to continue traveling as a traveler, because killing the king of a member country of the world government will definitely result in a reward for his life by the world government. By then, the Marines under the world government will bear the brunt. Since the incident happened in East Blue, Garp is likely to receive the order to arrest Xia Yu immediately. This was something she didn't want to see, so she had to find Garp as soon as possible. As long as Garp can get here before the situation gets too serious, there is still room for easing the situation. Chapter 037. Just as they returned to Windmill Village from the jungle of Mount Corpo, the den mushi in Garp's arms suddenly rang. "Bulu bulu, Garp! Garp! Garp, are you there?" Hearing the sounds coming from the den mushi, Garp blinked in surprise, then took out the den mushi and laughed. "Hina, what's up? I met the traveler you mentioned. He's a very nice kid, ha 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 ha." "Garp, something's happened in the Goa Kingdom." The voice on the den mushi was none other than Hina. Already in Log Town, she was planning to return to headquarters when she suddenly received a call from a stranger. The caller was a member of the Naval Headquarters News Department, and had traveled to Goa to write a new article about the Kingdom of Goa. But what the journalist didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the Kingdom of Goa, he encountered a major event. The Kingdom of Goa was invaded by a red rabbit. As a news staff member of the Naval Headquarters, writing news releases is his main job, but every non-staff news staff member also has a part-time task, which is to notify the nearest Marine branch base as soon as possible when encountering an emergency, and if the situation is serious, he must contact the headquarters officers. After seeing the walls of the Goa Kingdom destroyed, the news staff immediately contacted their superiors at headquarters and reported through their superiors. This information was also immediately passed on to Hina, who was patrolling East Blue. Something happened in the Kingdom of Goa. Garp blinked in confusion. "I'm currently in the Goa Kingdom, there's nothing going on. It's the Red Rabbit." On the deck of the warship docked at Log Town's port, Hina said solemnly, "One of our non-staff news workers witnessed with his own eyes that the Red Rabbit destroyed the outer walls of the Goa Kingdom and annihilated the city's defense guards and sheriffs." Garp was stunned for a moment, then burst into a heartless laugh and said, "What a mess. I'll be right there." After saying that, Garp stopped talking nonsense, put away the den mushi, and returned along the same route to the Goa Kingdom. At the same time, Duan Town. Under the personal leadership of Simon Vallon, the highest commander of the Royal Army of the Kingdom of Goa, 500 fully armed royal soldiers came in a mighty force, surrounded Duan Town at the fastest speed, and quickly tightened the encirclement, soon surrounding Xia Yu, Kirilenko, Pupu, and Ace. "It's over, it's over." Ace, who was standing next to the Green Rabbit, looked around and said with a look of despair, "It's too late to leave now." Hearing this, the Green Rabbit tilted his head and looked at Ace, his face full of suspicion. He was a little confused as to why Ace kept saying this. Hadn't he just witnessed the Red Rabbit's powerful slaughter? With such a small number of people, it was not enough for his big brother Kirilenko to fill his teeth. Xia Yu said nothing, but looked calmly at the mighty man standing at the front of the king's army on the street ahead. Judging from the situation alone, he did not blame Ace for being afraid of the enemy in front of the battle, because this royal army was indeed very imposing, and it was difficult for ordinary people to withstand the oppressive feeling brought by this army. What surprised him most was that this army was well trained, marched in step, and its military quality was even better than that of the Marines. Such an army should have performed very well if the opponent was not him and Red Rabbit. At this time, Simon Vallon was also secretly observing the two people and two rabbits who were surrounded in front of him. As the highest commander of the king's army of the Kingdom of Goa, he is naturally much calmer than others. The fact that Red Rabbit can easily destroy the city wall and kill 200 or 300 guards and sheriffs is enough to show that Red Rabbit's strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. And now, from the positions of the two rabbits and the young man, it was not difficult for him to see that the Red Rabbit was not the leader of the other side, but the young man standing in the front. The Red Rabbit is already powerful enough, and now there is a Red Rabbit leader present. Even if he has 500 elite soldiers of the king's army behind him, he must be cautious. After a brief silence, seeing that the other party had not launched an attack without a word, Xia Yu no longer remained silent and stepped forward decisively, while speaking slowly, "My name is Xia Yu, and I am a traveler. I already know what happened here. It was caused by your country's guards not allowing the two rabbits behind me to enter the city. I am a reasonable person and a very friendly traveler. Regarding the destruction of your country's city walls, I can hand over the murderer, Red Rabbit, to you for your disposal." Having said that, Xia Yu stopped less than 3 meters away from Simon Vallon. Before Simon Vallon could react, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject. "However, as a friendly traveler, I still hope you will reconsider. Capturing the Red Rabbit is not a wise move for you or the Kingdom of Goa. He has only damaged your city walls. If you capture him and behead him or execute him in some other way, not only will you not be able to kill him, but he might even go berserk, leading to the destruction of the Kingdom of Goa." When Simon Vallon first heard Xia Yu say that she was willing to hand over the Red Rabbit, he really thought that Xia Yu was a reasonable person, so he did not stop Xia Yu from approaching. But he never expected that Xia Yu would say such arrogant words next. Will catching the Red Rabbit lead to the destruction of the Goa Kingdom? After a brief moment of astonishment, Simon Vallon suddenly sneered, "Are you threatening me, Your Excellency?" As Simon Vallon finished speaking, the king's soldiers surrounding them raised their guns almost at the same time, aiming their cold guns at Xia Yu and his group. "All right." Xia Yu shrugged slightly, and said helplessly, "Since Your Excellency doesn't believe it, then I can only go and talk to your king." As he spoke, Xia Yu suddenly raised his foot and took a step forward. Boom! The moment Xia Yu's foot landed, a surge of immense energy erupted from him, enveloping the entire town of Duan. The ground trembled slightly as his right foot touched the ground, as if an earthquake had been triggered. "Damn it!" Feeling the ground tremble slightly due to Xia Yu's footsteps, Simon Vallon's pupils contracted instantly, and at the same time he shouted urgently, "Shoot! Shoot quickly!" Bang bang bang! As Simon Vallon shouted, the ground beneath Xia Yu's feet suddenly exploded, and then a circle of almost materialized terrifying air waves swept in all directions like a hurricane. Wherever it went, the ground collapsed and the void shook. The 500 royal soldiers in this space only felt an invisible and powerful pressure sweeping towards them. The next second, they felt as if an invisible mountain fell from the sky, pressing them so hard that their pupils dilated instantly, and their consciousness disappeared. They all suffocated and fell to the ground. Plop, plop. Accompanied by a series of sounds of falling to the ground, all 500 elite soldiers of the king's army collapsed to the ground powerlessly, their eyes wide open, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Chapter 038. Although Simon Vallon is the highest commander of the Goa Kingdom's royal army, he is not a person with special abilities. He is only good at physical skills, and his swordsmanship is only third-rate. Faced with the conqueror's haki suddenly released by Xia Yu, he was naturally unable to resist. Like the other soldiers of the king's army, he fell down with his eyes wide open the moment the haki enveloped him. Seeing this scene that was enough to shatter all three views and cognition, Ace, who was sandwiched between the Red Rabbit and the Green Rabbit, was not affected by the impact of Conqueror's haki, but he was also shocked and opened his mouth wide. He wanted to make a sound, but still couldn't make one. What happened today was like a dream to Ace. First, the Red Rabbit destroyed the city wall with ease, and knocked away all the guards and sheriffs who came to organize the attack with one punch. Now, a very reasonable traveler came and knocked down all 500 royal soldiers with just a lift of his foot. All of this was far beyond his imagination and cognition. Just as Ace stood there in shock, staring at the majestic figure in front of him as if in awe of a god, Xia Yu suddenly turned around and smiled warmly at them. Now that it has happened, we must find a way to deal with it. Let's go and meet their king. As he spoke, Xia Yu took a step forward and walked towards the central street. Seeing this, the Red Rabbit and the Green Rabbit didn't hesitate and quickly followed, leaving Ace standing there with a confused and dull look in his eyes, wondering, who am I? Where am I? Noticing that Ace hadn't caught up, the Red Rabbit frowned slightly, then turned his head to look at the Green Rabbit. The Green Rabbit understood, turned around and ran to Ace, grabbed his collar, dragged him away. Something happened, something serious happened. Xia Yu had just walked into the central street with the two rabbits and Ace when a head suddenly popped up from a hidden corner of Duan town. After watching Xia Yu and his group walk to the ruined city wall, he stood up carefully and walked into the street. Looking at the king's army and Simon Vallon lying on the ground with their eyes wide open, the man suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly took out his camera to take a picture. After taking the picture, he took out the Den Mushi with trembling hands and dialed. Soon, the Den Mushi was connected. Major Hina, you'd better hurry here as fast as possible. If you're too late, the Goa Kingdom will be finished. Without waiting for the other party to speak, the man swallowed his saliva and continued, that Red Rabbit isn't the mastermind. He has a traveler with him. Yes, he claims to be a very reasonable traveler, but with a few moves, he wiped out 500 of the king's soldiers. Now he's heading straight to the central street. He said he wants to talk to the king of the Kingdom of Goa. Hearing the information from the Den Mushi, Hina frowned slightly in the marine warship that had already set off from Log town. As soon as she heard that it was Red Rabbit who destroyed the walls of Goa Kingdom, she already knew it was Xia Yu. But she didn't expect that Red Rabbit would just do it, and Xia Yu would also take action. After a brief 2-second silence, Hina suddenly grasped the core of the question and asked, "You wiped out 500 of the king's soldiers with just a few moves?" "Yes," the man nodded with lingering fear. "This traveler is probably even scarier than that Red Rabbit. If you can't get here as soon as possible, with the strength of the Goa Kingdom's palace guards, they can only hold them off for a few minutes at most. No, if he continues to use the same method he just used against the palace guards, no one will be able to stop him. Okay, I've already reported the incident. Next, I have to rush over to get the latest intelligence. Speaking of which, I have to thank this traveler. After staking out so many places in East Blue, I finally stumbled upon some big news." After saying that, the man stopped talking nonsense, put away his Den Mushi and ran straight to the central street. As soon as the man left, two figures flashed out from the jungle of Mount Korpo. After a while, the two arrived at the streets of Duanzhen. It was Garp who received Hina's Den Mushi and Makina who met him on the way. "Mr. Garp. This. As soon as he arrived on the street of Duan town, Makina saw the king's army soldiers lying densely on the ground. Seeing all the soldiers lying on the ground with their eyes wide open, their lives uncertain, Makina's heart sank. It was obvious that even though they were fast enough, they still couldn't make it in time. Conqueror's Haki. Garp quickly glanced at the soldier lying on the ground, then quickly walked over to Simon Vallon. Seeing that he, like the other soldiers, was in a temporary state of shock with his eyes wide open, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked up at the Goa Kingdom Palace, which was almost completely exposed due to the destruction of the city wall. Let's go straight to the palace. Xia Yu's ultimate goal is the king. Just as Garp finished speaking, an invisible and powerful pressure suddenly came from the direction of Central Street. The pressure flashed and instantly covered the Central Street, and then spread towards Duan Town. Knowing that Xia Yu was unleashing Conqueror's Haki again, Garp nearly split open the spot and angrily yelled, "That's not how you use Conqueror's Haki, UBD." Towards Center Street. Ace was completely numb as he was being dragged by the Green Rabbit. Along the way, soldiers kept rushing over from Jajan to try to stop Xia Yu, but before these figures could reach Xia Yu, they were enveloped by an invisible and powerful air wave, and then they fell to the ground one after another while maintaining their forward posture. What is meant by wherever he goes, people and horses fall to the ground is nothing more than this. The most annoying thing is that Xia Yu did not make a move from beginning to end. He walked leisurely in front as if he was strolling in his own garden. Soon, Xia Yu took them into Gao Town. Because what happened in Central Street had long been known to the nobles living in Central Street. When Xia Yu stepped into Gao Town, the streets of Gao Town were quiet. Almost all the nobles had closed their doors and hid in their respective mansions, not daring to come out rashly. However, not all nobles are timid. In front of the gate of one of the villas, two middle-aged men and women stood side by side, and a little boy about 11 or 12 years old stood quietly beside them, both looking towards the other side of the street. Lord Otluk III. Suddenly, two bodyguards in suits came running around the corner, shouting urgently, "The king's army has been completely annihilated. That traveler and the two rabbits have entered Gao Town. Hurry and hide inside." Waste. Before Otluk III could react, the little boy standing beside him suddenly stepped forward and said coldly, "A traveler and two of them scared you like this? We are nobles. How can nobles be afraid of these lowly trash like them?" With that, the little boy simply pulled out his gun and stepped forward, "I'm not going anywhere. I'll just stand here and wait for them. Stelly, stop messing around. Come inside with us." The noble lady seemed a little anxious, and she pulled the little boy up and prepared to go into the house. Just then, a burst of orderly footsteps suddenly came from the street. Immediately afterwards, a fully armed palace guard quickly ran out from the corner of the street. Seeing this, the little boy named Stelly was delighted. "Great! It's the palace guards. With them here, that traveler is dead." As Stelly finished speaking, the two palace guards running ahead did not go around Stelly's family of three. Instead, they walked over quickly, bowed to the middle-aged man and said, "Lord Otluk III. What's going on out there right now?" Otluk III frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Are those traveler and those two rabbits really that formidable? They let them kill their way all the way from Central Street to High Town? Where are the guards, the sheriff, and the king's army? They can't even stop a mere traveler and two rabbits." Chapter 039. Faced with Otluk III's questioning, the palace guards dared not say a word. The reason is very simple. The current king of the Kingdom of Goa has no sons but only a princess. As a palace guard, he has received news that His Majesty the King will marry Otruk III and marry his only daughter to Otruk III's adopted son, the little boy Stelly, who is standing next to him. Once Stelly marries the princess, he will most likely become the new king of the Kingdom of Goa in the future. Captain of the Guards. Suddenly, a palace guard came running over in a hurry, bowed and said, "Here they come. The traveler is coming here with two rabbits." So fast. The captain's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately ordered, stay on guard, protect Lord Otluk III, and prepare for battle. Following the order from the captain of the guards, the palace guards who came to this street immediately rushed forward to protect Otluk III and his family of 3 behind them, staring ahead as if facing a great enemy. Everyone be careful, this traveler is extremely powerful. Anyone who gets close to him will fall into a coma or even go into shock. The guard who came to report the situation stood in front and briefly recounted what he had seen. Then don't go near him. The captain of the guard's face darkened, and he said decisively, shoot him if he appears. Prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of the guards raised his gun first, keeping a highly tense state and staring intently at the street ahead. What happened today was far beyond their control. The kingdom of Goa was once invaded by pirates, but those pirates only entered the garbage mountain and Duan town. Not to mention Gao town, even the central street was not touched by them. But what happened today was too strange. First, the city wall was destroyed in just a few minutes. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of the king's army were wiped out without even having a chance to fight. But the other party did not stop there, and continued to advance through the central street into Gao town in an unstoppable manner. If they could not stop them here, the palace behind them would quickly fall. After a brief 2 minutes of silence, just when the guards were so nervous that they could clearly hear each other's heartbeats and sweat was breaking out on their palms as they gripped the butts of their guns, suddenly a sound of light footsteps was heard on the street ahead. Almost instantly, all the guards held their breath, and the atmosphere on the street became unprecedentedly depressing due to the guards' nervousness. Otluk III, who was protected by the guards behind him, was inexplicably nervous, but still he did not react much. In his young cognition, no matter how powerful the other party was, they were all pariahs and garbage in his eyes. But he is a nobleman of the kingdom of Goa and the future king. How can he bow down to the untouchables and trash? Finally, several figures emerged from the corner of the street ahead. Then, Xia Yu, Red Rabbit, Green Rabbit and Ace came out from the corner and stood opposite them. Shot. As soon as Xia Yu and his group appeared on the opposite side, the captain of the guards, who had been in a highly nervous state, did not hesitate at all. He shouted and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the crisp and piercing sound of gunfire resounded throughout Gao town, and densely packed bullets whizzed out and covered Xia Yu and his group like raindrops. At the same time, the Red Rabbit, who seemed very bored along the way, appeared in front of Xia Yu like a ghost and blocked all the whistling bullets. However, there was something different about the way he blocked the bullet. Because he used his body to bear it. Accompanied by a series of puffing sounds, Red Rabbit's face, chest, and body were instantly covered with bullets. The next second, the Red Rabbit suddenly pushed its body forward. Suddenly, the bullets embedded in his body shot out one after another at a speed comparable to that of a gun. What's going on? The captain of the guards nearly popped his eyes out when he saw that the Red Rabbit not only blocked the bullets with its body, but also bounced all the bullets back. Before he could react, the whistling bullet made his pupils and those of the guards' pupils dilate infinitely. Puff puff puff. Accompanied by a series of sounds of bodies being pierced, more than 10 guards who were caught off guard screamed and fell to the ground. The Red Rabbit would not give them a chance to breathe. After all the bullets in his body were deflected, he immediately jumped out and rushed to the guard Nagato in the blink of an eye, punching him hard with his sandbag-sized fists. There was a loud bang, and the captain of the guards flew backwards without even seeing Red Rabbit's fist. Before he even hit the ground, Red Rabbit had already rushed into the crowd, punching everyone he saw. Suddenly, bang 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 sounded one after another, and the guards protecting Otluk III and his family of 3 also experienced the feeling of pulling onions out of dry land. As the last guard was knocked away by the Red Rabbit, the figures of Otluk III and his family of 3 entered Xia Yu's sight. After seeing Steli standing next to Otluk III and his wife, Xia Yu was stunned for a moment, and then shouted, "Kirilenko, leave those 3 behind." Bang! As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, crisp gunshots suddenly rang out. Following the sound, I saw that Stelly had stood in front of Otluk 3 and his wife at some point, with smoke coming out of the muzzle of the gun in his hand. The Red Rabbit just rushed in front of Stelly, but he stopped the attack in time because Xia Yu stopped him. However, it was this pause that gave Stella the opportunity to shoot. The Red Rabbit with a bullet embedded in its brow suddenly widened its eyes, and a terrifying aura erupted like a volcano, instantly covering Stelly. The next second, he took a step forward, grabbed Stelly's neck and threw him to the ground. Without waiting for Xia Yu and the Otluk 3 couple to react, the Red Rabbit that had thrown Stelly to the ground raised its foot and stepped on Stelly's gun-holding hand without any pause. Snap! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and Stelly's eyes widened instantly, and then he let out a shrill scream. Stelly! Seeing that Stelly's hand was stepped on and broken, the lady rushed forward desperately to protect Stelly. However, just as she rushed forward, she was knocked away by the Red Rabbit's punch without hesitation. Damn it! I'm going to fight you! Seeing his wife being knocked away, Otluk 3 became anxious and shouted let's fight, but his body was honest and he turned around and ran away. However, the moment he turned around, the Red Rabbit appeared like a ghost and stood in front of him, with his sandbag-sized fist raised high. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Otluk 3, who had just turned around, suddenly flew backwards and fell heavily at Xia Yu's feet. In order to prevent Otluk 3 from hitting himself, Xia Yu simply raised his foot and stepped on his head. Glancing at the middle-aged noble he was stepping on, Xia Yu shook his head and laughed to himself. Then he turned his head to look at Ace, who had already become numb from the journey, and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Otluk 3. Ace clenched his fists instantly, his eyes complicated as he said, "The father of one of my brothers." "Your brother?" Xia Yu pretended not to know. "Yes." Ace looked up at Xia Yu, a subtle sadness flashing in his eyes. His name was Sabo. He died in a fire 4 years ago. Oh. Xia Yu blinked. Did you find his body? No. Ace shook his head, clenching his fists a little tighter. Xia Yu stopped there and didn't tell Ace that Sabo was still alive. He waved to Red Rabbit and said, "Bring that kid here." The Red Rabbit didn't bend down, but raised his foot and kicked Stelly to Xia Yu's feet. Xia Yu glanced at Stelly, who had fainted after his arm was crushed by the Red Rabbit, and said calmly, "Ugly on the outside, twisted on the inside. It's really a bit of a downer that such a beautiful country is ruled by such a group of so-called nobles." Chapter 040. Xia Yu simply couldn't like Stelly. As early as when I saw this guy before I traveled through time, I was disgusted by his twisted mentality and ugly appearance. Even at such a young age, he is very calculating and his inner darkness is hard to describe. After being adopted by Otluk 3, he started to make all kinds of disgusting things, scheming against Sabo step by step, and eventually took over Sabo's nest. What Xia Yu found most difficult to accept was that not only did Stelly not die, he also married Princess Sally Nandkanat of the Kingdom of Goa and became the new king of the Kingdom of Goa. It was simply disgusting. Just like the paper figure he had seen before crossing over, the unconscious Stelly had a large round head, a flat nose, and an ugly and ferocious face. Just looking at him, Xia Yu's good mood for the day was instantly wiped out. He doesn't like fighting and killing, but that doesn't mean he won't kill. As early as after he comprehended the strongest swordsmanship and the strongest conqueror's Haki through the system, a subtle change occurred in his heart, which made him feel a little bit like the phrase "all are ants below the saints" that often appeared in major novels before he traveled through time. Life no longer seemed important in his eyes, especially people like Stelly who had dark hearts and would destroy the environment and affect his mood. "It's an eyesore, just kill him." After glancing at Stelly, Xia Yu threw down these words and walked out. "Xia Yu!" Suddenly, Ace's voice came from behind him, "Can you leave this person to me?" "Oh!" Xia Yu turned back to look at Ace, "Do you know him?" I heard Sabo say that. Ace clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He was the one who took Sabo's parents away. I even suspect he killed Sabo. So, Xia Yu turned and looked at Ace with interest. You want to kill him? To avenge your brother? Ace said nothing, but nodded vigorously. Do you dare to kill someone? Xia Yu's lips curved up. He's a noble. If you kill him, you'll really become a criminal. Ace hesitated to speak, looking at Steli lying on the ground. His eyes gradually became firm. All right. Xia Yu waved his hand and swept a pistol that had fallen to the ground in front of Ace. Helping others achieve their goals is also a virtue. Ace didn't hesitate at all. He bent down, picked up the gun and aimed at the unconscious Steli. You'll have 5 seconds. Xia Yu looked at Ace with a smile. Ace was very rebellious at this age, but that didn't mean he dared to kill. Everything happened just as Xia Yu expected. Although Ace mustered up his courage to hold the gun tightly, his fingers seemed to be frozen when he pulled the trigger and he couldn't pull it any further. 5 seconds passed in a flash. The red rabbit standing next to him didn't hesitate at all. He walked over quickly and raised his foot to crush Steli's head. Red Rabbit! Just then, a loud shout came in time. Then, Garp appeared from the opposite corner, followed by a breathless Machina. Don't step on it! Garp didn't bother to wait for Machina, and ran towards the red rabbit, anxiously saying, if you kill him here. Bang! The sound like a watermelon being blown suddenly rang out, catching Garp, who hadn't finished speaking, off guard and widening his eyes. He looked at the red rabbit in disbelief as it brazenly stepped on it. Are you teaching me how to do things? The red rabbit who crushed Sterling with one foot did not stop there. He walked slowly to the front of Outlook 3, looked at Garp provocatively, and raised his right foot. If Garp dares to make any more noise at this time, he will definitely step on him without hesitation. What a joke, he is Kirilenko Rabbit, a mafia boss from another time and space. Does he need others to tell him what to do? Seeing Red Rabbit's reaction, Garp didn't dare to make any more sound, but looked at Xia Yu with a pleading look. Of course, he was not really afraid of the Red Rabbit, but he felt that things had reached a point where they were almost done. If the situation continued to deteriorate, even he would find it difficult to ensure that Xia Yu would not escape unscathed from this incident. After all, the Kingdom of Goa is a member of the world government. If Xia Yu and Red Rabbit continue to act recklessly in Goa, the world government will inevitably react, even if it doesn't intervene on Goa's behalf. This directly affects whether the world government can protect its member states. If the world government does nothing, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the member states and even give the Revolutionary Army an opportunity to exploit. This is what is meant by a single hair can move the whole body. Xia Yu didn't react much, staring at Garp calmly. Old man, you showed up so quickly. Is it because of someone else, or because you were ordered to do so? If it's because of someone else, I'm willing to listen to your words. If it's because of an order, then I can only apologize. I must meet with the King of Goa today to resolve this matter. I don't like fighting, but I hate encountering unpleasant things while traveling even more. Hearing this, Machina, who had finally caught his breath, ran over and said hurriedly, Don't misunderstand, Master Xia Yu. I was the one who notified Mr. Garp. Because of his anxiety, Machina changed his address and started calling him Master Xia Yu. Of course, it wasn't her fault. She had followed Garp all the way here, and the scenes she saw everywhere had a huge impact on her. From Duan Town to Gao Town, whether it was the royal army, the escort team, or the palace guards lying here, all told her a fact, that is, Xia Yu's previous words of let the kingdom of Goa change its king were not just talk. At the same time, in the palace hall, because the royal city was invaded, a group of royal ministers entered the hall one after another and gathered under the throne. On the throne, the kingdom of Goa seemed a little uneasy. Since he became king, the kingdom of Goa had never suffered such a severe invasion. The latest intelligence just came back, the palace guards who went to stop it had been completely defeated, and the invaders had even reached Goa town. If the captain of the palace guards is unable to stop it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although they contacted the marine base as soon as possible, with the invaders' current speed, he was captured before the marine support arrived. The royal family and ministers in the hall were also uneasy. Unlike the usual bustling atmosphere, everyone in the hall remained quiet at this time, waiting for the latest information to be reported back. Time passes by every second. The king could no longer sit still. He suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in front of the throne. "Someone come!" After a brief silence, the king, as if determined, ordered, "Arrange for the royal women to go to the basement immediately. Also, continue to contact the marine base and have them rush to support us as quickly as possible. Otherwise, at the next World Summit, I will personally report them to the Holy Land." Report. Suddenly, a guard's voice was heard outside the hall. Under the gazes of the royal ministers, the guard rushed into the hall, knelt on one knee under the throne, and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp has arrived. He has stopped the intruder." Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp. The king's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. In his excitement, he forgot that he was the king of a country and said with saliva flying, "Great, it's Vice Admiral Garp. Go and investigate again." Chapter 041. Report. Another guard quickly rushed into the hall and said with a sad face, "Your Majesty, Lord Stelly, was trampled to death by that red rabbit." What? The sudden bad news was like a bucket of cold water poured on the king's head. Many of the royal ministers present showed expressions of surprise. Everyone in this hall has long known that the king's daughter, Princess Sally Nandkanat, is going to marry Stelly, the adopted son of Otluk III. Because a long time ago, Otluk III hoped that his son Sabo could marry Princess Sally, but because Sabo did not accept such an arrangement, Otluk III adopted another noble son, Stelly. After that, the matter was finalized, but it has not been announced to the public yet. At that time, many members of the royal family opposed this because they knew in their hearts that once Stelly married Princess Sally, Stelly would most likely become the next king, and Otluk III would jump from a noble to a royal family, which was something they did not want to see. But Stelly was very much in the king's favor, and their objections were ignored by His Majesty, who ultimately could only turn their envy and jealousy into congratulations to Otluk III. What they didn't expect was that Stelly died before he could marry Princess Sally. This was a ray of hope for many royal ministers present. If it weren't for the fact that they were now in the palace, several of the royal ministers would definitely have been unable to resist setting off fireworks to celebrate. Compared to the secret joy of these royal ministers, the king almost couldn't help vomiting 2 kilograms of moxia wang. After all, Stelly was the one he chose, and he had originally planned to hold a grand wedding when the two came of age, but this happened. To him, the person who was trampled to death by the Red Rabbit was not only Stelly, but also the future king of the Kingdom of Goa. Go! Suppressing the grief in his heart, the king stared at the guard fiercely. "Go tell Garp immediately and tell him to capture the Red Rabbit alive." Yes. The guard did not dare to delay and turned around and ran out. Just as the guards ran out of the hall, an invisible and powerful pressure swept over without warning. The next second, the guard who had just stepped out of the hall had his pupils widened, and then fell straight down. Not only this guard, but all the palace guards who were on high alert around the palace hall also collapsed to the ground under the cover of this invisible and powerful pressure. Before the royal ministers and the king in the hall could react, several figures appeared outside the hall door. The leader was Xia Yu. Xia Yu walked in front as he climbed the stairs. With every step he took, the ground shook slightly, and then tiny cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web with him as the center. When he reached the door of the palace, there was no one standing in the entire palace except those inside the hall. As Xia Yu stopped, the two rabbits immediately followed, one on the left and one on the right, side by side with Xia Yu. Garp, who was following behind the man and two rabbits, had a complicated expression on his face. He wanted to speak out to stop them several times but finally held back. Because Xia Yu promised him that anyone who stood in his way would only be in temporary shock. Xia Yu's reason for doing this was that if he didn't stun these people, Red Rabbit would take action. Once the Red Rabbit makes a move, anyone standing in its way will not only be in shock, but their life or death will be in danger. Of course, the most shocked were Machina and Ace. Ace had already become numb after following along all the way, but Machina was in a state of confusion. You know, Xia Yu had always been gentle and elegant before. When she chatted with them, her voice was neither hurried nor slow, and her smile always gave people a warm feeling. It is precisely because of this that Xia Yu is a warm man in her eyes, making people want to get closer and get to know him better. But along the way, although Xia Yu still looked gentle, he was murderous at every step. No one was spared wherever he went and they all collapsed to the ground. This made her have the illusion that Xia Yu was the king of the kingdom of Goa. Those who collapsed to the ground were not stunned, but were prostrating themselves on the ground to worship their king. Inside the palace hall, Xia Yu's sudden appearance caught everyone, including the king, off guard and made them open their eyes wide. Before they could react, Xia Yu had already stepped into the hall. The moment Xia Yu stepped into the hall, everyone present felt an invisible pressure enveloping them, instantly making them unable to move. They could only stare with wide eyes as the figure walked straight to the throne and faced the king high above with a warm smile. "Your Majesty, don't be nervous." After gazing at the trembling king for a moment, Xia Yu suddenly spoke politely, "I believe there's been some misunderstanding between us. I'm a reasonable person, but many people won't listen if I start by trying to reason with them. So to save them the trouble, I can only use some force to quiet down the loudmouths for a while. So, Your Majesty, would you rather fight with fists and feet, or would you rather listen to me nagging you for a few words and resolve this matter peacefully?" Xia Yu was neither overbearing nor overbearing, and his tone was so gentle that it made people think he was a very polite and reasonable person. How do you want to reason?" Because Xia Yu was so approachable, the king felt a little relieved. "That's simple, that's the end of it." Xia Yu paused for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject. "It's a bit unreasonable of Your Majesty to make a guest who has come from a far stand for so long." Hearing this, the king's heart skipped a beat. Then, disregarding his image as a king, he anxiously called out, "Come, someone. Give me a seat." Following the king's order, the invisible pressure that enveloped all the royal ministers and guards in the hall suddenly disappeared. Some of the royal ministers who had regained their freedom felt their limbs weakened and collapsed on the ground, while others had sweat on their foreheads and pale faces. Although a guard was shaking as he walked, he still insisted on bringing a chair for Xia Yu. Xia Yu was not polite and sat down on the chair carelessly, facing the king in front of the throne. "Let me summarize this matter." Xia Yu leaned back in his chair and spoke slowly. "Not a single guard died in this incident, and the king's army was only temporarily in shock. However, there are a few unlucky guys in the guard team who probably can't be saved. Oh, and there was also a little brat named Stelly, whose death was quite tragic. Of course, none of this is worth mentioning. The most important thing is that the city wall has been completely destroyed. This is probably your country's greatest loss. But rest assured, Your Majesty, I will leave the repairs to you. You only need to pay the expenses." When the king heard that Xia Yu actually wanted to ask him about the cost of repairing the city wall, he was immediately filled with questions. Outside the palace gate, Garp and Machina also widened their eyes in surprise. "Xia Yu, this is really too reasonable." Chapter 042. Danger, danger, too dangerous. Fortunately, I was smart, otherwise I would be lying on the ground like them. In an inconspicuous corner outside the palace hall, a man wearing a knight's hat looked at the palace guards lying on the ground in front of him, patting his chest with lingering fear. The man was none other than the Marine News Department staff member who reported the situation here to the naval headquarters immediately and spoke with Hina. He was nicknamed the Photography King by the people in the industry. I currently work in the Naval Headquarters News Department. My main job is to travel around the world and record the emergencies I see with my camera. It is no exaggeration to say that most of the criminal portraits on the wanted posters issued by Marine were taken with his camera. If it weren't for him, many criminals with bounties on their heads would never have been wanted by Marine so quickly. However, because East Blue has been much more peaceful and stable than other sea areas in recent years, his income has shrunk. In desperation, he took up a part-time job writing press releases. But what he didn't expect was that this trip to East Blue actually gave him such a big surprise. A traveler and two rabbits easily broke through the walls of the Kingdom of Goa, known as the most beautiful country in East Blue, and even made their way into the royal palace to face the Kingdom of Goa. Such explosive news was exclusive to him. Once he recorded what happened here with his camera and published it in the newspaper of this department, he would definitely have the hope of becoming the head of the news photography department of this department. Thinking that he was about to become the head of the photography department, the Photo King was no longer so afraid. He picked up the camera and started taking pictures. Then, he held the camera tightly and carefully approached the palace hall, trying to find the best shooting point to take a picture of Xia Yu and the king in the hall. After tiptoeing towards the main hall, the Photography King raised his camera and pressed the shutter button decisively without caring what was happening inside. Click! The silhouette of Xia Yu sitting on a chair in the middle of the hall and the King of Goa sitting on the throne appeared in the painting. Tisk tisk tisk! Picking up the camera and looking at the works he had taken, the photographer could not help but exclaim, "This light and shadow, this angle, this position, it's simply art." Who? Suddenly, a cold shout suddenly exploded in the ears of the Photo King. Immediately afterwards, a tall and majestic figure came over and covered him completely, frightening the photographer who was attracted by his own photos and fell to the ground with a plop. Ka! Lord Garp! The moment he sat down on the ground, the Photo King also saw Garp coming to his side. Garp didn't recognize the man and asked with wide eyes, "Who are you?" Me. The Photo King raised his camera and said excitedly, "Naval Headquarters Photo King." When Garp heard the words Photo King, he was stunned. Although he didn't recognize the man before him, he had heard of the nickname Photo King. He was a rare talent at Naval Headquarters, a member of the photography department who roamed the world, capturing vicious criminals with his camera, allowing the Marines to successfully issue a bounty. After a brief moment of shock, Garp burst into laughter and said, "Ahaha, it's you. I've heard so much about you, so much about you. Lord Garp, why are you here?" The Photo King pointed to the palace hall. "Shouldn't you be up there? Aren't you afraid that the traveler will kill the king?" Garp didn't explain and put his hand in the Photo King's hand. "Give me the camera." "What are you up to?" The Photo King held the camera tightly and looked at Garp warily. Garp looked at the Photo King seriously. "Xia Yu and the King of Goa have reached a consensus to resolve this matter peacefully. If the images you captured were published in the newspapers, the situation would likely worsen." Reached a consensus? The Photo King thought he had misheard and said in disbelief, "The Goa Kingdom suffered such heavy losses, and they would reach a consensus with that traveler?" "Lord Garp, you weren't the one mediating this, were you?" "Wait, why do I feel like you know that traveler? I was hiding in the shadows just now and saw you enter the hall with him. This is the best possible outcome." Garp glared at the Photo King and said unhappily, "If Xia Yu hadn't chosen this way to end this incident, even if I were here, I wouldn't be able to prevent this country from falling. Quick, delete all the photos you took today. I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm ordering you." Hearing this, the Photo King fell silent. He was not a fool and knew very well that if things continued to deteriorate, the traveler who caused people to collapse and faint wherever he went would not need to reach any consensus with the king of Goa if he really wanted to destroy the country. Because he really has the ability to do all this. As a photographer, he has seen many powerful people. He knows that when some powerful people become powerful to a certain extent, not only a country will have to bow to them, but even the Marines that belong to the world government and maintain the grand line and justice in the world will have to make concessions. For example, there is Edward Newgate, who is known as the strongest man and dominates the New World, Charlotte Linlin, who has many descendants and founded the 10,000 Nations, and Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature. The reason why they can own their own territories in the New World and unscrupulously wage wars against neighboring countries is because of their powerful strength, forcing the world government to compromise and allow them to grow and become the emperor of the sea. In the eyes of these top powerhouses, countries like the Kingdom of Goa are not worth mentioning at all. At this time, the traveler Xia Yu, who was sitting in the palace hall and making the king of the Kingdom of Goa bow his head, also possessed the strength of a top-level strongman. However, he still couldn't understand why Garp asked him to delete the photos. Although he couldn't figure it out, he still picked up his camera and deleted the photos he had taken today one by one. But when he saw the artistic photo of Xia Yu sitting in the hall facing the king, he immediately looked up at Garp and said, "Vice Admiral, can I keep this photo?" Garp took the camera and looked at it. He also thought that this photo was very meaningful. In addition, the other photos had been deleted, so he nodded in agreement. At the same time, in the palace hall, after Xia Yu and the king reached a consensus, the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated. Some royal ministers who were secretly delighted at the death of Stelly took the initiative to greet Xia Yu. For these royal ministers, this ending was simply too good to be true. Because they will all have the opportunity to marry the king next, and Otluk III will withdraw from the power stage of the Kingdom of Goa. Mr. Xia Yu. A minister came up to Xia Yu, a smile on his face. As you said, everything that happened today was a misunderstanding. I hope that after this misunderstanding is resolved, we can get along with each other in a friendly manner and become friends. Of course. Xia Yu smiled faintly and said, but before that, everyone present here must generously contribute to His Majesty the King's portion of the city wall repair costs. I'm sure you all heard that the city wall repairs will cost 100 million berries. I've roughly calculated that there are 38 royal family members and ministers present, so each person can contribute 30 million berries. Hey! All the royal ministers stared with wide eyes and asked in unison, 30 million. Makina, who was standing next to Xia Yu, didn't react for a moment. After seeing such a big reaction from the royal ministers, she quickly calculated in her mind. After this calculation, she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. It was obvious that Xia Yu was taking the opportunity to blackmail these royal ministers. Suddenly, Makina's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she looked straight at Xia Yu. Could this be what Mr. Xia Yu meant by finding a job to earn some money to prepare for the next trip? Chapter 043. As the warship, which had come at full speed from Logue Town, landed at the port of Goa Kingdom, Hina, who was standing on the deck, jumped off. Dozens of marine soldiers also jumped off the dock and quickly assembled. Hina didn't look at the assembled soldiers, but looked up at the stairs with an indifferent expression. The Kingdom of Goa is a country built on the hillside. To enter the capital of the Kingdom of Goa, one needs to climb up the stairs. Unlike the bustling days of the past, the port was quiet at this time because it was late at night. The steps leading directly to the royal city were faintly shining under the moonlight. It must be said that the Kingdom of Goa is truly beautiful, simply based on its unique geographical environment and infrastructure. Even the staircase connecting the royal city to the port alone would put many other countries to shame. Of course, Hina didn't think this was a good thing. As a major in the naval headquarters, she was intimately familiar with many of the world government's member states, especially the Kingdom of Goa, known as the most beautiful nation in East Blue. The beauty she saw was because all the unpleasant things, the so-called trash that the nobles could not tolerate, had been isolated. Of course, she didn't come here for the purpose of traveling. The reason why she rushed all the way from Logue Town to the Kingdom of Goa at full speed without stopping was because she had an order. What's going on? Looking up at the royal city at the end of the stairs, Hina's eyes flashed with confusion. Didn't Xia Yu and the Red Rabbit invade this country? Why is it so quiet? Hina is confused. She found herself unconsciously using a catchphrase again. Thinking about how Xia Yu had said it several times when they first met, she felt inexplicably embarrassed and ashamed even though she didn't notice her words or actions at the time. This habit must be changed. After making the decision secretly, Hina didn't think any more about it. With a slight wave of her slender hand, she led her subordinates to quickly climb the stairs and head straight for the royal city. Soon, Hina entered the royal city. As soon as they entered the main street of the royal city, they were met by a fully armed royal army walking towards them. The leader was none other than Simon Vallon, the highest commander of the king's army. Marine. Looking at Major Hina and the soldiers in neat marine uniforms who appeared in front of him, Simon Vallon blinked in confusion. Didn't Marine send Vice Admiral Garp? Although he was puzzled, Simon Vallon still quickly walked over to Hina and said politely, I am Simon Vallon, the highest commander of the Goa Kingdom's royal army. I would like to greet you, Marine. Hina, Major of the headquarters. Hina simply stated her name and got straight to the point. What's going on in the Goa Kingdom right now? Isn't it being invaded by the Red Rabbits? Why are you? It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Seeing Hina's insistence on bringing up the issue, Simon Vallon, who had been dominated by Xia Yu's terrifying conqueror's Haki, quickly waved his hand and said, it was the guard's lack of vision that provoked Mr. Red Rabbit's fury. Fortunately, Lord Xia Yu is a very polite traveler. Now that the misunderstanding between us has been resolved, His Majesty the King is hosting a banquet in the palace hall for Lord Xia Yu and the two Mr. Rabbits. That's right. Before Hina could react, Simon Vallon suddenly remembered something and continued, Vice Admiral Garp is here too. Hina didn't say anything. If she wasn't trying to maintain her cool and composed image in front of others and her subordinates, she would definitely have a series of expressions on her face right now. Is it all a misunderstanding? The city walls were destroyed, and so many escort vehicles, sheriffs, and the king's army were defeated by the Red Rabbits. You call this a misunderstanding? As for the fact that the guards were blind, she agreed. Although she had not spent a long time with Xia Yu and Red Rabbit, she had a general understanding of Red Rabbit's temperament. Red Rabbit would not actively attack others unless someone touched his reverse scale. Also, Xia Yu is a very polite traveler and she agrees very much. Putting aside other things, that night she and Xia Yu were drinking and singing under the moon. After she got drunk, Xia Yu actually carried her to bed considerately. Not only did she cover her with a quilt, but she also covered her with Marine's coat because she was worried that she was not warm enough. What am I thinking? Suddenly, Hina found herself thinking about Xia Yu again. Her face flushed. She quickly took out a cigarette and lit it, then asked calmly, is the party not over yet? At the same time, in the palace hall, dozens of royal ministers gathered together. In front of each of them were various delicacies and fine wines, and each of them was accompanied by a beautiful woman. They sang and drank to the relatively soft music, looking very happy. Xia Yu sat on the right side of the throne, with two beauties sitting beside him. One held the cup for him, and the other picked up a crystal grape and put it into his mouth from time to time. The red and green rabbits were not with Xia Yu. One ran behind the throne and looked around curiously, its eyes full of curiosity. The other sat cross-legged on the ground, reading a magazine it had found somewhere with great interest. On the left side of the throne, Garp was drinking from a distance with the king, holding a glass of wine in his hand. Machina and Ace sat quietly to Garp's left. Ace sat upright with a serious expression. Machina's big eyes would occasionally scan around the palace hall with curiosity and surprise in his eyes. Obviously, Machina was shocked by the luxury of this palace. Of course, it was not her fault. This was the first time in her life that she had walked into the royal palace. For her, who grew up in Windmill Village, this royal palace was like a palace in the sky, out of reach. The Photo King was the most excited. Sitting on Garp's right, he raised his glass from time to time and drank with the royal ministers. Every time he put down his glass, he would not forget to raise his camera to record this harmonious banquet. Mr. Xia Yu. Suddenly, the king, who was sitting upright on the throne, stood up. Already a bit tipsy, he was supported by two palace maids and walked over to Xia Yu. He said seriously, "To be honest, at first, none of the royal ministers here, myself included, believed you were reasonable. But now we do. You really came here to resolve this misunderstanding. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so happy tonight." After a slight pause, the king suddenly raised his voice, "On behalf of the entire Goa kingdom, I welcome the arrival of Mr. Xia Yu, the traveler." After saying this, the king raised his glass high and turned his head to look at the royal ministers in the hall. "Come, everyone raise your glasses. Welcome Mr. Xia Yu. Welcome Mr. Xia Yu." The royal ministers all stood up and raised their glasses in a resounding voice, completely forgetting the fear they had felt during the day being dominated by Red Rabbit and Xia Yu. At this moment, they were truly happy. When Xia Yu and his two rabbits drove straight into the palace, the royal ministers present already understood their fate. However, this powerful traveler did not catch them all at once, but took the initiative to resolve the misunderstanding. At the beginning, they had to compromise due to Xia Yu's powerful strength. Even when Xia Yu asked for 100 million berries to repair the city wall, they readily paid for it. It was for their own safety. What they didn't expect was that Xia Yu actually came just to resolve the misunderstanding. From the beginning of the banquet until now, Xia Yu seemed like a different person. No matter who raised a toast to him, he would respond with a smile, which was so heartwarming. As the party gradually became lively, they stopped being nervous and chose to trust Xia Yu's kindness. To some extent, every royal minister present was a beneficiary of this outcome. First, they made friends as powerful as Xia Yu. You know, in today's world, strong people either join the Marines or become pirates. A powerful traveler like Xia Yu who has not yet joined any force is a hot commodity for any country. Furthermore, in this incident, apart from a few insignificant members of the guard who died at the hands of the Red Rabbit, only Stelly died among the nobles. What does that mean? This means that all the royal ministers present have the hope of marrying the king and of becoming direct relatives of the next king of the Kingdom of Goa in the future. Xia Yu did not stand up. He leaned against the back of his chair, squinting his eyes as he watched the royal ministers and the king who were raising their glasses, with a faint smile on his face. Sure enough, he still likes this lively atmosphere. Fighting and killing are really tiring and exhausting. After a glass of wine, the king did not return to his throne. Instead, he turned to the royal ministers and said loudly, "To show the sincerity of the Kingdom of Goa, I have decided to have Princess Sally Nandkanat perform a dance for Mr. Xia Yu." Chapter 044. As soon as these words came out, the palace hall suddenly became quiet. At this moment, almost all the royal ministers turned their eyes to the king, as if their throats were choked by something, and their expressions changed constantly, which was very exciting. Garp was also caught off guard. His hand, which had just been raised to hold the wine glass, froze in mid-air, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. You know, for the royal family and nobles of the Kingdom of Goa, even if Xia Yu has the power to easily invade and destroy the Kingdom of Goa, in their eyes he is just a powerful commoner. This is true for the royal ministers, and naturally so for the king who is high above. The king of Coco actually proposed that Sally Nandkanat dance for Xia Yu at this moment? Could he have been influenced by Xia Yu's observation Haki? Thinking of this, Garp tilted his head to look at Xia Yu, who was sitting sideways on the chair, with one hand supporting his chin, his eyes slightly narrowed, and a look of leisure, more relaxed than a king. Just as his eyes swept towards Xia Yu, a voice suddenly rang in his ears, "Isn't this great?" Garp. Garp's eyes widened when he heard Xia Yu's words transmitted through observation Haki. He responded unhappily with observation Haki, "Can you please use your Haki for the right purpose, please? Isn't this the right path?" Xia Yu tilted her head to look at Garp, her smile growing wider. "From today on, everyone in the kingdom of Goa, from the king to the royal family, nobles and ministers, will experience spiritual purification. From now on, the kingdom of Goa will truly become the most beautiful country. Because I have planted a seed called beauty in the hearts of their king and the royal nobles. From today on, they will no longer see trash or pariahs. Most importantly, there will no longer be a wall separating the kingdom of Goa. Whether it's the civilians of Central Street or the untouchables of the garbage mountain in Duanzhen, they will all have a bright future." Hearing this, Garp's pupils shrank slightly. "You changed their consciousness." Xia Yu did not respond. Because at this moment, a group of gorgeously dressed palace maids suddenly walked in from outside the palace gate. Among these palace maids stood a girl wearing a court dress, with long wavy hair and a feather in her hair. It was none other than Princess Sally Nandkanat of the Kingdom of Goa. At this time, Sally Nandkanat looked about 14 or 15 years old. She had a tall figure beyond her age, and her every move showed her nobility. As the music started, Princess Sally walked to the center of the hall and began to dance to the music. Because it was Princess Sally Nandkanat, the royal ministers in the hall did not dare to react. They swept away their slightly unruly image and sat up straight. The king signaled the guards to bring a chair and sat directly next to Xia Yu. He would turn his head to glance at Xia Yu from time to time. Seeing that Xia Yu was staring at his beloved daughter's dance, the tense expression on his face gradually relaxed. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a burst of intensive gunfire came from outside the hall for no apparent reason. Before the people in the hall could react, waves of shouting and killing sounds came from far away and quickly approached the palace hall. The sudden sound of gunfire and shouts of killing brought the music to a halt in the palace hall. Princess Sally, who was dancing, was frightened by the approaching shouts and quickly stopped dancing and ran behind the king. "What's going on?" With Xia Yu, a powerful traveler, and Vice Admiral Garp from the naval headquarters in charge, the king remained calm. He suddenly stood up and demanded to the guards outside the palace, "Hurry and see what's going on. Report." Before the king could finish his words, another guard rushed into the hall and knelt on one knee before the king. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. A group of pirates have suddenly stormed into the city and are now approaching the palace." "What?" Hearing that pirates were charging into the city, the king took a step forward angrily and said in a deep voice, "Where are the city defense guards? Where are the royal army? How come they can't even stop a group of pirates? Your Majesty, most of the city guard and the royal army have not yet recovered." The guard stole a glance at Xia Yu and said cautiously, "The only one who is still capable of fighting is Lord Simon Vallon. Aren't there still city walls? Pirates don't have wings, how can they?" The king suddenly fell silent halfway through his words, sweeping away his majesty and looking at Xia Yu with a slightly aggrieved look. Seeing the king's reaction, Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly. However, he ignored the king and looked at the somewhat surprised Garp. "Old man, the pirates should be under your jurisdiction." Garp was about to speak when a loud and arrogant laugh suddenly came from outside the palace hall. "Little ones, follow me. 4 years ago, their king tricked Laozi. Now we finally have our chance. Before their army arrives, we'll storm the palace. The treasures and women are yours, but Laozi only wants the king's head. Kill." Along with the orderly shouts of killing, a group of vicious pirates soon rushed in from outside the palace hall. They were densely packed, at least 300 or 400 people. Because many of the palace guards hadn't recovered yet, only a handful of 20 or 30 remained outside the palace hall. Facing a significant numerical disadvantage, the palace guards were powerless to stop the aggressive pirates. With just one charge, all the palace guards fell, leaving the pirates who continued to rush to the gate stepping on their bodies. Cool, ha ha ha. At the forefront was a middle-aged pirate wearing a captain's coat. Holding a large sword, he quickly rushed towards the palace hall while laughing wildly and arrogantly, "Goa Kingdom, do you remember Mr. Blue 5? As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged pirates raised the big knife in his hand, kicked open the door and stood inside the door. As soon as he rushed into the hall, the middle-aged pirates saw the king standing next to Xia Yu. The moment he saw the king, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, like a devil walking out of hell. "Your Majesty! Do you still remember Mr. Blue 5 who set fire to the garbage mountain for you 4 years ago, but you turned him away? Do you know how Laozi has been living these past 4 years? Back then, you used me and threw me like garbage at an unspecified waste terminal. I suffered so much just to survive. But the 4-year wait was worth it. Laozi doesn't want the noble status you promised me. Because, if I kill you, Laozi will be the king of the Goa Kingdom." After a slight pause, the middle-aged pirate suddenly raised his voice and hysterically roared at the pirates who had rushed into the hall after him, "Close the door. Leave no one behind." Chapter 45. Above the palace hall, Ace, who was sitting next to Makina, suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the middle-aged pirates who were talking nonsense in disbelief. "Blue Mr. 5. Captain of the Sapphire Pirates, he was responsible for the fire at the garbage dump 4 years ago. After he and Dodden teamed up to defeat him, Mr. Blue 5 disappeared. However, what shocked him was not the reappearance of Mr. Blue 5 who had disappeared for 4 years, but what Mr. Blue 5 said. The culprit behind the fire 4 years ago was the king?" After a brief moment of shock, Ace turned sharply back to look at the king. The king obviously did not expect that Mr. Blue, the former captain of the Sapphire Pirates, would appear again. He even took advantage of the destruction of the walls of the Goa Kingdom and the severe damage to the guards and the king's army to break into the palace. However, he was not intimidated by this. 4 years ago, he was able to use it and then throw it away like garbage at an uncertain waste terminal. Now, in this palace hall, there are not only Xia Yu and Red Rabbit, but also Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp. What kind of waves can a mere stupid thief make? As Mr. Blue 5's hysterical roar died down, the hall suddenly fell into deathly silence. Neither the royal ministers nor the king showed any fear at this time. They all looked at Mr. Blue 5 as if he were a fool. The pirates who followed Mr. Blue into the palace hall, after seeing the people in the hall clearly, all turned their eyes to Vice Admiral Garp, their faces ashen and silent as a mouse. Noticing that there was no movement around him, Mr. Blue 5 frowned instantly, then turned his head to look at one of his men on the right. Seeing that his hand holding the weapon was shaking, and his eyes were filled with unspeakable fear as if he had seen a devil, his brows furrowed even deeper. Then he looked away to the left. "Ship, Captain." Before Blue Mr. 5 could even look at him, a pirate standing to his left immediately said in a trembling voice, Don't look at me. Look ahead." Before he could finish his words, the pirates fell to his knees with a thud, and threw the weapon in his hand far away. As this pirate dropped his weapon and knelt on the ground, the other pirates did not dare to be negligent. They dropped their weapons one after another and knelt down facing a certain direction of the hall. Seeing this, Mr. Blue 5 felt something was wrong and looked in the direction where everyone was looking. Garp stopped sitting and slowly stood up, flashing a genial smile. "It seems I haven't been back to East Blue long enough. Any random pirate group dares to attack a country affiliated with the world government. If you succeed, I'll be blamed. Plop. Looking at the tall figure standing up, Mr. Blue 5 felt his limbs suddenly weak, and he immediately fell to his knees. He changed his arrogant image just now and stammered in a trembling voice, "Ka. Vice Admiral Garp." Just then, suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the palace gate. Then, Hina, accompanied by Simon Varun, walked into the hall quickly as if facing a great enemy. "Hey!" As soon as she entered the door, although Hina had been mentally prepared on the way here, she still didn't expect to see such a scene. On the way to the palace hall with Simon Valen, she saw many seriously injured palace guards. At first she thought that the palace guards were injured by the Red Rabbit, but she soon realized that something was wrong. Because not only the palace guards were injured, but also some men who smelled of the sea. With years of experience, she was sure that pirates had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak into the Kingdom of Goa. For the pirates, the Kingdom of Goa, with its city walls destroyed and its city defense guards and royal army almost completely wiped out, was an undefended country. How could they possibly miss this great opportunity? But she was not in a hurry, because although these pirates had a good grasp of the timing, their intelligence work was not up to par. Because a banquet is being held in the palace hall, and the attendees include not only Vice Admiral Garp of Naval Headquarters, but also a troublemaker Red Rabbit and a very reasonable traveler. "Ah ha ha ha, Hina-chan, you're just in time." Seeing Hina appear, Garp immediately burst into laughter and said, "There are a bunch of blind pirates here. Hurry and arrest them all and send them to jail. Xia Yu and I haven't had enough drinks yet." Hearing this, Hina didn't hesitate and waved to the marine soldiers who followed her and were guarding outside the palace hall. "Vice Admiral Garp." Before the marines could rush into the hall and drag the pirates away, Mr. Blue, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I've been wronged. All this is because of him." Mr. Blue 5 pointed at the king, his eyes filled with resentment. "He's a king, but he's unfaithful. 4 years ago, he promised me that if I burned down the uncertain waste terminal, he'd let me live in Hightown and become a noble." Nonsense! The king's expression darkened instantly. "How could I, as a king, collude with pirates? Simon Valen, what are you still standing there for? Take these pirates away and hang them all. Leave no one alive." Suddenly, Xia Yu, who had been watching coldly, sat up straight and said calmly, "Your Majesty, these pirates certainly deserve to die, but you must also be brave enough to take responsibility for the mistakes you made back then." Hearing Xia Yu's sudden words, the king's body trembled for no reason. Xia Yu ignored the king's reaction, stood up and walked to Mr. Blue 5, saying calmly, "What crimes have you committed in the past? Who have you killed? What disgusting things have you done? I don't care. But I really don't like being disturbed when I'm listening to music in the brothel." Before Xia Yu finished speaking, a red and white figure flashed over. Next second, there was a dull thud, and before he could react to what was happening, Blue Mr. 5 shot out like a cannonball and crashed down 100 meters away. The terrifying force directly knocked down a wall, and the collapsed rubble instantly buried him. Xia Yu didn't look at Mr. Blue 5 who was kicked away by the Red Rabbit. He just patted the wrinkled corner of his clothes, turned around and looked at the king. He said seriously, "Don't quibble. The fire that happened 4 years ago was caused by you and Mr. Blue 5. But it has already happened. What you need to do now is not to escape, but to make amends. As for how to make amends? Just issue a repentance edict to account for the innocent people who died in the fire due to your mistake 4 years ago. Also, the Goa Kingdom's quarantine policy is lifted. From today on, you must learn to be a good king who connects with the people and makes a new beginning. I'll give you 3 years. If you can lead the Kingdom of Goa to true prosperity within 3 years, you will remain the king of this country. If you can't, I will recommend a capable person to replace you as the new king." After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly looked at Princess Sally, who was standing gracefully beside the king, and smiled. Princess Sally's dance is beautiful. However, the night is getting late, so the banquet ends here. After saying that, Xia Yu didn't stay any longer, glanced at Machina and turned to walk out. Machina understood immediately and quickly called Ace to follow. The two rabbits are no exception. As soon as he walked out of the palace hall, Machina quickly quickened his pace and came to Xia Yu's side. He lowered his voice and asked, "Mr. Xia Yu, will His Majesty the King listen to your advice and cancel the quarantine policy?" "Yes," Xia Yu said firmly, "because his thoughts and consciousness changed the moment he saw me." "This?" Machina looked confused. "Why?" Xia Yu explained, "There's an ability called observation Haki. Common observation Haki allows one to hear others' thoughts, predict their attacks, and even see the immediate future. Rare observation Haki can alter the thoughts and consciousness of others, or even transmit one's own cognition and thoughts to others. And what I possess is the combined power of all of the above." At this point, Xia Yu turned his head and winked at Machina. "Isn't it amazing?" "Sharp." Machina did not avoid Xia Yu's gaze. He squinted his eyes and nodded slightly. He looked particularly charming because he was a little tipsy due to drinking. Chapter 046. The main hall of the palace. Neither Hina nor Garp expected Xia Yu to suddenly step forward to resolve the matter. She even made the final conclusion in the gentlest tone and in a very domineering manner, which made them inexplicably feel that they were somewhat redundant. "You must know that even as marine generals directly under the world government, they do not have the power to directly interfere in the domestic affairs of the member states. Their only responsibility is to maintain justice in the Four Seas and the Grand Line, and to rush to support all the countries affiliated with the world government in time when they are in danger. Besides this, they will not get involved in any internal regime changes or domestic affairs of any member state unless the world government directly orders them to intervene." Xia Yu not only concluded the matter without conducting an investigation, but also gave the King of Goa 3 years to build the country into a truly beautiful country. Ahaha, a truly wonderful country. After watching Xia Yu and his group leave, Garp suddenly let out his signature laugh. "This is really something to look forward to. Hina, let's go." After saying that, Garp didn't even bother to say hello to the Kingdom of Goa, and walked straight out of the palace. For Garp, who was born in the Kingdom of Goa, the King of Goa and the royal ministers were all the same in his eyes. If it weren't for the Red Rabbit making such a fuss, he wouldn't have bothered to come over. Now that the matter has been resolved, there is no need for him to be polite to those present who are also garbage in his eyes. Hina glanced at the king who was standing there in a daze. She saw that he was surprisingly not angry because of Xia Yu's strength and domineering attitude. Instead, he stood there in deep thought as if he really knew he was wrong. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, and then she quickly caught up with Garp. "Mr. Garp." As soon as she reached Garp, Hina got straight to the point. Why would Xia Yu make such a decision against the Kingdom of Goa based on the one-sided words of a few pirates? Hearing this, Garp fell silent. He had initially been unaware of the fire that had occurred at the Uncertain Waste Terminal in the Kingdom of Goa 4 years prior. After learning about it, he took advantage of his vacation to investigate the incident. Although he had no direct evidence, the information he had uncovered confirmed that the incident was orchestrated by members of the Goa royal family. Because in those days, world nobles from the Holy Land came to the Kingdom of Goa. As a model country for isolation, in order to leave a good impression on the world nobles, the Kingdom of Goa would never allow the existence of the Uncertain Waste Terminal to become a stain on them. However, if they took action themselves, they were afraid of bringing bad consequences. In such a situation, colluding with the pirates, abandoning the pirates after the matter was accomplished, and letting these pirates take the blame was one of the favorite things to do by the royal nobles of many countries in this world. However, he didn't expect that Kunio Akoko would be directly involved in this matter. But as the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, he had no power to arrest the king even if there was direct evidence in front of him. After a brief silence, Garp tilted his head and looked at Hina. Do you really think Xia Yu made her decision based solely on the pirate's one-sided statement? Hina blinked and said nothing. As a major at the naval headquarters, her duty is to apprehend criminals, but her powers are limited. For example, when it comes to the kings and royal families of the member states of the world government, even though she knows many of them are dark-minded and ruthless, she can only turn a blind eye. But personally, she believed in Xia Yu. As for why, she couldn't explain it, but she just believed. Hina, that's not the point. Seeing Hina's reaction, Garp suddenly smiled and returned to his usual cynicism. The point is, under Xia Yu's influence, can King Goa give this country a new look within 3 years? I'm looking forward to it, ha 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 ha. Under the cover of night, Goa returned to peace again. In the king's bedroom, King Goa stood in front of the window, staring at the night outside in a daze. Father, are you still angry about what that traveler said? As the familiar voice came, Princess Sally had slowly walked to his side and looked out the window with him. Angry? A hint of doubt flashed across King Goa's eyes, and then he clenched his fists and said angrily, I should be angry, even furious. After all, I am the king of the kingdom of Goa. Before he finished speaking, his tone suddenly softened, but there is always a voice in my heart reminding me that I am not a qualified king. After a slight pause, King Goa suddenly turned around and looked at Princess Sally. Sally, was father very bad in the past? Without waiting for Sally's response, he immediately spoke again, it should be very bad. Otherwise, how could I, as a king, collude with the pirates and even use them to set fire to my own people? Seeing her father's reaction, Sally hesitated to speak. She didn't dare to judge whether her father was a qualified king, but as far as fathers were concerned, her father was not a qualified one. Putting aside other matters, she was furious but dared not speak out about the fact that her father had reached an alliance with Otluk III, marrying him to his adopted son, Stelly. She did not like Stelly, and even hated him. The thought of marrying him had made her lose her appetite. But what she didn't expect was that Stelly was actually trampled to death by the Red Rabbit. When the news reached the palace, she almost couldn't help laughing, but she soon fell into worry again. Because Steely died, and so did Matli and Putli. Father. After a brief silence, Sally mustered up the courage to face the kingdom of Goa and said seriously, Sally can help my father make this country a better place. However, Sally doesn't want to be someone else's bridesmaid anymore, because I want to be the queen of the kingdom of Goa. As soon as these words were spoken, the kingdom of Goa turned abruptly to meet Sally's determined gaze. As a childless man, he had originally planned to train Princess Sally as his heir, but many members of the royal family were eyeing the position of the next king, and Sally's ability was not enough to compete with them. All he could do was choose a person who was loyal to him from these royal and noble families to complete the marriage and complete the transfer of power while he was still alive. Sally did not object when he made this decision. But now, Sally actually stepped forward and expressed her desire to become the next king of the kingdom of Goa. This made him happy, but more worried. Are you worried about me, father? Sally seemed to know what her father was thinking. She smiled and said, if you're worried that Sally has no one to rely on or trust, she can seek help from Mr. Traveler. As long as he is willing to help, no one among the royal ministers will be able to shake Sally. Chapter 047. The next morning. Xia Yu didn't sleep late because of drinking too much last night. With his current physical condition, he would not feel tired even if he did not sleep for 10 days or half a month. After breakfast, Xia Yu took the 2 rabbits to stroll around Windmill Village. Mr. Xia Yu. Kirilenko, Pop. As soon as we entered the market, Puluo, Dory, and other children came running over excitedly. The green rabbit was already very familiar with the kids and opened his eyes wide with joy. while the Red Rabbit Kirilenko remained aloof and didn't even bother to look at the little kids. He walked straight through them and went into the shoe store opposite with a clear goal. "Wow, Mr. Red Rabbit!" The owner of the shoe shop, which had just opened, wasn't traumatized by being knocked away by the Red Rabbit. She hurried over to greet the Red Rabbit as it entered, excitedly saying, "Welcome. From now on, as long as you stay in Windmill Village for one day, you can pick any canvas shoes you want in the shoe store. I won't charge a cent." Hearing this, Red Rabbit looked up at the shoe store owner in surprise. Then, without any hesitation, he ran to a shoe cabinet, took down the most dazzling pair of red canvas shoes, and sat on the ground to polish them. Seeing this, the shoe store owner thoughtfully took a plate of carrots from the counter and placed it next to him. "Mr. Red Rabbit, I know you like canvas shoes and shoe magazines so much, so I asked someone to bring you the latest magazine." As she spoke, the shoe store owner took out a few magazines from the bar. Red Rabbit didn't expect the shoe store owner to be so considerate. For the first time ever, he nodded to her, as if to say, "You understand me very well." At the same time, Green Rabbit was also kidnapped by some little brats, leaving Xia Yu standing there alone, not knowing where to go. Suddenly, Xia Yu's eyes lit up. Several young men and women from the village walked out of their homes, each holding a fishing rod. One of them was the young girl who jumped on the Red Rabbit when he was running wild in the tavern. Seeing Xia Yu standing alone in the market, the girl quickly ran over and said politely, "Mr. Xia Yu, good morning." "Good morning." Xia Yu glanced at the fishing rod in the girl's hand and asked, "Are you going fishing together?" "Yeah," the girl nodded. "Last night, the shoe store owner told us that the sea kings that often appeared in the nearby waters had been killed by Mr. Red Rabbit. My father and the other elders in the village have all gone out to sea, so we're planning to go fishing on the beach too." "Oh, my father said that when they come back from fishing, we'll invite Mr. Xia Yu and Mr. Red Rabbit to the tavern for a get-together." Xia Yu ignored the girl's next words and stared at the fishing rod in her hand. His fisherman nature began to get impatient. "Can you give me a fishing rod? I love fishing too." "Mr. Xia Yu, do you like fishing too?" The girl's eyes lit up and she turned and ran away. After a while, the girl returned to Xia Yu with a brand new fishing rod. At this moment, several other young men and women came over. When they heard that Xia Yu was going to the beach with them, everyone laughed happily. Half an hour later, a group of people found a best fishing spot on the beach. After setting up their fishing rods, young men and women gathered around Xia Yu. "Mr. Xia Yu, now we just have to wait for the fish to bite." A man, slightly older than Xia Yu, about the same age as him, patted the sand off his palms and changed the subject. "Mr. Xia Yu travels a lot. Are there any particularly powerful and vicious pirates?" "Very powerful and vicious." Xia Yu blinked and nodded. "Of course there are. But even though they are arrogant, they are no match for the Red Rabbit. I believe you all felt the power of the Red Rabbit that night in the tavern. I think Mr. Xia Yu is the best." The girl who had jumped on Xia Yu earlier looked at him with admiration. "At that time, Mr. Xia Yu was protecting me while calming Mr. Red Rabbit down with just one hand." "Don't interrupt." The man glared at the girl and said unhappily, "It's so hard to be alone with Mr. Xia Yu. Don't you want to hear some more interesting travel stories?" "Right, right, right." The girl nodded vigorously and asked Xia Yu, "Mr. Xia Yu, have you ever met an exceptionally powerful woman? I heard from a senior who just returned from a trip that a female pirate recently appeared in East Blue named Alvida. He said she's incredibly powerful." "I haven't met any powerful female pirates." Xia Yu shook her head. After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly remembered something and continued, "Speaking of women, I met a very powerful woman." Hearing this, all the men and women lit up their eyes, waiting for Xia Yu to continue. "You all want to hear it?" Seeing everyone staring at him eagerly, Xia Yu blinked, then cleared his throat with a dry cough, then I'll tell you about it. It was one of my most interesting trips. This country has a very unique geographical environment. Only a handful of people have ever visited it. This is because it is surrounded by thunderstorms year-round. Surrounded by thunder and lightning all year round. The men and women asked in unison, revealing expressions of surprise and curiosity. Xia Yu nodded. That's why so few people have ever entered this country. I had to go through a lot of trouble to get in. But the risk was worth it, because in this country called Inajima, I met a very interesting woman. This woman's name is Beelzebul. She is very strong and very beautiful. However, what's interesting about her isn't how beautiful or strong she is, but the way she draws her sword when she fights. How to draw the sword? Everyone asked in unison again. Yes, Xia Yu narrowed her eyes and continued to make up her travel story. Beelzebul's way of drawing the sword is different from all the swordsmen I've seen. She likes to draw the sword from her chest. Draw a sword from the chest. Everyone was shocked. Seeing everyone's reaction, Xia Yu almost couldn't help but continue. By the way, she also has a nickname, Thunder General. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu suddenly turned his head to look at the coast on the right. At the same time, a small coffin-shaped boat was speeding towards them from the sea in the distance at an astonishing speed. On the deck of the boat, a young man sat with his legs crossed and his eyes slightly closed, as if he was taking a nap. The man wore a black top hat, a black windbreaker, and carried a long black sword that looked like a cross on his back. Even though he didn't move at all, he still gave people an indescribable feeling of oppression. Xia Yu blinked in surprise when she saw the man speeding towards the coast of Windmill Village in a coffin-shaped boat. Dracula my hawk! Why did this guy come to Windmill Village? Fortunately, Hina was not there, otherwise the story he had made up would probably be exposed. Chapter 048. The coffin-shaped boat was very fast and arrived at the Windmill Village pier in a short while. Carrying the world's strongest black knife, Ye jumped out of the coffin boat and stood on the shore. My hawk looked around and then frowned slightly. As the world's greatest swordsman, although he likes to wander around the world, he rarely goes ashore. Even if he does, he only goes to islands with larger towns. If he hadn't come here on purpose, he wouldn't even bother to take a look at a tiny place like Windmill Village. Is this where Shanks lost his hand? My hawk's eyes flashed with doubt after he looked away. When Shanks returned to New World from East Blue, he heard the news and immediately went to Shanks's house to prepare for another fight. But what he didn't expect was that Shanks had become a one-armed cripple. At that time, he thought Shanks had encountered a very powerful enemy, and the fighting spirit in his heart instantly surged. He wanted to find a strong man who could cut off Shanks' arm and have a good fight with him. However, the truth is that Shanks did not lose his arm because he encountered a powerful enemy, but because his arm was bitten off by a sea king while saving a little kid. It was a wild small sea king at that, which is outrageous. What was most unbelievable to him was that when he was drinking with Shanks, Shanks told him what happened in East Blue Windmill Village. He heard from Shanks that an arrogant little bandit actually hit Shanks on the head with a wine bottle. This was even more outrageous. You know, Shanks is a top-level warrior who can compete with him in swordsmanship and remain undefeated. Such a strong man was hit on the head with a wine bottle by a bandit? What's even more outrageous is that Shanks didn't fight back. This was difficult for him to understand. If it were him, let alone being hit on the head, even if he was woken up from his sleep, he would attack without hesitation, killing every one of them without leaving a single survivor. Because Shanks lost his arm, he no longer had an opponent who was just as strong as him, and his life lost a lot of fun. Even though it's been years since Shanks lost his arm, he still struggles to get over it. Even though Shanks claimed that he was betting his arm on the new era, he still wanted to come to Windmill Village to see what the difference was between this village where Shanks had bet his arm and the little kid that Shanks had high hopes for. So after wandering around for a few years, he finally entered East Blue and was standing at the pier where Shanks once stayed. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the direction of the market, attracting Mihawk's attention. At the same time, in the direction of the market, a group of fully armed palace guards passed through the jungle of Mount Corpo and walked into the Windmill Village in orderly steps. In front of this group of palace guards, a girl in a royal dress looked around curiously and greeted the villagers of Windmill Village enthusiastically. The girl is none other than Princess Sally, who aspires to become the future queen of the Goa Kingdom. After talking with her father last night, both father and daughter made a crucial decision, one to issue a confession of guilt, repenting for past mistakes, while the other vowed to work alongside her father to build the Kingdom of Goa into a truly great nation. To do all this, they must gain the support of the powerful traveler. Therefore, Princess Sally decided to come to Windmill Village to meet Xia Yu in person today. It would be best if she could invite Xia Yu to become the auxiliary minister of the Kingdom of Goa. If not, she would also make her position and determination to Xia Yu clear. Princess Sally. Oh my god, it's Princess Sally. At this moment, some villagers who often traveled between Windmill Village and Central Street recognized Princess Sally and ran out of their homes and shops excitedly. In a short while, the villagers blocked the market. Fearing that the villagers might harm Princess Sally, the palace guards rushed forward, some even raising their guns. Seeing this, Princess Sally quickly spoke out to stop them. Don't be rude to the villagers, everyone, step back. After dismissing the guards, Princess Sally gracefully took 2 steps forward. She then looked around at the villagers with a smile on her face, and said softly, "Hello, villagers of Windmill Village. I am Princess Sally Nandkanat of the Kingdom of Goa. This time I came to Windmill Village mainly to do 2 things. First, I have an announcement to make. From today on, the Goa Kingdom will officially lift its quarantine policy, and the isolation wall will be dismantled. All citizens of the Goa Kingdom can freely enter all places, including the Central Street, Jajan, with their ID. Of course, the royal palace remains as important as before and cannot be easily entered. But rest assured, everyone, after I return, I will discuss a plan with my father to open a certain number of places at regular intervals, allowing all villagers to visit the royal palace at designated times." The sudden news made all the villagers present open their eyes wide. Although the Windmill Village is located on the edge of the Kingdom of Goa, and the Kingdom of Goa seems to have forgotten about it over the years, they have to go to the Central Street for the circulation and trade of goods. However, because the Kingdom of Goa implemented an isolation policy, it was very troublesome for them to go there every time, and they might even be treated unfairly. At this time, the Kingdom of Goa not only lifted its quarantine policy, but also offered them a certain number of places to visit the palace from time to time. After a brief moment of shock, the villagers suddenly erupted in cheers. "That's great! From now on, not only can we go to Gao Town, but we can also visit the palace. Is this true? The wall will be demolished too? Why? Who cares why? Her Royal Highness Princess said so, how could it be false? Long life Princess Sally!" Seeing the villagers' reactions, Sally felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. In the past, she wouldn't have felt a sense of accomplishment, and even looking at the commoners would have been annoying. For as long as she could remember, everyone around her had instilled in her the idea that the common people living at the bottom of society were pariahs and trash. Under the subtle influence of these words and opinions, she, born noble, naturally took it all for granted. But when she walked out of the palace alone for the first time, saw the smiles on the faces of the villagers who had once been worthless in her eyes, and heard the heartfelt cries of "Long life Princess Sally!" her cognition and thoughts of more than 10 years collapsed in an instant, and in their place came an unprecedented sense of happiness that enveloped her from all directions. Princess Sally did not say anything to stop the villagers from making noise and shouting, but just stood there smiling. She waited until the villagers gradually quieted down before continuing. "The second reason I came here is to meet Mr. Xia Yu. Could you tell me where he is now?" I know, one of the villagers said excitedly, pushing his way out of the crowd. Mr. Xia Yu went fishing at the beach. But why does your highness want to see him? Did you know each other before? Princess Sally shook her head. I had the pleasure of meeting you last night, but I believe that Mr. Xia Yu and I will become good partners in the future. After a slight pause, Princess Sally looked at the young man who had squeezed out of the crowd and asked, "Can you take me to see him?" "Sure." The young man nodded in agreement, feeling flattered, but then turned and left as if he was afraid that someone else would steal the limelight. But even so, many villagers followed closely behind Princess Sally and headed straight for the beach. In a corner of the market, my hawk, carrying a great sword on his back, watched the figure of Princess Sally walking away with some curiosity. Although he was not interested in these royal princesses and princes, through the communication between Princess Sally and the villagers just now, he became a little interested in the name Xia Yu. A villager from a windmill village actually asked the noble princess to come and meet him in person. Could it be that this small windmill village really hides many hidden talents? Previously, Shanks came from afar and risked his arm to save a little kid, and now a royal princess is willing to lower her status and ask for an audience with a sir in person? Suddenly, my hawk felt a little excited about this trip to Windmill Village. Just as my hawk was debating whether to go over and take a look, a figure suddenly came into his sight. In front of his sight, he saw a rabbit wearing a red and white plaid shirt, holding 2 magazines in one hand and a pair of shiny red canvas shoes in the other, and walked out of the store with the warm farewell of the shoe store owner. The Red Rabbit did not walk far after walking out of the store. It went straight to a shady place by the sea beside the market, sat on the ground with its back against a few banana trees, put its red canvas shoes on its legs, picked up one of the magazines and began to read it with relish. Seeing this scene, my hawk's interest was immediately piqued. The reason is simple. In addition to growing vegetables and cleaning the castle himself, his favorite thing to do in his castle is to taste wine and read newspapers. Of course, none of this matters. What's more important is that when he is bored and living alone in the castle, he will play with the armed baboons on the island. That group of baboons is very interesting and likes to imitate humans or learn any human behavior. The Red Rabbit in front of him has obviously evolved to a more advanced level. Not only does it go to the shoe store to buy shoes by itself, it also likes to read newspapers and magazines like him. Looking around, my hawk saw that all the villagers in the market had followed the princess to the beach. He no longer hesitated and walked towards the Red Rabbit with charming steps. Chapter 049. Coming in front of the Red Rabbit, my hawk looked around again. As the world's greatest swordsman, he had to maintain his image. If someone who knew him saw him playing with a Red Rabbit at this moment, it would be somewhat embarrassing. After all, few people know that he likes to grow his own vegetables, clean the castle, cook for himself, and play with the armed baboons on the island. People only know that he has extraordinary swordsmanship and is the world's #1 swordsman. After making sure that there was no way anyone in this small village would recognize him, my hawk slowly walked to stand in front of the Red Rabbit, looking down at the Red Rabbit who was reading a magazine with great interest. Feeling that the view in front of him suddenly darkened, Red Rabbit frowned slightly, then slowly raised his head to look at the stranger standing in front of him. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be frightened by the sudden appearance of my hawk at this time, because my hawk himself is actually too fierce. Even if he does nothing, just standing there, he will bring people a strong visual impact and an indescribable sense of oppression. But Red Rabbit is no ordinary person. He just glanced up at my hawk, then looked away and continued reading the magazine while shaking his feet rhythmically. Seeing that the Red Rabbit ignored him, my hawk looked around again before he felt relieved and walked over to the Red Rabbit and squatted down. My hawk had just sat down when a voice suddenly came over. "Is this gentleman also traveling to Windmill Village?" The sudden sound almost tore my hawk's pants as he squatted down. Fortunately, he reacted in time, stood up and looked sideways. The person who made the sound was the owner of the shoe store. He had already seen my hawk in the store. After seeing my hawk walk over to the red rabbit and squat down, she hesitated for a moment and then picked up 2 small stools and ran over. I'm the owner of the shoe store across the street. The shoe shop owner came to my hawk and handed him a small stool. Welcome to Windmill Village. Thank you. My hawk took the small stool and quickly looked around to confirm that the shoe store owner was the only one in the market. He put down the small stool and prepared to sit down. The shoe store owner didn't directly hand the other small stool to Red Rabbit. Instead, she bent down like a attentive waiter and said with a smile, "Mr. Red Rabbit, this stool is for you." The Red Rabbit kept her eyes off the magazine and lifted her butt up. Seeing this, the shoe store owner kept smiling, and considerately placed a small stool under the Red Rabbit's butt, and held the Red Rabbit's shoulders to help it sit steadily. Seeing this scene, my hawk's mouth twitched. The lady owner of this shoe store is really thoughtful. Not only did she send a small stool, she even helped the Red Rabbit move its body. The shoe store owner just called this rabbit, Mr. Red Rabbit? Are all the villagers in Windmill Village so simple and polite? Noticing my hawk's reaction, the shoe store owner suddenly came over to my hawk and kindly reminded him in a low voice, "Don't touch Mr. Red Rabbit's canvas shoes or the magazine in his hand." Before my hawk could react, the shoe store owner immediately stepped back, nodded fiercely at him, put on an expression that said "You must remember this," and turned away. What is going on here? After watching the warm and caring proprietress leave, my hawk sat on a small stool and looked at the Red Rabbit suspiciously. Because the supreme sword on his back was really long, he felt a little uncomfortable and simply took it off and put it beside him. Then, he coughed twice and tentatively said, "Rabbit, can you lend me that magazine?" Red Rabbit was very decisive. Without taking his eyes off the magazine he was reading, he picked up another magazine and threw it to my hawk. Very friendly. My hawk didn't expect the Red Rabbit to be so straightforward. He blinked in surprise. But he didn't take it seriously. He moved his seat slightly and opened the magazine to read. Shoe magazine? Looking at the pictures of various styles of canvas shoes that came into view, my hawk's mouth twitched slightly. However, thinking that he might as well do nothing, he turned to the next page. Just like that, neither the man nor the rabbit made any sound. One sat upright, while the other kept crossing his legs and shaking his feet at the same frequency. Time passes by every second. Before he knew it, my hawk found himself drawn to a magazine and was reading it as carefully as Red Rabbit. At the same time, Garp also returned to Windmill Village. As the holiday is approaching, Garp returns to Windmill Village and plans to meet with the village chief up, and then wait for Hina's warship to arrive and return to the naval headquarters with him. What's going on? Garp walked into the market and saw that almost all the shops were empty, making the usually bustling market seem particularly quiet. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he muttered softly, "Where are the people? Where did they go?" Although he was puzzled, Garp didn't take it to heart and walked quickly towards Up's house. When he reached the end of the market, a figure that he seemed to have seen somewhere suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Garp, who was about to step out, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the shore. In front of his sight, my hawk, wearing a black top hat, and Red Rabbit were sitting side by side, each holding a magazine in their hands and reading it with great interest. After a brief moment of shock, Garp's eyes suddenly widened and he asked in disbelief, "My hawk?" The sudden sound caused my hawk, who was absorbed in reading a magazine, to have his pupils constricted as if he had been electrocuted. The next second, he reacted quickly and put the magazine under his butt, then looked up pretending to be calm. "Garp, long time no see." Seeing the tall figure standing on the street, my hawk said slowly, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Garp didn't say anything, but stared at my hawk, his astonishment gradually replaced by sympathy. At the same time, Red Rabbit also put down the magazine in his hand and turned his eyes to the magazine under my hawk's butt. Seeing the Red Rabbit's reaction, Garp's facial muscles twitched wildly. "My hawk, you're done." A question mark appeared above my hawk's head, and he stared at Garp with burning eyes. To him, Garp's words were very targeted. The reason is simple. Not only is he the world's greatest swordsman, he also works part-time as a marine hunter, which makes him the complete opposite of the marine. But that's all in the past, not worth mentioning. Since the public execution of Pirate King Roger 14 years ago, his dying words have ushered in the age of exploration. Countless pirates have flocked to the Grand Line in search of the treasure Roger left behind. The three legendary pirates of the latter half of the Grand Line also constantly attack and fight for territory, eventually becoming the dominant force and seriously threatening the order under the rule of the world government. However, faced with the growing power of pirates, Marine had no choice but to compromise and launched the 7 Warlords of the Sea system, recruiting 7 powerful pirates to join in order to check and balance the 3 pirates of New World who had become the Emperors of the Sea. And he, the world's greatest swordsman and former marine hunter, is one of them. Even so, many people in naval headquarters still hold hostility towards the 7 Warlords of the Sea, because a very small number of people believe that the 7 Warlords of the Sea not only fails to check and balance the pirates, but also allows individual Shishibukai members to have the power of life and death, and then exacerbates the situation. Although Garp has not made a clear statement, he is obviously one of the very few. However, he obviously misunderstood Garp. Garp's statement that he was finished wasn't meant to be personal, but rather sympathetic. Because just as he was looking at Garp, the hero of the naval headquarters, as if he were facing a great enemy, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged around him, like a volcano erupting, instantly enveloping him. The next second, a fist as big as a sandbag came rushing towards him. There was a loud bang, and even with the powerful observation Haki, my hawk had no time to react. He was shot out like a cannonball and crashed into the sea 100 meters away, causing countless waves. Chapter 050. As energetic as ever, ha 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 ha. Looking at the figure that was knocked into the sea by the Red Rabbit's punch, Garp stopped pretending and burst into laughter, feeling so relieved. Hearing the gloating laughter beside him, the Red Rabbit turned around suddenly. Almost instantly, the laughter stopped. Seeing this, Red Rabbit didn't bother to pay attention. He picked up the magazine that my hawk had placed under him, patted it, and put it beside him. Then he crossed his legs, shook his feet, and looked at the magazine, completely ignoring Garp's existence. At the same time, my hawk had just emerged from the sea and had not yet recovered from the confusion of why did the Red Rabbit beat me when a warship came towards him at high speed. What a crappy place this is. Seeing the warships quickly entering the port of Windmill Village, my hawk cursed in his heart. It's obviously just an inconspicuous little village. The princess's appearance is fine, and Garp's appearance is also reasonable. After all, this old man likes to wander around East Blue during his vacation. But why does this warship appear at this time? Are there pirates here? No. You guys came here for no reason. Is this a public trip? My hawk, who is always calm and serious, gradually fell into confusion at this moment. It's nothing, it's just that his current situation is very bad and embarrassing. If Garp hadn't been there, and if this warship hadn't suddenly appeared, even if he was beaten by the Red Rabbit, he would have returned with a blank expression and then fought with the Red Rabbit. He had fought this kind of fight many times with the armed baboons on the island of Krakena where he lived, but there was almost no one approaching that island, especially near the castle where he lived. Not to mention fighting with baboons, even if he crawled onto the road to urinate against the wind, no one would see him. Looking at the rapidly approaching warship, it was too late for my hawk to dive into the sea. Because he saw a female officer on the deck of the warship looking at him, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Obviously, this female marine officer also knew him. Really? As the warship slowed down, the female officer on the deck suddenly spoke up, "Dracula, my hawk? How did you end up in Windmill Village?" Hina doesn't understand. As soon as Hina finished speaking, marine soldiers on the deck of the warship ran over. Dracul my hawk! The world's greatest swordsman! Marine hunter my hawk? Why is he here? What are you afraid of? He's no longer a marine hunter, he's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Oh. Hearing the sounds coming from the deck and feeling the looks of shock or fear, my hawk's facial muscles twitched wildly as he floated on the sea, and he almost died on the spot. Ever since my hawk ascended to the throne of the world's #1 swordsman, he has always appeared in front of people with the image of a cool, calm, and intimidating Haki. But today he fell into the hands of a red rabbit, and his Haki image plummeted, and he turned into a drowned chicken. The worst thing was that he had no idea why the red rabbit suddenly attacked him. Suddenly, my hawk's pupils shrank slightly, and he remembered what the shoe store owner had told him. Did she tell him not to touch Red Rabbit's canvas shoes and magazines? But it was Red Rabbit who handed him the magazine, right? Could it be that? Is it because I put the magazine under me? Thinking of this, my hawk's anger instantly shifted to Garp. If Garp had not suddenly appeared, he would not have had to put the magazine under his butt, and he would not have offended the Red Rabbit. He would not have been knocked into the sea by the Red Rabbit's punch and was seen by the marine soldiers who happened to come over. Garp. After gritting his teeth and shouting out the name, my hawk ignored the strange looks from the deck of the warship and turned to swim towards the shore. Soon, my hawk, soaking wet, was standing opposite Garp. Ha ha ha. Looking at my hawk climbing ashore soaking wet like a drowned rat, Garp couldn't stop laughing. My hawk, ah ha ha ha, you deserve this day, ah ha ha ha. No, let me laugh for a while. This is the first time I've seen you in such a mess. My hawk didn't get angry. He just tried his best to suppress his anger and stared at Garp with a burning gaze. Have you laughed enough? If you have, then take action. With that, my hawk prepared to grab his supreme sword. However, just as he turned and walked towards the black knife he had taken down and placed next to the Red Rabbit, the Red Rabbit also glanced at the black knife's iconic T-shaped blade with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Then, the Red Rabbit grabbed the handle of the knife and raised it up and shook it. My hawk never expected that the Red Rabbit, who had been staring at the magazine, would suddenly pay attention to his sword. He felt a sense of foreboding. The next second, he saw the Red Rabbit raise its claws and strike the blade. Buzz! As the Red Rabbit tapped its claws, the blade suddenly emitted a pleasant hum. No! Hearing the familiar knife hum, my hawk suddenly woke up, and with anger and anxiety that could not be concealed, he shouted, "Don't touch!" Before my hawk could rush forward to stop him, the Red Rabbit raised its claws again and struck the blade hard. This time, the familiar humming sound of the knife was not heard. Only a crisp crack sound was heard, and several cracks appeared on the place where the Red Rabbit hit. The sudden change not only made my hawk stand there frozen as if he had been electrocuted, but also Garp beside him opened his eyes wide in surprise. How is that possible? After a brief moment of shock, Garp couldn't help but ask, "That's the world's strongest black sword. How could it be broken by the Red Rabbit?" Red Rabbit! Almost at the same time, my hawk gritted his teeth and shouted these 3 words. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the Red Rabbit. He snatched the black knife away with lightning speed, and then chopped it down at the Red Rabbit with all his might. Swish! The brilliant blade light bloomed in the sky, and the domineering and sharp blade energy slashed down first and instantly covered the Red Rabbit. Immediately afterwards, the Red Rabbit's body, enveloped in the sword energy, was split in half by the black sword. Unexpectedly, the Red Rabbit did not dodge or evade. My hawk, who was in anger, suddenly woke up. Although he was very angry just now, he did not expect that the Red Rabbit would be able to withstand his close-range attack. Similarly, Garp did not expect things to turn out this way. After seeing the Red Rabbit's body being split in half by the black knife, his brain briefly froze. At the same time, on the deck of the warship that had just stopped, Hina also saw this unbelievable scene, her beautiful eyes wide open, and she stuttered temporarily. Red Rabbit. Hit by my hawk. Chapter 051. Just as my hawk woke up in shock, Garp's brain crashed, and Hina's beautiful eyes widened. The scene of blood splattering that they imagined did not appear. At the moment when the black knife split his body in two, the Red Rabbit suddenly slapped his own body with both hands at the same time, which was already flying to the opposite side. With a slight bang sound, the two halves of the body that were about to fall to the ground closed together. The next second, the Red Rabbit's body recovered perfectly. The body is closed. Once again, Garp, who had not yet recovered from his shock, was so shocked by this strange scene that his eyes almost popped out. Before Garp, my hawk, and Hina on the warship could react, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the Red Rabbit that had just recovered. Then, the Red Rabbit's silly and cute face underwent substantial changes in an instant. The nose disappeared, and was replaced by eyes that shone with golden light and a bloody mouth covered with irregular serrations. The terrifying aura wave took shape as the bloody mouth spread out unscrupulously in all directions. Wherever it went, the atmosphere shook and the ground trembled slightly. Not good. Seeing the Red Rabbit enter rampage mode again, Garp was too shocked to care about it. He shouted to my hawk urgently, "The Red Rabbit is rampaging, leave the market immediately." My hawk certainly knew that Red Rabbit had stormed off, but why did he leave? He is the world's #1 swordsman, would he be afraid of a mere Red Rabbit? Most importantly, he is the victim. Bring it on. My hawk ignored Garp and held the black knife in his hand. Undead creature? Let me see. Whoosh. Before my hawk could finish his words, the Red Rabbit suddenly appeared in front of him, and its fist, which was filled with a terrifying aura, instantly enlarged in his pupils. What speed is this? My hawk's pupils contracted sharply, and it was too late for him to dodge, so he could only hold the knife horizontally in front of him. Boom! As the extremely shocking collision sound exploded in his ears, my hawk suddenly felt a surge of destructive energy rushing towards him. Immediately afterwards, the black knife in front of him made a roar, and cracks appeared on the blade. Seeing that the black knife he had painstakingly tempered was cracked again by the Red Rabbit, my hawk almost couldn't help but vomit 2 kilograms of Moxia Wang. However, he was more shocked by the terrifying power of the Red Rabbit than the crack on the black knife. You know, this is the strongest black sword that accompanied him to the top of the world's #1 swordsman. He used armament Haki to temper it a lot over the years. It is precisely because of this that Black Sword Knight has always sat firmly on the throne of the strongest black sword, and all other black swords have to give way when they see it. The most important thing is that since his debut, no matter how powerful his opponent was or how many fierce battles he had, the black sword had never been cracked or left any trace under the care of his armament Haki. However, at this moment, the Red Rabbit actually cracked it twice in a row. With the powerful armament Haki, my hawk forcibly took the Red Rabbit's terrifying punch that was enough to easily destroy a tall building. The moment they collided, the terrifying aura released by armament Haki and the Red Rabbit spread out at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, sweeping away the surrounding houses and shops with great force. The ground under the feet of the man and the rabbit was cracked with dense cracks, like a huge spider web. Fortunately, the shoe store owner was the only one in the market at that time. Otherwise, from the collision between the man and the rabbit, who knows how many villagers would have been swept up and died. In the blink of an eye, the entire market was destroyed, leaving only a few shops including a shoe store. The proprietress in the shoe store instinctively hid under the shoe cabinet the moment the gust of air swept over, trembling with fear because of the overwhelming pressure that spread invisibly. However, she quickly calmed down. Because she found that when the houses opposite collapsed one after another, her shoe store only shook slightly, and the shoe cabinets in the store remained motionless and were not affected at all. This is. After discovering this strange phenomenon, the shoe store owner blinked in confusion, then suddenly realized, could it be that the shoe cabinet that Poo gave me is protecting me? My hawk! Red Rabbit! Seeing the market houses destroyed in an instant, Garp was completely furious. He clenched his fists and strode towards the man and the rabbit, saying in a deep voice, "Do you want to completely destroy Windmill Village?" Before he finished speaking, Garp decisively joined the battle, raised his fist with terrifying power and struck Mihawk and Red Rabbit at lightning speed. Faced with Garp suddenly joining the fight and even punching him, Mihawk disappeared in an instant, choosing to temporarily avoid him. The Red Rabbit did not dodge, but turned its head to look at Garp with a pair of big eyes shining with golden light the moment Mihawk's figure disappeared, and its claws like devil's claws grabbed Garp's iron fist at the same time. However, Garp obviously doesn't want to fight Red Rabbit here. His purpose is to stop Red Rabbit and Mihawk from continuing to cause damage. The moment the Red Rabbit grabbed his fist, he relied on his decades of combat experience to suddenly flip his hand over and grab the Red Rabbit's wrist. Without giving the Red Rabbit a chance to punch again, Garp grabbed its wrist and roared. Then he turned 180 degrees on the spot and threw the Red Rabbit towards the mountain behind Windmill Village. The Red Rabbit thrown by Garp with all his strength was like a cannonball fired from a naval gun. The friction with the high altitude made a deafening sonic boom, and it crashed into the hillside behind the Windmill Village. Accompanied by another earth-shaking explosion, the mountain halfway up the back mountain collapsed, and the flying gravel and dust shot in all directions, and crackling sounds were heard wherever they went. Garp didn't believe that this throw alone could cause much damage to the Red Rabbit. After all, the Red Rabbit's body was split in half just now, but it recovered instantly in an unreasonable way. This throw was just to tickle the Red Rabbit. Most importantly, if they continue to stay here, the completely out of control Red Rabbit will definitely come back soon. My hawk! Come with me quickly and stop him in the back mountain. Garp didn't dare to delay even a little. He said urgently, "We must get him back to his normal form as soon as possible, otherwise Windmill Village will be completely destroyed by him." Before he could finish his words, Garp activated observation Haki and dashed away, disappearing in an instant. Mihawk did not hesitate and followed closely behind, dragging the supreme sword with its blade shattered. At the same time, Hina, who was on the warship, also jumped ashore. She looked up at the collapsing mountain behind her, and panic appeared on her face, even though she was usually calm. She turned around and shouted to the soldiers on the deck who were completely stunned, "What are you all standing there for? Move! We must find Xia Yu as soon as possible." Chapter 052. By the beach. Princess Sally stood opposite Xia Yu, surrounded by a large group of villagers, her eyes full of anticipation. The surrounding villagers and the young men and women who followed Xia Yu to fish were all shocked and looked at Princess Sally in disbelief. Because they didn't expect that Princess Sally came to see Xia Yu to invite Xia Yu to become the auxiliary minister of the Kingdom of Goa. What shocked them the most was that the king of the Kingdom of Goa would issue a confession of guilt to the entire nation at noon today and pass the throne to Princess Sally. Whether it was the Edict of Repentance or giving up the throne to Princess Sally and making Sally the first queen in the history of the Kingdom of Goa, it was like thunder to the villagers of Windmill Village, making their heads buzz. Xia Yu was also somewhat caught off guard. Although he was very confident in his observation Haki, he did not expect that the father and daughter of the Goa Kingdom would be so deeply affected. Not only did they make changes so quickly, but the king of the Goa Kingdom would even pass the throne to Princess Sally. What he didn't expect the most was that Princess Sally would actually invite him to become the auxiliary minister of the Kingdom of Goa. But this is understandable. After all, he possesses the most powerful observation Haki obtained through the system gift package. If he can't even influence ordinary royal families like the Goa Kingdom, then he will have to consider asking the system for a return. Of course, he could understand the change in the Goa Kingdom father and daughter's decision and thinking. After all, the Goa Kingdom had been implementing a policy of isolation for many years, and the nobles and royals had enjoyed wealth and glory. If they suddenly changed their ways, they would not only have to face changes in the domestic situation, but also be mentally prepared to face the world government. In such cases, what they need is the protection of force. Assistant Minister. After a brief moment of thought, Xia Yu frowned slightly. I'm just a traveler who enjoys traveling. I'm afraid I'm not up to the task without a fixed place to stay. However, I can make you a promise. If you can help the Kingdom of Goa achieve true prosperity, I will provide you with some assistance. After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly stood up, brushed off the dust on her butt, and said with a smile, now that you have ascended the throne as queen, feel free to do whatever you want. Even if some nobles from the Holy Land deliberately make things difficult for you, don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. Hearing this, Princess Sally's sapphire-like eyes suddenly lit up. What she was really worried about was not the internal situation of the Kingdom of Goa, but the world government headquartered at the top of the Red Line and the world nobles living there. Although in her heart both the world government and the world nobility were huge monsters that she could not describe, after hearing Xia Yu's promise, she had no doubts and inexplicably believed that Xia Yu could do it all. Princess Sally bowed slightly. With Mr. Xia Yu's promise, Sally will definitely become the queen you most want to see. No. Xia Yu waved her hand. What you need to do is become the queen supported by the people of the Kingdom of Goa. Before he finished speaking, a slight sound of falling into the water suddenly came from the direction of Fengch village port, attracting Xia Yu's attention. However, Xia Yu didn't take it to heart and continued, as long as you can become the queen supported by the people of Goa Kingdom, no one in this world can shake you. As the saying goes, when the people support you, you have nothing to fear. Also, although I'm not qualified to be an assistant minister, during my time in Windmill Village, I will take the time to write for you some methods and approaches for governing the country. For example, abolishing the quarantine policy and reducing taxes. Opening up sea and land routes between villages and towns within the Kingdom of Goa, promoting universal education, ensuring that children receive education and the elderly have a place to rely on in their old age, and most importantly, ensuring that the people are rewarded for their labor, etc. I will hand over the specific plan to you before I leave. You only have one thing to do now, successfully complete the transfer of power. Once again, Xia Yu had barely finished speaking when a loud bang came from the direction of the Windmill Village market without warning. Immediately, a terrifying wave of air rose up, destroying the houses and shops in the direction of the market with overwhelming force. Immediately afterwards, even though they were some distance apart, everyone present felt a slight tremor in the ground beneath their feet. Damn it! There's a fight going on in the marketplace. Ah, my senbei shop. Puff, Door's barbecue restaurant was destroyed. What's going on? Could it be that someone has provoked Mr. Red Rabbit? It's over, my house is gone, woo. In an instant, the villagers who were originally shocked because Princess Sally came to invite Xia Yu to serve as the auxiliary minister of the Kingdom of Goa, and then listened with relish to Xia Yu's advice and remained absolutely silent, instantly exploded after seeing the thick smoke rising from the direction of the market. Xia Yu didn't say anything. As he looked towards the market, he caught several auras. One of them is from Red Rabbit and the other is from Garp. As for the unfamiliar aura of a strong man, it should be Haki who just came here on the coffin boat. How did the fight start? Xia Yu was also confused. Based on his understanding of Haki, this guy is very aloof and basically would not take the initiative to provoke Red Rabbit. The Red Rabbit is not the type to stir up trouble, but the Red Rabbit whose aura he just captured was not in its normal form, nor was it in its angry form. Instead, it was the aura of the Red Rabbit that went directly from normal form to rampage form. How much hatred and resentment does this require? He actually let the Red Rabbit go berserk and start beating people? Just as everyone on the beach was in an uproar over the sudden situation, a red and white figure suddenly flew out from the direction of the market. A figure rose into the air from the direction of the market like a meteorite, carrying a terrifying aura wave, drew an arc in the sky, and then fell straight to the back mountain of Windmill Village. Rumble! The earth-shaking explosion was heard from afar as the figure fell into the back mountain. Immediately, dense rubble was splashed in all directions, like a huge stone rain. Watching the mushroom cloud rising from the mountain behind, everyone on the beach stared with wide eyes. Many opened their mouths wide, trying to make a sound, but it seemed as if something was blocking their throats, and no sound came out. They just stood there with their mouths wide open, their faces filled with shock. At the same time, two figures appeared again in the direction of the market. This time, the villagers on the beach saw it clearly. The first one to dart away from the market towards the back mountain at an astonishing speed was Vice Admiral Garp. Following closely behind was a man wearing a black top hat and holding an exaggerated long knife. The two of them, one in front and one behind, disappeared in a few leaps and bounds like rabbits. When they appeared again, they were standing on two hills behind Windmill Village. One of them held a knife, the other clenched his fist, and their clothes were fluttering in the violent air waves. Chapter 053. The Back Mountain of Fengch Village. Although the collapsed mountain had already buried the Red Rabbit, Garp, who was following it like a shadow, did not dare to be careless at all. He stared at the rising smoke with burning eyes. Feeling that Garp was facing a formidable enemy, Mihawk also felt his blood boiling for some unknown reason. As the world's #1 swordsman, he came to Windmill Village just to see what was so unique about this village that made his good friend Shanks, who was both his enemy and his friend, willing to risk his arm. However, he did not expect to encounter such a terrifying creature as soon as he arrived in the village. It doesn't matter whether he is a swordsman or not. What matters is that he should be able to have a hearty battle this time he comes to Windmill Village. Boom! Just as Garp and Mihawk were standing on a small hill each, staring at the hillside ahead as if facing a great enemy, a thunderous explosion suddenly came from the collapsing mountain. Immediately afterwards, all the collapsed mountain debris seemed to be pulled by some powerful force, suddenly floating up, and then exploded. Next second, a red and white figure flashed out from the rubble and dust after the explosion, and instantly magnified infinitely in Garp's pupils. Ah ha 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 ha, full of energy as always. Looking at the red rabbit that flashed in front of him, Garp, no longer worried, burst into a hearty laugh. Today, I will fight with you, little brat. As the words rang out, terrifying energy burst out from the iron fist in his hand, making a faint hissing sound, and causing visible ripples to spread in the void around him. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the red rabbit, which flashed like a devil with its fangs and claws bared, collided with Garp in an instant. In an instant, the armament Haki that Garp had cultivated to ultimate collided with the terrifying energy carried by the red rabbit, and then swept out in all directions. Wherever it went, the ground exploded, the void shook, and the sky and the earth darkened. Even a swordsman as powerful as the world's #1, Mihawk, had to fight against the destructive shock wave that erupted after the collision between a man and a rabbit with all his strength. As the surging air wave swept over him, his clothes that were completely soaked by falling into the sea were dried in an instant, and then flew wildly in the air wave. The Red Rabbit and Garp did not separate immediately after colliding with each other, but instead frantically urged their respective energies to maintain a stalemate. As the man and the rabbit frantically mobilized their respective energies, the void around them began to ripple again in circles. The hill where Garp was located collapsed inch by inch due to the sudden increase in pressure, and then exploded with a loud bang. In the rising smoke, the Red Rabbit flew backwards like a cannonball again, and Garp was also blown back because the mountaintop under his feet collapsed and shattered. Just as the man and the rabbit had steadied themselves, the small hill that originally stood between them disappeared out of thin air, as if it had been cut off from the bottom with a knife and turned into a flat ground. Ah ha ha ha, that feels great. Garp, who had been pushed back, laughed heartily and loudly once more. Then, he jumped up from the spot, and his iron fist burst out with a dazzling armament Haki. Like a god of war descending, he punched the red rabbit that had just been sent flying backwards. Fist bone impact. A punch was thrown, the sky and the earth changed color, and everything was silent. The void was suddenly filled with ripples filled with a terrifying aura, and the sound of the sonic boom resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The fist power contained in armament Haki was like the galaxy pouring down, instantly covering the red rabbit. After a brief silence, boom! Along with a loud noise that resounded through the heavens and earth, a ball of energy instantly expanded up. From a distance, it looked like a giant mushroom rising from the ground. Even a powerful man like Mihawk had to retreat after receiving Garp's punch that shook the world. Just as his figure disappeared on the top of the mountain, a shock wave that destroyed the world came surging and razed the small hill where he was standing to the ground in an instant. You really like to mess around. Mihawk dodged the shockwave, and just as he landed on the top of another hill, he frowned slightly at the damage caused by Garp's punch. Then, his eyes immediately swept over the red rabbit. As his eyes swept over, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. A huge bottomless pit appeared out of nowhere where the red rabbit had been standing before. The red rabbit, who had endured Garp's punch, seemed to have evaporated into thin air and disappeared without a trace. Ahaha, you should be sober now. Garp looked around, and finally turned his gaze to the big hole created by his punch, and laughed heartily after a hearty battle. However, before he could finish laughing, his expression suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, two brilliant golden lights flashed out from the huge pit and shot straight into the sky. The next second, the red rabbit flashed out from the bottom of the pit. Without giving Garp a chance to blink, the sandbag-sized fist, carrying terrifying energy, instantly enlarged in his pupils. Boom! There was a sudden explosion, and then a figure flew backwards and crashed into the mountainside 100 feet away. What is going on? Mihawk, who was standing aside and watching the fight, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the red rabbit. In front of his sight, he saw half of the red rabbit's head falling off due to the impact of Garp's punch. The red rabbit seemed to be unconscious, holding the fallen half of its head with one hand, its eyes shining, and its expression like a god or a devil. Just when Mihawk was surprised that the red rabbit could still knock Garp away with one punch in such a situation, the red rabbit suddenly tilted its head to look at him, and its eyes shining with golden light narrowed. The next second, the red rabbit only grabbed half of its head and shot out like a cannonball, rushing straight towards Mihawk. Although the red rabbit was very fast, Mihawk was able to predict it in advance with his powerful observation Haki. The moment the red rabbit pounced towards him, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on a big tree 100 meters away. Mihawk dodged, not because he was afraid of the red rabbit, but if he drew his sword and slashed at the red rabbit at this moment, even if he eventually defeated the red rabbit, he felt that it would be an unfair victory. After all, once he makes a move, it means that the red rabbit is facing off against two, and the one he is facing is the world's top combat power. Even if his supreme sword was shattered by the red rabbit, he could not take action at this time. This was the pride he should have as the world's #1 swordsman. As soon as Mihawk dodged, the red rabbit came following him like a shadow. In desperation, Mihawk couldn't help but speak, and shouted in a deep voice, "Red Rabbit, enough! You!" Mihawk wanted to say your opponent is Garp, but the red rabbit didn't give him the chance. Just when he was halfway through his words, the red rabbit's fist came towards his face as fast as lightning. Even so, Mihawk still did not draw his sword to meet the attack, but instead held the blade horizontally in front of him. However, just as he raised the supreme sword horizontally, the ominous feeling swept over him again and enveloped him completely. Then, bang! The red rabbit's fist hit the surface of the blade of the supreme sword again. As the terrifying air wave exploded, the supreme sword, which had once again endured the red rabbit's critical hit, broke silently, and a small piece of the blade fell to the ground in Mihawk's dull gaze. "Red Rabbit, you're looking for death. After a brief moment of stagnation, endless anger and murderous intent burst out from Mihawk's body and soared into the sky. The next second, the supreme sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a strange blade light, containing a terrifying power to cut off everything, and chopped down at the Red Rabbit's head. Just as the Red Rabbit was about to be split in two again, a figure flashed over without warning and stood in front of the Red Rabbit in the instant when the supreme fast knife was about to chop it down. Then, a large hand rose up amidst Mihawk's rapidly shrinking pupils and grabbed the blade that was chopped down. Chapter 054. Buzz. A dizzying explosion suddenly occurred. Immediately afterwards, the blade of the supreme sword that was chopped down with force was blocked by a domineering and powerful invisible barrier less than 2 inches away from the raised palm, and it hung in the air strangely and could not move forward any further. Buzz buzz buzz. The terrifying power contained in the supreme sword collided wildly with the invisible barrier. The two domineering energies could not do anything to each other, causing the void to continuously emit low-frequency vibrations. The frantic breath fluctuations were centered on this, raging unscrupulously in all directions. 2 against 1, you're being a bit unreasonable. Amidst the relentless low-frequency vibrations, a calm voice echoed. Immediately afterwards, the figure who had caught the supreme blade with one hand slowly raised his head. His gaze, seemingly gentle but imbued with the aura of a supremely powerful being, then cast towards Mihawk, who gripped the hilt with both hands. The moment his gaze locked onto him, even someone as powerful as Mihawk felt a bone-chilling chill enveloping him, giving him the illusion of falling into an ice cellar. Feeling the sudden bone-chilling cold, Mihawk's pupils constricted again, and he looked in disbelief at the man who had taken his knife with one hand. It was Xia Yu who took the knife for Red Rabbit at the critical moment. At first, he didn't want to intervene, because he knew in his heart that no matter who it was in this world, Red Rabbit could fight. Although he was not sure whether Red Rabbit was invincible, he could be sure of one thing, that Red Rabbit had an immortal body. He might be injured, but he would never die. But he immediately changed his mind. Red Rabbit was still his friend after all, so he could stay out of a one-on-one fight. But Garp and Mihawk were in a 2-on-1, and not only was a round-robin match scheduled. In this situation, regardless of Red Rabbit's rampage, he had to intervene. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first, not to mention that the Red Rabbit is his little friend. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu took a sudden step forward. Buzz. As his footsteps landed, low-frequency vibrations resounded. Immediately afterwards, an even more majestic and vast conqueror's Haki shot straight into the sky, instantly enveloping an area of 100 feet. Without giving Mihawk a chance to put away his sword, Xia Yu's mouth suddenly curved up, and his fist was wrapped with both armament Haki and conqueror's Haki at the same time, and then he struck out with the force of thunder towards the blade of the supreme sword. There was a loud bang, and the huge sword that was originally chopped down suddenly turned back and stuck to Mihawk's chest in an instant. The next second, Mihawk flew backwards with the knife, somersaulted twice in the air, and fell rapidly to the ground. Mihawk fell to the ground, and with his rich combat experience, he thrust the great sword into the ground. However, the terrifying force still made him slide back more than 10 meters before stopping. How is that possible? As soon as his body stopped, Mihawk immediately looked up and stared at Xia Yu with horror. Everything that just happened so quickly that it was over in the blink of an eye. However, what really shocked Mihawk was not Xia Yu's appearance and the lightning-fast repulsion of himself, but the fact that Xia Yu not only blocked his observation Haki in this split second, but also used armament Haki and conqueror's Haki at the same time. It was Xia Yu who blocked his observation Haki, making it impossible for him to predict Xia Yu's next move. In addition, the conqueror's Haki released by Xia Yu far exceeded his understanding of conquerors. The moment conqueror's Haki covered him, he clearly felt suppressed. In addition, his observation Haki was blocked, making him a lamb to be slaughtered at that moment. Incredible! As the world's #1 swordsman, this is the first time he has been unilaterally suppressed since his debut. Most importantly, the person who unilaterally suppressed him was not Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, nor Kaido, known as the strongest creature, nor the three most powerful admirals in the naval headquarters, but a young and powerful man he had never seen or heard of. Just then, Garp, who was knocked away by the Red Rabbit's punch, also came over from halfway up the mountain. Xia Yu ignored Garp. As my hawk flew backwards, he turned around and looked at the Red Rabbit. Surprisingly, this time the Red Rabbit did not fail to distinguish between friend and foe like last time. Half of his head was knocked off, and he grabbed the half that fell off his head. For the first time, he returned from the rampage form to the angry form, and stared at Garp, who had returned with a burning gaze. What's going on? Did I hit too hard just now? Garp returned and saw that half of Red Rabbit's head had been knocked off by him. His eyes widened and he shouted at Red Rabbit urgently, "Hurry up and put that half of your head back on, idiot! Didn't you even heal your body after it was split open before?" Garp felt guilty at this moment because he only wanted to restore the Red Rabbit to its normal form. Because he had witnessed the horror of the Red Rabbit when it went berserk and its incredible recovery ability, he had just used the fist bone impact to try to knock the Red Rabbit back to health with one punch. The Red Rabbit did recover, but half of its head was knocked off. This is not the result he wants to see. Xia Yu still ignored Garp, who was shouting with a guilty look on his face. After seeing the Red Rabbit break away from the berserk form, he was stunned for a moment, then looked up and looked around. Sure enough, 100 feet ahead of the Red Rabbit's sight, the Green Rabbit poked its head out from behind a pile of ruins, blinking its big Kazlan eyes and looking over here. Obviously, the Red Rabbit once again didn't want the Green Rabbit to see him in his berserk form, so even though half of his head was knocked off, he immediately got out of his berserk form. Seeing this, Xia Yu immediately raised his hand and beckoned, "Pupu, come here." As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the Green Rabbit came running over happily. He originally wanted to stand behind Xia Yu, but when he saw half of the Red Rabbit's head being knocked off, he suddenly widened his eyes, and then flashed in front of the Red Rabbit, took the other half of the head in the Red Rabbit's hand, and put it on the Red Rabbit. "It's crooked." Feeling guilty, Garp noticed that the Green Rabbit had tilted the Red Rabbit's head a little, and quickly reminded it, "Pull it up." The Green Rabbit did as he was told. After installing half of the Red Rabbit's head, Pupu immediately took out a band-aid from his arms and put it on the wound. After doing all this, the Green Rabbit blinked with satisfaction, then quickly retreated behind the Red Rabbit, as if he had done something wrong. He was so well behaved that it made people feel distressed. As the Green Rabbit put on the band-aid, the Red Rabbit, who was still in an angry state, immediately returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He also slightly twisted his neck, which had been motionless. "Is this okay?" Seeing the Red Rabbit return to normal, although Garp still felt guilty, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Green Rabbit, you bandaged it really well. Very impressive, ha 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 ha. Tell me, what's going on?" Xia Yu, who knew Pupu's outrageous abilities, was already accustomed to it. She tilted her head to look at Garp and asked seriously, "Did you damage Red Rabbit's magazine or canvas shoes?" "Not this old man." Garp waved his hand, then pointed at my hawk, who had been knocked back by Xia Yu's punch and was now twitching in the face at the sight of the Green Rabbit patching up the Red Rabbit's wound with a band-aid. "It's him, it's him, it's him who used the Red Rabbit's magazine to pad his butt." Hearing this, my hawk looked away and looked at Garp in disbelief, his lips twitching slightly. Although he didn't make a sound in the end, he was probably cursing in his heart. Chapter 055. Xia Yu glanced sideways at my hawk and said calmly, "It's fine that you used Red Rabbit magazines to cushion your butt, but you also used a knife to attack people. Are you always so unreasonable?" My hawk's facial muscles twitched again when he heard that. It was indeed wrong of him to use Red Rabbit's magazine as a cushion, since Red Rabbit had been kind enough to share it with him. But that wasn't his intention. It was Garp who showed up, not earlier or later, but only when he was sitting next to a rabbit. Putting aside Garp's responsibility, he paid the price for using the magazine as a cushion, and was knocked into the sea by the Red Rabbit's punch. If it weren't for the fight just now, he would still be soaked. He is the world's #1 swordsman. How could he have ever been so embarrassed in front of others? However, Mihawk did not explain, but looked at Xia Yu warily. Because the impact Xia Yu brought to him was too great, in the current Grand Line, the number of people who could catch the supreme sword in his hand with one hand can be counted on one hand, and the names of these people are either famous all over the world or have long become legends. Sensing the atmosphere becoming tense again, Garp, who was standing nearby, quickly explained, "Xia Yu, this matter is a bit complicated, and there are many misunderstandings. Let me explain it to you first." As he spoke, Garp briefly recounted what happened at the market without waiting for Xia Yu to respond. After hearing Garp's story, Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and then he glanced at Mihawk again. If he had known that Mihawk would be beaten into the sea by the Red Rabbit, he should have rushed over to see him as soon as possible. After all, it's rare to see the world's #1 swordsman get soaked. Of course, these are not worth mentioning. What surprised him a little was that the Red Rabbit actually broke Mihawk's sword twice. As a time traveler, he was not unfamiliar with the sword in Mihawk's hand. Black Knife Knight. One of the 12 supreme swords, it is known as the world's strongest black sword to date. It has followed Mihawk around the world, defeated countless swordsmen, and finally made Mihawk the world's greatest swordsman. Of course, Mihawk also achieved the glory of being the strongest black knife. Mutual achievement, two-way running, this is. Such a cool and powerful black knife was actually shattered by the Red Rabbit, and it was broken by a knock for the first time. It turns out that one cannot compare with the funny character in terms of combat power. The level of physical damage is simply unreasonable. At this moment, Hina arrived with a group of marine soldiers. Xia Yu heard the footsteps approaching from behind and caught Hina's familiar breath. Just as she was about to say something, she quickly shut up. Without even looking at Garp and Mihawk, she said to the red and green rabbits, let's go quickly." Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu flew away with a whoosh, grabbing 2 rabbits in each hand and disappeared in an instant. Summer. Hina, who had just arrived, was about to call out to Xia Yu, but her red lips parted slightly as if something was stuck in her throat because Xia Yu disappeared out of thin air. But she quickly returned to normal, quickly walked to Garp's side, and looked up at Mihawk across from her. "What's going on? Aren't Xia Yu and Hungta very familiar with you? Why did you two start fighting the first time you met?" Hina was confused. Hearing Hina's random words, Mihawk was immediately filled with questions. "Me? Am I familiar with them? Aren't you familiar with me?" Hina's eyes were filled with suspicion. "Xia Yu told me that he had a brief encounter with you during his travels, and you even tried to challenge him to a sword fight. But he refused, choosing instead to play rock paper scissors with you to decide the outcome. Rock, paper, scissors decides the winner." Mihawk's pupils widened slightly, and he blurted out subconsciously, "No, I didn't. This is the first time I've met them." Before he finished speaking, Mihawk suddenly looked up and stared at Hina. "This Xia Yu you are talking about, is he a swordsman?" Before Hina could finish her words, Mihawk disappeared in a flash. Xia Yu is actually a swordsman. This was something Mihawk hadn't expected, but it wasn't too late to know now. Being able to take his blows with bare hands, if Xia Yu was a swordsman, he would definitely be a great swordsman. Ever since Shanks lost an arm in East Blue, he has not met an opponent who can compete with him in swordsmanship. Now there is a great swordsman in Windmill Village. How can he miss this opportunity? Do they really know each other? Watching the figure speeding away, Hina's eyes flashed with a clear confusion. Looking at Mihawk's reaction, he doesn't seem to know Xia Yu and Red Rabbit. But Xia Yu, Why did he lie to me? Hina doesn't understand. Hina didn't understand, and Garp was also confused. Because Hina had told him some things about Xia Yu, when he saw Mihawk and Red Rabbit sitting side by side reading a magazine at the market, he thought Mihawk came to Windmill Village to find Xia Yu and Red Rabbit, but he didn't expect this result. But he soon understood. Obviously, Hina was deceived by Xia Yu. Xia Yu did not know Mihawk, but may have just heard of Mihawk's name, so he made up a story based on it. After all, Mihawk is the world's #1 swordsman. No matter who it is, if they say something they know him, people will basically look at them with admiration. But the scene of Xia Yu blocking Mihawk's attack with one hand was still clearly in his mind. You know, he also planned to stop it at that time, because he saw that the Red Rabbit only had half of its head left on the way back from halfway up the mountain. If it faced Mihawk's attack again, even if the Red Rabbit could recover quickly, it would definitely not be easy. However, even as powerful as he was, he had no time to take action under the circumstances at the time. Xia Yu, who had obviously rushed over from somewhere else, stepped in front of the Red Rabbit at the critical moment. Not only did he take Mihawk's attack with his bare hands, but he also pushed Mihawk back. With such powerful strength, Xia Yu still needs to rely on other people's names to satisfy his vanity. At the same time, because Hina suddenly appeared, Xia Yu, who didn't want to die on the spot, had already returned to the market with the 2 rabbits. Princess Sally and the villagers of Windmill Village did not rush to the back mountain. Because most of the houses and shops in the market were destroyed, Princess Sally immediately ordered her soldiers to rescue innocent villagers buried in the rubble. The villagers of Windmill Village were no exception, especially those whose houses and shops were destroyed, hoping to find some valuable items in the rubble. Seeing Xia Yu returning with the 2 rabbits, Puluo and Duolei ran over. As soon as they came in front of Xia Yu, the 2 little ones started crying and complaining. Xia Yu, my barbecue restaurant is gone, Woo. Wow, my senbei shop is gone too. Before Xia Yu could react, the green rabbit following the red rabbit suddenly ran out and stood in front of the ruins of Door's barbecue restaurant. The next second, his figure suddenly disappeared, replaced by dense afterimages flashing back and forth in the ruins. In the blink of an eye, the ruined Door's barbecue restaurant was restored to its original appearance, standing quietly on the side of the street as if it had never been destroyed. The green rabbit did not stop there. It followed the same method and restored the destroyed market at an astonishing speed. Chapter 056. Suddenly, the whole market became quiet. Even the 2 little ones who ran to Xia Yu to complain, after seeing that the market that had been reduced to ruins had been completely renovated, with all the houses and shops shiny and glossy, the 2 little ones stood there with their mouths open, looking like wooden chickens, with their faces wailing. After a brief silence, the 2 little ones were the first to regain their composure. One ran to the barbecue restaurant and the other ran to the rice cracker shop. They both rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe their eyes. Wow! Wow wow! Almost at the same time, the 2 little ones cheered in unison with excitement. My barbecue restaurant is back! My senbei shop is back! The surrounding villagers and Princess Sally were also awakened by the cheers of the 2 little ones. But even so, they still couldn't believe their eyes. The market that had been reduced to ruins was restored in the blink of an eye, and it was even shiny and bright as if it had just been built. This was such an incredible thing that it was naturally hard for them to believe for a while, as they had never left the kingdom of Goa in their entire lives. However, although they didn't know what was going on, the villagers whose houses and shops were damaged ran out, as if they were celebrating their new home, and were very excited. Poo, is that you? Dori ran quickly to the green rabbit, his chubby face flushed with excitement. The green rabbit nodded, then scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. It's really you. Dori rushed over excitedly and hugged Green Rabbit. When he invited Green Rabbit to his home before, many of his toys were damaged. He had seen with his own eyes that Green Rabbit repaired his toys in an instant and made them look like new. Although he was surprised at the time, he was just a child after all and did not think much about it. What he didn't expect was that the Green Rabbit could not only repair toys, but also had such a powerful ability that it could restore the destroyed market in an instant. Xia Yu. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the other side of the market. Following the sound, I saw my hawk, wearing a black hat, a windbreaker, and holding a broken supreme sword, walking slowly towards Xia Yu with enchanting steps. Although he was domineering, Xia Yu did not take it to heart, because when he saw my hawk slowly approaching, he could not help but think of a legend who had been very popular on the internet before he traveled through time, Sharp Brother. Is it better to call him Hawkeye from now on, or call him the pirate's version of Sharp Brother? Xia Yu was in a dilemma. Great swordsman Xia Yu. My hawk walked to within 2 meters of Xia Yu and stopped, his eagle-like eyes fixed on her without blinking. He raised his supreme blade high above his head, assuming a fighting stance, and said in a deep voice, "I am Dracul my hawk, and I challenge you." This time it's Xia Yu's turn to have a question mark over his head. Looking at Brother Sharp in a fighting stance, Xia Yu blinked blankly. What big sword or hero? Stop it! Before Hawkeye could react, Xia Yu suddenly waved his hand. I'm just a traveler. Although I know a little bit about swordsmanship, I'm not a great swordsman. My hawk was about to speak when his pupils constricted involuntarily. His gaze turned to the brand new market behind Xia Yu, and he blinked as if he was hallucinating. After making sure that he was not hallucinating and that the market that was destroyed and reduced to ruins after the collision between him and the Red Rabbit was truly intact before his eyes, a barely perceptible trace of confusion and doubt flashed in his eyes. Less than half an hour had passed from the time he collided with the Red Rabbit to the time he returned to the market. In such a short time, the market that had fallen into ruins was restored? Demon fruit power? My hawk moved his gaze calmly, finally settling on the Green Rabbit. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, his intuition told him that it was most likely caused by this Green Rabbit. Because before, when they were in the back mountain, the Green Rabbit used a band-aid to put half of the Red Rabbit's head on. Just as my hawk turned his gaze to the Green Rabbit, the Green Rabbit's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he saw something that interested him. He left a trail of afterimage and then appeared in front of my hawk. What a fast speed! My hawk's pupils contracted again, and then his eyes widened in horror, almost popping out of his head. There is no other reason. The supreme sword that he had been holding tightly in his hand was now caught by the Green Rabbit that appeared in front of him. Reflexively, my hawk let out a loud cry as if his beloved was kidnapped by human traffickers. No! The moment the words were spoken, the Green Rabbit who had snatched the supreme blade from my hawk had disappeared. When he appeared again, God knows where he got an iron hammer from, and he started beating the supreme sword in front of my hawk with a clanging sound, which made my hawk feel heartbroken, as if the iron hammer was not hitting the supreme sword, but hitting his heart. However, the Green Rabbit was too fast. When he was about to stop him, Green Rabbit was already standing in front of him with the supreme sword in both hands. Green Rabbit, you! My hawk, who hadn't yet completely recovered from the clanging sound of hammering, was reflexively ready to explode, but before he could finish his words, his pupils widened again, and he looked at the black knife held in the Green Rabbit's hand in disbelief. The crack on the black knife's blade gone. Not only that, the gap shattered by the Red Rabbit seemed to have never appeared. What made him most happy was that the chaotic blade had returned to normal, and the blade was even flashing with light. Were you just helping me repair the black knife? Looking at the brand new and intact black knife, my hawk looked embarrassed because of his misunderstanding with Green Rabbit just now. He then raised his hands solemnly and took the black knife from Green Rabbit, his face more serious than ever. Taking the black knife and looking at it, my hawk felt that the aura of the black knife had not weakened, but had become even stronger after the Green Rabbit repaired it. He put the black knife on his back, then took 2 steps back to face the Green Rabbit, bowed slightly and said, "Thank you." My hawk's thank you was pure and without any impurities. It came from the bottom of his heart. Whether he was the world's greatest swordsman or any other swordsman, their swords were their second life. When the Red Rabbit shattered his blade, he was filled with shock, despair, and anger. Because it is difficult to forge a black knife, and it is even more difficult to forge the strongest black knife. However, if the black knife is destroyed, it is basically impossible to restore it perfectly in a short period of time. Even for him, it will take a lot of effort and time to have hope. The Green Rabbit only needed a few ding ding dang dang sounds to restore the black knife to its original state. If there was no one else present at this time, he would definitely drag the Green Rabbit to taste the red wine he had collected for many years. Chapter 057. An accident and a disturbance were all resolved because of the existence of the Green Rabbit. Garp rushed back from the back mountain and learned that Green Rabbit had restored the market. Although he was shocked by Green Rabbit's strange abilities, he did not take it too seriously. He was more concerned about the houses and shops of the villagers in Windmill Village than the Green Rabbit's strength. After all, this was his hometown. If it was destroyed because of this incident and the villagers were sad, he probably wouldn't dare to come back easily. Of course, although he didn't seem to care on the surface, in his heart he was even more looking forward to Xia Yu and the strange and powerful combination of the red and green rabbits. As they had to report back to naval headquarters and Hina's patrol training was about to end, Garp and Hina did not stay any longer. After saying goodbye to Xia Yu, they boarded the warship and sailed away. After seeing the Green Rabbit's almost weird abilities again, Princess Sally became more convinced that her decision was correct. With the protection of Xia Yu and the Red and Green Rabbits, she believed that the future of the Goa Kingdom would be truly beautiful. After watching the warship disappear into the horizon, Princess Sally turned and walked over to Xia Yu, bowing slightly and saying, "Mr. Xia Yu, it's time for Sally to return to the royal city. My father will be issuing a confession of guilt at noon, and the royal city will surely be in chaos." Xia Yu smiled faintly. "If you want to be a qualified queen, don't be afraid of temporary chaos. Many times, chaos is not entirely a bad thing. It is the ladder to success. All you have to do is stride forward." Sally bowed to Xia Yu again, turned around and walked out. As Princess Sally and her group left, Xia Yu's side soon became empty. When the villagers learned that it was the Green Rabbit that helped them restore their shops and houses, they swarmed over and surrounded the Green Rabbit, scrambling to take it for themselves, and gradually went away amid laughter. The Red Rabbit returned to the banana trees, crossed its legs, shook its feet, and read the magazine with relish. The only one who still stayed with Xia Yu was the sharp brother My Hawk. My Hawk wanted to take Green Rabbit to taste wine, but because there were too many people at the market and the villagers were overly enthusiastic, he really couldn't bring himself to compete with the villagers for it. He could only watch Green Rabbit being surrounded by the villagers and go away. But this also saved him a lot of trouble. After all, he still has to maintain the right image in front of others. Even if he wants to thank Green Rabbit, he must do it silently. No matter what, he is recognized as the world's #1 swordsman. The most important thing is, compared to the Green Rabbit, he hoped to have a hearty battle with Xia Yu. After a brief silence, My Hawk looked up at Xia Yu again. "My name is Dracula My Hawk." Before My Hawk could finish his words, Xia Yu waved his hand gently. I know. I am the traveler, Xia Yu." After saying that, Xia Yu didn't bother to pay attention to My Hawk's reaction and turned to walk towards the beach. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu didn't even give My Hawk the chance to finish his words. My Hawk's eyes widened as the words were already on the tip of his tongue, and he felt his face getting hot for some reason. "You know, on this sea, whether it's the notorious pirates or the soldiers and officers of the naval headquarters, the mere mention of his name would make them tremble, and the timid would even faint out of fear. But arriving in this windmill village, first being hit into the sea by a red rabbit, and now being ignored by a traveler, made him feel inexplicably depressed. He is the world's #1 swordsman, Drewwby Hawk. Since his debut, this is the first time he has been so polite in inviting others to a challenge, but the response he got was to be ignored. The reason why he was so polite for the first time was not because he was afraid of the Red Rabbit, nor was it because he felt pleased that Xia Yu had blocked his attack with one hand in the back mountain. It was purely out of respect for the strong. In the brief 2 seconds when Mihawk's expression was dull, Xia Yu's figure had disappeared. The market returned to the quietness it had when he and the Red Rabbit sat side by side. He turned his head to look at the Red Rabbit sitting under the banana tree, then looked at the direction Xia Yu left. Mihawk took a deep breath to try his best to maintain his image, and then walked towards the beach. He will not let Xia Yu, this opponent, go easily. Mihawk had just stepped out when a polite voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Mr. Mihawk." Hearing this, Mihawk looked back and saw the shoe store owner who had enthusiastically brought him a small stool before appearing behind him. Obviously, the shoe store owner heard him when he introduced himself to Xia Yu just now. The shoe store owner was still enthusiastic. After Mihawk stopped, she quickly walked over to him with a newspaper. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mihawk, I should have prepared a newspaper for you before. Then what happened later would not have happened. Here, this newspaper is for you. It's the latest news from the newsbird." Looking at the newspaper brought by the shoe store owner, Mihawk's mouth twitched slightly. As the shoe store owner said, if he had been holding a newspaper instead of the Red Rabbit magazine at the beginning, he would still be sitting there reading the newspaper leisurely. However, at this point, Mihawk didn't think any more about it. He took the newspaper and said thank you. Then he immediately fell into a dilemma. He had the newspaper, but he didn't know where to go. Go to the beach and wait for Xia Yu to finish fishing, and then challenge him? Or go back and sit in a row next to the Red Rabbit? After much deliberation, Mihawk finally walked towards the Red Rabbit. There is no other reason. Xia Yu just ignored his challenge, and he followed suit? Are you kidding me? He is Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. The Red Rabbit didn't look away when Mihawk came back to sit next to him, as if everything that happened before was not worth mentioning to him at all. Mihawk, who was sitting next to the Red Rabbit again, glanced at the newspaper casually, then turned his head to glance at the Red Rabbit, and fixed his eyes on the half of the Red Rabbit's head that was covered by the Green Rabbit. From his angle, the Green Rabbit was obviously not installed neatly, and it was a little bit sagging, which looked very strange. He even had the inexplicable illusion that half of the Red Rabbit's head might fall off at any time. As for the wound cut by the black knife, it completely disappeared without leaving even the slightest trace, as if his black knife had never cut the Red Rabbit. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is, seeing the half of Red Rabbit's head that sagged a little bit, his obsessive-compulsive disorder was revealed. In the end, he couldn't help it and tried to appear very calm, saying lightly, that half of your head is not installed properly. After saying that, Mihawk quickly retracted his gaze and cast his eyes on the newspaper in his hand, his expression serious and earnest, giving people the illusion that he had not made any sound at all and had been reading the newspaper all the time. Chapter 058. Back on the deck of the warship at Naval Headquarters, Hina held a lady's cigarette in her hand and frowned slightly as she looked at the wine glass in front of her. Garp sat across from her, holding a newspaper that had just been delivered by the newsbird. The subject of this news article was exactly what happened in the Kingdom of Goa. The news headline was very eye-catching, and the content was enough to shock the entire East Blue and even the world. The King of Goa issued a confession of guilt and abdicated after announcing the lifting of the quarantine policy. Princess Sally became the Queen of Goa. After reading the news, Garp surprisingly didn't burst into his signature hearty laughter. Instead, he looked up at Hina with a rare serious expression. It's so easy to influence a country and make it change according to his wishes. Hina, what do you think about this? Hina's eyes never left the wine glass. The lady's cigarette in her hand was almost burned out, but she never smoked it, as if she was thinking about something. Hearing Garp's sudden voice, Hina kept her eyes on her wine glass and said slowly, "Why did Xia Yu lie to me? Hina doesn't understand." Garp blinked, then raised his voice slightly. "I'm asking you a question about the changes in the Goa kingdom today." Before Garp could finish his words, Hina suddenly looked away from her wine glass and repeated, "Why did Xia Yu lie to me? Hina doesn't understand." Hearing this, Garp's facial muscles twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Hina to be so concerned about Xia Yu's deception. It didn't matter to him at all. Hadn't Xia Yu just told her about a game of rock-paper-scissors with my hawk? Was there any need for such a big reaction? Ahem, about this matter. Garp coughed dryly twice and continued, "I usually chat with those old friends in Windmill Village, and occasionally I exaggerate. The important thing is not what I said, but that I was excited, and those old friends listened with relish. That's enough. When you live to my age, whether it's true or false, deceitful or honest, it won't matter. What matters is that there are people who are willing to listen." "Xia Yu why?" Hina repeated. However, this time, before she could finish her words, Garp quickly interrupted her, mumbling, "Hina, enough is enough. Is this matter so important?" After a slight pause, Garp suddenly had an idea and said, "Regarding this matter, I don't think Xia Yu necessarily lied to you. Rather, some of the stories he told you happened in the past, while others may happen in the future. For example, Xia Yu and my hawk know each other. My hawk is in Windmill Village now. You saw it when he left." After my hawk heard that Xia Yu was not only a traveler but also a swordsman, he immediately ran to find Xia Yu. If nothing unexpected happens, Xia Yu will definitely refuse my hawk's challenge." At this point, Garp suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a hint of regret, "I should have returned to headquarters later. Maybe I could have seen Xia Yu and my hawk decide the winner with rock paper scissors. Ha 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 ha." At the same time, the Windmill Village is even more beautiful under the afterglow of the sunset. On the beach, Xia Yu sat side by side with several young men and women from the village, each holding a fishing rod. However, the young men and women did not pay attention to the fishing rod, but all focused their attention on Xia Yu, listening to Xia Yu telling them the story of General Thunder and the Inajima Kingdom. Just as the young men and women were listening intently, a long silhouette stretched out by the afterglow of the setting sun suddenly covered them. Then, a deep voice drew the attention of everyone on the beach, "Everyone, it's time to end the fishing." Following the sound, we saw my hawk standing proudly with his back to the setting sun, which was gradually sinking into the sea level, carrying an exaggerated long sword behind him. In the afterglow of the setting sun, he looked like a guard of God, giving everyone an indescribable sense of oppression. "Mr. Xia Yu." Feeling the invisible pressure looming over them, several young men and women stood up and stood behind Xia Yu. Xia Yu didn't react much, because he had already captured my hawk's scent when he left the market and walked towards the seaside. Xia Yu tilted his head slightly to glance at my hawk, then suddenly shook his head and laughed. "What? You're going to say I'm Dracula my hawk again? Come on, there's no swordsman here who can challenge the world's greatest swordsman. Of course, if you just want to fight someone, I, who know a little bit of fighting, can play with you." Hearing this, my hawk did not retreat but advanced, approaching Xia Yu with enchanting steps, his aura rising steadily as he continued to move forward. After stopping less than 2 meters away from Xia Yu, my hawk suddenly raised his head, his sharp eyes locked onto Xia Yu, and he said with great certainty, "I'm sure you're a great swordsman. Although I don't know why you told that marine woman that you had a match with me, my intuition tells me that you're probably also looking for an opponent who can fight you." Hearing this, even Xia Yu, who was used to making up all kinds of stories, couldn't help but feel a little hot on his face. He had made up the story of playing rock-paper-scissors with my hawk purely on a whim. Most importantly, he believed my hawk wouldn't easily come to East Blue, a region devoid of top-tier swordsmen. But he didn't expect that my hawk not only came to Windmill Village, but also learned the story he made up from Hina. A little embarrassing. Why is there this guilty feeling of being caught in a lie? Xia Yu remained calm despite thinking this in his heart. He asked, "Do you have any rules, sir? For example, when you accept a challenge from another swordsman, what conditions do you require them to meet?" Rule. My hawk clearly couldn't keep up with Xia Yu's pace. He said in astonishment, "Do we need any rules? As long as a swordsman challenges me, even if the opponent is unknown, I will accept." "Okay, I understand." Xia Yu nodded. "Your rule is that anyone who challenges you must be a swordsman." After a slight pause, Xia Yu's lips curved up, and he changed the subject. "My rules are very simple. No matter who challenges me, they must first use rock paper scissors to decide the winner. Don't underestimate rock paper scissors. There's a lot of knowledge involved. Not only do you have to predict the opponent's next move, but you also have to be careful of cheating. So, for the sake of fairness, I usually choose a best-of-3 game. If you really want to challenge me to a sword fight, then you must first defeat me at rock paper scissors. Otherwise, I'll have to let Kirilenko play with you. If he shatters your black sword again, the green rabbit won't help you restore it for free." After saying that, Xia Yu looked at my hawk seriously. Turning fabricated stories into facts is also a kind of pleasure in life. My hawk didn't say anything, but stared at Xia Yu with his eagle eyes, as if to make sure whether Xia Yu was joking. My hawk's facial muscles twitched wildly, making sure Xia Yu wasn't joking and looking incredibly serious. Not to mention playing rock paper scissors with Xia Yu, even thinking about him is disgusting. He is the world's #1 swordsman, and he is playing rock paper scissors here? If he really agreed to play rock paper scissors with Xia Yu here, and then was photographed by the photographer of Naval Headquarters, or known by the subordinates of the damn News King of New World, he would never have to appear on the Grand Line again and could go directly back to his base camp, Krakena Island, to grow vegetables, chop wood, cook, and face the sea with blooming flowers in spring. Chapter 059. After a silence of 20 to 30 seconds, my hawk turned his gaze to the group of young men and women behind Xia Yu. Seeing that they were all villagers from Windmill Village, he hardened his heart and said in a deep voice, "Best of 3. Xia Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. The reason he proposed to play this game was because he was sure that my hawk would not agree. After all, my hawk is now the man who stands on the throne of the strongest swordsman in the pirates' world. If the news of him coming to Windmill Village to play rock paper scissors with an unknown traveler gets out, everyone in Grand Line who knows my hawk's name will definitely be shocked, and the cold image my hawk has created before will be greatly reduced. This matter may even become a topic of conversation for many people after dinner, making him sneeze constantly every day. But from my hawk's ruthless eyes, Xia Yu saw that this guy was determined to have a sword fight with him. As expected, he is the world's #1 swordsman. As long as he can spar with an opponent of equal strength, everything else can be thrown aside. After a brief moment of surprise, Xia Yu smiled and nodded, "Yes, best of 3. As long as you can beat me at rock paper scissors, you can pick any deserted island, and I will come as promised." Hearing this, my hawk put aside all distractions, took a decisive step forward, and said crisply, "Come. Come." Xia Yu was also very straightforward. He stood up and faced my hawk. Best of 3. Looking at the two people standing face to face, all the men and women in Windmill Village showed confused expressions. As soon as they saw my hawk appear, they were worried that my hawk would fight Xia Yu, and that the situation would spread to Windmill Village again. After all, although they were far away from the scene of the battle between Red Rabbit, Garp, and my hawk, they still saw the scene of the small hills in the back mountain being destroyed. But what they didn't expect was that this battle was actually rock, paper, scissors? Do all strong people act so impulsively? At the same time, the villagers who had gone out to sea to fish because Red Rabbit had killed the king of the sea also returned to Windmill Village on their fishing boats. From a distance, they saw Xia Yu and his group standing on the beach. Seeing this, the villagers who were returning with their boats full of goods did not bother to drive their boats to the dock and rushed straight here. Soon, fishing boats docked at the shore, and villagers jumped ashore one after another, filled with joy, eager to share their joy of a bountiful harvest with Xia Yu. But before they could open their mouths, the young man and woman standing behind Xia Yu quickly ran over and stopped them all, asking them to keep quiet. "What's going on?" The first middle-aged man to come ashore looked at Xia Yu, then at the unfamiliar sharp brother. "Is someone trying to cause trouble for Mr. Xia Yu?" "Lie." A young man lowered his voice and said, "Don't make any noise. Mr. Xia Yu is dueling with that man." The middle-aged man and the villagers who had come ashore one after another exclaimed, "Duel!" Before the villagers could react, Xia Yu, who was standing face to face with my hawk, suddenly raised his right hand with a serious and focused expression, "Rock, paper, scissors." As Xia Yu spoke, my hawk also raised his right hand, his expression as focused as Xia Yu's. For the average person, the game of rock paper scissors is quite simple. Aside from young children, adults rarely play it. Of course, late-night drinkers and nightclub goers are an exception. They enjoy rock paper scissors, but also dice guessing and 15 to 20. But for my hawk at this moment, the difficulty of this game is equivalent to having a hearty battle with Xia Yu. Because as early as when he was in the back mountain, he had seen Xia Yu use the observation killing to block his observation Haki. If Xia Yu uses Jianwenxia together with observation Haki in rock paper scissors, it will be very, very difficult for him to defeat Xia Yu and let Xia Yu compete with him in swordsmanship. Sure enough, when he tried to use observation Haki and wanted to predict what Xia Yu would do through observation Haki, he found that his observation Haki was ineffective. Then, he lost. Xia Yu. I didn't expect Xia Yu to actually use Jianwenxia and observation Haki in a game like this. My hawk almost couldn't help but swear, and said a little frantically, "Using observation Haki is fine, but he actually used Jianwenxia. Didn't you use it too?" Xia Yu smiled and said calmly, "You lose, continue." The news of Xia Yu's duel with my hawk on the beach quickly spread throughout Windmill Village. When the villagers first heard that the man with the big knife was going to duel with Xia Yu, their first reaction was not whether Xia Yu could win, but whether Windmill Village would be destroyed again. Because from the time they met Xia Yu until now, Xia Yu has been invincible in their hearts. Not only that, but with Red Rabbit by Xia Yu's side, no matter who comes, the final result is likely to be knocked away by Red Rabbit's punch. However, when they learned that Xia Yu was going to play rock-paper-scissors with the other party to determine the winner, the villagers' interest was immediately piqued and they rushed to the beach. Soon, hundreds of villagers gathered at the beach, surrounding Xia Yu and my hawk. Looking at the increasing number of villagers gathering around him, my hawk wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He was the world's #1 swordsman, and playing rock-paper-scissors with others here was one thing, but he was also surrounded by so many people. For a moment, he regretted coming to this shabby windmill village. It's none of his business that Shanks lost an arm here, why would he come here to take a look? It's no exaggeration to say that my hawk's entire life's richest inner dramas combined are not as abundant as his arrival at Windmill Village. Oh, and there are also emojis. He feels his facial muscles are a little numb now because his heart is constantly churning. At this moment, the village chief of Wupu, wearing a fisherman's hat and a floral shirt, squeezed out of the crowd like a young man with the wind and stood between Xia Yu and my hawk. He tilted his head to look at Xia Yu, then at my hawk, and immediately said enthusiastically, "How can we play a game like this without a referee? I'll be the referee. Your previous results don't count. Let's officially begin now." As he said that, the village chief Wupu didn't care whether Xia Yu and my hawk were willing or not, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Listen to my command, rock, scissors." Before he could even utter the word bulletin, the den mushi in his arms suddenly rang. Bulu bulu. Ahaha, is up here? I'm Garp. Garp's hearty laughter echoed through the den mushi. I forgot to tell you, I've already left and returned to naval headquarters. By this time of year, you've probably been to Makina's house for dinner again, right? Remember to pay Makina's living expenses. Who said I went to eat for free again? Up's eyes widened instantly, and he picked up the den mushi and said excitedly, Xia Yu is dueling with a foreigner carrying a long sword, and I'm the referee. My hawk, who was already trying to escape because he was surrounded by villagers, suddenly changed his expression when he heard what village chief Wupu said. The next second, he didn't bother to continue the duel with Xia Yu, and turned around to leave this place of trouble. However, the moment he turned around, an evil voice immediately came from the den mushi. Xia Yu is dueling with someone? Is he playing rock paper scissors with my hawk to decide the winner? Destroy it. Tired. My hawk froze in place, feeling hopeless. Chapter 060. On the deck of the warship, Garp couldn't help laughing unscrupulously when he heard the village chief Wupu say that Xia Yuzhen was dueling with my hawk using the rock paper scissors method. Garp knew my hawk very well, a former marine hunter and current member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Especially in terms of my hawk's style and personality, basically anyone who knows my hawk's name knows that he has always been a loner and does his own thing. He usually has a cold expression that keeps strangers away. So far, the only person who can make my hawk decide the outcome by playing rock paper scissors is Xia Yu. So, Xia Yu didn't lie to me. Hina, who was sitting next to him, also heard the news from the den mushi. She put aside her previous mumbling and became inexplicably excited. But, he saw the future and knew that my hawk would come to duel him. Garp didn't answer Hina. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. He had just said it casually before, but he didn't expect that it would actually happen. This means that many of the things Xia Yu said before, especially what he told him and Durag in the tavern about what would happen in the next 10 years, were not fabricated, but Xia Yu really saw the future. If this is true, then the mysterious person living among the flowers in the Holy Land mentioned by Xia Yu also exists in real life? The reason why he doesn't know now is because the mysterious man lives among the holy flowers of the future, not among the holy flowers of the present? After a brief silence, Garp felt he needed to take Xia Yu's words seriously. Putting aside the mysterious individual in the Holy Land, he needed to pay attention to the incident Xia Yu mentioned at Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. As for the future changes of the 3 admirals, it is beyond his control. The warship did not slow down as night fell. After sailing at full speed all night, the warship finally left East Blue and entered the Calm Belt. The Calm Belt is a nightmare for all pirates, as their ships are traditional sloops, schooners, or multi-masted sailboats. Sailing on the sea relies primarily on currents and wind direction, but the Calm Belt has no wind or currents, and is also home to various sea kings. Even warships with propulsion systems and sea stone on their bottoms dare not accelerate rashly after entering the Calm Belt, as the slightest mistake could cause the sea kings on the seabed to become agitated. Even if the sea kings don't attack the warship easily, fighting among the sea kings could affect the warship's normal navigation. Of course, to a strong man like Garp, sea kings are nothing more than oversized sea beasts. If one punch is not enough, then another punch can solve the problem. However, he is now on Hina's warship, and the marine soldiers on Hina's warship are all recruits with insufficient experience. In this situation, the warship had to slow down. It was already afternoon the next day when the warship crossed the Calm Belt and rushed back to the naval headquarters. As soon as they got off the warship and walked into Marine Ford Square, Garp and Hina saw a lot of people gathered in front of them to make a fuss. Dozens of headquarters officers surrounded the 2 figures. Surrounded by the officers were a man and a woman. The man was short and a little hunchbacked. He wore a round hat, a naval headquarters vice admiral coat, a shit yellow jacket and matching pants, and a pair of wooden clogs. Judging from his appearance alone, he had a slightly perverted air. Add to count. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, just promoted to Alternate Admiral, codenamed T-Pig. Standing across from Cake was a beautiful woman, also wearing a Vice Admiral coat. She was tall, had long, straight legs, and a long sword at her waist. Unlike Hina's beauty, this woman was like a ripe peach, with a hint of mature womanly charm. Jun, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, is also one of the Admiral candidates, codenamed Momuzagi. Kaji knelt on one knee in front of Jun with a bouquet of flowers in his hand, obviously expressing his love to Jun. Ah ha ha ha, this is the nth time Cake has confessed his feelings to Momuzagi. Watching this from afar, Garp regained his usual cynicism and laughed heartily, saying, that must be about 30 or 40 times, right? He's quite the perseverer, haha. The 39th time. Before Hina could speak, the adjutant following behind her immediately took over and said with a smile, Cake-sama will definitely be rejected this time. At this moment, Jun, who was surrounded by the crowd, also saw Hina and Garp. She was just wondering how to reject Kaji, and it was like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She waved at Hina anxiously and shouted, Hina. Before she finished speaking, she didn't even bother to say no, and ran out of the crowd and came to Hina. As soon as Jun walked out of the crowd, the officers behind him who were waiting to watch the show burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Kaji-sama's confession failed again. Give up, Vice Admiral Cake. Jun-sama doesn't like you at all. He used to politely refuse, but now he doesn't even bother to say no. The result is very obvious. Don't insist. There are so many female officers in this headquarters, why would you fall in love with just one? Yes, yes, yes. I heard that Miss Anna from the medical department has a special liking for you. Would you like to consider it? Who? Miss Anna. I don't think Miss Anna is suitable for Lord Cage. The assistant lady in the science department who is over 2 meters and 5 is Lord Cage's ideal type. Hearing the officer's jeers, Kaji was surprisingly not angry. He held the flowers in his hands and shouted to Jun, who had already turned and left with Hina, with a determined look on his face, Jun, I won't give up. Hearing the voice behind him, Jun subconsciously leaned towards Hina and said weakly, Hina, please help me think of a solution. What can I do to make Kaji give up? His confession is getting more and more crazy and inappropriate. I don't know what to do. Hearing this, Hina suddenly stopped, as if she didn't hear what Jun said, and said to herself, why did Xia Yu tell me what will happen in the future? Hina doesn't understand. Jun blinked and said blankly, what's Xia and Yu? It's not Xia Yu, it's Xia Yu. This time Hina heard and explained, it's a traveler I met during my training in East Blue. Jun came over relieved and asked, so you were just thinking about this traveler and didn't hear what I said? Did you just say anything? Hina didn't hear you. Nothing. Jun shook his head and smiled bitterly, please continue to think about your traveler. Before she finished speaking, Jun seemed to have discovered a new world. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the cold beauty in front of her. Hina, there's something wrong with you. Chapter 061. Garp did not go the same way as Hina and Jun. He walked straight to the headquarters building and walked into the marshal's office with a clear goal. In a spacious and bright office, Marshal Sengoku, wearing a marine cap with a seagull on top, was reviewing a document. After looking up at Garp who walked into the office, Sengoku immediately put down the documents in his hand and said unhappily, Garp, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? Why don't you knock? Ahaha, I forgot. Garp laughed and took out a box of senbei from his arms. He ate while walking to the sofa nearby and sat down. He waved his hand gently and said, you continue to be busy. I'll sit for a while and then leave. Hearing this, Sengoku hesitated to speak, and finally gave up. He let out a long sigh and continued to look through the documents. What on earth do you want? After flipping through 2 pages of documents and realizing that his train of thought had been completely interrupted by Garp's interruption, Sengoku put the documents down and looked up at Garp again. You're returning to headquarters before your vacation is over. You must have something to tell me. After a brief pause, Sengoku picked up 2 other documents he had already read from his desk and tossed them to a goat that had been standing quietly beside him. Without hesitation, the goat took the documents and quickly chewed them up. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. Garp put down the senbei in his hand, clapped his hands, and met Sengoku's gaze. I met an interesting kid on my trip to East Blue this time. His name is Xia Yu, and he's a traveler. I heard you say that on Den Den Mushi. Sengoku nodded. As the commander-in-chief of the naval headquarters and known as the resourceful general, he had basically guessed what Garp was going to do next. It was nothing more than Garp finding this traveler to be a good seedling and promising to become the hope of the new generation of Marine and so on. Garp didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. This traveler is incredibly powerful. Not only does he possess Conqueror's Haki, he can also foresee events that will unfold over the next 10 years. For example, he saw that the naval headquarters would be completely destroyed by a major battle. Very impressive. Sengoku was not shocked by what Garp said, and was as calm as a supporting actor. You don't believe it. Garp picked up a piece of rice cracker and put it in his mouth. I didn't believe it at first, but my intuition told me that what he said might be true. Are we really not going to talk about this for now? Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Let's talk about the previous sentence first. You said this traveler is very strong? How strong is he? Garp didn't answer directly, but instead asked, who do you think has the strongest Conqueror's Haki in the current Grand Line? According to the information gathered by the Intelligence Department, in terms of the strength of Conqueror's Haki alone, it is Captain Shanks of the Red Hair Pirates who is currently shining in the New World. Sengoku paused for a moment before continuing. The latest intelligence indicates that the Red Hair Pirates are preparing to launch an all-out war against the Beast's pirates. They've already had several small-scale clashes. During these clashes, Shanks unleashed Conqueror's Haki, and when confronted by Kaido, their Conqueror's Haki collided, covering the entire Wano Kuni. Although the two were evenly matched in this battle, Shanks clearly had the upper hand in Conqueror's Haki. While none of us want to see an all-out war among the New World sea monsters, we have to admit that it's only a matter of time before Shanks becomes the 4th emperor. When Garp heard the name Shanks, he suddenly felt that the rice crackers in his hand were no longer fragrant. After throwing the senbei back into the box, Garp said seriously, Xia Yu's Conqueror's Haki is even better than Shanks. Hearing this, Sengoku's pupils shrank slightly. Although Garp is usually cynical and gives people the impression of being heartless, he has fought side by side with Garp since they were young, and he knows Garp very well. He knows that Garp would never joke about such things. The fact that Garp wouldn't joke about such things shows that this traveler is indeed very powerful. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, as the Marine Marshal who upholds justice for the 4 seas and the Grand Line, he actually didn't know that a traveler with strength comparable to Shanks had appeared on this ocean. Noticing Sengoku's reaction, Garp continued calmly, in the mountains behind Windmill Village, my hawk and I fought a rabbit that was accompanying this traveler. I accidentally knocked off half of the rabbit's head, and then my hawk raised his sword and slashed at the red rabbit. Wait, Sengoku's eyes suddenly widened. How did Dracula my hawk appear in Windmill Village? And what's going on with that rabbit? It actually requires both you and my hawk to attack at the same time. Garp did not hide anything and told Sengoku everything that happened in Windmill Village, especially the incident where Xia Yu took my hawk's slash with one hand. He described it in great detail. After hearing Garp's story, Sengoku showed no reaction on the surface, but his heart was filled with turmoil. A red rabbit with an immortal body that could go berserk and smash my hawk's black knife into pieces if you weren't paying attention? A green rabbit that can restore destroyed villages and towns in an instant? And a young traveler who is top-notch in both observation Haki and conquerors? Putting aside the green rabbit that plays a supporting role, the red rabbit alone, once out of control, will definitely cause a bloody storm in the Grand Line. As the commander-in-chief of the naval headquarters, Sengoku had no information about these two people before this, which was a serious dereliction of duty. But he changed his mind and felt relieved. According to Garp, this young and powerful man only liked traveling and did not like fighting. In this case, it was not surprising that he did not obtain relevant intelligence. Thinking of this, Sengoku stopped being silent and asked tentatively, "Is it possible to recruit him into the Marines?" Garp shook his head. If he can truly foresee some major events that will occur over the next 10 years, it means he knows where the situation will lead. In that case, unless he's willing, even if you make him the 4th Admiral, he won't be tempted in the slightest. You can't give up on that. Sengoku stood up from his desk and sat across from Garp, his eyes gleaming with the brilliance of a resourceful general. If he truly can see the future, then his choice is crucial. If he stops traveling and chooses a particular faction, it means the future will favor that faction. That way, even if he doesn't want to join the Marines, we can prepare in advance. Of course, all of this is based on whether he can actually see the future. After a slight pause, Sengoku suddenly changed the subject. Have you verified whether he really has the ability to see the future? Garp nodded, yes, but I need to go to Marie Joyce to find a place first. Between flowers? Don't waste your time. I know better than you whether there is such a place in the Holy Land. Sengoku remembered that Garp had mentioned this place to him on Den Den Mushi when they were in East Blue. However, he was certain that there was no such thing as a garden among flowers in the Holy Land. He was very familiar with the entire Marie Joyce, except for the Holy Land Royal Palace and the residences of the Celestial Dragons, the world's nobles, in Pangu City. Garp looked up and stared directly at Sengoku, then asked, "Have you ever been to the Holy Land Palace?" Hearing this, Sengoku's pupils shrank slightly. "Do you want to see the Void Throne? Or do you suspect that this place between beggars is inside the Holy Land Palace?" "Garp, don't mess around. That's not a place you and I can enter at will." Chapter 062. Windmill Village. My hawk, who had experienced 2 social failures, happened to be staying in Makina's hotel, and his room was opposite Xia Yu's. Of course, this was not what he wanted, but there was only one hotel in Windmill Village. After escaping from the beach yesterday, he came to the hotel and locked himself in the room to reflect on why he didn't come earlier or later, but just when Xia Yu and Red Rabbit appeared in Windmill Village. After a night and a morning of self-reflection and mental adjustment, my hawk suddenly realized that it was nothing big. After all, apart from Garp and Hina who were seen being knocked wet by the Red Rabbit and knew that he was playing rock-paper-scissors with Xia Yu, there were only the simple villagers of Windmill Village. Thinking of this, my hawk, who had not slept all night, took a deep breath, then put on his supreme sword, opened the door and walked out. As soon as he walked out the door and stood in the aisle, my hawk's eagle eyes suddenly lit up. In the corridor, Green Rabbit was having a great time playing with Dory and Pro. The silly look made him, who was usually serious, smile unconsciously. My hawk is very grateful to Green Rabbit from the bottom of his heart. Last night he checked on Black Blade Knight several times and tried to nourish him with armament Haki. After confirming that Black Blade Knight had not only recovered but also become more spiritual than before, and the blade had become a little softer, his gratitude to Green Rabbit increased. He hadn't had the chance to be alone with Green Rabbit before, and now that Red Rabbit and Xia Yu were not around, he took this opportunity to chat with Green Rabbit. However, he was used to being alone, so when he approached Green Rabbit and the 2 little kids, he didn't know how to start talking. After a brief pause, my hawk finally broke his silence and said to the Green Rabbit, "Poo-poo, who had quieted down due to his presence, with a cold expression, "Want some fried chicken? I'll treat you." Upon hearing this, the green rabbit's eyes widened slightly, and a faint luster flashed across them. My hawk was delighted when he saw the green rabbit's reaction, but his expression remained aloof. "Follow me. And your two friends too." "Wow!" Hearing that my hawk was going to take them with him, Dory and Puluo cried out in surprise. Then, Dory ran up to my hawk with a familiar air and said bluntly, "The fried chicken isn't good. Why don't you go to my barbecue restaurant? I'll ask mother to give you a 99% discount. My rice cracker shop is not bad either." Pro was no longer timid and followed Dory's footsteps. My hawk ignored the two brats and turned back to look at the green rabbit. "Want fried chicken, barbecue, or senbei?" Unexpectedly, my hawk would ask for his opinion. The green rabbit blinked a little flattered, then slowly raised 3 claws. "You all want to eat?" My hawk was a little surprised, but when he saw the 2 little kids beside him smiling happily, he felt relieved. Obviously, the green rabbit wants to eat fried chicken and take care of his 2 little friends at the same time. It's so warm. Who can not love such a green rabbit? Isn't it just fried chicken and grilled meat crackers? All you can eat. After walking out of the hotel, my hawk easily bought fried chicken and barbecue thanks to the guidance of 2 little kids, Dory and Pro, and finally walked into Pro's rice cracker shop. The shop is not big, with only 2 tables. My hawk walked to the table by the window and sat down, then picked up the newspaper and started reading. Green Rabbit and the 2 little kids didn't communicate with him because they were busy eating fried chicken and barbecue. During this time, my hawk would occasionally glance at the Green Rabbit from the side. As he guessed, the Green Rabbit did not eat the barbecue, but gobbled up the whole fried chicken. Seeing this, my hawk's mouth curved up again. Sure enough, among this traveler group, Green Rabbit is the best. As for Xia Yu and the Red Rabbit, as soon as the figures of the man and the rabbit appeared in front of him, my hawk quickly turned his head and shifted his attention to the newspaper. Just then, the door of the rice cracker shop was suddenly pushed open. Then, Red Rabbit strode in with a shoe magazine in his hand. The Red Rabbit walked into the store and glanced at my hawk and the Green Rabbit. Seeing that the seat next to the Green Rabbit was occupied by Dory and Pro, he sat down next to my hawk without any hesitation. The moment he sat down, he suddenly twisted his butt towards my hawk, pushing my hawk into the corner, then occupied most of the seat, crossed his legs and shook his feet, as if nothing had happened, and began to read the magazine with relish. Almost at the same time, my hawk's grip on the newspaper tightened, and he tilted his head and gritted his teeth as he spoke word by word, "Red Rabbit." If he hadn't considered that Green Rabbit was next to him, he would definitely have drawn his sword. He is the world's #1 swordsman. Once, because someone disturbed his sleep, he didn't say a word, picked up a knife and chased the other person from South Blue all the way to North Blue without blinking an eye. But since arriving in this small windmill village, he found that his temper had improved a lot. Even when the Red Rabbit pushed him into a corner with its butt, he actually resisted the urge to draw his sword. Feeling the murderous intent suddenly rising around him, Red Rabbit simply glanced sideways and then looked away and continued reading the magazine. At this moment, the Green Rabbit sitting opposite suddenly pushed the remaining half of the fried chicken in front of him to my hawk, and stared at my hawk with a pair of silly and cute big eyes. Seeing this, my hawk's rising anger gradually subsided. After pushing the fried chicken to Green Rabbit, he took a deep breath, tried to relax himself, crossed his legs and started reading the newspaper. As he watched, my hawk realized something was wrong. He didn't know when, but he started shaking his feet to the rhythm of the Red Rabbit. After noticing this change in himself, my hawk felt he couldn't stay here any longer. He immediately put down the newspaper and looked at the Green Rabbit who had already eaten half of the fried chicken. He was still as aloof as ever. "Yesterday I saw you were very curious about my boat. Shall I take you on a tour?" Hearing this, the Green Rabbit did not agree immediately, but blinked her big kazooie eyes and looked at the Red Rabbit first. The Red Rabbit seemed to know what the Green Rabbit wanted to express. Surprisingly, it did not stop it. Instead, it waved its hands very generously, as if to say, "Hurry up and go away. Don't disturb me while I'm reading the magazine." The Green Rabbit understood immediately, stood up happily and followed my hawk out. Soon, my hawk arrived at the dock with the Green Rabbit and 2 followers. As soon as he arrived at the dock, my hawk's pupils suddenly constricted. "Where's my boat?" After a quick look around, my hawk nearly broke apart on the spot. The coffin-shaped boat he parked at the Windmill Village pier was gone. Just then, the shoe store owner came running over. "Mr. My hawk, are you looking for that coffin-shaped boat?" The shoe shop owner, who was not far behind my hawk, had obviously come here on purpose. She took a breath and continued, "Mr. Xia Yu and Makina have been invited to attend a banquet hosted by Queen Sally Nandkanat in the capital of the Kingdom of Goa. Because all the village boats are out to sea, Mr. Xia Yu has temporarily requisitioned your boat. Mr. Xia Yu said you can rest assured, he will be back tonight." Hearing this, my hawk's facial muscles twitched wildly. He wanted to lash out but couldn't find anyone to lash out at. In the end, he could only point at a small boat parked at the dock and said in a slightly frustrated tone, "Isn't there another boat over there?" "Ah, this." The shoe shop owner glanced sideways and said awkwardly, "Maybe he just came back." "Mr. My hawk, are you going out to sea? Otherwise, you can use it for yourself? Don't worry, the boats in Windmill Village are almost all shared. As long as they are free, anyone can use them." My hawk took a deep breath, then turned his head to look at the Green Rabbit. Seeing that the Green Rabbit was actually staring at the small boat, he resisted the urge to chop people and jumped onto the small boat with the Green Rabbit. Because the boat was too small, Dory and Pro did not catch up. My hawk came to the boat and looked around. He couldn't help but look up and roared at the shoe store owner, "Where are the oars?" "Hey!" The shoe store owner blinked. "I don't know either." My hawk felt like he was about to break apart, but after seeing the Green Rabbit's eyes full of expectation, he took a deep breath and said a little weakly, "Forget it, you go. I'll figure it out myself." After saying that, my hawk took off the supreme sword behind him and used it as a paddle, rowing the boat left and right to leave the dock. Seeing my hawk using the big sharp knife as a paddle, the light in the Green Rabbit's eyes became brighter, and he seemed to be eager to make a move. Seeing this, my hawk asked tentatively, "Want to try?" The Green Rabbit nodded vigorously. My hawk surprisingly didn't feel bad about his second life and simply handed the black knife to the Green Rabbit. The Green Rabbit took the black knife and imitated my hawk's quick movements with his left and right hands, paddling quickly towards the distant sea, feeling so happy that he was flying. Chapter 063. The speed of the Green Rabbit was so fast that it almost scared my hawk out of his emoticon, because when he reacted, the Windmill Village had disappeared from his sight. Looking around, there was only the vast ocean. Ahem! After a brief moment of shock, my hawk quickly regained his composure, coughed twice, and said, "Let me do it. You'll get lost if you keep rowing aimlessly like this." Hearing this, Green Rabbit obediently put away the black knife and handed it to my hawk. As my hawk took the black knife, the boat gradually slowed down. My hawk didn't dare to row like the Green Rabbit because he was not familiar with this sea area. Besides, the small boat under him didn't even have oars. If he rowed too far, he might really get lost. Although he was grateful to the Green Rabbit and liked its character very much, he had no intention of taking it back to the castle. Well, if Xia Yu hadn't taken his boat away without his permission, he would have had some thoughts. Firstly, he couldn't resist the Green Rabbit's outrageous abilities, and secondly, the Green Rabbit was truly well behaved, more than 100 times better than the group of armed baboons near his castle. Of course, a bigger reason was that he was worried that the Red Rabbit would keep chasing him. When leaving Windmill Village, Green Rabbit immediately looked at Red Rabbit and followed him only after getting Red Rabbit's permission. It's easy to see that Green Rabbit and Red Rabbit have a very good relationship. If he kidnapped the Green Rabbit, he had no doubt that the Red Rabbit would chase him all the way from East Blue to Grand Line, and might even chase him to Krakena Island and tear down his castle. It's true that he's the world's greatest swordsman, but that Red Rabbit is an undead creature. Even if its body is split in half by him, it can recover instantly. Even if it's not as strong as him, it will exhaust him and eventually be punched away by the Red Rabbit like a sandbag. He has always been the one chasing and beating others. If he were to be chased and beaten by the Red Rabbit, how would he survive in the Grand Line in the future? There was not much communication between the man and the rabbit. The Green Rabbit's eyes rolled around, and its gaze moved as Mihawk switched to the black knife and rode. Mihawk did not say anything, but rode slowly using the black knife as an oar. At the same time, a huge warship suddenly broke into the sea area. On the mast of the warship, a skull flag was flying, with an hourglass painted on each side of the skull. Creek Pirates, a pirates group that has recently emerged in East Blue. Under the leadership of Captain Krieg, the Creek Pirates expanded their membership to 200 to 300 people in just half a month. Under the mast, dozens of pirates dressed in different clothes gathered on the deck. Some of them looked around with binoculars, while more of them chatted in groups of 3 or 5. In the cabin, a mighty man wearing armor and equipped with various weapons was staring at a man standing opposite him with burning eyes. The mighty man is none other than Krieg, the captain of the Krieg Pirates. The members call him the Admiral, a pirate who thinks he is invincible and is ruthless and despicable. Although they have just been out to sea for a short time, the Krieg Pirates bring blood and gore wherever they go. The captain of the Krieg Pirates, Ajin, known as the Ghost Man in the underworld, is a ruthless person. As long as it is an order from Krieg, even if the target is an unarmed old man or a child, he will kill them without hesitation. He is a cold-blooded and ruthless killing machine. The thin man standing in front of Krieg was none other than the Krieg Pirates leader, the Ghost Akin. Ajin, you've been doing really well lately. After staring at Ajin for a moment, Krieg's expression softened slightly. But this is far from enough. The Krieg Pirates will eventually become the most powerful pirate group in East Blue, but the 200 or 300 people we have now are not enough. You need to continue working hard to expand the Krieg Pirates membership to 5,000. Ajin didn't say anything and nodded slightly. Just then, there was a sudden noise outside the cabin. Everyone, look, there's a small boat in the sea ahead. Ha ha ha, that guy is actually rowing a boat with a knife. Hey, there's a rabbit on the boat. Could they have lost their way? Do you want to help them? They're going to die sooner or later anyway, so why not give them a ride now? No, that rabbit looks really interesting. Catch it and give it to the Admiral. Hearing the commotion outside, Krieg frowned slightly. Ajin, go see what's going on? If there's an eyesore, you know what to do. Yes. Ajin nodded slightly, turned around and walked out quickly. At the same time, Mihawk also noticed the pirates' ship entering the sea, but he didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, although the pirate ship was large enough, the pirates on board were just a group of ants, and he was too lazy to even draw his knife. But he soon realized something was wrong. The pirates' ship was actually approaching them. As the pirates' ship approached quickly, the originally happy Green Rabbit suddenly became nervous, and its claws didn't know where to put because of fear. Seeing the Green Rabbit's reaction, Mihawk's murderous intent disappeared from his eyes. These pirates are simply courting death by daring to scare the Green Rabbit. At the moment when Mihawk suddenly had the murderous intention, the pirate's ship that was approaching quickly also slowed down and finally stopped on the sea less than 20 meters away from the small boat. Immediately afterwards, a burst of laughter could be clearly heard. Are you really rowing a boat with a knife? I'm dying of laughter, ha 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 ha. Swish. The moment the laughter sounded, a brilliant sword light suddenly burst out. Next second, on the deck of the Creek pirates' ship, the pirates who were making mocking sounds suddenly stiffened and fell straight down. The sudden scene drew the attention of the other pirates. After seeing the pirate lying stiffly on the deck with a look of laughter on his face, the pirate's eyes widened. "What's going on? That's hilarious, isn't it?" Before the pirates could react, the ghost Manajan, who had just walked out of the cabin, suddenly jumped to the bow and stared at the small boat on the sea ahead as if facing a great enemy. Almost at the same time, Mihawk also stood up from the boat, protecting the green rabbit behind him, holding a black knife and facing the pirate's ship with murderous intent, and said in a deep voice, "You, all must die." Before he finished speaking, the black knife in his hand was raised above his head, and the terrifying blade light as fierce as a volcanic eruption illuminated the entire sea. Swish! The black knife didn't pause at all as it slashed down towards the pirate's ship through the air. Damn it! The ghostajan, who had just stood at the bow of the ship, had his pupils shrink instantly and couldn't help but scream out in surprise. It was too late to dodge, so Ajin could only raise his crutches with iron balls attached to them to protect himself from the oncoming slashing wave, which instantly magnified infinitely in his pupils. Chapter 064. At the same time, before the banquet in the kingdom of Goa was over, Xia Yu said goodbye to Princess Sally and took Makina out of the royal city and came to the port. Xia Yu didn't want to take the sea route at first because the scenery over Mount Korpo was quite nice, especially the mountain road leading from the windmill village to the central street. It made him miss the days when he was a child before the time travel, when he would go out to school facing the rising sun and return home under the starry sky. However, due to time constraints, Xia Yu had no choice but to take the sea route. Unfortunately, the villagers were eager to harvest more fish after the king of the sea was killed, and they went out to sea to fish before dawn, resulting in no boats left in Windmill Village. So, Xia Yu could only steal Mihawk's strange boat while Mihawk was not looking. Makina, who was following Xia Yu, seemed a little excited. Because this was the first time that she, as a commoner, was invited by the royal family to attend a banquet hosted by the Queen of the Kingdom of Goa, something she had never dared to imagine before. Not only her, but many villagers in Windmill Village were invited. Although the Kingdom of Goa did not provide a detailed list, it gave the number of villagers in Windmill Village who would attend the banquet, and the village chief of Windmill Village would arrange who would attend the banquet. There were a total of 20 people from Windmill Village who came to attend the banquet. The remaining 19 people seemed to be enjoying themselves so much that they didn't even notice that Xia Yu and Makina had left. They were probably all drunk now. Of course, it's not just the villagers of Windmill Village, all the civilians attending the banquet are similar. The common people of the Kingdom of Goa can enjoy such treatment all because of the traveler beside her. Mihawk's boat is really small. It can only accommodate 4 people at most if they squeeze in, and they need to sit back to back. However, although it is small, it has all the necessary functions. Most importantly, this small boat actually has a power device. With the help of Xia Yu, Makina stood on the deck of the boat and looked around. She saw a mast less than 2 meters long in the middle of the deck and a fixed chair under the mast. She did not choose to sit down, but stood next to the chair while holding the mast. Xia Yu was not polite and sat down on the chair. This chair, which is not really a chair, takes up almost 2/3 of the deck. It is the strongest throne specially made by Mihawk for himself. Xia Yu just took this opportunity to learn from Mihawk and improve his prestige. Makina, you sit too. After sitting down, Xia Yu found that there was still room for one person next to him. He raised his hand and patted the table. While it's still early, I'll take you out for a ride. Makina didn't hesitate and sat down next to Xia Yu. Set off. Xia Yu didn't waste any more time, and pressed the power unit start button next to the seat with a smile. In another sea area, members of the Creek pirates were floating on the sea like dumplings. Those who were still breathing had terrified expressions on their faces and kept swimming towards the wreckage of the ship floating on the sea. Everything that happened before was like a nightmare to the members of the Creek pirates who had just set out to sea. The man who used a knife as an oar to row the boat actually cut their pirate's boat in half with one stroke. The captain, the ghost Manajan, didn't even have a chance to fight back. His fate was even worse than theirs. He was directly split in half by the terrifying knife light and turned into two half-men. Even Admiral Krieg, who was invincible in their hearts, had his head chopped off by that brutal man. "Help! Help! My hand was cut off, someone help me! Damn it, who is that man and why is he attacking us?" The pirates floating on the sea made sounds of despair or terror. More pirates were floating on the sea, their bodies were neatly cut open, and the flowing blood dyed the sea surface scarlet. My hawk ignored these ants. Holding a knife in one hand, he stood proudly on the half-floating wreckage of the ship. On the broken deck beside him lay the severed Ghostagen and the separated head and body of Krieg. Glancing coldly at the ants lying on the ground, my hawk immediately turned around and looked at the pirates floating on the sea and making noises. He raised the black knife in his hand again and then chopped it across the air with a clean and decisive move. Swish! The dazzling blade light reappeared, and the terrifying blade energy like a Shinigami sickle instantly beheaded all the living pirates' minions floating on the sea. With one slash of the sword, the sea area returned to calm. At this moment, the boat that Green Rabbit was on was driven by the current and slowly approached my hawk. Seeing this, my hawk simply put away his knife and jumped onto the boat and sat opposite the Green Rabbit, saying calmly, "They are all quiet now, there is no need to be afraid." The Green Rabbit didn't say anything, but blinked its big eyes and looked left and right, finally turning its gaze to the big ship that was split in half by my hawk. The next second, his figure disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, there were already countless Green Rabbit afterimages flashing back and forth in the air. In the blink of an eye, the pirate's ship that had been cut off by my hawk and completely destroyed in the destructive slash wave was restored to its original state, and there was even a faint luster flashing on the deck. Then, the Green Rabbit appeared on the bow of the newly renovated pirate's ship and turned to look at my hawk. My hawk's mouth twitched slightly at this. The Green Rabbit's repair skills were simply astonishing. My hawk knew what the Green Rabbit meant, and he jumped onto the deck of the pirate's ship very quickly. Seeing that my hawk understood what he wanted to say, the Green Rabbit smiled and then danced happily on the deck. However, the Green Rabbit's dance moves were a little bit eye-catching. Fortunately, it was the Green Rabbit that performed the dance, otherwise my hawk would definitely have drawn his sword and chopped it in half. Wow! Suddenly, the Green Rabbit seemed to have discovered a new world. It ran to the bow of the ship and looked at the sea ahead. At the same time, a coffin-shaped boat was speeding towards the sea where the pirate's ship was located at an astonishing speed. After a while, the coffin-shaped boat stopped opposite the pirate's ship. Because the Green Rabbit suddenly jumped to the bow of the boat to look out, my hawk also turned around to look immediately. When he saw that the boat approaching quickly was actually his coffin-shaped boat, and Xia Yu and Machina were sitting side by side on the throne he had carefully crafted, he couldn't help but twitch his lips several times. You know, since he set sail, no one has ever sat on the throne on his ship. Even Shanks only jumped onto the deck and stood there for a few seconds. Not only did Xia Yu drive away his boat without his permission, he also brought a woman to sit on his throne, which looked like he was just taking a ride. Not to mention his aunt, even his uncle couldn't stand it. What's going on? Just as my hawk was about to yell and ask why Xia Yu had taken his boat without permission, Xia Yu, sitting in the coffin-shaped boat, suddenly stood up, looked at the body parts floating on the sea, and said with an exaggerated expression, "So many people died? A shipwreck?" My hawk didn't answer. Instead, he jumped to the bow and stood next to the Green Rabbit. He stared at Xia Yu with a burning gaze and said in a deep voice, "Xia Yu, you have two choices now. 1. Leave my ship immediately. 2. Accept my challenge here." "Stop it!" Xia Yu waved his hand. Don't you see Machina and Green Rabbit are nearby? What if we fight here and they're affected? My hawk's words carried a hint of anger. Then get off my boat. No, I haven't had enough fun yet. Xia Yu met my hawk's murderous gaze and said with a smile, take the Green Rabbit back to Windmill Village first, and I'll return it to you later. Don't worry, I promise it won't be damaged at all. You. My hawk didn't expect Xia Yu to be such a scoundrel. He was so angry that his heart and lungs almost exploded. Hey! Xia Yu suddenly turned his gaze to the bow of the pirate's ship where my hawk and Green Rabbit were. Seeing that the bow was shaped like a black panther, he immediately looked away at the pirate's flag flying on the top of the mast behind my hawk and said in surprise, this pirate's ship is the Dreadnought Saber. My hawk's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard Xia Yu's words. Do you know this pirate's group? Xia Yu nodded and asked, is the captain a formidable man covered in weapons? Oh, and he has a captain called Ghost Manajan. How would I know who is who? The surprise in my hawk's eyes instantly turned to disdain, cut it all off anyway. Hearing this, Xia Yu couldn't help but mutter, you two are really enemies. In the original novel, the Rick pirates either disturbed my hawk's sleep or saw my hawk peeing on the boat, and then were chased by my hawk all the way from Grand Line to East Blue. What he didn't expect was that during his time traveling, the Creek pirates not only did not escape this fate, but also arrived earlier in time. The most important thing is that in the original book, Creek did not die at the hands of my hawk, but this time he was chopped to death by my hawk. As the saying goes, everyone has their own destiny, which is determined by God. This is probably the case. Just then, two body parts and a head floated near the coffin boat. The head was Krieg, and as for the two body parts, Xia Yu could only judge by looking at them that they might be the Ghost Manajan. Xia Yu does not sympathize with Krieg, nor does he care about the life or death of the Ghost Manajan. Because this is the correct way to be a pirate. If you choose to be a pirate and do evil on this sea, you must be mentally prepared to be killed at any time. Chapter 065. Xia Yu finally returned the coffin boat to my hawk and brought Machina to the deck of the Dreadnought Saber. Unlike the Dreadnought Saber that appeared in the original novel, this pirate's ship is smaller and not as tall as a 3-story building. It should be the predecessor of the Dreadnought Saber. My hawk, who had regained his boat, no longer strolled with the Green Rabbit. He jumped onto the boat and sailed away. But he was not heading anywhere else, his route was still Windmill Village. Judging from his posture, he probably won't be able to have a satisfying battle with Xia Yu, and he probably won't leave for a while. Xia Yu didn't take it seriously. Fighting was out of the question. Fighting was exhausting. Just leisurely strolling around and enjoying the different locales and cultures was the true meaning of life. You know, before traveling through time, as a member of the army of cattle and horses, this kind of life was basically out of his reach. All he could do was watch the short videos of fishermen on Douyin, and the daily lives of those travel experts who travel here and there every now and then to quench his thirst. Now that he has caught the last train to the pirate's world and has gained powerful strength through the system, he naturally will not miss this opportunity. For the next 2 days, Xia Yu did not choose to start her next trip. After handing over the dreadnought battleship Saber to the villagers for renovation, Xia Yu began a leisurely life in Windmill Village. Today I went to visit the home of village chief Wupu, tomorrow I will go to Door's barbecue restaurant, and if I want to eat dessert, I will go to Poro's rice cracker shop. Of course, Xia Yu spent most of his time enjoying fishing. Every day, young villagers would come and drag him to the beach to fish. They would basically go out under the scorching sun and return to the hotel under the stars and the moon. Soon, a week passed quietly. The dreadnought battleship Saber has been successfully transformed with the help of the villagers. The dreadnought battleship Saber has been renamed Travel, and the pirate's skull flag flying on the mast has been changed to a sky blue travel flag. The hull has been painted with grass, cows, and windmills by the villagers who are good at painting. At first glance, it looks like a mobile version of Windmill Village. It cost more than 10 million berries to renovate the ship. It was not necessary to spend so much, but Xia Yu not only gave double wages to the villagers who helped to renovate the ship, but also gave an additional 100,000 berries to each boatman. Anyway, he is not short of money now. The baileys he obtained from the king of the Kingdom of Goa and a group of royal ministers are enough for him to squander for a long time. With the arrival of a new day, Xia Yu finally put the next stop of her trip on the agenda. In the evening, Xia Yu walked into Makina's tavern. As soon as she walked in, Xia Yu was stunned. My hawk was sitting in front of the bar with his back to the door, reading a newspaper with great interest. Next to him, Green Rabbit was holding a glass of whiskey. Green Rabbit, who was not good at drinking, was obviously drunk. His big eyes were hazy, making people suspect that he would fall asleep drunk in the next second. The Red Rabbit did not have his back to the pub door, but was leaning against the bar, sitting on a stool with his legs crossed, polishing his canvas shoes with a grumbling sound. There was a drink next to him, but he had not drunk it. Mr. Xia Yu. Seeing Xia Yu walk into the pub wearing a pair of flip-flops, Makina, who was standing at the bar, quickly greeted her. How was your fishing today? We came back with a full load, but it all went to Dori. Xia Yu regained his composure and smiled, then walked to the bar and sat down. Give me a glass of whiskey. Makina skillfully handed Xia Yu a glass of whiskey. Xia Yu took the wine glass and took a sip, ignoring my hawk who was reading a newspaper beside him, and asked, Makina, if you were to travel, where would you most like to go? Makina blinked and asked in surprise, is Mr. Xia Yu leaving? Xia Yu nodded. After staying in Windmill Village for 10 days, it's time to start the next stop of the trip. As soon as these words were spoken, my hawk, who had been pretending to read a newspaper since Xia Yu entered the pub, suddenly looked happy, but he still held it with his eyes fixed on the newspaper. He had approached Xia Yu more than once this week, but each time Xia Yu asked him to play 3 rounds of rock, paper, scissors first. At first he didn't agree, but then he took advantage of Xia Yu's absence and accepted this way of playing. Unfortunately, he always won miserably in the end. But he did not gain nothing. In those 2 rounds of rock-paper-scissors with Xia Yu, he had actually vaguely touched the threshold of the Jianwenxia. He believed that it would not be long before he would become more and more proficient in the Jianwenxia. To improve your proficiency in observation Haki, playing rock-paper-scissors with Xia Yu is currently one of the best ways. However, because Xia Yu was always surrounded by villagers from Windmill Village, he could not play such childish games with others anytime and anywhere like Xia Yu without caring about his image. Now that Xia Yu was about to leave Windmill Village to start the next leg of her journey, he took this opportunity to continue challenging Xia Yu. It's just rock-paper-scissors. As long as no one sees, he can play it with Xia Yu all day long. Compared to my hawk's secret anticipation, Makina was a little caught off guard when he suddenly heard that Xia Yu was about to start the next leg of his journey. During the time Xia Yu was in Windmill Village, she would come to her tavern almost every day. When there were villagers around, she would sit quietly at the bar and watch Xia Yu tell them about her travel experiences. If there were no villagers in the tavern, she would take the initiative to find topics to chat with Xia Yu and ask her some questions that confused her. What surprised her was that no matter what questions she asked, Xia Yu could answer them one by one, and each time she suddenly understood the answer. Gradually, she got used to seeing Xia Yu sitting here every day. So every time she was busy at the bar, she would inadvertently look back at this seat. When she saw Xia Yu there, she would be inexplicably happy. If this seat was empty, she would inexplicably feel a little lost. Although she knew that Xia Yu, as a traveler, would leave sooner or later, she still didn't expect that Xia Yu would start her next trip so soon. Although he was reluctant to leave, Makina still kept smiling and asked, "When do we leave?" Xia Yu picked up the wine glass and drank it all, then said simply, "Tomorrow." As Xia Yu finished speaking, there was a sudden noisy sound outside the tavern. Immediately afterwards, the tavern door was pushed open, and two little guys, Dori and Pulo, rushed in, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Xia Yu, Machina, come out and see. There's an island floating in the sky." Hearing this, Xia Yu's heart moved slightly. An island floated in the sky? Could it be Golden Lion Shiki's floating island? Thinking of this, Xia Yu put down his wine glass and walked out one after the other with Machina, who was also curious. As soon as the two walked out of the pub, the sky suddenly darkened. I saw a huge island high in the sky opposite the windmill village, being pulled by some unknown buoyancy, slowly flying towards the windmill village, and finally covering the windmill village in its shadow. Chapter 066. The shadow loomed, and the villagers in front of the tavern opened their eyes wide, as if they were worried that the floating island would suddenly fall. Many people were frightened and their faces turned into emoticons. Machina was also a little worried and subconsciously moved closer to Xia Yu. However, the villagers' concerns were clearly unnecessary. Although the island floating over Windmill Village was visible to the naked eye, it was at least several thousand meters above the ground. Most importantly, the island seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact it was moving very fast. After a while, the island floating in the air flew away from the Windmill Village and flew towards the higher and farther dome. Is it a floating island? Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the island gradually disappear into the distance. Xia Yu only knew one person who could make an island float in the sky, and that was one of the protagonists in the story he had made up before, the legendary figure who owned the lion fruit and was known as the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. However, judging by the plot of the original novel, Shiki shouldn't be so ostentatious at this time. After all, he has a plan of revenge against the world government in his mind, and he won't show up easily before the plan is formed. Of course, this was just speculation. Ever since Shiki severed his legs and escaped from the deep-sea prison, he'd harbored hatred. With the lion fruit, Shiki, who could soar freely between heaven and earth, certainly wouldn't stay on the floating island. He'd occasionally stir up trouble, and making a few islands float wouldn't be a problem for him. Just then, my hawk, Red Rabbit, and Green Rabbit also came out of the tavern. The Red Rabbit walking in front pushed away the villagers who were blocking his way in a very savage way and walked quickly to the front of the crowd. Looking up at the island that was gradually moving away, he blinked blankly at first, then quickly looked around. Soon, his eyes were fixed on a huge, smooth pebble beneath a few banana trees. With almost no hesitation, while keeping his eyes fixed on the huge pebble, the Red Rabbit quickly walked to the pebble and picked it up very easily. Seeing this, the village chief Wupu, who usually loved to sit on this cobblestone and enjoy the scenery, suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted anxiously, "Kirilenko, what are you doing?" As the voice of the village chief Wupu rang out, the villagers who had originally been attracted by the drifting island turned their heads to look. However, just as the villagers turned their heads, the Red Rabbit raised the pebble, which was big enough to kill a cow, in one hand and threw it towards the island far away in the sky. Whoosh! The huge pebble rose into the sky like a meteor, leaving a faint flash in the sky before disappearing. The sudden scene made the villagers open their mouths in amazement again. Even someone as powerful as Mihawk couldn't help but shrink his pupils rapidly when he saw the Red Rabbit easily throw the huge pebble into the sky and disappear into the horizon. You know, that huge pebble weighs at least several hundred kilograms. Although he can easily lift it and throw it out, he definitely can't throw it so high. Xia Yu was not surprised. After all, this guy had done this kind of thing many times in the prison break rabbit world. Not to mention such a simple thing as throwing a pebble into the sky, even a fighter jet flying at high altitude had been shot down by the Red Rabbit with stones. However, although Xia Yu was not surprised, he was somewhat looking forward to whether the flying island would be knocked down by pebbles. At the same time, on an island that had risen to a height of several thousand meters, an old man with long golden hair that was almost as long as a mop, holding a rudder on his head and 2 long swords under his feet, was standing by the open-air swimming pool, arm in arm with a strange guy in a white coat and a pair of strange shoes that made a puffing sound. They were dancing and humming happily. The old man with the rudder on his head and 2 long swords under his feet is the flying pirate Shiki, who has long become a legend. The reason why he has a ship's rudder on his head is not because he has such a hobby, but when he fought against Roger pirates at the Battle of Etwol, they encountered bad weather and a ship was destroyed by huge waves. One of the rudders fell from the sky and stuck in his head, causing him to become the loser even though he had already forced Roger pirates into a desperate situation and had the upper hand. As for the 2 swords under his feet, it's not because he likes to walk on stilts or perform acrobatics, but because in order to escape from the deep-sea prison, his feet were shackled with sea stone shackles. He made up his mind and cut off his own legs. Later, he installed 2 famous swords named Sakura-ten and Muku to replace his lost legs and walk. The one wearing a white coat and pudgy shoes is Indigo, a crew member and fighter of the Sky Pirates. He has been hiding on this floating island with Shiki for many years to study IQ. Ha 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 ha, I'm very happy today. After finishing the dance, Shiki let out his signature laugh and immediately let go of Indigo, the smile on his face disappearing. Go ask the monitoring room why they haven't found the target yet. This is East Blue, Garp's hometown. We can't stay here for too long. Indigo nodded, then pulled out a den mushi from his arms and got straight to the point. Haven't you found any inhabited islands yet? A reply came immediately from the den mushi. Report, an island has just been discovered. It's called Dong Island. According to the information, it's the hometown of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp. Garp's hometown. Indigo's pupils shrank slightly. Although Shiki had launched many islands in East Blue into the sky a few years ago, and the civilians on the islands had become their experimental subjects, they didn't dare to touch the hometown of the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. Because their main strategy now is to remain silent. If they disturb the hometown of Marine Vice Admiral, they will not be safe even if they are on the floating island. However, while Indigo feared the name Garp, Shiki couldn't help but burst out with murderous intent upon hearing the name Garp. After all, the reason he had to cut off his own legs was because Garp and Sengoku teamed up to defeat him. This is one of the reasons why he chose to pull several islands in East Blue into the sky in the beginning. Just then, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, and a faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. Almost at the same time, Shiki and Indigo raised their heads and looked towards the sky. As soon as they looked up, they saw a black dot falling towards the floating island at an astonishing speed. What's going on? Indigo's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he saw the black dot rapidly enlarging in his pupils as it plummeted towards the floating island. We're thousands of meters in the air now. How could something still be falling from the sky? Shiki also saw clearly what was falling because the black spot quickly enlarged in his pupils. Shiki was stunned to find that the huge pebble was actually heading towards them. He immediately shouted, "Get out of the way!" Shiki had just warned Indigo and dodged as quickly as possible when a huge pebble fell from the sky, carrying terrifying energy and crashing into the open-air swimming pool. Boom! Amidst the earth-shaking roar, the water in the swimming pool evaporated instantly. The swimming pool was also destroyed by the shock wave that spread out after the pebbles fell in, and became a huge pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Chapter 067. Indigo was swept up by the violent air wave and thrown high into the sky. Although Shiki reacted in time, he was still enveloped by the air wave that spread instantly. His long golden hair that was long enough to drag on the ground flew wildly in the impact of the air wave. Soon, the impact of the air wave gradually dissipated, and a faint hissing sound came from the 100-meter-wide pit that was smashed out. A smooth and huge pebble stood in the middle of the pit, and a hissing sound of electric current continued to sound from the surface of the pebble, as if it had been struck by lightning. Shiki relied on the power of the lion fruit to float 100 meters in the air, looking down at his beloved swimming pool that had turned into a 100-meter-wide pit. His eyes were focused on the pebble, and 10,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. After staring at the pebbles for a moment, Shiki suddenly looked up at the sky. As Indigo said, they are now thousands of meters high in the air, and rocks are still falling from the sky. This is very wrong. Thinking of this, Shiki didn't hesitate at all. He floated into the huge pit in a flash and stood in front of the huge cobblestone. The pebbles are very large, weighing hundreds or even thousands of kilograms, and their surface is smooth, as if people have been playing on them for years. Admiral! At that moment, Indigo ran over with a whoosh, staring at the pebbles in the giant pit in disbelief. How could such a smooth stone fall from the sky? Could there be a floating island above us? Shiki ignored Indigo. His attention was completely drawn to the pebbles. He suddenly leaned over and said in a deep voice, "Indigo, there's something engraved on the stone." Indigo also moved closer to the cobblestone and saw that there were indeed a lot of words carved on the surface. He quickly moved closer. Because the handwriting was a little blurry, he could only read word by word. "Red hair pirates, were you here?" Red hair pirates. Indigo blinked blankly. "Admiral, have you heard of this pirates group? Red hair?" Shiki thought about it. He had some impression of this name, but he was sure he had never heard of the name Red Hair Pirates. Hey, there are some big words next to it. Suddenly, Indigo looked away to the other side of the cobblestone. Because the handwriting was clear, he didn't need to get closer and quickly read aloud, "Windmill Village Banquet Bar." It's here too. Shiki moved to the other side of the cobblestones and motioned Indigo to look over. As Indigo glanced over, his pupils suddenly constricted and he uttered incoherently, "Garp." Located next to the words Windmill Village Banquet Bar, although the word Garp is not eye-catching, Indigo still recognized it as Garp at a glance. After a brief moment of astonishment, Indigo immediately came to a conclusion: could it be that this pebble was thrown up by Garp from a place called Windmill Village? Snap! Shiki slapped Indigo on the head with his hand, his eyes wide open, and said, "Didn't you see it just now? This rock fell from the sky." Indigo rubbed the spot where Shiki had hit him, his imagination running wild. Is it possible that the floating island passed over Dong Island and happened to be seen by Garp, who was drinking at the Windmill Village Banquet Bar? Then, he threw the pebble into the sky, and because he threw it too hard, the pebble flew higher into the sky before falling back? This kind of thing is unlikely to happen to others, but for Garp, it is possible. Hearing this, Shiki felt that Indigo's analysis made a lot of sense. Only Garp can do this kind of thing. Was it discovered? Shiki's eyes flashed with a cold light, and murderous intent rose. He said coldly, "Windmill Village Banquet Bar? Garp. Admiral, calm down." Sensing Shiki's sudden rise in murderous intent, Indigo quickly spoke up, "Garp probably only saw the floating island and doesn't know we're on it. If you go to Windmill Village, our whereabouts will be completely exposed." How could Shiki not know this? But he couldn't bear it. He was the flying pirates Shiki who once roamed the seas and aspired to rule the world. If it weren't for the damn bad weather, he would have defeated Roger in that naval battle and become the overlord of the sea. Although his strength was greatly reduced because he had a rudder growing on his head and lost both legs in order to escape from prison, Garp had thrown pebbles at his doorstep, so how could he tolerate it? This account must be settled. Even if he can't beat Garp now, he still has to disgust Garp. Seeing Shiki's reaction, Indigo suddenly had an idea. "Admiral, I have a plan." Time flies, and before we know it, night falls quietly, bringing the bustling Windmill Village back to tranquility. Knowing that Xia Yu was going to start her next journey tomorrow, almost all the villagers of Windmill Village came out and gathered at the tavern. Because the tavern could not accommodate so many people, Makina decisively moved all the tables and chairs in the tavern outside and lit a bonfire in an open space. All the villagers expressed their reluctance to part with Xia Yu, and some of them couldn't help but shed tears. The villagers loved and supported Xia Yu, the traveler, from the bottom of their hearts. This was because Xia Yu's trip to Windmill Village not only told them many interesting stories that they had never heard of before and broadened their horizons, but also brought about earth-shaking changes to the Kingdom of Goa. What the villagers of Windmill Village are most grateful for is the changes brought about by Xia Yu. Queen Sally, who had just become the king of the Kingdom of Goa, fully adopted Xia Yu's suggestions and immediately issued several policies for the civilians of the Kingdom of Goa. One of the policies that made them most happy was Xia Yu's proposal to ensure that all children in the Kingdom of Goa receive education from a young age. Queen Sally would establish the first school in Windmill Village, and the national treasury would pay for the hiring of teachers. As long as children were under the age of 16, they could attend the school free of charge. In addition to Windmill Village, schools will also be built in Doan Town and Central Street. All bad boys under the age of 16 must attend school, and all gangsters over the age of 16 will be recruited into the guard team for training. Of course, these are just some of the many policies introduced by the Kingdom of Goa. In addition to people's livelihood, the improvement of laws and many problems left by the previous kings of the Kingdom of Goa will be dealt with. The emergence of these policies was all due to Xia Yu, a young traveler who suddenly came to Windmill Village. Knowing that Xia Yu was leaving and Green Rabbit would follow, Drewwby cried almost from beginning to end. At first, he didn't want to disturb the old village chief and some elders in the village who were chatting with Xia Yu. Seeing that Xia Yu and the others had finally calmed down, he quickly pulled Pu Luo over to Xia Yu and asked with a sob, "Xia Yu, will you come to Windmill Village again in the future?" "Of course." Xia Yu smiled and raised his hand to touch Drewwby's head. He really likes this sensible child who helps his mother with housework and attracts customers at such a young age. When he was a child, he was just like Drewwby. When he was 5 years old, he followed his mother to the farmland to dig sweet potatoes. Although the sweet potatoes he dug were almost never intact, he still enjoyed it. Because as long as he can do something to help his mother, he will feel accomplished. Really? Drewwby's eyes lit up when he heard that Xia Yu would come back. Not only Dory, but also the eyes of other villagers and Makina lit up. At this moment, a young man suddenly stood up and shouted, "Mr. Xia Yu, before you leave, could you please leave a message on the cobblestone under the banana tree?" Adventurers who came to Windmill Village in the past always left a message as a souvenir. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the approval of many villagers. However, village chief Willful stood up somewhat abnormally and looked at the red rabbit sitting next to Xia Yu, polishing his canvas shoes as if no one was around. He said unhappily, "What else do you have to say?" The red rabbit threw the pebble into the sky. As soon as the voice of Willful village chief fell, a picture from the future suddenly flashed before Xia Yu's eyes. In the picture, an old man with long and thick golden hair, holding a ship's rudder on his head, stepped on a huge pebble and fell from the sky to the door of the tavern. Then, lines of earth coiling rose from the ground, covering the entire Windmill Village. Immediately afterwards, Dory was grabbed by the neck by the blonde old man and lifted up, and threatened Makina and village chief Willful to tell them who threw the pebble. Chapter 068. After capturing the image from the future, Xia Yu calmly looked up at the night sky. Obviously, the huge island that floated over the Windmill Village during the day was the floating island where the golden lion Shiki was, and the pebble that the red rabbit threw there was a little too hard, and it probably fell down again after passing the floating island. It is not difficult to see from the future scene where Shiki falls from the sky with a pebble under his feet that the pebble may have caused Shiki some trouble. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is that there are words engraved on the pebble. He had noticed it before. The pebble was not just placed under the banana trees as a decoration, but also the sign of the Makina Tavern, because it was engraved with the words Windmill Village Banquet Bar. However, although he captured the images from the future and knew that Shiki would come to Windmill Village for revenge, he was not sure when Shiki would arrive. Because the future scene he just captured was not captured in a battle. If you capture something that will happen in the future during a battle, it will soon become a reality, but the scene he just captured may very likely happen tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, or even longer. This means that unless he stays in Windmill Village, the pebble thrown by Red Rabbit is likely to bring disaster to the villagers of Windmill Village. Thinking of this, Xia Yu regained his composure and said to Makina, who had been sitting quietly beside him, "Makina, go get a clean, empty bottle." "Good." Makina didn't hesitate at all. He immediately stood up and ran into the pub. He took a clean, empty bottle from the wine cabinet and returned to Xia Yu. "Mr. Xia Yu, what are you doing with the empty bottle?" Seeing Xia Yu looking at the empty bottle, Duolei, who had stopped sobbing at the news that Xia Yu would come back, immediately asked curiously, "Do you like collecting empty bottles too?" Xia Yu shook his head and smiled, "You'll know in a moment." As he spoke, Xia Yu placed the empty bottle in front of him, and his eyes swept over the villagers present, finally stopping at Makina. Without waiting for Makina to react, Xia Yu suddenly raised her hand, pulled a hair from her head and put it into the bottle. Immediately afterwards, an invisible and powerful pressure suddenly burst out from his body. My hawk, who was being dragged by two old men from Windmill Village to drink, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He immediately turned his head to look at Xia Yu, his eyes wide open, and asked, "Xia Yu, what are you going to do?" "I didn't do anything." Xia Yu blinked, and an even more powerful pressure burst out unscrupulously, and then was suppressed by Xia Yu with both hands, and finally turned into a ball of energy filled with destructive power. My hawk could no longer sit still after watching this scene. He stood up and glared at Xia Yu. "Why are you releasing Conqueror's Haki? These are just ordinary villagers. They can't handle your conquerors. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." Xia Yu wore a warm smile and said something shocking, "I just saw some images of the future. I mixed some Conqueror's Haki into a bottle and left it for Windmill Village just in case." "Hand rub Conqueror's Haki." My hawk seemed to have misheard, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "Putting Haki in a bottle? How is that even possible?" Without waiting for my hawk to finish his words, Xia Yu threw the Haki energy ball he had rubbed out with his hands into the wine bottle and quickly plugged the bottle mouth with a cork. Done. After putting the Conqueror's Haki into the bottle, Xia Yu looked up at Makina and said, "Take good care of this bottle. Don't break it. If after we leave, an old man with a ship's rudder on his head comes to Windmill Village to cause trouble and threaten the safety of the villagers, you will smash the bottle in front of him. Your hair acts as a medium in the bottle. Anyone you wish to attack will be suppressed accurately by the Conqueror's Haki in the bottle, preventing anyone else from being harmed." Although Makina was confused, she still took the bottle and held it in her arms as if it were a treasure. As long as it was something Xia Yu instructed her to do, she didn't need to understand it, she just had to do it. My hawk's mouth twitched slightly when he heard Xia Yu's words. "Xia Yu, are you serious? Putting Conqueror's Haki into a bottle and suppressing the target accurately? Are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm joking?" Xia Yu tilted her head to look at my hawk. "Do you think I don't understand Conqueror's Haki?" My hawk retorted, his eyes filled with anticipation. Xia Yu smiled and said, "You may possess Conqueror's Haki, but when it comes to using Conqueror's Haki, you're like a frog in a well looking up at the moon. When you jump out of the well, into the realm of Conqueror's Haki, you'll find that seeing me will be like a mayfly seeing the sky." "What did you say?" My hawk's fury instantly flared up, and he grabbed the hilt of the black knife with his backhand. He said in a deep voice, "Frog in the well? How dare you call me a frog in the well? Duel, Xia Yu." Xia Yu grabbed a burning firewood and said, "Come." Having said that, Xia Yu stood up and confronted my hawk. "You." My hawk almost laughed out of anger as he watched Xia Yu grab the firewood and stand up. At this moment, the green rabbit came running over happily, tilted its head and looked left and right at Xia Yu and my hawk, with a frightened expression, as if it was frightened by something. The red rabbit, who had been polishing his canvas shoes and ignoring everyone, suddenly stood up, pulled the green rabbit to his side and sat down again. When the villagers saw my hawk and Xia Yu arguing with each other again, they surprisingly did not step forward to dissuade them. Instead, they raised their bottles and shouted, "Drink, drink!" Some even played rock paper scissors, with the winner drinking and the loser staring blankly. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop them, but it had happened more than once. At first, they were really worried that the two would fight, but every time it was just a lot of noise but little action, so they gradually got used to it. Of course, they are not stupid. They could sense that my hawk really wanted to fight Xia Yu, while Xia Yu was just playing around, which always made my hawk so angry that he would blow his nose and glare. "Come on!" Seeing my hawk standing there motionless, Xia Yu raised the fire stick in his hand. "Haven't you always wanted to learn swordsmanship from me? It just so happens that I'm starting the next leg of my journey tomorrow, so I'll fulfill your wish before I leave. Don't just stand there, come on!" "You really?" Looking at Xia Yu, who was holding a fire stick and talking nonsense seriously, my hawk really wanted to draw his sword and chop this evil traveler to death. It would be fine to call him a frog in the well, but he actually used a fire stick as a sword. For him as a swordsman, this was no different from mocking him as a frog in the well. As the saying goes, the strong cannot be humiliated. He must have a word with Xia Yu tonight. Thinking of this, my hawk grabbed the black knife in his hand and immediately handed it to the green rabbit sitting next to the red rabbit for safekeeping. He also picked up a wooden stick with a burning flame and said in a deep voice, "See you on the beach." After saying that, my hawk turned around and walked towards the beach without hesitation. Isn't it just using a wooden stick as a sword? As the world's #1 swordsman, how could he be stumped by this? Chapter 069. The next morning, my hawk sat upright in the hotel room, looking at the sky gradually brightening outside the window, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart. Although Xia Yu kept her promise and went to the beach with him last night, the ending is really hard to describe. He had already known for sure that Xia Yu would bring up the game of rock paper scissors first and was mentally prepared, but he never expected that Xia Yu would suddenly change his tactics and want to compete with him in skipping stones on water first. To put it simply, Xia Yu wanted to compete with him to see whose water float could float farther. Xia Yu's reasoning was that rock paper scissors was really about who had the better observation haki, and the outcome was self-evident: he lost. So there was no point in continuing the game. The competition of skipping stones is about seeing who has the stronger armament haki. The ending is still self-evident: he lost. Fortunately, although the villagers had come to join in the fun, because of the darkness, they didn't see how far the water floats they threw went. Otherwise, he would definitely die on the spot again. Because the first float he threw only floated a few dozen meters away. In the end, he still failed to get his wish to compete with Xia Yu. In fact, it doesn't matter whether I can compete with Xia Yu now. The important thing is that he couldn't figure out why he agreed to play rock paper scissors and skipping stones with Xia Yu, and he inexplicably felt that this was life. My hawk couldn't understand why he had such a thought. After the bonfire party, he couldn't sleep when he returned to the hotel. After thinking carefully for a whole night, he finally saw a few crooked big words in the morning light coming in from the window: observation haki. Thinking of this, my hawk stopped sitting there and immediately stood up, grabbed the black knife beside him, opened the door and walked out. Although he had guessed that he might have been influenced by Xia Yu's observation haki, he still wanted to find Xia Yu to ask clearly. "Xia Yu, what are you doing?" As soon as he walked out of the door, my hawk saw Xia Yu sneaking out of the room with 2 rabbits, which made his eyes widen in surprise. "Lie." Xia Yu made a quiet gesture and said in a low voice, "Let's go quickly while the villagers are still asleep." After saying that, Xia Yu quickly ran towards the corridor while my hawk was hesitant to speak. Seeing this, my hawk did not hesitate and quickly followed. Soon the 2 men and 2 rabbits arrived at the dock. Xia Yu originally wanted to quietly leave before the villagers got up to start the next stop of the journey, because what he hated most was the scene of parting. As a traveler, he must be free and easy. But he still miscalculated. Because at this time the dock was already crowded with people. Not only did all the villagers of Windmill Village gather at the dock, but also civilians from Duan Town and the center. What Xia Yu didn't expect the most was that Sally was also standing at the front of the dock accompanied by several palace guards. After spending more than 10 minutes saying goodbye to the villagers and Sally and others, Xia Yu successfully boarded the traveler. Standing on the deck, Xia Yu turned to look at the dense crowd of people gathered at the dock, and waved with a heroic gesture. Though the stars may have dispersed, the mountains remain. Goodbye everyone. Goodbye, Mr. Xia Yu. Maki Na hugged the bottle of Conqueror's Haki that Xia Yu gave her tightly, her eyes full of reluctance. Sally did the same, not caring at all about her image as the queen now, and kept waving goodbye. In fact, the person who is most grateful to Xia Yu is Sally. If Xia Yu had not appeared, her final fate would have been to become someone else's wedding dress, and from then on she would have to follow her husband, stay at home to take care of him and raise children, and it would have been impossible for her to become a queen. The one who cried the loudest and was most reluctant was naturally Duolei. But what he really couldn't bear to part with was the green rabbit, not Xia Yu. After all, children don't have so many thoughts. They like whoever they like and never hide it. With Xia Yu's departure, Windmill Village returned to its former tranquility. The villagers continued to work as usual and chatted as usual. Not much changed because of Xia Yu's departure. As night fell, the villagers gathered at the tavern as usual. Several young men and women even called out Mr. Xia Yu as they pushed the door open. After seeing that there was no such figure in the tavern, they all felt a brief moment of discomfort and their expressions gradually became a little lonely. Mr. Xia Yu has left. Looking at the young men and women standing there frozen in place, Maki Na kept smiling, but his eyes habitually looked towards the place where Xia Yu usually sat. Only after being reminded by Maki Na's voice did they react. At this moment, other villagers also walked into the tavern. In a short while, the pub was packed with people. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of the past, although the tavern was now full of people, they all remained silent, as if they had lost something and didn't know what to do. Finding the atmosphere in the pub a bit depressing, Maki Na took the initiative to start a conversation. Soon, under Maki Na's leadership, the atmosphere in the pub gradually became lively, with laughter and joyful chattering. Looking at the villagers who had returned to their former cheerfulness, Maki Na fell silent. She stood alone at the bar, gradually losing her mind as she looked at the bottle of wine Xia Yu had left for her. Sudden! A loud bang was heard from outside the tavern, and then a huge wave of energy rushed out, instantly blowing the tavern door away and smashing it to the ground. Ha 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 ha, is this the banquet bar? Before the villagers in the tavern could react, evil laughter rang out outside the tavern. As the laughter died down, a figure floated in from outside, stepping on 2 long swords, scanning the people in the tavern with sharp eyes, and shouted murderously, "Garp, get out here!" The one who broke into the tavern was none other than Golden Lion Shiki, who was nearly hit by the Red Rabbit with a pebble. The sudden change caused the tavern to fall into silence in an instant, and all the villagers turned their eyes to the uninvited guest. Maki Na is no exception. However, when she saw that the person who rushed into the tavern stepping on 2 long swords was an old man with a ship's rudder on his head and long golden hair that was about to drag on the ground, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink, and the words Xia Yu said when he handed the bottle of wine to her for safekeeping rang in her ears. "Mr. Xia Yu, can you really see the future?" Looking at the strange man with the rudder on his head appearing in the tavern, Maki Na instinctively took the bottle of wine that Xia Yu gave her to keep in her arms, and then stared at the blonde strange man as if facing a great enemy. "Who are you?" At this moment, village chief Whoop, who had been drinking a few more glasses because he was reluctant to see Xia Yu leave Windmill Village so suddenly, stood up and said angrily, "If you want to find Garp, go to Naval Headquarters. He's not here. Not here." Shiki looked around the tavern and said sternly, "Impossible. If he wasn't there, how could the pebble outside fly to the floating island? Quick, call him here immediately. Otherwise, you will all die, ha 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 ha." As Shiki laughed loudly, the ground suddenly shook violently. Immediately afterwards, the tavern's stairs collapsed with a loud bang, and the roof was pulled by some powerful force and spun wildly, and in an instant it became a pretzel shape and stood on one side. Without waiting for the villagers to react, Shiki suddenly waved his hand and shouted coldly, "Lion Majesty, earth coiling. Rumble." Once again, the ground was overturned and flew up by some great force with a roar, and then rolled up pillars of mud to cover all the villagers in the tavern. At first glance, it looked like a huge lion's head appeared out of thin air, staring at the villagers in the tavern whose roof was lifted up. This was a strategy Indigo gave to Shiki, to control the villagers of Windmill Village and threaten Garp. As long as he can control these villagers, as long as Garp cares about their lives, Shiki will be invincible and can vent his anger. Of course, if something unexpected happens, Shiki can also kill all the villagers and make Garp feel guilty forever. It's a murder and a heartbreaker. Shiki feels like he's going to make a lot of money this time. So he came. Chapter 070. The villagers of Windmill Village obviously did not expect that such a terrifying old man would suddenly come to kill them. After seeing the ferocious lion heads rising from the ground around the tavern, they finally came to their senses. Then, some villagers immediately ran behind Chief Wupu, while others rushed to the bar and hid next to Makina. "Garp, come out, ha 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 ha." Looking at the trembling villagers, Shiki laughed his signature laugh with great satisfaction. "The grudge between you and me must be settled. Garp's really not here." A middle-aged villager bravely stood up and said loudly to Shiki, "Also, he didn't throw the pebble, but..." "Don't say that." Before the middle-aged villager could finish his words, Drewwby suddenly jumped out of the crowd. He glared at Shiki with a fearless expression. "That pebble was thrown by Lord Drewwby. Lord Dori." Shiki turned his head to look at Dori, and asked with murderous intent, "Who is it?" "Me." Dori mustered up the courage to take a step forward. "Just you? You're looking for death." A cold shout suddenly erupted. The next second, Shiki grabbed Dori's neck and lifted him up easily, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. "Garp. I know you're here. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you're not here after 3 seconds, I'll kill everyone here. Put him down." At this moment, Makina, who was standing at the bar, suddenly spoke up. She immediately grabbed the bottle of wine Xia Yu had left for her and rushed to Shiki. She looked up at Shiki without any fear and said, "Put down Dori. He didn't throw that pebble." "Oh." Shiki's eyes glowed red as he stared at Makina, who dared to look him in the eye. He said in a deep voice, "Then tell me, who threw it?" "Don't tell me it was you who threw it, ha 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 ha." "Yes, that's me." Makina took a step forward under immense pressure, her expression gradually becoming colder, and she assumed the posture of a powerful woman. Her voice gradually turned colder. "Do you dare to put down Dori and fight me? I can defeat you with just this bottle." As he spoke, Makino raised the bottle in his hand and looked at Shiki with a burning gaze, his eyes filled with unprecedented confidence. Although she didn't know how strong the conqueror's Haki in the bottle was, she believed in Xia Yu. Xia Yu can see what will happen in the future, which means that the conqueror's Haki in this bottle will definitely be able to suppress this strange old man. However, because Drewwby was caught by the other party, she did not dare to smash the bottle rashly. She could only stabilize the other party and let him let go of Drewwby. "Ha ha ha ha, you can defeat me with a wine bottle." Facing Makina's confident gaze, Shiki felt as if he had heard the funniest joke. Okay, okay, then let me see if you can do it. As he said that, Shiki threw Dori away with a flick of his hand, and at the same time, his big hand grabbed Makina at lightning speed. As a former powerful figure on this sea, he had long since seen that Makina was just an ordinary person with no skills. The reason he dared to speak out at this time was simply to save the little boy he had captured. It didn't matter to him who he killed first or later. To him, from the moment he appeared here, all the villagers here were already dead. But that would be boring. Now that someone has stepped forward to act as a savior, he must take this opportunity to let these people know what cruelty and despair are. However, just as he threw the dolii, Makina suddenly raised the bottle and smashed it hard at his feet. Bang! The wine bottle shattered, and a ball containing terrifying energy rolled out. Before Shiki could grab Makina, the ball suddenly collapsed. The next second, there was a loud hum and the spherical object exploded. Immediately, a nearly materialized power rushed out and enveloped him completely, causing the void in front of him to continuously emit low-frequency vibrations. His big hand that was grabbing Makina stopped in mid-swing, and his body lost the ability to move in an instant. He froze in place, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe and he could suffocate at any time. This is... The sudden burst of terrifying power made Shiki's pupils shrink, and then he stared at Makina in disbelief. Conqueror's Haki. Boom! As soon as Shiki finished speaking, low-frequency vibrations were heard in the air again, and then an overwhelming impact came towards him and hit him, causing him to rise uncontrollably from the dry land and soar into the sky. How? Possible? After his body flew uncontrollably into the sky, Shiki widened his eyes in horror, and lost his voice again as he listened to the whirring sound that continued to come from his ears. At the same time, on the floating island, Indigo stood alone in front of a building, staring in the direction of East Blue. Although the floating island has flown away from East Blue, he knows the ability of Shiki's fruit and knows that Shiki must have arrived at East Blue Windmill Village at this time. All he had to do next was wait for Shiki to return with his revenge on Guy. Because his plan is very thorough, Garp, as the righteous Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, will definitely not ignore the villagers of Windmill Village. This way, Garp will be pinned down and become the target of Shiki's teasing. Suddenly, Indigo's eyes lit up and he quickly stood up and looked up at the sky ahead. He saw a figure high in the sky in front of him, breaking through the clouds and passing over the floating island. After drawing a perfect and elegant arc in the sky, it fell straight towards his location. As expected of you, Admiral. You completed your revenge plan so quickly. Looking at the figure that drew a perfect arc in the air and flew straight towards him, Indigo's eyes were full of admiration. But he soon realized something was wrong. Because the figure didn't seem to be flying, but falling in free fall? What's going on? After making sure that he was not seeing things, Indigo could no longer sit still and immediately rushed towards the direction where the figure fell. Before he could reach the place where the figure fell, the figure had already crashed to the ground. The shock wave caused by landing overturned a forest, and he was almost swept up again. Admiral, was he thrown back? Watching the figure crash into the woods ahead, creating a large crater in the ground, Indigo felt a slight suffocation. After a brief moment of shock, he didn't dare to delay and dodged immediately. Admiral, adult. When Indigo came to Shiki who was lying in the big pit, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because Shiki lying in the pit was in a very bad condition, his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen some incredible scene, and his body was stiff, as if he had lost consciousness. Admiral, what is going on? Indigo didn't bother to think too much. He immediately leaned over and picked up Shiki. While patting Shiki's face, he shouted anxiously, Admiral, wake up quickly. Cough. Amid Indigo's slapping and shouting, Shiki suddenly coughed dryly, and his dull eyes regained a little vitality. Seeing this, Indigo quickly asked, Admiral, were you defeated by Garp again. Don't ask. Shiki weakly grasped Indigo's arm, his expression still dull, and he spoke incoherently, "It's not Garp, it's a woman in the bar. Get out of here! Get out of here!" Chapter 71. At this moment, Shiki felt a little lucky that he had survived the disaster, but at the same time he felt deep despair in his heart. Because the Conqueror's Haki that knocked him back to the floating island was ridiculously strong. If the opponent wanted to kill him, they could use Conqueror's Haki to suppress him and let him die on the spot instead of choosing to knock him away. Who is that woman? Shiki was brought back to the house by Indigo and lay on the bed. He was so weak that even though he had escaped the danger, he was still frightened when the figure of the woman appeared in front of him. As a former legend of the sea, he had seen countless powerful beings, many of whom possessed top-tier Conqueror's Haki. For example, Captain Rox, whom he had once served, and Roger, the pirate king who succeeded Rox, possessed the most terrifying Conqueror's Haki of any powerful being he had ever encountered. However, even as powerful as the former overlord of the sea, Rox, and the pirate king Roger who marched all the way to Raftel, the Conqueror's Haki they possessed could not compare with the Conqueror's Haki released by the woman in Windmill Village. Admiral, adult. At this moment, Indigo pushed open the door and walked in, saying cautiously, "We are now above the Grand Line. That woman shouldn't chase us." Shiki rolled over and got off the bed, his expression extremely serious. "Until our revenge plan is complete, try not to go to East Blue in the future. That woman is terrifying. Her Conqueror's Haki is even more powerful than Captain Rox back then, and even more powerful than Roger's." Windmill Village. Inside the tavern with its roof blown off, a group of villagers looked in the same direction with dull expressions. Everything that happened before was so magical that they all thought they were hallucinating. "Machina, what just happened?" Suddenly, the voice of village chief Wupu broke the silence. As village chief Wupu spoke, everyone's attention in the tavern immediately shifted from the sky to Machina. Although Machina believed Xia Yu wouldn't lie to her, she still found it a little hard to believe. Just using Conqueror's Haki in a bottle to knock that weird old man away was too much. You know, the strength displayed by that weird old man just now is enough to be described as shocking, but such a powerful weird old man was actually blown away by the Conqueror's Haki in the bottle? After a brief moment of shock, Machina regained his composure and met the villagers' gazes awkwardly. "It's not me. It's Mr. Xia Yu. I see." Suddenly, Puluo jumped out from the crowd and said, "Mr. Xia Yu gave Machina a bottle of wine before he left. I thought I heard Xia Yu say that it contained Conqueror's Haki? Haki even refuted it at that time." "Plo, don't be rude." Hearing that Poro was imitating Xia Yu and calling Mihawk by his nickname, Poro's mother quickly corrected him, "That's Mr. Mihawk. He's not here again." Pro curled his lips. Machina didn't say anything else. He looked down at the broken pieces of wine bottle on the ground, and the figure of the traveler appeared in front of him. Rather than the fact that the Conqueror's Haki in the bottle blew the strange old man away, she was even more shocked by the fact that Xia Yu could actually predict that the strange old man would appear in Windmill Village, and she was even more certain that the Conqueror's Haki in the bottle would definitely blow him away. At the same time, a middle-aged man in the bar took advantage of everyone's attention being focused on Machina and stood up and walked out without making a sound. Soon, the middle-aged man returned to his home. After quickly walking into the bedroom and taking out a den mushi from the secret compartment in the closet, the middle-aged man dialed the number without hesitation. After a brief silence, a deep voice came from the den mushi, "Stock, you're contacting me at this time. Is there something wrong with Windmill Village?" "It's me." The middle-aged man named Stoke straightened up subconsciously and continued, "Drewwby, there is a piece of news I think I need to tell you right away." There was no response from the other side, obviously waiting for Stoke's next words. Just a few minutes ago, a strange old man came to Windmill Village. He had blonde hair and a ship's rudder on his head. He had no feet, so he used 2 long swords instead. Oh, and this old man can fly. As soon as he entered the Machina tavern, he went looking for Garp. He said if Garp didn't come out, he would kill us all. He almost killed Dori in the process. After hearing Stokes' report, Durag, who was on the other side of the Den Mushi, frowned slightly. Why didn't you stop it? I didn't ask you to follow me to headquarters. I just wanted you to stay in Windmill Village to protect everyone for me and the old man. Before he could finish his words, Durag's expression suddenly changed. Wait, long golden hair? A ship's rudder on his head? Could it be the long-lost golden lion Shiki? Did he hurt the villagers? He didn't have time. Stok shook his head and recounted everything that happened in Windmill Village. At this time, Drago, who was already in a sea area of the Grand Line, began to change his calm expression after hearing the message from the Den Mushi. When he heard that the strange old man in the sky of Stok overturned the ground to form a huge lion head, he was sure that the one who appeared in the Windmill Village was the legendary pirate Shiki who had disappeared for many years. Of course it doesn't matter anymore. What shocked him most was the news that Machina had knocked Shiki away with Conqueror's Haki in a bottle. Who is Shiki? That was the king who pushed the pirate King Roger into a desperate situation and ultimately defeated him by the bad weather of the New World. Even if Shiki was injured and hit by the rudder in that naval battle that shocked the world, there was no way he could be defeated by Conqueror's Haki, and Conqueror's Haki in a bottle. However, he believed that Stok would not lie. Because Stok was a member of the self-defense forces back then, after he reorganized the self-defense forces into the Revolutionary Army, he arranged for Stok to return to Windmill Village because he was injured in a battle. One reason was to allow Stok to secretly collect intelligence on East Blue, and the other was that he would feel much more at ease with Stok staying in Windmill Village. Although he believed Stok, Durag couldn't help but blurt out, "Did you see Xia Yu put Conqueror's Haki into the bottle?" "Yes. I saw it with my own eyes." Stoker nodded vigorously. "I was there at the time. It's unbelievable." After receiving Stoker's affirmative answer, Durag took a deep breath, compressed Conqueror's Haki into a bottle. How did he do that? As the leader of the revolutionaries and one of the world's top powerful men, what kind of powerful men has he not seen? He could compress Conqueror's Haki into a bottle and even send the legendary pirates Shiki flying. Drago was certain that no one among all the powerful people he knew could do it. Chapter 072. Although Shiki's appearance was safe, some people were still dissatisfied with it. This person is naturally the village chief Wu Pu of Windmill Village. After leaving the pub, he quickly returned home cursing. The person he was cursing was not Shiki, who came to cause trouble and destruction and was eventually blown away, but Garp, who worked at the naval headquarters. Soon, village chief Up rushed back to his home, took out the Den Mushi that Garp left for him and dialed it. At the same time, naval headquarters, Garp, who had finished get off work, returned to his residence. This is a 2-story courtyard. Because Garp usually lives alone and he often drifts on the sea, the flowers and plants in the yard are hardly maintained. At first glance, it looks like no one has lived there for a long time. There is a parasol in the yard. There is a round table under the umbrella. Several big names from the naval headquarters sat around the round table. One of them is Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku, who still has a seagull hat on his head, leaning back in his chair comfortably, enjoying his rare leisure time. Sitting opposite Sengoku was a skinny old woman wearing a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral coat. She looked a little serious, as if she was thinking about something important. Of course, it could also be her habit. Because this unprepossessing old woman is the staff officer of Naval Headquarters, the user of the Paramecia wash fruit, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Sitting next to Vice Admiral Tsuru is Vice Admiral Jun, the candidate for Admiral of Headquarters, who has fair skin and long legs. Hina did not sit at the round table, but sat alone on a chair outside the parasol, holding a lady's cigarette between her fingers and facing away from the three people. Ah ha ha ha, this yard hasn't been this lively in a long time. At this moment, Garp came out of the house carrying a tray with several cups of hot tea. He walked to the round table with a big laugh and shouted to Hina, who was sitting alone at the side, "Hina, do me a favor and bring out the snacks from the kitchen." I'll go. Before Hina could react, a beautiful figure suddenly ran in from outside the courtyard gate. The girl who ran into the yard was a pink-faced girl, about 17 or 18 years old. She was pink because she was wearing a pink dress, had long golden hair, and a pink hat on her head. In short, besides her golden hair, even her skin was pink. Peacock, a naval headquarters staff officer and the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, was 1.80 meters tall and 18 years old. She was a trainee officer in the Naval Headquarters Officer Training Camp. Because of her connection to Vice Admiral Crane, she would graduate from Officer Training Camp with a rank of Major. Before the big guys in the yard could react, Peacock had already run in and skillfully brought 2 plates of snacks from the kitchen. Obviously, this was not the first time she came to Garp's house to eat. "Hina, what are you doing sitting there?" Peacock, who had come into the courtyard, tilted his head to glance at the self-pitying Hina and said jokingly, "What? Still thinking about that traveler of yours? If you really miss him, invite him to the naval headquarters. We can see what kind of man is able to melt the iceberg of the naval headquarters." Hearing this, before Hina could react, Vice Admiral Crane frowned. "Peacock, stop talking nonsense." No, Garp took over, staring at Sengoku with a burning gaze as if he had found a breakthrough. "I think Peacock's suggestion is very good." Sengoku didn't respond. However, although he didn't say it, he silently gave Peacock a thumbs up in his heart. Sengoku had, of course, noticed the changes in Hina since her return from East Blue. If Hina could bring the young traveler to naval headquarters, it would not only solve Hina's lifelong problems but also provide naval headquarters with a powerful new partner, a perfect win-win situation. This time, not only did Sengoku silently give a thumbs up in his heart, but even Jun looked at Hina with a smile on his face. "I think it's okay." Hearing that Jun had joined in the fun, Hina couldn't sit still anymore. She turned her head to look at the others, confusion flashing in her eyes. "Didn't Garp tell me that I'm in this situation because of Xia Yu's observation Haki? Why are you guys still holding on to this? Hina doesn't understand." "Hina, you, what did you call Mr. Garp?" Peacock couldn't help but chuckle. "Garp? Are you serious?" Jun and Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at each other. They were already used to Hina calling Garp brother, and Garp really enjoyed it. As expected, Garp laughed out loud again, enjoying himself. "Ah ha ha ha, I did say Xia Yu's observation Haki can influence others and even change their thoughts and consciousness, but that doesn't mean your change is entirely due to the influence of observation Haki." As soon as Garp finished speaking, the den mushi he had placed in the living room suddenly rang. As the sound of bulo bulo was heard, a familiar roar immediately came from the den mushi. "Garp! Where the hell have you been? Something big happened in Windmill Village." Although the den mushi was placed in the living room, the sound coming from it was still heard by everyone in the yard. Hearing that something big had happened in Windmill Village, Garp quickly put away his smile and ran into the living room to pick up the den mushi. As he returned to the yard, he anxiously asked, "What happened to Windmill Village?" "It's all because of you." The angry voice of village chief Whip came from the den mushi. "All your enemies have come to Windmill Village." "What?" Hearing what village chief Wupu said, Garp instantly panicked and shouted urgently to Sengoku and others, "The enemy has entered Windmill Village, what should we do?" "Mr. Garp, don't be so anxious." Jun stood up and said calmly, "Let's hear what's going on first." "Oh, right." Garp regained his composure in a split second and asked den mushi, "Tell me, what's going on?" Although village chief Whip was angry, he still told Garp everything that happened in Windmill Village. As village chief Wupu finished his story, the yard fell into deathly silence. Because the amount of information brought by village chief Wupu is really too huge. According to Up, Garp Sengoku and Psuru Vice Admiral can confirm that the one who appeared in Windmill Village was the great pirates Shiki, who disappeared without a trace after escaping from the deep-sea prison. However, they were more shocked by what happened next than Shiki's reappearance. Before leaving Windmill Village, Xia Yu left a bottle of Conqueror's Haki for Makina. And Makina was able to knock Shiki away with just the Conqueror's Haki in the bottle? As powerful as Garp, as wise as Sengoku and Chief of Staff Crane, they all looked at each other in bewilderment at this moment. Because this kind of thing is so horrifying, a young traveler not only foresaw that Shiki would appear in Windmill Village, but also prepared in advance to put Conqueror's Haki into bottles. Most importantly, Xia Yu was able to foresee Shiki's appearance, which shows that he is very familiar with Shiki's strength and is very confident in the Conqueror's Haki he left behind. Just using a bottled Conqueror's Haki to knock Shiki away, is this something a human can do? Ah ha ha ha. After a brief moment of shock, Garp, having confirmed that there were no villagers in Windmill Village holding him, smiled again. I know you're angry, but don't talk nonsense. Someone might be able to put Conqueror's Haki into a bottle, but it's impossible for anyone to blow away that blonde old man you mentioned just by doing that. Do you know who he is? He's the legendary pirates who broke into the naval headquarters alone and destroyed more than half of it. Also, do you know what Conqueror's Haki is? Unexpectedly, Garp questioned what he said, and Wupu became furious again. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Yes, I don't know what Conqueror's Haki is, but that's what Xia Yu said at the time. Oh, and that outsider with the big knife, his name was My Hawk. He even questioned Xia Yu's sudden release of Conqueror's Haki and questioned Xia Yu's actions. But the fact is, when Makina smashed the bottle, the energy ball Xia Yu had placed inside it exploded, sending the lion's head flying. Hiss! Garp gasped and asked, My Hawk was there? If that's true, then the wine Xia Yu put into the bottle might really be Conqueror's Haki. At this point, Garp suddenly turned his head to look at Sengoku, his expression slightly confused, but, is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Sengoku calmed down and said seriously, as long as the strength reaches a certain level, Conqueror's Haki will be strengthened accordingly. Didn't we once simply think that Conqueror's Haki could only serve as a deterrent in a Conqueror's entanglement? But now, the unstoppable red-haired Shanks in the New World can now cause physical damage through Conqueror's Haki, and the coverage area is constantly expanding. Based on this reasoning, it's not impossible to separate Conqueror's Haki and store it in a container. After a slight pause, a hint of barely perceptible horror crossed Sengoku's eyes. However, we all know that Conqueror's Haki cannot be improved through practice, it can only be strengthened by increasing one's own strength. How strong do you think one must be to achieve this? If all this is true, combined with what you've seen, this traveler clearly possesses the power to overturn the world. You must rush back to Windmill Village immediately and make sure to get to the bottom of this matter. Also, the reappearance of Shiki must be taken seriously. Chapter 073. The boat floats gently in the sea, with a cool breeze blowing towards us. The sea reflects the man rowing the boat with a knife. Hey, man with a knife, you are so majestic. On the deck of the traveler, which had already left the waters of Windmill Village, Xia Yu leaned back in his chair, humming a little tune in the evening breeze. On the round table in front of him were various snacks that the villagers of Windmill Village had secretly placed on the boat for him. He felt so comfortable. On the sea next to the traveler, the coffin boat also slowed down its speed as the traveler slowed down, always keeping a distance of several meters from the traveler. However, as the travel boat slowed down, the coffin boat's power plant could not move as slowly. In desperation, My Hawk stood up and used his black knife as a paddle again, moving his left hand to his right hand in a slow motion. In the past, he would not do this as long as there were people or ships on the sea. If some unlucky guy accidentally appeared in his sight and saw him rowing with a black knife, he would always have only one choice, to pick up the knife and chop, no matter who he was. But since he met Xia Yu, he no longer cares about these small details. It's just an image, it was already forgotten in Windmill Village. But what the hell is this song Xia Yu humming? A man rowing a boat with a knife? Mighty and majestic. When my hawk first heard the lyrics, "The little boat floats gently in the sea," he inexplicably thought it sounded nice. But the following lyrics were obviously adapted by Xia Yu on the spur of the moment, and were tailored to him. Listening to Xia Yu's hoarse voice and the lyrics that made him want to chop, my hawk's brows gradually furrowed, and the hand holding the handle of the knife exerted force. At this moment, the singing stopped abruptly. Then, a provocative voice came from the deck of the travel ship. "Hey, Hawkeye, can I ask you a question?" As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the green rabbit immediately ran to the side of the tour boat, blinking a pair of big carslan eyes and looking down at my hawk condescendingly. Seeing this, my hawk, who had already decided that Xia Yu must strike today regardless of whether he agreed or not, quickly put away his knife and said indifferently, "What's the problem? I've always been curious about one thing." Xia Yu walked over to the boat and stood shoulder to shoulder with Green Rabbit. "Your boat doesn't even have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. What will you do if a rainstorm hits? Will you sit on your strongest throne with a cool demeanor and let the wind and rain come upon you, or will you stand up, roll up your sleeves, and shout, 'Let the storm come even harder'? What do you mean?" My hawk suddenly felt something was wrong. "Really?" Xia Yu smiled faintly and said calmly, "I just captured what's about to happen through observation Haki. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a rainstorm in 3 minutes. I saw you standing in the storm, a little embarrassed. It seems that Green Rabbit likes you since we've known each other for a while. How about you come and take shelter on my boat first?" Hearing this, my hawk subconsciously looked up at the sky. If he were in New World, he might have believed Xia Yu's words. After all, the weather in New World and the first half of the Grand Line is capricious and very bad. It is common to experience storms, thunderstorms, and even rain and snow within an hour. But this is East Blue, and the climate is far less harsh. However, my hawk was still a little panicked in his heart, but his face remained calm. "No need." Rumble. Just as my hawk finished speaking, a deafening thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and then lightning tore through the sky, like silver snakes connecting heaven and earth, illuminating the originally dark sky as bright as day. "Really?" Xia Yu looked up at the sky and saw a group of rolling black clouds floating in the sky. He felt inexplicably expectant and sincerely hoped that the storm would be even more violent. After all, not everyone can see my hawk getting soaked in a storm. My hawk didn't bother talking to Xia Yu anymore. He turned around and walked to the throne and sat down. His body was a little stiff. Xia Yu was also very straightforward. "Pupu, pack up your things, let's go into the cabin." Xia Yu had just walked into the cabin with the Green Rabbit holding a bunch of snacks when heavy rain poured down, splashing on the deck with a crackling sound. The whistling sea breeze and the sound of thunder and rain outside the window made Xia Yu inexplicably sleepy. Seeing Red Rabbit sitting cross-legged on the sofa and polishing his canvas shoes tirelessly, Xia Yu didn't bother him. He walked to the sofa by the window and lay down. The storm lasted for a full half-hour. Half an hour later, the storm died down, but the heavy rain continued. Lying on the sofa listening to the sound of thunder and rain, Yu fell asleep without knowing when. The Green Rabbit was running around in the cabin, and no one knew what it was doing. The Red Rabbit didn't change much, maintaining the same posture as Xia Yu walked into the cabin, wiping his canvas shoes rhythmically. Suddenly, there was a slight sound from the deck outside. Then, my hawk, drenched by the heavy rain, stood in front of the cabin door. My hawk didn't enter the cabin immediately, but bent down slightly to take a look inside. Seeing Xia Yu lying on the sofa and already asleep, he didn't hesitate anymore and walked into the cabin, covered in rain. Wow! Seeing the soaked my hawk walk into the cabin, the green rabbit's eyes widened instantly. Then, he flashed in front of my hawk with a hair dryer. Before my hawk could react, the sound of a hair dryer flashed by, and his clothes were dried in an instant. Sure enough, the most considerate one is still the green rabbit. My hawk patted the cloak that was still a little warm after being dried, then raised his hand and touched the green rabbit's head, his eyes full of gratitude. After seeing green rabbit's happy expression, my hawk also smiled for the first time. He immediately signaled green rabbit not to wake up Xia Yu, and walked to another sofa and sat down. The green rabbit didn't sit down, but brought my hawk a bottle of whiskey. MMM. My hawk felt like he was about to melt. Although Xia Yu is shameless and the red rabbit is hateful, the green rabbit is really good. Just as my hawk took the wine and was about to take a couple of sips to warm himself up, the red rabbit who had been diligently polishing his shoes suddenly raised his head. Without waiting for my hawk to react, the red rabbit suddenly flashed in front of him and snatched the bottle from his hand at lightning speed. Then, it stared at my hawk provocatively with wide eyes, and its anger level began to rise subtly. Surprisingly, my hawk did not take it seriously. Instead, he took out a shoe magazine from his arms and handed it to Red Rabbit like magic. The moment Red Rabbit saw the shoe magazine, his eyes lit up. The next second, the magazine was snatched away by Red Rabbit, and my hawk had a bottle of wine in his hand. Chapter 074. It's okay. My hawk breathed a sigh of relief again. He had secretly bought this magazine from the owner of the shoe store before leaving Windmill Village, just for this moment. After spending some time together, he had a good understanding of Red Rabbit's temperament. As long as he didn't destroy Red Rabbit's canvas shoes and shoe magazines, Red Rabbit would be very stable. Even if Red Rabbit suddenly lost his temper, as long as he had the canvas shoes and shoe magazines in hand, he could avoid an unnecessary conflict. Oh, and carrots. Thinking of this, my hawk took out 2 carrots from his arms like a magic trick and gave them to the green rabbit. The green rabbit happily took the carrots and gave one to the red rabbit, but the red rabbit didn't take it. Seeing this scene, my hawk inexplicably envied Xia Yu. It would be fine if he had a red rabbit as a thug, but he also had such a caring green rabbit, and there was only a group of armed baboons near the castle where he lived. They are all loners, why is there such a big gap between them? Suddenly, my hawk grabbed the bottle and stood up, looking outside the cabin with a slightly panicked look. Outside the window, a storm started to blow on the sea again. Pulled by the storm, the travel ship is breaking through the waves at an astonishing speed, speeding towards an unknown direction. Xia Yu. Noticing the ship's speed increasing and the hull shaking violently, my hawk, disregarding the shame of having shamelessly run to the cabin to avoid the rain, shouted to Xia Yu lying on the sofa, "The ship has deviated from its course. If it's off, it's off." Xia Yu turned over and said to Kide, unconcerned, "Go wherever you want to go. Don't disturb me, I want to sleep until dawn." Before he could finish his words, Xia Yu suddenly sat up, looking at my hawk standing across from him with some surprise. After a moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Don't you think you don't need it? It's not pleasant to get soaked by the rain. Since you're already here, come sit down and have a drink with me. It would be a shame not to play a couple of rounds of rock paper scissors on such a beautiful day. Forget it, let's try something else. Rock paper scissors is too childish. Let's play liar's dice. Who wants to play liar dice with you?" My hawk's facial muscles twitched. "Isn't it just as childish?" Xia Yu blinked. "Don't underestimate this game. It's a game where skill is more important than luck. It not only tests your observation, analysis, and disguise abilities, but also requires you to possess strong endurance, reaction, and calculation abilities. 10 minutes later, my hawk glanced at the dice in his bowl and said cautiously, 5 sixes. Xia Yu didn't even look at his dice and simply said, 6 sixes. Open. My hawk opened the bowl decisively without hesitation, and said seriously, I only have 1 6 here. I don't believe that all 5 of your dice are sixes. Xia Yu smiled confidently, you are really smart. Seeing Xia Yu's 5 dice all showing sixes, my hawk almost vomited 2 kilograms of Moxia Wang, Huxia Mao Su Wang, and said unconvincedly, come again. Just like that, the sound of 5 sixes, 7 fives continued to echo in the cabin. Unconsciously, the heavy rain outside the cabin gradually weakened and finally disappeared completely. After playing big liar dice for a few hours and drinking a few bottles of wine, Xia Yu and my hawk each lay down on a sofa and fell asleep. In the end, the only sound in the cabin was the chattering sound. The next morning, my hawk woke up first. My hawk found himself falling asleep in Xia Yu's cabin. Suddenly he remembered his own boat and immediately rushed to the deck. Seeing that the coffin boat was not swept away by the waves and was still firmly tied to the travel ship, my hawk jumped off the deck without hesitation and prepared to leave the distance from the travel ship to avoid being seen by Xia Yu that he had the audacity to stay overnight on the travel ship. However, he soon discovered that after drifting all night, the travel ship had actually docked at the shore, and a village that looked like a fairyland on earth came into his sight without warning. What is this place? At this moment, Xia Yu's voice suddenly came from the deck of the tour boat, the scenery is beautiful, even better than the windmill village. Pupu, Kirilenko, prepare to disembark and start our new journey. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu had already jumped down. The green rabbit followed closely behind, carrying a box of Baileys given by the king of Goa and the royal ministers, and at the end he did not forget to turn around and wave to my hawk. Although my hawk was extremely reluctant, his body was very honest. He flashed to the side of the green rabbit and stood shoulder to shoulder with it. However, just as he walked to the green rabbit, the red rabbit pushed him with its butt and pushed him back. Before my hawk could react, the green rabbit suddenly opened its eyes wide and looked at the red rabbit in disbelief. What the red rabbit was holding at this moment was not canvas shoes or magazines, but a suitcase. He was so familiar with this suitcase. He still remembered that before being pulled into this world by that mysterious force, he had just escaped from prison with Red Rabbit. At that time, Red Rabbit was holding this suitcase. However, after arriving in this world, Red Rabbit's suitcase disappeared. At that time he thought the Red Rabbit was lost, but he didn't expect that the Red Rabbit would be holding it in his hand at this moment. Xia Yu also looked back at this time and saw that Red Rabbit was also holding a suitcase. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes and he asked, "Is this your suitcase?" The Red Rabbit raised his head proudly and opened the suitcase. As the suitcase opened, Xia Yu saw a neat row of carrots. Without waiting for Xia Yu to react, Red Rabbit immediately closed the suitcase and then opened it again. When the suitcase was opened again, the carrots inside disappeared, and were replaced by gold bars that shone brightly. This time, Red Rabbit was satisfied and did not close the suitcase immediately. Instead, he proudly met Xia Yu's gaze, as if to say, "I am very rich." "Pupu, put away our Bailey." Xia Yu didn't hesitate at all and said, "Kirilenko will pay for all the expenses today." "Hello." Suddenly, a timid voice came from in front of them. Following the sound, I saw a little girl of 8 or 9 years old with her big eyes open, looking at the strange combination in front of her with curiosity. "Hello." Xia Yu smiled warmly and politely, "I'm a traveler. I got lost in a storm at sea last night and ended up here by accident. Can you tell me where this place is?" Hearing that Xia Yu was a traveler, the little girl relaxed her guard. "This is Kikxining village." "Kikxining village?" Xia Yu blinked. "Are you sure it's Kikxining village, and not Kikxia village? Kakozia village is across the street." The little girl waved her finger at an island that was barely visible across the street and continued, "This place is called Kirilenko." Hearing this, Xia Yu blinked in confusion. When he first heard the word Kokuxi, he thought he had accidentally come to Kokuxi village. Wait, even if this is not Kokuxi village, it is still near Kokuxi village. And Kokuxi village should be quite far away from Windmill village. Because in the original novel, after setting off from Windmill village, the ship passed through Shields Town, Orange Town, West Rob village, and the Sea Restaurant before reaching Kokuxi village. Given such a distance, how could the ship be carried from Windmill village to the waters near Kokuxi village by a storm and current in just one night? Although she was puzzled, Xia Yu didn't take it to heart. She still looked at the little girl with a smile on her face. "We are here for a trip. If possible, can you be our tour guide? We can pay a certain fee." As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the Red Rabbit took out a gold bar from the suitcase and threw it at the little girl's feet. Chapter 75. Hey! Xia Yu tilted her head to look at Red Rabbit. "You have money but can't find a place to spend it." Red Rabbit looked at Xia Yu in confusion, with an expression that said, "Didn't you say I'll pay today? That's too much." Xia Yu walked over, picked up the gold bar, and threw it to the Red Rabbit. He said to the Green Rabbit, "Pupu, give the little girl some Baileys. Don't give too much." The Green Rabbit nodded sensibly, took out a stack of Baileys from the box and ran quickly to the little girl. The little girl didn't react much when Xia Yu took the gold bars back, because she didn't have much idea about gold bars. But when she saw the Bailey that Green Rabbit handed to her, her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly took it and kept it carefully close to her body, as if she was afraid that Green Rabbit would change his mind. Then she smiled happily and said, "Come with me, our village is fun." Looking at the little girl running out happily, my hawk retracted his gaze to Xia Yu and took the initiative to ask, "You took the gold bars back because you were worried that they would bring her trouble?" Xia Yu smiled without saying a word, and quickly followed the little girl's footsteps and walked side by side with her. Seeing Xia Yu catching up, the little girl completely let down her guard, jumping and quickening her pace to run ahead of Xia Yu. In the morning light, two figures, one big and one small, were stretched out, making my hawk, a ruthless man who killed people without blinking an eye, feel a little warm for some reason. With the little girl as their guide, Xia Yu and his group entered Kirilenko village smoothly. Kirilenko village is much larger than Fengch village. Unlike the grassland, dairy cows and windmills in Fengch village, Kirilenko village mainly grows oranges. The orange trees all over the mountains are full of ripe oranges, which makes people feel accomplished just by looking at them. Upon learning that Xia Yu and his group were travelers, the villagers of Kirilenko village, who had originally been very wary of outsiders, quickly became enthusiastic. As the little girl brought Xia Yu and her group to her home, the villagers who heard the news quickly blocked the road outside her door. Many children in the village even climbed up the orange tree to peek around, focusing their attention on the Green Rabbit and the Red Rabbit, and whispering to each other. Seeing this scene, Xia Yu couldn't help but recall his university days as a volunteer teacher in a remote mountain village. As soon as he arrived at the village where the primary school was located, villagers rushed out of their homes and gathered on the school's bumpy playground, staring at him in wonder. Compared to Windmill village, the living habits in Kirilenko village are slightly more like the village where he lived as a child before traveling through time. When the little girl's mother learned that Xia Yu had given her a guide fee of 10,000 peso, she immediately asked the little girl to hand over the money to Xia Yu. Of course Xia Yu would not accept it. After some refusals, the little girl's parents finally accepted the fee, then ran to the yard, grabbed the old hen from the chicken coop, which they were reluctant to eat, and threw it into the pot. At the dinner table, the scene that made my hawk wish he could find a hole to crawl into appeared again. Because the little girl's father also likes to drink, after he brought the wine to the table, Xia Yu felt that it was boring to just drink and eat, so she pulled the little girl's father to play rock paper scissors. What my hawk found most difficult to accept was that after the little girl took the green rabbit out to play, Xia Yu completely let himself go, rolled up his sleeves, put one foot on the bench, and shouted rock, paper, scissors. When he lost to the little girl's father, he didn't forget to add the word FK. Although my hawk didn't know what F***ck meant, he didn't need to know. Because Xia Yu actually lost. Lost to an ordinary civilian. How could he, the world's greatest swordsman, put his face aside? In the end, my hawk didn't care whether he was full or not, and decisively said goodbye to go find the green rabbit to play. At this time, the most popular animal in Kirilenko village is the green rabbit. As the little girl took him for a stroll into the village, a large group of children soon gathered around. At first, the children were quite timid, but after seeing that the green rabbit was very easy to get along with, the children completely let go and surrounded the green rabbit and came to the beach. Some children even ran home immediately to get toys to share with the green rabbit. My hawk was at a loss as to where to go when he saw the green rabbit surrounded by children. After walking around the village, he found two old men playing chess under a tree in a corner. He took out a newspaper he had read and walked over to them calmly. After sitting under the tree next to the two old men, my hawk pretended to read a newspaper, but his peripheral vision was always watching and expecting. Before I knew it, it was already afternoon. Xia Yu was still drinking with the little girl's father, but the game had changed from rock paper scissors to 2015. Although the little girl's father didn't know how to play, he quickly got the hang of it under Xia Yu's guidance, and then, under the influence of alcohol, he couldn't stop. The green rabbit was surrounded by a group of children and was having a great time playing on the beach. At the same time, a huge pirate ship sailed out from the waters of the vaguely visible Kokozia village opposite and quickly approached the waters of the Kirilenko village. As the pirate's ship approached the coast of Kirilenko village, the children playing on the beach suddenly became quiet. The little girl making a clay figurine of a green rabbit seemed to be struck by lightning. Her body was stiff and she looked at the pirate's ship approaching the coast with fear in her eyes. After noticing that his friends had suddenly quieted down, the green rabbit blinked its big eyes and looked towards the sea. What caught his eye was a huge sailboat with a sawtooth shark nose placed on the bow, which looked ferocious and terrifying. On the deck stood dozens of strange figures. The leader was a strange man with a sharp, jagged nose and a large saw on his shoulder. Just looking at him was enough to make people feel creepy. Arlong, the captain of the dragon pirates, a sawtooth shark man, came from the Grand Line with the ambition to dominate East Blue. He brought a group of fishermen subordinates and was determined to build an empire of his own in East Blue. Ha 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 ha. With an evil and sharp laugh coming from the deck, Arlong, with a large saw blade on his shoulder and a sharp, serrated nose, jumped down and stood steadily in front of a group of terrified children. Glancing at the children on the beach, Arlong suddenly looked up at the village ahead and laughed unscrupulously and evilly. We've really gained a lot today. I didn't expect there would be a village so close to Kokozia village. From today on, all the villages and towns in this sea area will be the property of the dragon pirates. After a slight pause, a fierce gleam flashed in Arlong's eyes, and he said coldly to the group of strange subordinates who followed closely behind, "Catch all these human imps, they are all money, scary ha 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 ha." Following Arlong's order, the crew members of the dragon pirates ship following closely behind him immediately let out shrill laughter, and then swarmed towards the children on the beach. One of the fishman pirates was the fastest and pounced directly on the little girl who was stiffly standing beside the green rabbit. Fortunately, Green Rabbit reacted faster. He was always timid, but he stood up for the first time and opened his arms to protect the little girl behind him. However, just as he stood in front of the little girl, the pirates rushed over and kicked him away. Green Rabbit. Seeing the Green Rabbit being kicked away, the little girl suddenly woke up. However, just as she was about to run over to help Green Rabbit up, a pair of large hands that smelled of fish had already picked her up by the waist. Green Rabbit, run! After being caught by the pirates, the little girl struggled frantically and shouted at the green rabbit that was kicked away, "Go and inform the adults. Tell them the pirates are here." Hearing the little girl's shout, the green rabbit immediately stood up with a somersault. At this moment, another fisherman pirates rushed over and pounced on the green rabbit with a clear target. Before the fisherman could reach the green rabbit, a young man who hadn't been caught suddenly rushed over and grabbed the fisherman pirate's feet. He was so scared that his voice was shaking, but he still didn't let go and shouted at the green rabbit, "Run! Aren't rabbits very fast? Go back to the village and tell everyone." Bang! As soon as the young man finished speaking, the fisherman pirates kicked him away. Seeing this scene, Green Rabbit was completely panicked. Despite his ridiculously intimidating abilities and absolute control over objects, he is not good at combat. Just now, he was able to stand up and protect the little girl, which was the bravest moment in his life. After seeing that all the children had been caught, the Green Rabbit turned around and ran towards the village without even thinking. "Ha ha ha, that rabbit is interesting." Looking at the Green Rabbit running away, Arlong let out his signature evil laugh and then waved his hand, "Go, catch him and feed him to Moo Moo." Chapter 076. Although Green Rabbit possesses the ability to perform outrageous light-speed repairs and absolute control over objects, he is not good at fighting. In addition, he is timid. When faced with such an emergency, he even forgets his advantage in speed when running. It was as if his ability to perform light-speed repairs and absolute control over objects required certain triggering conditions. However, when the Green Rabbit ran, although its posture was a little funny, it was not caught up by the pirates. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect there would be such an interesting rabbit in this small village." Seeing that the Green Rabbit actually escaped, Arlong was not angry, but burst into laughter. Amid Arlong's loud laughter, the members of the Dragon Pirates grabbed all the children playing on the beach, and followed the Green Rabbit towards the village with great momentum. They weren't worried about Green Rabbit tipping off the village, because from the moment they set foot in it, everyone in it was theirs to plunder and enslave. They had already verified this in the village of Kokozia across the way. While those villages had 1 or 2 stationed police, they were mediocre and not a threat. Especially the policeman named Aegean in Kokozia village. Not to mention asking Arlong to take action, even the cotters of the Dragon Pirates didn't need to take action. They just sent one of their subordinates to beat him half to death. This was the case with Kokozia village, and it has always been like this in this village, not worth mentioning. When Arlong and his gang grabbed the pirates and marched towards the village, the Green Rabbit had already rushed into the village entrance before them. As soon as he entered the village, Green Rabbit's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw my hawk sitting under a big tree not far across from him, sitting with his legs crossed and reading a newspaper, seemingly with great interest, but in fact he was constantly stealing glances at the 2 old men playing chess next to him. The moment the Green Rabbit saw my hawk, it ran over without stopping. Sensing the Green Rabbit's presence approaching, my hawk quickly shifted his gaze from the chessboard to the newspaper. "Hawkeye!" The Green Rabbit came to my hawk and spoke human words for the first time, and looked at my hawk pitifully with a pair of big Carthusian eyes. My hawk's eyes widened in surprise when he suddenly heard the Green Rabbit speak. He immediately put down the newspaper and said in disbelief, "You can speak?" The Green Rabbit nodded vigorously and pointed back the way they came. "There are pirates. They've captured the children. Did it scare you?" My hawk was not surprised that the pirates had captured the children of the village, but looked the Green Rabbit up and down. When he saw a footprint on the Green Rabbit, he stood up suddenly and asked, "Did they beat you?" The Green Rabbit nodded vigorously, looking aggrieved. My hawk said nothing, but his murderous intent instantly reached ultimate. The next second, he threw the newspaper in his hand and walked out. They actually dared to attack the Green Rabbit. These damn pirates must be chopped into pieces. My hawk had just returned along the same route with the Green Rabbit when a little boy suddenly ran over from the opposite direction. This little boy was playing on the beach with Green Rabbit and his friends before. He ran to the grass and hid there because he was in a hurry. After the pirates grabbed his friends and left, he immediately took a shortcut and ran back to the village. The little boy looked very panicked. When he saw Green Rabbit and My Hawk returning along the same route, he quickly shouted, "Green Rabbit, run! The pirates are about to enter the village." After saying this, the little boy ran past My Hawk. After rushing into the village, the little boy ran at full speed through the village, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, the pirates are coming! Hide quickly, the pirates are coming!" After hearing the little boy's words, many villagers who were working in the fields put down their farm tools and ran towards their homes. Some hid in the cellar first, and some hid in the chicken coop and pig pen. In short, they hid in places where people could hide and were not easily discovered. The little boy didn't stop, he continued running and shouting. At the same time, My Hawk also walked out of the village with the Green Rabbit and headed straight for the beach. At this time, members of the dragon pirates also came straight to the village in a mighty force. After a while, the two sides met in front of a narrow village road. Arlong. Suddenly, one of the pirates walking in front stopped. He is one of the cotters of the dragon pirates, named Drewwby, a cartilaginous fishman with a 40th degree in fishman karate. He is very powerful and bullies the weak like a piece of cake. The Green Rabbit is back. Looking at the Green Rabbit coming back from the opposite side with a mighty and strong man beside him, Drewwby felt inexplicably a little creepy. Because the figure following Green Rabbit gave him an indescribable sense of oppression, and most importantly, he seemed to have seen this man somewhere. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the Green Rabbit return, Arlong laughed his signature evil laugh again. "Are you going to find help? Fine, then let me." Before he finished speaking, Arlong's pupils suddenly shrank, and his gaze fixed on the figure beside the Green Rabbit. Although he did not see the face of the person next to the Green Rabbit clearly, he clearly saw the long sword with a cross handle on his back. Dracula My Hawk. After making sure he wasn't seeing things, Arlong's voice trembled as he spoke, Why is he here?" As Arlong's voice rang out, the members of the dragon pirates following closely behind them froze in place as if they had been electrocuted. They were all Murloc pirates who had once been in the Grand Line, and were no strangers to My Hawk, the world's #1 swordsman. At this moment, My Hawk had brought the Green Rabbit to a place less than 20 meters away from Arlong's group. After seeing the vicious pirates on the opposite side, Green Rabbit instinctively hid behind My Hawk. "So it's you fishman." Seeing Arlong and his gang standing across from him, My Hawk's eyes flashed with surprise. However, he didn't stop. As he approached Arlong and his gang, he said coldly, "What? Can't make it in Grand Line anymore? So you're showing off in East Blue?" As he spoke, My Hawk had already walked to within 2 meters of Arlong. He swept his sharp eyes over the fishman pirates present, and his cold tone remained the same, "It doesn't matter where you commit evil, but if you bully the Green Rabbit, you must pay the price." Before he could finish his words, My Hawk suddenly drew his sword, and a terrifying murderous intent burst out, enveloping Arlong and his gang. My Hawk. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent coming towards him, Arlong swept aside his previous arrogance and quickly stepped forward to explain, "We didn't know you were here. If we had known you were here, how would we have dared to come and cause trouble? It's all a misunderstanding." After a slight pause, Arlong raised his hand to signal his men behind him to put down the captured children. He said humbly, "These little human brats are in your hands. We will evacuate this place immediately and will never appear in front of you again. The world of pirates is one where the strong prey on the weak." Although Arlong is brutal and arrogant, he is not a fool. Facing the world's #1 swordsman, there was only one thing they could do, and that was to beg for mercy. Only by begging for mercy and lowering their stance can they survive. Otherwise, all of them combined wouldn't be enough for My Hawk to chop. "I'm not interested in those brats. My hawk glanced at the children who had been put down by the pirates and were hiding behind the green rabbit, and said calmly, "I just want to know who hit the green rabbit." Hearing this, Arlong turned around suddenly and almost roared, "Who is it? Stand up! Boss Arlong, it's him." One of the pirates raised his finger and pointed at his companion, saying in a trembling voice, "I saw with my own eyes that he was the one who kicked the rabbit." Swish! Before Arlong could react, a dazzling blade light burst out, instantly enveloping the fishmen pirates. The blade flashed and blood splattered. The fishmen pirates who kicked the green rabbit away was beheaded. Chapter 077. The splashing blood mist instantly turned the Murloc pirates standing nearby into bloody men, but even so, all the Murloc pirates present still didn't dare to move. It's not that they are timid, but the oppressive feeling brought to them by my hawk, the world's #1 swordsman, is too strong. Even someone as arrogant as Arlong was frightened at this moment. After killing the fishmen pirates who kicked the green rabbit with one sword, my hawk didn't even look at the fallen body, staring at Arlong expressionlessly, and raised the strongest black sword in his hand again. Although he doesn't need his strongest black knife to kill a chicken, the fishmen pirates are now bullying the green rabbit, so he must use this black knife to teach these fishmen how to behave. Seeing that my hawk had no intention of stopping, the fishmen such as Drewwby behind Arlong could no longer bear the oppressive feeling that was constantly looming over them, and fell to their knees. "My hawk, you can't kill us. Our boss is Jinbei, he's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, just like you. My hawk, we know we're wrong. Please forgive us." The fishman pirates knelt down in unison, forgetting all their evil deeds and trampling underfoot the pride they once had on the Grand Line. Now they only wanted to survive. Seeing his men kneeling and begging for mercy, Arlong hesitated for a moment before kneeling down as well. He suppressed the humiliation that made him sick and gritted his teeth, saying, "My hawk, we were wrong. As long as you let us go this time, we will pay you a certain fee every month. Yes, as long as you let me go, we will soon be able to capture all the villages and towns in this sea area. By then, everyone here will have to pay money to survive. 100,000 baileys for adults, 50,000 for children." Arlong spoke more and more frantically, and finally forgot that he was still kneeling. He looked up at my hawk and said madly, "No, 1 million baileys for adults and 100,000 for children. If they dare not pay, I will kill them all." "Ha ha ha, how about it, this deal is very good for you." Looking down at Arlong who was becoming more and more crazy, my hawk felt a little disgusted for no reason. Although he was a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, he never fulfilled his responsibilities and continued to sail the 4 seas and Grand Line as he pleased. He didn't care what the lawless pirates on the sea did as long as they didn't disturb him. This time Arlong and his gang didn't bother him, but unfortunately, they bullied the green rabbit. I don't know since when, perhaps from the moment the green rabbit helped him repair the black knife, the green rabbit has become his Achilles heel. However, he didn't want to kill them all. As one of the Murloc pirates said before, the leader of this group of Murloc pirates is Jinbei. Jinbei is also a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is known as the Sea Knight in the Grand Line and is a good fisherman. Although he and Jinbei were only acquaintances and did not have much interaction, he was still prepared to give Jinbei this face. After all, they belonged to the same 7 warlords of the sea and they would meet again in the future. Thinking of this, my hawk said without further ado, "You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. As for the reason, you scared the green rabbit Pupu next to me. The last pirate group that scared him has now all perished in the sea. If you don't want to follow in their footsteps, you can cut off one of your arms." Before he finished speaking, my hawk suddenly turned his head to look at an octopus-like fishman with 6 arms kneeling on the left side behind Arlong, and said in a deep voice, "You have too many hands, cut off 2. Ha! The octopus man's eyes widened. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps behind my hawk. Before the fishman pirates present could react, more than a dozen middle-aged men from Kakiksining village rushed over with various knives and hammers. In front of the group of villagers, a little boy was running the fastest while pulling a red rabbit. To be precise, it was the red rabbit that was pulling the little boy to run. In the blink of an eye, the red rabbit brought the little boy to my hawk. After throwing the little boy aside, the red rabbit immediately looked at the green rabbit, and his eyes stopped on the footprints on the green rabbit's chest. The moment the red rabbit saw the footprints on the green rabbit, its anger level instantly soared and it directly entered the angry state. It faced the green rabbit and raised its hand to point at a group of fishmen pirates kneeling on the ground, as if asking if the green rabbit was beaten by these people. The green rabbit nodded fiercely in grievance. Whoosh! After receiving the affirmative answer from the green rabbit, the red rabbit appeared in front of Arlong without any hesitation. Its sharp claws in the angry shape grabbed Arlong's nose as fast as lightning and broke it off cleanly. Ah! Arlong never expected that a red rabbit would suddenly appear in the middle of the road, and he screamed in surprise because he was caught off guard. But his scream stopped immediately because he was grabbed by the red rabbit with one hand and thrown heavily to the ground. There was a loud bang, and Arlong's bones were almost broken. He lay upside down in the hole created by his body, with stars in his eyes and a dull expression staring at the sky. After breaking Arlong's nose cleanly and smashing it to the ground, the red rabbit rushed to Drewwby like a wolf among a flock of sheep. With another bang, Drewwby's head exploded like a watermelon. Before anyone present could react, the red rabbit had already rushed to the octopus man, and with both hands, he cut the Gordian knot and ripped off the octopus man's 6 arms. The whole process happened in a flash. In just the blink of an eye, the captain and 2 cotters of the dragon pirates were knocked to the ground by the red rabbit in an extremely brutal manner. Even so, the red rabbit did not stop and continued to rush towards other fishmen. My hawk, who was standing aside, had already anticipated the outcome when he saw the red rabbit appear, but he did not stop it. Are you kidding me? Stop the angry red rabbit! Unless you want to see his graceful demeanor in his rampage form, it's best not to do such a stupid thing. Compared to my hawk's calmness, the villagers who followed the red rabbit were terrified. When they heard the little boy talk about pirates, the first thing they thought of was to hide. But after hearing that the children on the beach had been captured by the pirates, they all plucked up their courage, picked up their household knives and farm tools, and rushed over. During this time, they saw the red rabbit suddenly appear in front of them, pulling a little boy and running faster than them. At that time, they were concerned about the children who were captured by the pirates and did not think much about it. It was not until the red rabbit started beating them up after a disagreement that they suddenly woke up and realized that the red rabbit beside the traveler was actually a monster. The villagers' eyes almost popped out when they saw the fishman pirates screaming on the ground after being beaten roughly by the red rabbit. Too brutal. Luckily, the red rabbits aren't pirates, otherwise, we'd all be dead now. Don't talk nonsense, Red Rabbit is our guest. He's helping us. Come on, Mr. Red Rabbit. After a brief moment of astonishment, the villagers gradually changed from being shocked to cheering for the Red Rabbit. Red Rabbit ignored the constant noise coming from behind him, and used the most primitive, simplest, and most brutal means to knock all the members of the dragon pirates to the ground with one punch each. Several of the pirates seized the opportunity to flee, but their wish was impossible. As soon as they started running, the red rabbit followed them like a shadow, and then its sandbag-sized fists magnified infinitely in their pupils. After knocking all the members of the dragon pirates to the ground, the red rabbit was still not satisfied. He turned around and walked to one of the fishman pirates and stepped on his head without hesitation. Chapter 078. Bang! A sound like a watermelon exploding was heard, and the moxuwang splashed everywhere. Seeing this scene, the fishman pirates who were knocked to the ground were instantly in despair. 2 of the pirates, feeling the increasingly suffocating aura of terror emanating from the red rabbit, were so frightened that they ignored the pain of their broken bones and fell to their knees on the ground. No, Don't kill us. We know we were wrong, please let us go. Hearing the two Murloc pirates' cries for mercy, the other Murloc pirates followed suit. Except for the one who fainted, all the other Murlocs knelt on the ground again, begging for mercy towards the Red Rabbit. Arlong was also desperate and frightened at this moment. Meeting my hawk on this unknown island was already a bad omen, but I didn't expect that there was such a terrifying creature on the island. Although he was caught off guard by the Red Rabbit because he suddenly saw my hawk lose his fighting consciousness due to his reputation as the world's greatest swordsman, after seeing the Red Rabbit just beat all his men to the ground with the simplest and most brutal means, the luck in his heart instantly turned into despair, and fear also enveloped him. At this moment, he wanted to curse. Because according to the intelligence he had, East Blue was the weakest sea area in the four seas. With his strength, he could definitely build a huge empire in East Blue. But the fact is, he just came to East Blue from Grand Line and met my hawk and this scary Red Rabbit. If possible, he really wanted to give a big fight to those who said that East Blue was the weakest sea area. Die before achieving success? No, I can't die here. Suddenly, Arlong felt resentful and angry. Ignoring the sharp pain of his broken nose, he suddenly turned over and stood up, staring at my hawk fiercely. Hawkeye, we already know we were wrong, what else do you want? Do you really want to kill us all? Give me one chance, and everything I said before will count. Just as Arlong finished speaking, the sound of a watermelon being stepped on and bursting came from behind him again. Apparently, another fishman pirates was trampled to death by the Red Rabbit. Arlong didn't look back, staring at my hawk intently. Letting my hawk step forward to stop the Red Rabbit is his only choice at the moment. If my hawk does nothing, they will all die here today. At this moment, two more sounds of heads shattering were heard. The fishman pirates who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy knew that the Red Rabbit would not let them go, so they stood up and prepared to escape. However, from the moment they kicked the Green Rabbit away, their fate was sealed. Unless they were in the ocean and could use their Murloc advantage to jump into the sea and escape, they would all die. Hearing the screams and the sounds of things being crushed behind him, Arlong's eyes gradually filled with bloodshot. Then, he suddenly knelt down facing my hawk, his ferocious expression gone, and he groveled humbly on the ground. My hawk, we truly know we're wrong. If you let us go, you'll be our boss from now on. Looking at Arlong crawling on the ground, my hawk's mouth twitched slightly. Regardless of whether he is willing or not, even if he wants to stop it, he can't stop it. If he stepped forward to stop them at this time, the Red Rabbit's target would not be the pirates, but him. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being possessed by an undead creature a second time. He was certain that in today's Grand Line, no matter who it was, once the Red Rabbit entered its rampage mode, he would face the Red Rabbit's endless attacks. The Red Rabbit will not die even if its body is split open, which means that the person it is entangled in will definitely die. Watching the figures chopping off the fishman pirates with ease, my hawk suddenly felt that he wasn't so extreme before. Compared to Red Rabbit's methods, he even felt that he seemed to be a little kind. My hawk. Seeing that my hawk was unmoved, Arlong suddenly raised his voice and said excitedly, "Please. If you just let us go, we will leave East Blue immediately and will never appear in front of you again." What does it have to do with me? My hawk turned his gaze back to Arlong and said in a deep voice, "You don't think that Red Rabbit will listen to me, do you? Isn't he your pet?" Arlong gritted his teeth, trying to hold back the pain of being thrown to pieces by the Red Rabbit. "We just kicked the Green Rabbit once. There's no need to kill it." When my hawk heard that Arlong actually mistakenly thought the Red Rabbit was his pet, he almost made an emoticon out of it. "Are you kidding me? The Red Rabbit is his pet? He doesn't even dare to think about it." At this moment, the Red Rabbit, who heard Arlong say that he was my hawk's pet, flashed in front of Arlong and stared at my hawk with burning eyes. "Don't look at me." As if he knew what the Red Rabbit was thinking, my hawk quickly explained, that's what he said. I didn't mean that. How could you be my pet? We are partners. Yes, we are partners. Hearing this, the Red Rabbit simply shifted his gaze to look at Arlong. In the face of Arlong's desperate and fearful eyes, he didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed his head and swung it left and right, just like he hit Garp in Windmill Village. In the blink of an eye, he hit it more than 10 times, smashing Arlong into a mess and killing him on the spot. As Arlong was smashed to pieces, no one from the Dragon Pirates group was left alive, and all of them lay on the ground in all their colorful glory. After killing Arlong, the Red Rabbit's anger value gradually subsided. However, he did not just leave, but looked at the colorful ground and fell into thought. Hello. Seeing the Red Rabbit staring at the Murloc's corpse on the ground without blinking, my hawk suddenly felt like the sky was falling. He ignored his usual aloof image and quickly said, "They are Murlocs, not fish. They can't be eaten." Hearing this, the Red Rabbit turned its head to look at my hawk, its eyes full of confusion, as if asking why the merman was not a fish but a human. If it was a fish, it should be edible. Seeing the Red Rabbit's reaction, my hawk felt a chill rising from his back. His guess just now was correct. The reason why the Red Rabbit did not leave was that it really wanted to eat fish. Ahem, I really can't eat this. If you insist on eating it, well, I'll take my leave. My hawk coughed twice without further explanation. He turned around and left without saying anything. He walked very fast, as if he was worried that the Red Rabbit would start a fire on the spot and start grilling the fishmen. As soon as my hawk left, the villagers immediately ran towards the Red Rabbit, and then a cheer came from behind him. Hearing the cheers behind him, my hawk shook his head and quickly returned to the home of the little girl who served as their guide. As soon as he entered the yard, my hawk heard the repeated shouts of 15-20 coming from the living room. My hawk walked quickly into the living room and saw a figure with one foot on a bench, sleeves rolled up, playing rock paper scissors with the little girl's father. He said with a serious expression, "A group of Murloc pirates just came to the village. They were the subordinates of another member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Kirilenko killed them all. They're just a bunch of pirates, just kill them." Xia Yu, still drunk, tilted his head and waved at my hawk. Come on, help me. Big brother is so awesome. I've lost several games in a row and I can't take it anymore. Who's going to help you?" My hawk suppressed a roar and said in a deep voice, "The fishmen pirates killed by Red Rabbit were subordinates of another member of the 7 warlords of the sea. This man is called Jinbei. You may have heard of him, the fishmen pirates, codenamed Sea Knight. In addition, there is a piece of news that the outside world does not know. One of the octopus fishmen killed by Red Rabbit had a close relationship with a powerful figure from the old times." Xia Yu's face tensed, and he turned his head to look at my hawk. "Were they all beaten to death by the Red Rabbit? Not a single one left." My hawk nodded. "That's fine." Xia Yu smiled and waved her hands. "If you don't tell me and I don't tell anyone, no one will know. Come on, play rock paper scissors and have some drinks." Seeing that Xia Yu didn't take it seriously at all, my hawk's mouth twitched slightly. "Don't you know about the existence of life cards? The moment the octopus man's life disappears, the powerful figure from the old times who has a close relationship with him will know that he is dead immediately." Hearing this, Xia Yu turned around and faced my hawk, looking him up and down. He couldn't help but say with a smile, "My hawk, you've changed. I believe Red Rabbit wouldn't beat someone up for no reason. If he beat the person to death, it means the person either provoked him or bullied Pupu." After a slight pause, the smile on Xia Yu's face instantly disappeared. "If it is bullying Pupu, let alone being related to the strong men of the old times, even if it is celestial dragons, kill them." Chapter 079. The Red Rabbit did not actually eat the pirates he had killed. Firstly, he was a little overwhelmed by the villagers' enthusiasm, and secondly, these pirates did not look very tasty. After the villagers escorted the two rabbits back to the village, among the colorful corpses of the pirates lying on the ground, the octopus fishman whose 6 arms were torn off by the red rabbit suddenly moved. Then, he struggled to raise his head that was crushed by the red rabbit, opened his only remaining eye and looked around, and saw that all the fishmen had no breath of life. Relying on the octopus's strong vitality and regenerative ability, he moved his body bit by bit and slowly crawled forward like a long worm. The octopus fishman is none other than Haki, one of the leaders of the dragon pirates. After great effort, Xiaobai finally arrived in front of Arlong. Arlong's death was very tragic, because he was thrown to death by the red rabbit. Almost all of his bones were broken, and his bloody appearance looked like a blooming blood-red flower. Arlong. After shouting out the name with difficulty, tears of regret flowed from Xiaoba's only remaining eye, and the several villagers in Kokozia village who were killed by them before appeared in front of his eyes. Because the villagers in that village refused to pay the money, they killed them as a warning to others, in order to make the villagers of Kokozia village hand over their money. They succeeded. After those villagers were killed, the others took out bailies one after another. According to the rules set by Arlong, each adult handed over 100,000 bailies and each child handed over 50,000 bailies, which made them reap a lot of money. But this is not their goal. Their goal is to make all the villages and towns in this sea area submit to them, and use the treasures they have plundered to build their own empire in East Blue. However, all this came to an end at this moment. They paid the price of their own evil deeds with the destruction of their entire group. Grand Line Sabayati Archipelago. Shuki's Rip-Off Bar. A tall and thin woman with short hair and a spider-patterned top stood alone in front of the bar. She smoked a cigarette elegantly and looked at the latest intelligence information on the bar with a gentle gaze. Shuki, the proprietress of a rip-off bar, the previous emperor of the Amazon Lily, and the former captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates. Although she has retired long ago, she has not completely left the Jianghu because she is still paying close attention to any movement on the Grand Line and secretly collecting various intelligence. She is a little-known intelligence expert. Hey! Suddenly, Shuki cast his gaze towards the intelligence information at the bottom and asked in surprise, "Intelligence from East Blue?" Although she is an intelligence expert, she has paid little attention to East Blue in recent years because the pirates in East Blue are much weaker than those in the other 3 sea areas due to the presence of a naval headquarters vice admiral who likes to take a vacation. She hadn't paid attention to East Blue for a long time, so she pulled out the information with a hint of curiosity. The intelligence was brief, just a few sentences. A traveler named Xia Yu had appeared in East Blue. His origins were unknown, but he was incredibly powerful, able to subdue all the combatants of the Goa kingdom with just his conqueror's Haki. He was accompanied by 2 rabbits who looked like fur tribe members, possibly rabbits who had consumed the Zoan human fruit. Interesting. After reading the intelligence, Shuki picked up a few newspapers placed on the side of the bar. After searching for a while, she pulled out one and focused her attention on the news content. The news in this newspaper is related to the Kingdom of Goa, including the news that the King of Goa issued a confession of guilt, and a long article about Princess Sally becoming the first queen in the history of the Kingdom of Goa. When Shuki first saw the news, she didn't take it seriously because she wasn't very interested in the changes in these countries. She only paid special attention to news about the pirates. However, based on the latest intelligence received, the reason why the King of Goa suddenly issued the Edict of Repentance was obviously because of that traveler. Princess Sally of the Kingdom of Goa immediately issued a series of new policies after becoming queen, which was definitely because of the traveler's behind-the-scenes instigation. Shuki spit out a circle of his eyes, narrowing his eyes slightly and said, "He can easily influence the fate and direction of an entire country. This traveler is quite extraordinary." Just then, suddenly, a desperate shout came from outside the bar door, "Shuki, Shuki, something big has happened, something big has happened." The sound came from far away. In the blink of an eye, a figure broke through the door and rushed to the bar. The person who rushed into the bar was an old man wearing glasses. His hair was Madara white. He held a burning life card in his hand and placed it in front of Shuki. Xiao Ba's life card is fading. Silver Rayleigh, codenamed Pluton, is known as the right arm of the Pirates King. However, whether he was Pluton or the Pirate King's right arm, these titles faded with the execution of Pirate King Roger. Now, he's just a coding craftsman living in seclusion in the Sabayati archipelago. He enjoys a little gambling for fun, occasionally using himself as the stakes. Hachi. Shuki blinked, lit the information he had just read and threw it into the ashtray. He said slowly, "That octopus guy who helped you when you were in trouble." Yes, that's him." Rayleigh looked at the burning life card and asked anxiously, "Do you have any information about him?" Shuki glanced at her life card and saw it was burning rapidly, threatening to disappear at any moment. She frowned slightly. It seems he's encountered something very dangerous. However, I don't know his exact location right now. I only know that after Arlong and Jinbei had a conflict, he took Zioba and the other Murlocs to re-establish a pirates group, and then headed to East Blue. According to the intelligence I received, they've already entered East Blue. East Blue? Rayleigh's eyes flashed with confusion. Why are they going to East Blue? Who knows? Shuki shook his head. It doesn't matter what they do. What matters is that as Murlocs, even if they encounter an unbeatable opponent, they can hide in the seabed and escape. But judging by the speed at which his life card is burning, he should be dying. Even if you rush over immediately, it will be too late. I can swim across the calm belt. Rayleigh looked up at Shuki and said firmly, "Just prepare a ship for me and take me to the calm belt." What happens after we swim through the calm belt and into the East Blue? Shuki took a drag on his cigarette and said calmly, "East Blue is so big, where are you going to find it?" "I'm sure we can find it. I'll go to the dock now, and you arrange the boat immediately." Rayleigh didn't waste any more time. He threw down these words, put away the life card, and turned to walk out. Chapter 080. Because of the appearance of Arlong and his gang, Xia Yu and his group became closer to the villagers of Kakixining village. When they first entered the village, many villagers were very curious about the two rabbits, but because the Red Rabbit was serious, many villagers were a little afraid of him. But as Red Rabbit killed Arlong and his gang, the villagers no longer feared Red Rabbit. Instead, they began to invite Red Rabbit to visit their homes. After learning that Red Rabbit liked canvas shoes and shoe magazines, the owner of a clothing store in Kakixining village immediately went to get Red Rabbit a pair of brand new canvas shoes. Although they were not red, Red Rabbit's eyes still lit up. Finally, he even went to visit the shoe store owner's home for the first time. Most villagers prefer the Green Rabbit to the Red Rabbit, which keeps the Green Rabbit very busy. He is taken to one villager's home or another, and is fed with carrots, fried chicken, barbecued meat, and everything else. The day ended with laughter and joy after a thrilling escape. The next morning, Xia Yu, who stayed at the home of the little girl who served as their guide, slept until she woke up naturally. When he walked out of the room, the sun was shining brightly in Kakixining village. "Mr. Xia Yu, these are your toiletries." The little girl seemed to have been waiting for Xia Yu to get up. As soon as Xia Yu walked out of the room, she hurried over with the toiletries her mother had bought from the market. The little girl's name is Millie and she just turned 10 this year. Because there was no school in Kakixining village, she had been helping with housework since she was 5 years old. She was a hard-working and sensible child. "Thanks." Xia Yu thanked him, took the toiletries and ran to the faucet in the corner of the yard to start washing. Just then, my hawk walked in from outside the yard. Seeing that Xia Yu had actually slept until now, he opened his mouth slightly, but finally held back from complaining. He pretended not to see Xia Yu and walked straight to a chair on the other side of the yard and sat down. Kakixining village is very lively today. Suddenly, Xia Yu, who was brushing her teeth, turned her head to look at my hawk and asked curiously, "Is there any good news?" My hawk was filled with questions and turned his head to look at Xia Yu. "How do you know it's so lively outside?" "I heard it." Xia Yu spit out the foam from his mouth and continued, "I've developed a habit over the years of traveling. Every time before going to bed and after waking up, I cover my surroundings with observation haki. Under my observation haki, every movement on this island, including the voices of all living things, will be captured by me." Hearing this, my hawk almost couldn't help but roll his eyes at Xia Yu. He was almost numb to Xia Yu's habit of randomly placing the conqueror's haki, which was out of reach for others. Just as my hawk was secretly complaining, Xia Yu's voice came again. "For example, you are secretly complaining now, complaining in your mind about my reckless use of observation haki. Well, now you are about to explode." Seeing Xia Yu spill all his thoughts, my hawk couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly stood up and grabbed the hilt of the black knife on his back. "Let's fight it out, Xia Yu. It's either you die or I die." Xia Yu ignored the furious my hawk and gargled. After spitting out the mouthwash, Xia Yu took the handkerchief from Millie, who was standing quietly beside her. As she washed her face, she spoke intermittently, "It's so boring. Every time you can't win an argument, you just cry out for life and death. Aren't you tired of living like this?" "Oh, right." Before my hawk could react, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject. "You haven't told me what happened in the village yet." My hawk glared. "Didn't you capture them all with observation haki?" Xia Yu threw the washcloth into the wash basin, then stood up, took another handkerchief from Millie, wiped his hands, and walked over to my hawk. "I only capture things that are potentially dangerous. If I capture happy and joyful things in advance, it will lose a lot of fun. Especially surprises. If I capture this thing in advance, can it still be called a surprise?" My hawk sighed inwardly. Although he really wanted to fight with Xia Yu obviously would not do as he wished, because from the moment he set out from Windmill Village to here, he did not feel any fighting spirit from Xia Yu. He only felt the mentality of a traveler who was sightseeing. After learning about this situation, he was no longer so persistent. The reason why he couldn't help but want to draw his sword was that every time Xia Yu chatted with him, he would lose control of his emotions and his heart and lungs would explode. After releasing his grip on the black knife's handle, my hawk tried his best to appear calm and composed, saying calmly, "It's nothing big. This morning, the children dragged Kirilenko and Popo to the beach to play. A manatee happened to appear nearby and nearly swallowed Popo. Kirilenko, enraged, hammered it to death and dragged it back to the village. Now the villagers are preparing a manatee feast. This manatee is really bold, actually wanting to swallow Pupu." Xia Yu blinked. "No, aren't manatees mammals? How could it be? Could it be Mu, the pet of those Murloc pirates from yesterday?" As soon as the words fell, Xia Yu immediately saw the image of a huge manatee, which looked very delicious. Xia Yu's stomach growled at the thought of eating. He grabbed Millie, who had just poured out the water for washing his face, and ran. "Millie, let's go." Xia Yu guessed correctly. The unlucky manatee that was hammered to death by the Red Rabbit was Mu, the pet of the dragon pirates. When Xia Yu and Millie arrived, the manatees had already been put into several large pots and were being cooked over a blazing fire. The aroma wafted to every corner of Kakixining village, and the children in the village were so greedy that they ran to the pots, eager to grab a piece of beef and put it in their mouths. Several middle-aged villagers squatted in front of a makeshift stove, grilling meat for the greedy children. The meat sizzled in the charcoal fire. Suddenly, Xia Yu felt like he was back in the countryside celebrating the new year. When he was a child, he lived with his grandparents in the countryside. Whenever they slaughtered pigs for the new year, he would squat in front of the open-air stove, saying with tears in his eyes how cute the pigs were, and then eat with his mouth full of oil. Compared to pork belly and other foods, his favorite thing to eat is pork kidneys, but the uncles and brothers in the village always tell him that eating pork kidneys will make him wet the bed at night. Anyway, whenever there was a delicious part of the pig, the adults would say things like "you'll wet the bed if you eat it" or "you'll get fleas if you eat it," and then eat it in front of him with relish. It was not until he grew up that he realized how badly he had been deceived as a child. Especially pig kidneys and pig pee are very nutritious. "Uncle, I want to eat this." Suddenly, a childish voice brought Xia Yu back to his senses. Following the sound, he saw a little boy standing in front of an open-air stove, staring intently at a young man holding a bullwhip. Although the little boy didn't know what it was, he just wanted to eat it. "You want to eat this?" The young man shook his head. "This thing is hard to chew and has no taste. Here, this piece of beef is for you." As he spoke, the young man picked up a piece of medium-rare beef and handed it to the little boy. He then threw the roasted bullwhip into his mouth and chewed it with a crunch, shaking his head and saying, "It's so disgusting. It has no taste at all." Seeing this scene, Xia Yu smiled unconsciously. While preparing the manatee feast in Kirilenko village, a figure was swimming rapidly at the bottom of the calm belt, as fast as a bullet. Before the surrounding sea kings could react, the figure had already rushed away at lightning speed. After continuing to swim underwater for half an hour, the figure suddenly accelerated towards the sea surface. Soon, a head emerged from the sea. It was Pluton Rayleigh, who had set out from Sabayati archipelago and swam across the calm belt in the most primitive way. Looking up and looking around, Rayleigh couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he found that the sea opposite was no longer dead silent, and there was even a sea breeze blowing towards him. Apparently, he has crossed the calm belt and successfully entered the East Blue. Chapter 081. Compared with the villagers of Fengch village, the villagers of Kirilenko village are more heroic and unrestrained. Almost everyone is drunk. Even a powerful person like Xia Yu was drunk. Even Mihawk couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the villagers. After 3 rounds of drinks, he completely let go and had a great time playing rock paper scissors with the villagers while drinking. Of course, what really made Mihawk let go, besides the enthusiasm of the villagers, was more because no one in the village had ever heard of his name and they all thought he was just an ordinary swordsman. However, he was very upset by the misunderstanding of some villagers, because some villagers actually thought he was the bodyguard hired by the traveler Xia Yu. Can he tolerate this? He immediately started playing rock paper scissors with the villagers who called him Mr. Bodyguard, and secretly used observation Haki to get all the villagers who called him Mr. Bodyguard drunk. After discovering the joy in this, Mihawk couldn't stop himself. No matter whether he was playing rock paper scissors 2015 or dice, he would use his observation Haki randomly and win back all the money he lost to Xia Yu at once. It was so cool. The banquet lasted until the evening. Xia Yu and Mihawk were both drunk because they had completely let go, and were eventually carried back home in baskets by 2 villagers. The one who carried Xia Yu away was Millie's father, while the one who carried Mihawk away was the village chief of Kirilenko village. However, the village chief's alcohol tolerance was obviously not as good as Millie's father. As soon as he carried Mihawk to the chicken coop next to the door of his house, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, was still curled up in the backpack and sleeping very peacefully. If the photographers at Naval Headquarters saw this, tomorrow's headlines would definitely be, "Shocking. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, is homeless and sleeping in a chicken coop?" No words were spoken that night. The next morning, on the coast of Kokozia village opposite Kirilenko village, a merchant ship slowly approached the dock. On the deck of the merchant ship, Rayleigh held the life card that was about to burn out and only the size of a thumb was left, his expression extremely solemn. He knew Xiaoba quite well and knew that as long as Xiaoba did not die on the spot, Xiaoba would be able to recover with the octopus man's tenacious vitality and regenerative ability. Although it was not difficult for him to infer that Xiaoba was still alive from the signs on the life card, Xiao Ba's condition was obviously very bad. If he could not find Xiao Ba in time, Xiao Ba might have another accident. Xiao Ba, you have to hold on. Rayleigh put away the life card that was only the size of his fingertip, and then looked up at the village that was already right in front of him. Without waiting for the merchant ship to approach the dock, he didn't care about shocking the world, jumped up, landed steadily on the shore, and flashed towards the village that was looming in front of him. Soon, Rayleigh arrived at the Kokozia village market. As soon as he entered the market, Rayleigh froze in place. The market was empty at this time. Not only were there no vendors coming to the market to sell goods, there were also no villagers coming to shop. All the stalls were empty, as if today was not market time. Suddenly, a sobbing sound came from the other end of the market. Following the sound, I saw white silk hanging in front of the doors of several houses at the end of the market. Several children in mourning clothes walked out of their homes, each holding a portrait in their arms. It was obvious that someone in these families had died and the funeral was being held. As Rayleigh watched, the funeral procession slowly moved past him, and a sad and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire market. At this moment, a little girl with short orange hair suddenly walked out of the crowd. The little girl looked at Rayleigh curiously, then raised her delicate face and asked, "Who are you?" "A vendor. Kokozia village is closed today." "No, I'm looking for a friend." Rayleigh smiled kindly and continued, "If possible, could I keep you for 2 minutes?" The little girl glanced at the funeral procession in front of her and nodded, "Who are you looking for?" Rayleigh didn't hesitate and said simply, "He's an octopus fish man. He has 6 arms. Although he looks scary, he's actually a kind child." As Rayleigh finished speaking, the little girl standing in front of him suddenly took 2 steps back, her body shaking slightly uncontrollably, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Rayleigh gradually changed from curiosity to fear. "Are you friends with those Murloc pirates?" The little girl seemed to have experienced something that made her desperate and terrified. Her voice was trembling as she spoke, You are a pirate too." Before she could finish her words, the little girl suddenly turned around and shouted with all her strength, "Everyone run, there are pirates here." As the shouting sounded, the little girl staggered out. As the little girl's voice was heard, the funeral procession that had already walked away suddenly became quiet. The children who were crying because of the death of their loved ones also showed desperate and terrified expressions at this time, and turned around in unison to look. At the same time, a woman ran out of the crowd in panic, "Nami! Mother-in-law!" Looking at the figure running out of the crowd, the little girl couldn't hold back any longer, burst into tears, and hugged the woman who rushed over tightly. Belmere didn't bother to comfort Nami. She hugged her and looked up warily at Rayleigh, who was a little confused. After a brief brain freeze, Rayleigh quickly explained, "Don't be afraid, everyone. I came here just to find a friend. His name is Zioba, and he's an octopus fishman." "Xiao Ba? Octopus fishman?" Belmere's pupils shrank suddenly. At the same time, he put Nami down and protected her behind him, saying as if facing a great enemy, "What else do you want? Killing people and looting money is not enough? Are you not satisfied until we are all wiped out?" Rayleigh blinked and said helplessly, "Ma'am, I don't understand what you are saying." "You don't know?" Belmere sneered, pointing at the funeral procession in front. "Did you see those dead villagers? They died at the hands of those damned fishmen. 2 of them were brutally murdered by an octopus fishman. The fishman pirates beside him called him Xiao Ba. 2 days ago." Rayleigh waved his hands and said, "Impossible. I have his life card here." 2 days ago, his life card suddenly started burning, which means he was already on the verge of death. How could he come and kill the villagers? As he spoke, Rayleigh took out Xiao Ba's life card with an extremely sincere expression. Belmere glanced at the life card in Rayleigh's hand, but remained indifferent. "Is this octopus man you're looking for a member of the dragon pirates?" Their captain is called Arlong. Hearing this, Rayleigh's heart sank suddenly, and his eyes swept over to the villagers in front of him who were obviously very frightened, but no one ran away. At first he didn't believe that what happened here was done by Xiaobai, but after hearing Belmere mention the dragon pirates and Arlong, the facts made it impossible for him to disbelieve it. The tragedy that happened here must have been done by Arlong and Xiaoba. But what puzzled him was that if what happened here happened 2 days ago, why did Xiaoba's life card suddenly burn 2 days ago? Rayleigh took a deep breath, looking doubtful. He then turned his gaze away from the funeral procession, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. I can only apologize for what Xiaoba and the others did here. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll take my leave. After saying that, Rayleigh bowed slightly towards the funeral procession, turned around and walked out with mixed feelings. Although he really wanted the villagers to tell him where Xiaobai had gone, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, the tragedy here is the evil committed by Xiaobai and others. I can take you to look for it in Kakixining village across the street. Rayleigh had just turned around when Belmere's voice suddenly came from behind him. After they looted this place, they went to Kakixining village across the way. As he spoke, Belmere walked up to Rayleigh with a cold expression. If this Xiaoba you're talking about is really dying, I'm curious about who killed them. I hope to thank him in person. Chapter 082. Mother-in-law. Hearing that Belmere was going to follow Rayleigh to the opposite Kakixining village, a loud shout suddenly came from the crowd. Then, a middle-aged man covered in wounds and with a small windmill on his head limped up to Belmere and said excitedly, "He's in cahoots with those fishmen pirates. It's dangerous for you to take him to Kakixining village." Aegean. Belmere looked at the middle-aged man standing before him with a determined expression. If those fishmen pirates are still here, they will definitely come again. If they come again tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, we won't have any Baileys left. You and I both know the consequences of not being able to produce Baileys. At this point, Belmere turned his gaze to Rayleigh. So, instead of waiting for them to come to me, why don't I go talk to them alone? No. Aegean shook his head again and repeated, "It's dangerous. They will kill you." "Then I want to go too." Belmere turned around and looked at the little girl who was following Aegean and looking at her with tears in her eyes, for Nami and Nojiko. After a slight pause, Belmere suddenly smiled and said, "Aegean, don't forget. I was once a soldier too." After saying that, Belmere secretly took a deep breath, turned around and walked past Rayleigh. "Come on, uncle. I'll take you to find your friends. I hope they're all killed." Kakixining village. Because of yesterday's manatee feast, the villagers had a lot of fun. Even though it was already daybreak, most of the villagers did not get up early. Only the elderly who had very little sleep got up and squatted in front of their homes, staring at the sky in a daze. Next to the chicken coop in front of the village chief's house, the village chief had rolled off the backpack and fell to the ground, sleeping on his back like a dead pig. Mihawk's body was no longer curled up, and no one knew how he slept. His head was in the backpack, and his feet were stretched out in the vegetable field outside the backpack. There was a snail crawling on his shoe. Last night, after experiencing the joy of winning rock-paper-scissors with observation Haki, he completely let himself go. He drank even more than when he was drinking with Shanks at New World. He was so drunk that he didn't even care about his image and slept more soundly than the village chief. The poor strongest black knife was scattered in the vegetable field, and a few snails were crawling on the blade with great joy. Suddenly, a snail crawled into the backpack, crawled along Mihawk's collar and onto his face, causing him to react a little in his sleep. But he just raised his hand to slap the snail away, then turned over and fell asleep again. If the photo king of naval headquarters is in. Well, not so many ifs. At this moment, the big rooster in the chicken coop suddenly flapped its wings and flew out, landing steadily on the backpack. Then, the big rooster opened its throat and crowed for the morning. The rooster crows at this hour, it seems he was very happy last night. The sudden crowing of a rooster startled my hawk from his deep sleep and he opened his eyes sharply. My hawk found himself lying in a backpack with a majestic rooster standing on it. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly turned over and sat up, scaring the rooster so much that it screamed in panic and flew towards the vegetable field. What the hell? What the hell? After quickly turning over and standing up from the backpack, my hawk shouted FK 3 times in a row in his heart. He was the world's greatest swordsman, but he was sleeping in someone else's backpack, next to a chicken coop. When he heard Xia Yu shout wow, he didn't know what these two words meant. Even though Xia Yu later explained to him that it was a reaction to express shock, he didn't believe it because he always felt that he had to be skeptical about anything Xia Yu said. If he believed it, he would be socially ruined sooner or later. But now he believes it. Because he was very shocked by the fact that he was sleeping in a backpack, he inexplicably felt a little relieved after shouting oh shit in his heart. After shouting FK 3 times in his heart, my hawk quickly looked around. Seeing that the village was very quiet in the morning, with no one in sight except the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Playing rock paper scissors while drinking is not a big deal, but sleeping in a backpack after getting drunk, and next to a chicken coop, is what makes him very upset. If someone sees it and spreads it, how can he survive in Grand Line in the future? Glancing at the village chief who was still sleeping soundly on the ground, my hawk didn't dare to wake him up. He picked up the black knife scattered in the vegetable field and turned away without looking back. After walking around the village, my hawk suddenly found that he seemed to have nowhere to go. Fortunately, the two old men who were playing chess under the big tree at the entrance of the village had appeared, and were already fighting fiercely on the chessboard. He quickly quickened his pace and walked over, then sat down with his back against the tree without saying a word. He placed the black knife beside him, covered half of his face with the black knife, closed his eyes and took a nap, giving people the impression that he had slept here last night. Hey! Isn't this Hawkeye? Although my hawk was careful not to disturb the two old men playing chess, one of them still noticed his presence after he sat down. Seeing my hawk politely covering half his face, the old man stood up and walked over to him, tilting his head to look at him. Seeing my hawk didn't react, he immediately turned back to his old friend. Wait a minute, we can't let this kid get cold, I'll go get him a coat. With that, the old man ran out. For the villagers of Kakixining village, my hawk, Xia Yu and the two rabbits are all their benefactors. If it weren't for these travelers, they would definitely be bullied by the pirates and even lose both their money and their lives. Soon the old man returned with a coat that had been patched countless times and covered my hawk with it. My hawk was touched, but he didn't dare to move and continued to pretend to sleep. Let's not disturb his sleep. Seeing that my hawk still didn't respond, the old man smiled kindly and said to his old friend beside him, let's go find Clay. After making sure the two old men had gone far away, my hawk quickly opened his eyes and prepared to take off the coat covering him. However, at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the village. He was so scared that not only did he not take off his coat, but he pulled it up to cover his head. Walking in from outside the village were none other than Rayleigh and Belmere. Because they were worried about Belmere coming here alone with Rayleigh to take risks, Aegean and several young men from Kokozia village also followed. Belmere, this place doesn't look like it's been ransacked by pirates. A young man following Belmere glanced at the figure under the tree at the entrance to the village and said, could it be that those fishmen pirates didn't come here? Yes, if those fishmen pirates had been here, this place wouldn't be so quiet. Also, do you see that homeless man under the tree? If the pirates had been here, he wouldn't have dared to sleep under the tree at the entrance of the village. He would have run off to the mountains or some other place where he wouldn't be easily seen. Tramp? How dare you call me a homeless person? My hawk, who had his head covered with his coat, had a cold glint in his eyes and instinctively prepared to draw his sword. However, just as he was about to draw his sword, the aura of a powerful man suddenly rushed towards him and enveloped him in an instant. Then, a voice with terrifying penetrating power suddenly exploded in his ears, "The world's strongest black sword? You are Dracul Mihawk." Hearing this, Mihawk's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately lifted the coat covering his head. His sharp eyes like an eagle swept over and confronted Rayleigh standing next to Belmere. He said in a deep voice, "Pluton Rayleigh, you are here after all." Rayleigh took a sudden step forward, holding the life card that was only the size of his thumb. Boom! The ground shook as his footsteps landed, and the terrifying conqueror's haki burst out, pressing down on Mihawk like an invisible mountain. "So, it was you who killed Hachi."